Chapter 1. Crossing into the Ming Dynasty. The first year of Dante's Howell's reign. Early December. The biting winter winds chilled the residents of the capital so severely that few dared to step outside their homes. Even fewer ventured beyond the city walls, save for a small tea house on the official road, which emitted wisps of smoke from its chimney. With natural disasters and man-made calamities, it's time to flee, muttered a young boy as he shoveled frost into the boiler. Ishan appeared to be about 16 or 17, handsome and refined, exuding an ethereal charm even under thick winter clothing. His name was Weston, a modern time traveler who had arrived in the Ming Dynasty nearly 2 years ago. After his father's death, he became the owner of this tea house. Inside, he had only a large yellow dog for company, which had left early in the morning and might not return given the harsh weather. In such conditions, even humans could freeze to death outdoors, let alone a dog. Fortunately, in his past life, Weston had learned traditional Chinese medicine from his grandfather during childhood. After his grandfather's death, he studied under his parents and later helped his father with carpentry work during holidays. Ishan studied interior design in college, a middling field. Over the past year, he had used his knowledge from the past and rudimentary medical skills to treat villagers, repair sheds, and shoe horses and cattle. Since he couldn't change things, he planned to move south and escape overseas after spring. However, a letter from a merchant changed his plans. The letter came from his cousin Booker Nyen, stating he had made a fortune abroad and would return before the new year to take him home for the holiday. According to the expected arrival date in the letter, he should arrive in the next couple of days. Remembering the close relationship he had with his cousin in this lifetime, Weston decided to persuade Booker Nyen to join him in escaping overseas. Ishan didn't want his only living relative to stay in this crumbling empire and meet a miserable end. Tanyu Ridge, de Bukering, the tomb of the last Ming Emperor Brant. Dressed in civilian clothes, Dante's Howell Brant, after paying respects, descended the mountain with 2 aides and a group of guards. At the foot of the hill, he looked at the snow-covered de Bukering and sighed deeply, turning to the elderly eunuch trailing behind. My brother held my hand before he died and instructed me to govern diligently and treat Iof kindly. I have always remembered his words and specially assigned you to guard the tomb, keeping you away from court intrigues. Yet many still hate you and enumerate your 10 crimes. Now that our empire faces internal strife and external threats, what do you think I should do? Howell, along with Iof and Porter, walked towards the smoke. As they approached, they saw a village of about 20 households with each house emitting smoke. More astonishingly, a young boy holding a sandpot emerged from a house, humming. In the cold winter, heating the boiler, burying pipes, making floor heating. With floor heating, it feels like summer. A boiler? Floor heating? Howell paused. Iof stepped forward, intercepting the boy. Boy, what did you say about a boiler? The boy smiled, pointing to a large copper pot outside his house. That's the boiler, Sherman brother said. As long as we keep shoveling frost into it, the heat and hot water circulate through pipes and warm the house like summer. Howell was astonished. Approaching the boiler, he found iron pipes extending from it into the ground, radiating warmth. Noticing Howell's astonishment, the boy proudly added, Sherman has more skills. Ishan cured the plague in our village and taught us to grow potatoes and corn. We've eaten them for months and still have leftovers. Isn't Sherman brother amazing? Howell's heart raced. Cure plagues? Teach villagers to grow potatoes and corn? Amash talents were rare indeed. Chapter 2 Warmth. You mentioned Brother Sherman. Where is he? Quickly take me. Bring me to see him. Flint was quite excited. He was eager to meet the talented person this little boy spoke of. Brother, what are you doing outside in this freezing weather? Quick, come inside and warm up. Flint initially wanted to pull away, but Weston's hand was genuinely warm. Especially after being called cousin, he felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth, not having time to react before being pulled into the house. Iof and Porter exchanged glances and followed. Outside, it was bitterly cold, but stepping inside was like entering another world. Warm. It was even warmer than the heated rooms in the palace, perhaps 10 or 100 times more so. Just sitting on the bench inside, he felt the heat from the short distance walked into the house. Ishan glanced down to see the floor neatly paved with mud bricks. Take off your outer clothes and wash your hands. Don't catch a chill later. I'll prepare something to eat for you and your 2 friends, Weston said, bringing over a basin of hot water. Flint had been traveling today to de Bukering to mourn his elder brother, accompanied by Iof, enduring the wind chill. Seeing the hot water, he didn't hesitate, and with Porter's assistance, he began washing his hands after removing his coat. Weston noticed and frowned slightly. This young cousin seemed to have become quite successful, judging by the 2 attendants. One seemed older, while the other was clearly skilled in martial arts. Porter and Iof were about to test for poison, but Flint ordered them to stand down. Weston found it amusing how his cousin, despite looking poor with torn clothes, acted far above soldiers and officials. Flint took a sip of the corn porridge and his eyes lit up. Then, taking a bite of the potato, he savored its oiliness. This really fills you up? A few bites later, he felt full and asked curiously, pointing at the corn porridge and potatoes, what are these? Ha, you don't resemble Brother Sherman at all, too dumb. Giles laughed while eating. Didn't I say in the village that these are the potatoes and corn Brother Sherman had us plant? Flint's face darkened. How dare this child call the Dantes too dumb? Porter and Iof were also stunned. These commoners dared to ridicule the Dantes? But Flint was unperturbed, caring only about the people's welfare. Ishan asked urgently, how do you grow these crops? Where did you get the seeds? I'm your cousin. Why don't you address me properly? Weston pouted. Despite his warm welcome, his little cousin didn't show any respect, using you repeatedly. Previously, a merchant from the south passed through our village. Ishan had a carbuncle treated by Brother Sherman and left these seeds. Giles answered confidently. I've probably had 200 or 300 pounds already, and there are still 2,000 or 3,000 pounds inside. 1 acre yields 2 to 3,000 pounds? Howell's eyes widened, while Iof moved faster, lifting the curtain to see. Inside the 20 or 30 square meter inner hall, countless potatoes and corn were neatly stacked on the ground. When did our great Ming dynasty have such crops? Iof and Porter trembled, their eyes bulging like bells. Howell stood up, breathing rapidly, almost panting. Seeing their astonishment, Beckett sneered, "Come on, little brother. I know you're a businessman, but if you think you can make a fortune from this, my advice is to forget it." "Why?" "With such high yields, once promoted, all the people in the empire could be fed. Do you think the authorities don't know?" Howell asked. "They probably don't." Inside the hall, someone suddenly spoke up. Howell turned to see Iof looking very uncomfortable. Ishan squinted and asked, "What do you mean?" "My, sir, think about it. If these crops yield 2,000 pounds per acre, which is more than 10 times the yield of rice, and the young man said these only exist in a few coastal provinces, brought back by merchants. But where are we? Outside the capital, right under the emperor's nose. Isn't he? So close. Yet the current Dantes doesn't even know about these crops. It shows how carefully they've hidden them. They probably thought that with harsh winter weather making travel difficult, no one would find out. Otherwise, here, to the Jurchens. Enraged, Howell almost flew into a murderous rage upon hearing Beckett mention selling iron to the Jurchens, but then heard that the Shangxi merchants and the Donglin party were involved. Was this possible? Though skeptical, Beckett had proven himself capable of growing potatoes and corn and creating underfloor heating. Ishan decided to listen further. Beckett smirked despite Howell's anger. "Bukertal brother, consider this. Who controls the northern borders? Geordie, one of the main figures of the Shangxi merchants. By turning a blind eye, he lets the iron or through. As for the Donglin party, people like Braden take money from the Shangxi merchants. Why do they push for Howell to kill Iof? Because..." Just then, Beckett's wooden door rattled. Ishan rushed over, opened it, and saw a large yellow dog carrying a rabbit. "Oh, Big Yellow, you're back with another rabbit," Beckett said, taking the dead rabbit from the dog and placing it on the table, feeding it a piece of pork. Beside him, Howell's face darkened. He was being called an idiot again. But Beckett didn't notice, continuing while feeding the dog. "Big Yellow, eat up. You're better off than Iof. At least you get rewarded when you bring meat." Iof? Ishan worked tirelessly for Brandt, suppressing factions and rooting out corrupt officials, only to be executed by Howell the Fool. Aldenf, trusting scheming ministers over his loyal servant. Bukertal brother, even as a carpenter emperor, Howell knew to trust and rely on Iof. But his successor, cutting off one arm, how can such a Ming dynasty? Chapter 4. The Plague? Plague? Upon hearing this word, Flint's pupils constricted sharply. But he quickly shook his head and said, "In such severe winter weather, neither humans nor animals can bear it. The rats must have frozen to death. How could there be a plague?" "The rats dig holes several meters deep. The surface is cold, but underground, it's warm," Beckett explained. "Moreover, male and female rats trapped underground for months wouldn't come out, staying in their nests breeding all the time. When spring comes, think about how many rats will emerge. By then, the entire capital will be overrun with rats. Aldermans and rats coexisting in the same room would inevitably lead to a plague." Historically, the first plague of Flint's reign broke out in the capital city, claiming about 20% of its million-strong population. Dante's Flint spent so much on controlling the plague that the northern border armies lacked provisions, making them unable to effectively oppose the invading Jianzhou forces, who eventually attacked the capital the following year after taking advantage of Mongolia as a passageway. The chain of events wasn't solely due to Deshan's strategic prowess, but more because the court was weakened by the plague. Beckett proposed making medicine to prevent the outbreak of plague. While his motive was partly financial, it was also the last thing he wanted to do for the Ming dynasty. Will there really be a plague? Flint's mind buzzed with uncertainty. Ishan knew what an outbreak would mean for the capital. Even if he stayed safe within the palace, how would the civilians and soldiers fare? If the Jianzhou forces heard of this and launched another attack, the court might not even be able to issue orders effectively. Sweating profusely, Flint stood up hurriedly. Io frowned and asked, "Young man, what evidence do you have that rats can dig holes 10 meters deep?" "Well, you rich folks are really troublesome. You don't trust me, brother Tianqin? If you don't believe me, follow me. I dug a hole for rats to eat from days ago. You'll see it's at least 10 meters deep." Wayland scoffed at them, disbelieving his brother Tianqin. Without delay, Flint and his party followed him out. Seeing this, Beckett shouted from behind the door, "Bukertal brother, I'll tidy up the eastern room for you. Come back and stay tonight. Don't be shy." After seeing they didn't respond, seemingly unheard amidst the storm, Beckett sighed and went to prepare the other room. Flint's party followed Wayland to a barren field where they found a large pit over 10 meters deep. Porter leaped down and returned holding a bunch of rat fur and grains, confirming it was indeed a rat burrow. Flint's brow furrowed tightly. Looking at Wayland, who looked pleased with himself, he thanked Porter and ordered some money to be given as a reward. As the group headed back to their carriage, Flint paused and asked, "Can we eliminate the rats before they all emerge?" Ace, the chief grand secretary, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, poisoning is the best approach. We can place poison at the mouths of rat holes now. That way, the rats will die inside, preventing trouble in the spring." "An excellent plan," added Max, Minister of Rights. "Ancient wisdom tells us to strike first. This proactive measure will surely eradicate the rats before spring." But one minister dissented, "Your Majesty, this isn't wise. Regardless of the number of rat holes in the capital, we simply lack the funds for such action." This was Greg, the Solomon. "We haven't paid our troops in half a year. Why should we use scare silver on a potential mouse problem? Preparation is crucial. If the capital falls to a rat infestation, what face will the court, or your Majesty, save?" Max countered, "Utter nonsense. Nurhasai's later Gene Empire looms, possibly attacking us come spring. Our troops have gone unpaid for 6 months and morale is low. Are we expected to fight with dignity alone?" interjected the Minister of War angrily. Seeing the hall erupt into partisan arguments, Flint felt a pounding headache. Ishan felt utterly disappointed. These were his most trusted ministers? Fiercely competitive over power and profit. Now facing an imminent rat crisis, they debated over finances instead of practical solutions. Not only that, His Majesty plans for the Ministry of Works to mass-produce these and sell them to the wealthy merchants and civilians in the capital, thereby boosting the treasury. Porter glanced at Flint, seeing him nod before turning to look at the Solomon, Greg, who was already leaning in eagerly. Minister Bai, please come over and estimate the cost of manufacturing this contraption and how much we can earn from each unit. Solomon Gregg immediately came forward to inspect the design. Shocked by what he saw, he pondered for a moment, consulted with Elias, and then turned back to Flint, saluting him. Your Majesty, after discussing with Minister Chow, we estimate that including labor costs, one unit will cost around 1 tael. Regarding the selling price, if the heating effect is indeed as Lord Patrick described, we can initially promote it among merchants, theaters, and inns in the capital city, spreading the word. In no time, it will be all over the capital. At that point, selling it for 5 taels should be acceptable. Ishannering this, Flint considered for a moment and nodded. How much money can the Ministry of Revenue allocate for the rat infestation issue? Greg hesitated. Initially wanting to say there were no funds, he remembered Flint hadn't specified who would handle the sales of the heating system yet. Gritting his teeth, he replied, the Ministry of Revenue can allocate 200 taels for purchasing rat poison. Ishan changed his response upon noticing Flint's displeased expression. 200 taels? Flint couldn't help but sneer. Ishan knew it cost 1 to make a dose of rat poison, and with tens of thousands of rat holes in the capital, 200 taels would hardly suffice. It wouldn't even be enough for those rats to smell it. At that moment, a eunuch rushed into the Wenhua Palace and knelt down. Your Majesty, Factory Ammo Supervisor, sent me to report that they have dug them out. Factory Ammo Supervisor? Upon hearing this term, every minister's expression in the Wenhua Palace changed. Which factory supervisor? But Flint's eyes lit up, sweeping across the minister's suddenly altered expressions, and he chuckled coldly. My dear officials, if you think the rat infestation isn't a big deal, let's go outside and take a look. The ministers were momentarily stunned, but seeing Flint already walking out of the hall, they had no choice but to follow. Through the long corridor, Flint and the ministers arrived at the Imperial Garden. Inside, a group of eunuchs held torches surrounding a newly excavated pit. However, their attention was not on the eunuchs, but on the middle-aged eunuch covered in dirt leading them, none other than Iof. Didn't the emperor promise to kill him? Why was he here digging holes now? Was this hole dug to bury himself? A sense of unease spread among the ministers. Iof led his recently released subordinates and kneeled. I have not failed your mission, Your Majesty. We have unearthed the rat nests in the Imperial Garden. Zhongxian, you have worked diligently for me. Flint hurriedly helped Iof up. Walking forward, he personally took a torch to illuminate inside the pit. Ishan saw a large cluster of furry objects huddled at the bottom, clearly rats. Besides 2 dead gray rats, he counted meticulously, 1, 2, 3, 37, 45, 46. 46 baby rats, making Flint shudder. Are there really this many rats? Even though he was prepared mentally, he didn't expect one nest to contain so many young rats. And this was just in the Imperial Garden. After instructing the ministers to observe, Flint ordered them to burn the rats. Standing beside the pit, the ministers felt uneasy. They never expected there to be so many rats. Earlier, some officials confidently claimed the cold weather would kill the rats, preventing a plague in spring. Yet, Iof dug out an entire nest, proving the situation was dire. The Dantes was not worrying needlessly, but preparing for the future. But how did he know? Did Iof tell him? Indeed, as long as this eunuch lived, problems wouldn't cease. What they didn't know was Iof's gratitude towards these rats because once back in the palace, Flint promised him his reinstatement as the factory ammo supervisor if he could dig out the rats. Failing meant being buried alive in this huge pit. Do you have any other methods to handle the rat infestation? Flint asked, watching the rats burn. The ministers looked at each other, unable to respond, lowering their heads. Seeing their lackluster responses, Flint became angry and bellowed. Since you can't think of a solution, dig out all the rat nests in my Imperial Garden. Ishan turned gently towards Iof, saying, Zhongxian, I am reinstating you as the factory ammo supervisor. You shall assist the officials in eradicating rats in the Imperial Garden. Weaklings needed strong men like Iof to handle them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Iof bowed gratefully. The ministers' faces reddened in anger. Wanting to speak, Flint had already left. Iof grinned and faced the ministers, waving a hand. Bring each official a shovel. Today, we will thoroughly search the palace for rats. If even a single rat escapes, don't blame His Majesty, for I won't forgive anyone. Iof, how dare you? I am. Grand Secretary Han Maxwell wanted to rebuke, but a eunuch kicked him into the burning pit, shouting, Watch out, factory ammo supervisor. There's a big rat. Hashtag chapter 6, Flint's late night visit. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the entire earth as if it were daylight. At this moment, Weston wasn't asleep. Sitting on the Kong bed, he gazed out at the bright moonlight through the window. His mind was racing. Selling iron or resources was indeed a quick way to make money. However, the only drawback was that he lacked strength and support. Today, why were the merchants of Shangxi able to dominate the world? Wasn't it because they had strong backing? If he wanted to fight alone, he probably couldn't even leave Shanhaiguan. I still need to involve that younger brother. Bang bang bang. Is Master Alden asleep? Just as he thought of Flint, Porter's sharp voice came from outside the door, piercing through the night air. Coming. Weston immediately brightened up. Truly, speak of the devil and he shall appear. It's freezing. When he opened the door, a gust of cold wind rushed in. Ishan then noticed Porter walking ahead, holding a food box and a pot of wine. Behind him, Flint looked serious, as if burdened by something. "You're here already. What formalities are you keeping with your elder brother?" Weston wasn't one for formalities, so he directly took the food box and wine from Porter's hands. "Coming quickly, it's very cold outside. Contract the rat extermination task and asked me to inquire about it. How much silver will it cost?" Upon hearing this, Weston perked up. Then, noticing the man's occasional glances at the braised meat and wine, he felt somewhat embarrassed and said, "Sorry, it's my habit. Come, eat with me." "No, thank you. I usually eat vegetarian." Flint waved his hand, afraid that one bite might ruin everything. "Tell your friend the method is simple, but I want to cut." Weston didn't insist. Ishan poured himself another glass and said, "The primary reason for the outbreak of the plague isn't the rats themselves but the viruses and bacteria they carry, such as fleas." Ishan sipped some wine and wiped his mouth. "Therefore, these rats must be caught using mousetraps, then burned collectively, followed by disinfection using mugwort and quicklime. Only then can we potentially solve the plague." "Good, this sounds great." Flint understood only part of it, but was excited nonetheless, his eyes shining brightly. Then he looked at Weston again. "By the way, what is this quicklime you mentioned?" Ishan hadn't received proper imperial education, so he didn't understand some terms. Ishan wouldn't admit it in front of ministers, but with this elder brother, he felt closer. With that, he pushed the door open and left. "Master!" Porter also shot a stern look and hurried after him. "This is strange." Weston rubbed his nose, unsure why his brother was so upset. Ishan finished the remaining wine. Meanwhile, Brant, having returned to the palace, sobered up. His expression grew increasingly gloomy. "Call all those officials now, and have them set up mouse traps immediately." Back in the palace, Flint immediately ordered Porter, "Arrange the mugwort, quicklime, and tools through the Ministry of Works. Tell them I'll have their heads if there's an outbreak in the capital." "Yes." Porter trembled, hastily nodding. "Oh, and have Ep1of investigate who's trading salt, iron, tea, and horses. Execute anyone found guilty without mercy." Flint paused, realizing something more, and continued. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, urgent military reports from Shanhaiguan and Jinzhou." Just as Porter was about to advise, Ep1of rushed in, panic-stricken, holding a report. "What happened?" At the word, military report, Flint's face paled. Keegan has launched an attack." Ep1of fell to his knees with a thud. Chapter 7. Mutual Shirkings. "What?" Flint felt a chill rush through his feet, and hurriedly snatched the military report from Ep1of's hands to read. As expected, on the 20th of last month, Deshan and Aldingsley had led their armies towards Jinzhou. Accompanying them were likely the Korchin Mongolian cavalry. If both forces acted in unison, the southern invasion would involve no less than 100,000 troops. For the current Ming dynasty, this was undoubtedly a thunderous blow. "Your Majesty." Just as Flint was contemplating how to defend against this, ministers outside walked in with grim faces. The Chief Grand Secretary Donovan was visibly trembling with anger. As important officials of the court, when had they ever been so humiliated? Especially under the surveillance of eunuchs like Ep1of, they harbored even more resentment toward the eunuch party. "Bring some hot soup for all the officials." Flint glanced at everyone but remained silent, sitting back into his main seat with a pale face. After drinking the hot soup, everyone's expressions eased slightly as they straightened their clothes and sat down. "These are military reports from Shanhaiguan and Jinzhou. You should all take a look." Flint handed the report to Porter, signaling him to pass it around to Donovan and others. The entire hall felt eerily quiet. Flint picked up his teacup, brushed away the floating tea leaves but didn't drink. Instead, he stared intently at the group. Deshan's ambition is clear as day. Donovan saw that the Emperor wasn't speaking and knew he was waiting for them to voice their thoughts. Ishan slowly stroked his beard. "I don't want to hear this. Speak about how to deploy our troops and solve this issue." Flint sipped his tea, his tone sharp as he bit into a tea leaf. "Well?" Donovan hesitated, glancing at the others. But to his dismay, they either looked down at the floor or fiddled with their fingers, avoiding eye contact. Seeing this, Flint's face darkened. "Your Majesty, we should urge Geordie to mobilize." Donovan bravely bowed and continued. "The region from Shanhaiguan to Jinzhou has formed a natural barrier, strong like iron. Moreover, he has long been training his troops. I need concrete answers on troop deployment." "Who asked you to say these things?" Flint put down his cup and stood up, his face pale with anger. "Do you think I don't understand this? You're all senior ministers of the court. Your Majesty." At this moment, Mohammed stood up with a serious expression. "I believe what Master Han said makes sense. Lately, apart from asking for silver, Geordie hasn't done anything worthwhile. You're the Minister of War. Issue an order for him to mobilize immediately." Flint snapped, "And if he asks for more silver again, let him come directly to me." "Your Majesty, this morning he sent an urgent message requesting winter clothing replacements for the Dantianingshi army." Carlos, the Solomon, raised his head and spoke. "We can't give him that money now. Everyone in the capital is struggling, especially since the plague. What if it causes a mutiny? If you must spend it, give us some first." Immediately, the ministers began arguing over the funds once again, turning the cultural hall into a bustling marketplace. "Enough." Flint slammed his hand on the table, furious. These people bickered endlessly over trifles, but shirked responsibility when real solutions were needed. They were utterly useless. "This matter needs your responses in official memorials by tomorrow. And the measures to prevent the plague, I have already thought them out." Am expressing his anger, he sternly addressed the ministers, detailing Beckett's plan. "Your Majesty is wise. This will surely eliminate the rat problem." Upon hearing this, the officials looked at the Emperor with admiration. They hadn't expected such insight from the young ruler. Elias listened carefully. Noticing the minister's admiring expressions, Flint felt quite pleased and turned to the Minister of Works. Prepare the mousetraps, lime, and wormwood. If there's any problem, you'll be held accountable. Yes, Your Majesty. Though reluctant, Elias dared not defy at this moment. Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Flint dismissed them. The ministers quickly retreated, feeling relieved. After giving some additional instructions to Iof and Porter, Flint retired to sleep. Bang! The next morning, Flint was startled awake by a loud bang. Ishan comforted Tracy Jo beside him before leaving the palace. Your Majesty, you're awake? Just at the door, he saw Porter shivering in the cold and greeted him breathlessly. What happened? Where's the commotion? Dressed and looking around, Flint asked. It's the boiler and iron pipes sent by Elias for installing underfloor heating in the palace. We're not sure why, but either the boiler or the iron pipes keep exploding. Porter forced a smile. Everything worked fine at Beckett's house yesterday. Perhaps there's something wrong with my blueprint. After a moment of reflection, Flint realized the problem. Yesterday, due to politeness, he hadn't taken the blueprints from Beckett. Clearly, this task required professionals. Are the officials gathered? Ishan glanced at Porter and instructed. Tell them to submit their military strategy memorials to Donovan for review and summary before sending to me. Let's go find Beckett now. Apart from the blueprints, he also wanted to hear Beckett's thoughts on northern troop deployment. Your Majesty, aren't you holding court today? Porter's expression changed. Ishan had never seen the Emperor skip court since his ascension. The young Emperor door, it was just as Fuller had said. People were already gathered outside. Apart from young men from the village, there were also over a dozen servants, presumably from another group. It seemed negotiations were ongoing inside with Weston. Juan, sir, should we summon troops from the Imperial Commandery? Porter looked at Easton's stern face and ventured to ask. These people seem to have significant influence. However, before he could finish speaking, several elegantly dressed middle-aged men emerged from Weston's house, their expressions unfriendly. Mr. Alden, since you're not willing to cooperate, I won't insist. Just remember, don't regret it later. The leader, a robust man around 30, left this threat hanging in the air before leading his subordinates away through the crowd of villagers. Sir, that man is Geordie's relative, one of the leaders of the Shangxi merchants, Porter whispered into Easton's ear. Geordie sure has long arms. Easton gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the robust man, ignoring everything else, just the fine clothes and golden rings hinted at substantial wealth. Sir. Porter bowed, understanding Easton's thoughts. It's not only Geordie, Elias and other officials from Shangxi are all somehow connected to the Shangxi merchants. Ishan trailed off mid-sentence. Send word to Iof now. Tell him to deal with these people properly and start an immediate investigation into Shangxi officials. For every family involved, seize their assets for me. Easton ordered coldly as he watched the Shangxi merchants ride off, his eyes gleaming with suppressed fury. Sir, why involve Iof? I can handle them myself. Porter offered eagerly, seeing an opportunity to impress. Do as you see fit. Easton was not concerned with this. His real goal today was to discuss the blueprints and military strategy. By now, Weston had come out to chat with the villagers. Alden brother, disturbing you again. Easton stepped forward and nodded at him. Truly, Weston was one of the few he would call brother. Oh, cousin-in-law, you're here. Weston greeted him warmly and turned to the villagers. Come in, everyone. Don't be shy. No need, Alden brother. We've got fields to tend. Yeah, if those fellows come back, we'll show them. Absolutely. Who dares touch Alden brother? The villagers politely declined and went back home, while Weston led Easton inside. Once in, Easton felt warmth enveloping him, dispelling the winter chill. You've hidden quite deeply, haven't you? How much longer do you plan to fool me? Unexpectedly, Weston sat down, eyeing him meaningfully. What do you mean by that? Easton tried to remain composed, though slightly nervous. I saw medicine traders braving the cold seeking mugwort and herbs this morning, Weston mused, stroking his chin. And the rat traps became popular in the city. You must have considerable power to mobilize so many people. That friend of yours in the Ministry of Works isn't simple, right? How much did you earn? You should share a bit. So, it's about this. Easton calmed down, then grinned. Alden brother, let me be honest. I have deep connections with the Ministry of Works. The minister and I are close friends. If you ever need help, just ask. Not bad. Weston thought Easton was merely a businessman, but having such connections would be beneficial for his future ventures. I gave you an idea yesterday, didn't I? You made some profit, right? Be generous. Share a bit with your big brother. Ishan poured 2 cups of tea as it boiled. Ahem. Easton laughed awkwardly, taking a cup. My friend hasn't given me the money yet. I promise to share once I get it. Given how Elias was reluctant to pay for the rat poison, the national treasury must be in dire straits. So, you're here for another business proposal? Weston nodded, recognizing Easton's connections with the Ministry of Works meant potential profits. That's right. Easton sipped the tea, feeling relaxed. From the Ministry of Works, I learned that Deshan will join forces with the Korchin Mongols to invade next spring. Do you see any opportunities here? Any ways to make money? Ishan wouldn't ask about military strategy, knowing Weston was only interested in profits. This is easy. Weston pondered for a moment and replied confidently. Why not trade grain and fodder? Grain and fodder? Easton was puzzled. What do you mean by that? The Korchin Mongols coming south will definitely lack supplies once they leave the steppes, Weston explained, looking out at the cold wind. If they attack Dadong, we can pose as Shangxi merchants, burning their supply lines. They might withstand it, but their horses wouldn't. We prepare sufficient grain and fodder beforehand. Wouldn't the Mongol cavalry need us then? Wouldn't this be a highly profitable venture? This revelation made Easton's eyes widen. But wouldn't this make us traitors? But then he thought, wouldn't this only benefit the Mongol soldiers? Hashtag chapter 9. A meeting of minds. How can we let those Mongolian Tartars off so easily? Beckett didn't seem to mind, scratching his ear as he responded with a relaxed demeanor. Ultimately, while we're making money, we can't lose our conscience. Both the Korchin Mongols and the Jurchens are invaders. If we just add some croton seeds to the grain and fodder we sell them, wouldn't that be perfect? Note, the term Jian Jurchens has been corrected to Jurchens for historical accuracy and fluency in English. At this point, he stretched lazily as he rose. In the end, we'll not only have made money but also crippled their cavalry. They won't be able to assist Keegan in it. Moreover, this old man has a narrow mindset and limited potential. Flint didn't know how to respond and stared down at his teacup. Understanding the significance of changing commanders on the front lines required careful consideration. Cousin, can you give me the blueprints for the floor heating system? After taking a sip of tea, he said thoughtfully, let me promote it first so those Shangxi merchants don't bother you anymore. Plus, my network is broader than theirs. That works. It's better to give it to you rather than those others. Beckett felt entirely comfortable sharing with his cousin and took out a blueprint from his chest pocket, handing it over. But remember, if you make money, you owe me a share. Don't worry. I will never go back on my word. Flint's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it. They chatted a bit longer before Flint and Porter returned to the palace. Your Majesty, you're back. Han Johnny has submitted all the memorials and is waiting for your review. As soon as they arrived at Wenhua Hall, Iof greeted them with a smile. Flint simply waved his hand and then focused on Porter. Did you punish those people? Did you reveal your identity? Back on the dragon throne, he continued reading through the memorials, his expression grim. No, I only gave them a small lesson. Porter handed him a cup of tea, smiling apologetically. They're easily intimidated. A beating was enough. What's Han Johnny doing now? Flint nodded and accepted the tea, unable to resist scolding. Is Shan's just repeating what was discussed last night? What use are these people? They're useless. Your Majesty, this old servant has a few thoughts to share. Iof hesitated slightly before looking at the Emperor. Speak. Flint originally wanted to take a sip, but put the teacup down upon hearing this. In my humble opinion, sending Donnie to lead reinforcements would be best. Iof paused for a moment before continuing slowly. Firstly, Yuan has operated in Bukharadong for years, repeatedly repelling the Jurchen attacks and even causing Nurhasai's retreat to the northwest. Only under his command can the Dantianing army launch offensive operations outside the pass. Although Geordie has some ability, his focus is on factional struggles and accumulating wealth. The Great Wall at Shanhaiguan is already impregnable. There's no need for further reinforcement. Only by going beyond the pass can we address the core issue. This viewpoint surprisingly aligned with Beckett's. For a moment, Flint admired his cousin's insight despite living in the countryside, showing remarkable foresight on state affairs. Aren't you and Donnie usually at odds? Though impressed internally, Flint didn't show it, instead staring intently at Iof. Why are you thinking of appointing him now? Or do you have other intentions? Your Majesty jests. Iof broke into a cold sweat, somewhat embarrassed. We merely disagree politically without any deep-seated hatred. Besides, in times of national crisis, this old servant must set aside personal grievances and help ease the Dantes' burdens. It's best if you can think like this. Satisfied, Flint sipped his tea and addressed seriously. What we need is unity to resolve the nation's troubles, not exploiting others for personal gain. Go immediately and summon Donnie back to the capital. Appoint him as the left censor-in-chief and vice minister of war, and have him lead troops to the Jiuyao region. Your orders shall be obeyed. Iof bowed hastily, wiped his sweat, and left. Porter. Watching Iof's retreating figure, Flint's expression turned solemn again. Yes, Your Majesty. Porter knelt promptly. After Iof leaves, you will also see Donnie and deliver a secret imperial decree. Flint stood up and instructed firmly, grant him the sword of imperial authority, allowing him to execute generals on the battlefield. If Geordie shows cowardice or reluctance to engage, arrest him and bring him back to the capital. Understood, Your Majesty. Porter did not hesitate and departed immediately. After they both left, Flint finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ishan took out the blueprint Beckett had given him and called for Elias, instructing him to arrange for the installation of the floor heating system according to the design. The Minister of Works didn't disappoint. He quickly installed the system in Wenhua Hall, filling the hall with warmth. Flint then ordered the Ministry of Works to promote the floor. Not bad at all. Beckett handed over a cup of wine and, looking at the silver ticket, sighed, it's still easier to get things done with someone like you. It would be hard otherwise. Ishan counted the sum. It was a staggering 50,000 taels. Before, such an amount would have been unimaginable. With this money, great things could be achieved. But it's also because of your excellent blueprint, brother. Otherwise, we wouldn't have earned so much, said Dantes Flint, who hadn't had wine for a whole year. His face flushed as he drank, his eyes full of excitement. If there are more profitable opportunities in the future, brother, please take me along. Naturally. What kind of relationship do we have? Blood brothers. Let's have another cup. Beckett put away the silver ticket, and they continued drinking. Your Majesty, please don't drink anymore, Porter warned, fearing that the Emperor might reveal something inadvertently. No problem. Today is a happy day, and I must drink until we're all drunk, replied Dantes Flint, dismissing Porter's concern. Ishan only felt relieved here, away from the palace. It wasn't until midnight that the master and servant returned to the palace. In the following month, as Beckett had predicted, although many rats were killed, a minor epidemic broke out in the capital. Fortunately, it did not spread widely. What did I tell you? Dantes Flint asked, seated on the dragon throne, his face livid. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at the officials below. The rat extermination has never stopped, and I provided you with funds from the Ministry of Revenue. Why are there still sick people? If I hadn't prepared in advance, the situation would be even worse. Though severe, he secretly felt relieved. If not for meeting Beckett, the capital would now likely be filled with corpses, a true hell on earth. Your Majesty, I have already arranged for people to handle the matter. Rupert quickly stood up and bowed. Fortunately, there aren't many patients, only about 100. The main reason is insufficient medicine reserves. With enough medicinal materials, the issue should be manageable. Artemisia is managed by the Ministry of Revenue, and lime powder by the Ministry of Works. You were all told in advance. Why are supplies still insufficient? Dante's Flint stood up and slowly descended the golden steps, his dark eyes scanning the ministers below. Your Majesty, Han Johnny finally spoke. All departments followed your orders and prepared in advance. However, there are simply not enough personnel. Moreover, some merchants in the capital have deliberately stockpiled large amounts of artemisia and lime powder, driving up prices. Alden, very well. Some people are taking advantage of the country's difficulties to make a profit, snapped Dante's Flint, turning his gaze to the Grand Secretary. Who exactly are these people? How dare they? Han Johnny remained silent, seemingly having a hidden dilemma. Are they fellow townspeople of Geordie? Recalling Porter's mention of the Ministry of Works, Dante's Flint turned to Elias. Elias, do you know anything about this? Your Majesty, I am focused on handling the floor heating project, replied Elias. Knowing how close he was to Geordie, he added, I am not clear about the situation among the people. Fine. Since none of you know, I'll entrust this matter to someone else. Dante's Flint narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam in them. These ministers, one craftier than the other. Eof, I'm here, Your Majesty. Eof shivered at the call. Investigate immediately who is hoarding medicines and raising prices. Handle every case found, regardless of who they are. Turning his back, Dante's Flint said sternly, anyone trying to profit from this crisis will be bankrupted. Yes, Your Majesty. Eof agreed promptly. To him, pleasing the Emperor was paramount, regardless of Geordie or the Gene merchants. Giving you another half-month to solve this problem. Dante's Flint slowly ascended the steps, expressionless. Any more deaths, and you'll bear the consequences. After court adjourned, the various department heads gathered at the cabinet. Chow Durun, remind Geordie, said Han Johnny, sitting comfortably in his chair. Tell his fellow townspeople to behave. How can I? Elias was indifferent but then paused, realizing something. Looking around, he remarked, have you noticed how our emperor has become quite wise? An enlightened emperor is the nation's blessing, remarked Bai Zi, sipping tea. Besides the emperor's wisdom, there must be a wise advisor guiding him, reasoned Han Johnny, who was an old hand in politics. But who could this person be? You're right, agreed Max, frowning. Only an extraordinary mind could design the floor heating system, let alone foresee the plague. Without preparation, countless lives would have been lost this winter. That person must be highly capable. Why not find this person and bring him into the court? We could all benefit. Han Johnny stood up and looked outside at the biting wind. What do you think? That's not a problem, responded Elias indifferently, but then hesitated. But where do we start looking? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. To find him isn't hard. If the emperor doesn't speak, his attendants surely know, suggested Max, eyeing the others. They remained silent, their faces grim, remembering Eof's previous antics. If you won't go, I will, Max stretched unfazed. Then the credit will be mine. Chapter 11. A private consultation. As the ice and snow melted, spring brought blossoms, and the plague in the capital naturally subsided, preventing further casualties. Deshawn's Jurchen cavalry was also held back by Geordie beyond the pass, though they still maintained a tight siege on Jinzhou. When the Korchin Mongol cavalry moved south, they were met with the destruction of their supply lines by Dante's Howl. They were then sold provisions laced with croton seeds, resulting in not only their horses collapsing, but also their soldiers being chased back to the steppes by the commander of Dadong, suffering heavy losses. Facing such victories, Dante's Howl couldn't help but feel elated and immediately issued an edict to reward the commander of Dadong. Originally, he had intended to meet Weston in person to express his gratitude. However, Donnie was about to lead troops to Jialiao, and as the emperor, he had to host a farewell banquet for him. Therefore, he sent Eof with money to thank Weston. At this moment, Weston was planting corn in the fields, ensuring some grain was left for this time. Besides internal and external troubles, the Ming dynasty faced another significant challenge. It was in the midst of a Bukurdal ice age, leading to frequent natural disasters. It wasn't that Dante's Howl was ineffective. He did try hard, but without proper imperial education and surrounded by incompetent subordinates, his efforts were hindered. Sherman brother. While resting on the ridge, Weston saw Niwa leading a few people running towards him, with Eof at the forefront. Master Alden. Seeing Weston holding a hoe, Eof hurried over, placing the hoe aside while his attendants promptly served fruits and tea. Why have you come? Where's my cousin? Weston was puzzled but didn't hesitate to take an apple, wipe it on his clothes, and bite into it. Looks like his life is improving. He can now afford such fine fruits. Master Alden, my lord is busy with some matters. Eof handed him a cup of tea. The suggestions you gave last time earned him a lot of money, so he specifically asked me to bring you part of it. To be honest, Eof admired Weston immensely. If not for Weston's advice, he might have been demoted long ago. Beyond feeling like he had found a rare kindred spirit, what mattered most was that Weston genuinely had talent, even impressing the emperor. Selling provisions to the Korchin Mongols not only earned money for the treasury, but also decimated many Mongol cavalry. This significantly boosted the morale of the entire Ming army and avoided putting the Ming forces in a two-front war. My brother Wei is too courteous. Weston threw the apple core aside, sipped the tea, and said, I actually want to do bigger business with him. We can discuss it when he comes. This matter is simple. Eof quickly took out a silver note from his chest and passed it over with a smile. Why don't you mention your ideas to me first, and I'll inform my lord. Ishan will know what to expect, making discussions easier. Ishan had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to showcase himself before Dante's Howl. I have an idea, but it's challenging and requires government cooperation. Weston glanced at the silver note and couldn't help but admire Eof. This trip had earned him 100,000 taels. His wealth had significantly increased. That's easy, Eof laughed. My lord has deep connections with the Ministry of Works. With his word, it shouldn't be a problem. How about we seize this opportunity to send provisions to the Jurchen, disguised as Mongol cavalry? We can find some who speak Mongolian fluently and deliver provisions laced with croton seeds to Deshan. Then well, you know. Iof's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the Jurchens had limited supplies, but this task required someone bold and meticulous, with no room for error. Master Alden, this plan is brilliant. Iof exclaimed, filled with admiration. The main issue is obtaining the Mongol armor. Weston stroked his chin, pondering. We need someone familiar with the government. This is simple. Iof laughed again. With the Emperor's order, nothing is unsolvable. So, it's up to you. Weston stretched lazily. If it succeeds, remember to give me some benefits. Realizing that collaborating, as Donnie prepared to lead troops to Jialiao, Flint had to host a farewell banquet himself, so he sent Iof with money to convey his thanks. At this moment, Weston was planting corn in the fields, since it was important to grow some grain during these times. Apart from internal strife and external threats, the Ming dynasty faced a more fundamental issue. It was in the midst of a Bukerdal ice age, which brought constant natural disasters. One couldn't blame Dante's Flint for incompetence. He did try very hard, but lacked proper imperial education and had a group of inept subordinates. Brother Sherman. While resting on a field ridge, Weston saw Fraser leading a few people running towards him, with Iof at the forefront. Mr. Alden. Seeing Weston holding a hoe, Iof hurriedly ran over, setting the hoe aside while his attendants promptly served fruits and tea. How did you all come here? Where is my cousin? Weston was puzzled but didn't hold back, wiping an apple on his clothes before taking a bite. It seems his life is getting better if he can afford such good fruit. Mr. Alden, my master is busy with something. Iof handed him a cup of tea. The proposal you gave him earned him a lot of money. Ishan specifically asked me to bring you a share. Honestly, Iof now admired this man immensely. Had it not been for Weston's advice, he might have already joined Dante's Tianqi in the afterlife. Not only did Weston seem like a rare soulmate, but he genuinely possessed formidable capabilities, earning respect even from the emperor. Selling provisions to the Korchan Mongols not only boosted the national treasury but also significantly decimated Mongol cavalry, enhancing morale across the entire Ming army and avoiding the predicament of fighting on two fronts. Brother Wei is too polite. Weston tossed the apple core aside and sipped the tea. I was actually thinking about doing bigger business with him. We can discuss it when he comes. That's simple, said Iof, quickly producing a silver bill from his chest pocket and handing it over with a smile. You can tell me first, and I'll relay it to my master when I return. It will make things easier for you both. Ishan harbored no ulterior motives, but simply wanted to show initiative in front of Dante's Flint. I have an idea, but it needs official support and might be challenging. Weston glanced at the silver bill, impressed by Brother Wei's generosity. This trip netted him another 100,000 taels. His wealth was becoming substantial. That's easy. My master has close ties with the Ministry of Works. Just a word from him should suffice. Iof chuckled. Tell me your plan, and I'll bring it up with him. Although the Jurchens have launched attacks, they can only besiege for a short period, not indefinitely. Weston explained straightforwardly. They face a significant problem. Provisions? I heard that after repelling the Korchan Mongols, the commander of Datong pursued them and secured many Mongol armor sets. We can take advantage of this by disguising ourselves as Mongol cavalry to deliver provisions to the Jurchens. Find some who know Mongolian and send provisions laced with croton seeds to Deshan. Then, Iof's eyes widened upon hearing this. Indeed, the Jurchens had limited supplies, but this task required someone bold and meticulous. Mr. Alden, what a brilliant plan. Ishan exclaimed, admiration in his eyes. The main challenge is acquiring those Mongol armors. Weston stroked his chin. We need someone well connected within the government. This is easy. Iof laughed. With the Emperor's word, nothing is unsolvable. So, it depends on your team. Weston stretched lazily. If this works out, I expect a share of the benefits. Ishan realized that collaborating with Brother Wei, without needing personal involvement, would save him considerable effort for other matters. Of course, we can discuss details when my master arrives. Iof nodded enthusiastically. Moreover, Flint appointed him as a supervisor for Donnie's mission to Jialiao, secretly monitoring Yuan and Hong. If this plan worked, not only could the siege be lifted, but it would earn him the Emperor's trust and mend relations with generals like Donnie. Alright, what is he busy with right now? Weston looked at the old servant curiously. Regardless of Brother Wei, this old servant exuded more the national treasury's reserves of silver and grain. Howell sat at the head of the hall, staring intently at the Solomon as he spoke sternly. Donnie is different from Geordie. If he requests supplies, they must be provided immediately. Also, ensure that the Dantianei army receives its rations. I will comply, Your Majesty. Greg harbored no resentment now, knowing full well that the Emperor had the backing of wise counsel. Everyone was curious about who this advisor might be. Your Majesty, should the funds and grain requested by Geordie last time be sent as well? Greg asked, looking up. Yes, send everything. Command him to do his best. Howell hesitated briefly before agreeing. Ishan then turned to Elias. Elias, you have close ties with Geordie. What are your thoughts on the merchants from Shaanxi? The merchants from Shaanxi. Elias had been lost in thought, and was momentarily speechless when questioned. James perceived that the Emperor intended to take action against the Shaanxi merchants. Your Majesty, these merchants have businesses across the empire and engage in all sorts of trades. James interjected solemnly. Rumor has it they're involved in the illegal trade of iron ore. Your Majesty. Upon hearing iron ore, Elias immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly interjected. The Shaanxi merchants have always been diligent and law-abiding. What Lord Han mentioned is baseless and lacks any end? Yes, Your Majesty. Iof agreed without hesitation. After some further instructions, the Emperor dismissed him. Wonderful. Wonderful. Howell was overjoyed, like a child. Your Majesty, I rarely see you so happy, Porter commented with a smile. Indeed, Weston is truly a gift from heaven to the Ming dynasty. Howell looked up at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, with him, how can I fail to revive the Ming dynasty? His eyes gleamed with determination and excitement. Your Majesty, prepare fine wine and food. I wish to meet this cousin of mine. Deeply impressed, Howell was ready to see Weston. They arrived at Weston's residence. You've come, brother. Weston had just returned from the fields and greeted Howell and Porter warmly, leading them inside. Your timing is perfect. I was planning to visit you anyway. Ishan set aside his hoe and continued. Your Gustavo mentioned you want to request some land if this venture succeeds. Please sit, Mr. Alden. Porter had already prepared the meal. Brother, why do you need land? Howell sat down, puzzled. To be honest, I intend to cultivate large areas of potatoes and corn. If this year's harvest is good, we can sell them next year. Weston explained openly. Aren't you planning to keep it secret from the court? Howell gestured for Porter to pour wine for Weston. #### Chapter 13. Great victory in Bucharest. Your Majesty, of course. Please rest assured, sir. Porter replied with an excited expression. I'll get it done right away. Brother Alden, when I went out of the city earlier, I noticed that many shops in the capital are selling underfloor heating systems, Flint said, looking at Weston as if he had just remembered something important. Most importantly, the prices vary widely. I'm worried there might be some shady dealings. This was why he had asked Elias about the merchants from Shaanxi during the court meeting. Those few shops were branches of the Shaanxi merchants, and he feared they might be deliberately disrupting the market. This is simple, Weston said, having just finished sweeping up the last of the food on the table. Ishan belched contentedly and patted his stomach. You can apply to the court for a patent. If they want to sell underfloor heating systems, you can take a cut from their sales. That way, they can sell theirs, but you'll still get a share of the profits. That's a good idea. Flint stood up excitedly, naturally wanting to ask what a patent was, but he didn't want to appear foolish. However, since he was the emperor, the final interpretation of the underfloor heating system would be up to him. You shouldn't be too optimistic. Flint has been dealing with issues in the Guizhou-Bucharest region and might not have the energy to bother with these things, Weston mused aloud while pouring himself another cup of wine. That guy is a complete fool. The moment these words left his mouth, both Flint and Porter's faces darkened. After all, this wasn't the first time the man had called the emperor a fool. Old brother, let's talk about something else, Flint said helplessly, changing the subject. Thus, they stayed until nightfall, bidding farewell to Weston reluctantly before returning home. Upon returning to the palace, Flint immediately ordered Porter to allocate the estate and the surrounding forest area to Weston. Of course, the main reason he wanted a share was to ensure that if a drought struck next year, potatoes and corn could be used for disaster relief. These crops could be produced in large quantities, with high yields per acre, making them invaluable. Moreover, it would ease the burden on the national treasury. Speaking of Ep1of, based on Weston's suggestion, he selected several Mongolian-speaking soldiers from Dadong and sent them along with the poisoned grain supplies to Bucharest. Thanks to the Mongolian-speaking soldiers, they quickly established contact with Deshan's subordinates and sold the grain at extremely low prices. Deshan then arranged for communication with Donnie, coordinating their attack through signals. On the night of the operation, Deshan and Amorin were discussing military matters when suddenly shouts erupted outside. They rushed out with their troops, only to find themselves surrounded by the heavily armored Dantianan cavalry. Their own soldiers were pale and emaciated, their horses weak and unable to fight. Kill! 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 Flames burst into life as the Dantianan army surged forward from all sides like a tidal wave. Deshan, time to die. At that moment, Donnie and Nicholas charged in on horseback. Darn it! Faced with this situation, Deshan had no choice but to retreat with his battered troops back to Jianzhou. This battle ended in a resounding victory for Donnie, resulting in over 10,000 enemy casualties and 20,000 captured soldiers. The Jianzhou army, which originally numbered over 10,000, lost more than a third of its combat strength. It was unlikely they would dare to invade the border again within 2 years. For Flint, this victory was like receiving charcoal in the snow. Lord Wei. Upon hearing Ep1of had arrived, Donnie, who was discussing military affairs with Nicholas in the camp, hastily dressed properly and went out to greet him. In Beijing, he had heard that it was due to Ep1of's and another person's recommendation that he was able to return to command in Bucharest. Therefore, despite past conflicts with the eunuch faction, he decided to give him some respect. Besides, without Ep1of's daring mission to infiltrate the Jianzhou camp and poison their horses, this victory would not have been so easy. Director Yuan, it's been a long time. Ep1of, wearing Mongolian cavalry attire which made him look rather awkward, bowed politely and smiled. Congratulations on your brilliant victory. The Dantes will certainly reward you, and your Director Yuan, General Hurley. I must leave now and return to the capital to share this news with His Majesty. Ep1of, who had long been at odds with Geordie, got up and looked at the two men. Rest assured, I understand the front lines clearly and will report truthfully to the Dantes. Lord Wei, what about Geordie? Don't worry about him. Before Donnie could speak, Ep1of stepped forward and lowered his voice. In a few days, he'll be in trouble. The Dantes is already displeased with him, especially after his fellow townspeople engaged in illegal iron trade. Amash serious offenses can't go unpunished. Understood. Donnie grasped the implication, deeply grateful. Your Grace, Donnie will never forget your kindness. Chapter 14. Who exactly is this wise man? Grand Secretary Ace immediately summoned the other cabinet officials upon receiving the news of victory. This report is like a timely rain for His Majesty after a long drought, Ace said, sitting in his chair with half-closed eyes. We have spent so much money in grain in Bucharest, and now we finally get a positive response. Donnie is indeed more capable than Geordie. Your Excellencies. Just as Elias was about to speak, Ep1of rushed in, looking travel-worn. Ishan had already changed out of his court attire, appearing slimmer. Ishan could have gone straight to see the emperor, but he decided to meet the cabinet officials first, considering what had happened earlier. Director Wei. Seeing him, everyone stood up. Your Excellencies, please sit. There's no need for such formality, Iof said, momentarily taken aback. Ishan then bowed slightly and pulled out a military report from his robe. This is the report from Donnie and Nicholas. I hope you can pass it to the Imperial Amos-provising eunuch, who will then give it to His Majesty. Director Wei, we've already received the news, Ace said with a smile, taking the report and pulling Iof to sit beside him. We were just about to inform the Dantes. My timing couldn't be better. Iof was surprised by how cooperative these cabinet officials were being. Director Wei has also made great contributions this time, Max said, holding a cup of tea and smiling. Congratulations. We are all waiting for your victory banquet. Your Excellencies, speak freely if you have anything on your mind, Iof replied, sensing their intentions. Director Wei, I heard there's a wise man advising His Majesty. Who is he? Ace stroked his beard, clearly hinting at something. Iof understood their intent. They were targeting Weston. However, since even the Emperor hadn't revealed this person, how could he dare to disclose it prematurely? Besides, he didn't know the Emperor's stance on this matter. Report. Amostonly, an excited voice came from outside, and Howell entered with Porter. Greetings, Your Majesty. The cabinet officials instantly knelt down. Rise, Howell waved his hand, noticing Iof. How is the situation in Bukhara-Edong? What does the report say? Your Majesty, it's a great victory for us. Ace hurriedly presented the report with both hands. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May His Majesty be elated. Really? Howell was overjoyed, immediately accepting the report. Excellent. After a moment, the Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter. Donnie fought well, truly deserving of my trust. Well done. Ishan put away the report and turned to Iof. You have also contributed greatly this time. If not for selling poisoned grain to the Jurchens, we wouldn't have one so easily. Of course, this was all thanks to Brother Alden's brilliant strategy. All credit goes to Your Majesty's wisdom. This servant dares not take any credit, Iof quickly flattered. Very well. You and the cabinet should draft a list of rewards for those who have made contributions. Once finalized, submit it to me. Howell waved off nonchalantly and looked at Porter. I have matters to attend to, so let's go. And the matter he referred to was naturally going to thank Weston. For Howell, this battle was incredibly crucial. Since Donnie left for Bukhara-Edong, he hadn't been able to sleep or eat properly for 2 months. Now, he could finally relax. Porter prepared some wine and dishes and followed the Emperor out of the palace. Meanwhile, Weston was observing farmers fertilizing the fields. In the past 2 months, he looked somewhat darker but more robust. Brother, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Seeing the Emperor and his attendant approach, Weston waved enthusiastically. Brother, truthfully, I was planning to visit you. Howell instructed Porter to set up the table and took out a 10,000-tael banknote from his robe. Christophering this period, you went to Bukhara-Edong and sold the poison grain. Ishanra's your share. Good job. Weston perked up at the sight of the banknote, straightened up, and took it. No wonder I haven't seen you. Still, it shows you have a conscience. Brother, honestly, I made significant contributions this time too. Howell watched Porter arrange the dishes, poured wine for Weston, and smiled. The Jurchens lost their fighting capability after eating the poison grain, allowing Donnie to achieve a decisive victory. This way, we also earn some credit. Don't get carried away yet. Unexpectedly, Weston grabbed a piece of braised meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Given Howell's nature, you won't receive much reward. As you're not an official, getting anything at all would be good. These words left Howell speechless. Was he really that stingy? Cough. I think this is a major contribution, and His Majesty will likely reward something. Ishan rubbed his hands, picked up his wine cup, and took a sip. Christopher to not drinking for so long. His face flushed red. Ishani, don't you only drink water and eat vegetables? Weston was taken aback, but couldn't resist teasing him. The country won, and we made money. Naturally, I'm happy. Howell, trembling slightly, picked up a piece of meat. It smelled so delicious. Don't get too happy. However, after tasting the dish, Weston's expression darkened, showing clear concern. Brother Alden, why is that? Howell sensed something amiss and looked at him with doubt. I foresee a severe drought next year, and the Jurchens might invade again. This land might be destroyed. Weston sighed, pouring himself a cup of wine. I've been thinking of ways to preserve the land. What do you mean? The Jurchens invading again? Porter looked disbelieving. They suffered a defeat this time, losing soldiers. How can they possibly invade again next spring? That's where Deshawn's brilliance lies. Weston stared into his wine, his expression serious. This man is extraordinary. Don't underestimate him. Next year will definitely bring great trouble, and Beijing may be besieged. Chapter 15. With Alden Gu, I'm safe. Upon hearing Beckett's words, both master and servant felt a chill in their hearts. After all, Donnie's success had been exhilarating. Since Flint took the throne, Bukhara-Edong had been an ongoing headache for him, and it was only now that things were starting to improve. Yet, hearing Beckett bring this up again, how could they not be anxious? Still, deep down, Flint couldn't quite believe it. After all, with Donnie guarding Bukhara-Edong, how could Deshawn easily bypass Shanhaiguan and march straight to the capital? Alden Gu, do you have any evidence to support what you're saying? Deshawn picked up his wine cup but had no appetite, fixing his gaze on Beckett, who was still eating voraciously. Evidence? What kind of evidence would there be? Beckett didn't seem to care, drinking the wine in one gulp and then speaking contentedly. I could say I can predict the future. Would you believe me? It's just like that. If you don't believe me, you'll know when spring comes next year. How could he admit that he came from the future? Who would believe that anyway? Master Alden, Wade quickly refilled the wine glass and handed it to Beckett upon seeing the Emperor's displeased expression. Donnie is guarding Bukhara-Edong now, fortifying everything from Jinzhou to Shanhaiguan like an iron bucket. No matter how powerful the Manchu cavalry is, they can't possibly break into the capital region directly, right? Donnie isn't stupid. You're thinking too simply. Beckett took the wine glass, turning to look at the endless cornfields, his voice cold. I've said before that Deshawn is extremely skilled in warfare. Since he can't force a breakthrough at Jinzhou or Johnny-shan, why wouldn't he find a way around? As he spoke, he turned back to Flint, whose expression had become grave, and added, Ishan can borrow the route through the Kurchin, Kirkin, Mongolian territory and circle around Zaifenku to strike Zuanhua and Dadong directly. Then continue marching all the way to Beijing. Improved version. As he spoke, he turned to Flint, whose expression had grown serious, and continued, Ishan can take a detour through Kurchin, Kirkin, Mongolia, bypass Zaifenku, and launch a direct attack on Zuanhua and Dadong. Then continue marching all the way to Beijing. The moment these words left his mouth, Wade and Flint's expressions changed drastically. Even if they weren't military experts, they understood geography well enough. If this happened, the Jurchen army would appear as if sent by heaven. Brother-in-law, why do you look so distressed? Beckett had been engrossed in his speech, and only now noticed the pale face of his fellow brother. It's fine, Alden-gu. I still have some businesses there. Flint waved his hand and drank the wine in one go. A bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. The Mongol cavalry retreated before. Why wouldn't they fare better against the Jurchens? The Kirkin Mongolian cavalry failed largely due to a lack of supplies. After all, no one and no horse could withstand the potency of that pepper. Beckett shook his head, stretching lazily and letting out a satisfied burp. But if they try the same trick again, it won't work. Deshawn, no matter how foolish, won't fall into the same trap twice. Besides, the main reason is human. Alden man? Both master and servant were taken aback by these words. Indeed. Beckett nodded, walking over to Wade. The Jurchen cavalry is indeed formidable, but when it comes to capturing cities without firearms, they won't get far. Yet, in Flint's second year, Deshawn virtually conquered Zuanhua and Dadong without much resistance. What did this imply? There must have been insiders. Alden-gu, are you suggesting there's a mole in the court? Flint almost spat out each word between gritted teeth. By nature, he was suspicious of officials, and Beckett's words immediately struck a chord. I can't confirm if there's a mole in the court. Beckett didn't really care. His sole focus was making money. But the commanders of these two cities are definitely suspect. Ishan looked seriously at Flint, younger brother. Can you think of a way if the emperor could make independent decisions, it might still be manageable. But these officials only report good news and withhold bad news, making the emperor's judgment short-sighted. How could he understand anything else? Plus, Flint is far too stingy, leaving no room for genuine loyalty among his subordinates. This was brutally true. After all, the Ming army suffered from poor pay, and even with full pay, they could barely match the enemy. When the Qing army attacked Beijing, Flint called on all citizens to resist, offering 20 taels of silver per person. However, when the Qing army withdrew, the emperor begrudged spending the silver. Thus, when Red attacked again, he couldn't rally the citizens' support. This demonstrated his short-sightedness. At this point, Flint felt utterly embarrassed, scratching his head and busying himself with eating. Alden-gu, rest assured, I believe the emperor will change. After a while, he made up his mind. With his brother-in-law here, he would surely make independent decisions and no longer be held back by those officials. Ishan wanted everyone to know that he was the emperor, whose word carried absolute authority and wouldn't be swayed by anyone else. You aren't the emperor, how would you know his thoughts? By this time, Beckett's face was flushed from drinking, slightly dazed. Moreover, his treasury is short on funds, so he thinks only of squeezing the common people. How could he not push them to revolt? Ishan poured himself another drink and remarked, look at these ministers and royal relatives. They're all bloated from excess. Take Barnabas Fu of Luoyang. His silver is piled like mountains. Chapter 16. A reminder. Easton was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the princes were exempt from taxes and supported by the imperial court, as per the ancestral rules. He couldn't argue with the founding emperor about this. As for squeezing money from the common people, his elder brother, Dante's Tianchi, had also done that. The only difference was that Dante's Tianchi took from the merchants in the south, while Easton was now taking from the peasants in the northwest. Unbeknownst to him, when he started taxing the northwest, Rhett and Alex emerged. Well, I've had enough wine. I still have work to do in the fields later. Weston, slightly tipsy, yawned. If not for his cousin's visit today, he would never have drunk alcohol. It was a rare moment of happiness for him. Alden brother. Now, Easton called Weston brother very naturally. If, hypothetically speaking, the commanders of Dadong and Zuanhua are replaced, who should be sent there? Isn't that none of my business? Weston didn't care much and lay down on the ridge, chewing a toothpick lazily. But wouldn't it be great if an official reported me and earned some credit? Troops to Dadong and Zuanhua. Your Majesty. Watching the officials leave after accepting their orders, Marlin, grinding ink nearby, couldn't help but whisper. This matter should be discussed in the cabinet and approved by the Grand Secretariat before issuing orders, otherwise. However, he was cut short by a stern glare from Easton. Having just heard Weston's advice on independent decision-making, did Marlin really want to remind him again? Immediately issue an urgent order, announcing it to the whole world. Do you want me to repeat myself? Easton's face turned grim, staring coldly at Marlin. Your Majesty. Marlin, trembling in fear, knelt down, sweat pouring down his forehead. I was merely reminding you, after all, if the cabinet. Didn't Iof tell you that you've been getting cozy with Alessio? Easton sneered, stepping down from the throne, gazing into the vast cultural hall. Do you think you can compare to an old ancestor? Don't imagine others call you inner chancellor. Ultimately, you're just a dog beside me. An old ancestor? There's only one old ancestor in the Ming dynasty, and that's Taizu. Feel your head. Are you fit for the title? later, Iof entered the hall briskly. Since the victory in Buchareadong, Easton had grown satisfied with the chief eunuch. Your Majesty, you called me? Iof knelt respectfully before the emperor. How have you been these past days? Resting well? Easton glanced up, then continued writing. Thank you for your concern. Iof was visibly moved, bowing repeatedly. All right, you may rise. No need for such formalities. Easton waved his hand, setting down his brush and picking up a piece of paper. Take this edict, and have the Hermanway bring them to the capital immediately. Yes, your Majesty. Iof initially hesitated, then approached the desk, surprised by the content. Any issues? Easton, anticipating his reaction, asked, standing up. Chapter 16. A friendly warning. Faced with this statement, Flint was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the vassal kings didn't have to pay taxes. They were supported by the court. This was an ancestral rule, and he couldn't possibly argue with the founding emperor over it. As for squeezing money from the commoners, his older brother, Dantes Tianchi, did just that. The only difference was that Dantes Tianchi collected from Jiangnan, from those merchants. Ishan, on the other hand, was collecting in the northwest, from the common people. Bucherdal did he know, when he started pressing in the northwest, Rhett and Alex rose up. Well, enough of that. I've had too much wine and still need to go back to the fields, Weston said, eyes blurred from drinking, yawning. If not for his cousin's visit today, he would never have drunk alcohol. This rare moment of joy was hard won. Brother Alden. Now Flint called him brother effortlessly. If, hypothetically speaking, birdies at Dadong and Zuanhua were replaced, who should we send? This has nothing to do with you, right? Weston, without hesitation, lay down on the field ridge, holding a toothpick in his mouth, feeling quite relaxed. Well, if officials reported it and gained credit, wouldn't it be better? Flint also put down his cup and chopsticks. After 2 cups of wine, he was almost done for. If we make it big, don't forget each other. Weston paid no attention, looking up at the sky. Currently, Donnie is in Buchareadong, Amos and Chungzong passed out of Tongguan, and Nathan is decent. Although Mandanti is a bit reckless, he's a skilled fighter. Sending these 2 would work. Thank you for your advice, Brother Alden. Flint firmly believed this, as the Buchareadong victory proved. Others might doubt, but believing in Brother Alden ensured eternal life. You and I are brothers, no need for such formalities. Weston flossed his teeth, waving a hand nonchalantly. Besides, what's the point of our grand talk here? The Emperor may not even adopt it. That's not necessarily true. Flint stood up, the alcohol making him dizzy. Marlin quickly supported him. There are matters in the shop, so I'll take my leave now. Ishan thought about replacing the commanders and then exposing and punishing the traitor, setting an example. Weston's eyes were glazed over, nearly asleep. Back in the capital, Dante's Howl immediately summoned Nathan and Mandanti upon Flint's return. When told to garrison at Dadong, both were stunned. Liu, a scholar-turned-officer, was proud and unwilling to join the Donglin party, feeling somewhat underappreciated. Mandanti offended Geordie, and thus wasn't given important tasks. Now promoted to generals and bestowed titles of vice ministers of war, both were extremely grateful. They immediately led troops to Dadong and Zuanhua. Your Majesty. Seeing the officials bow in thanks and leave, Marlin, who was grinding ink nearby, could not help but remind quietly, this matter should be deliberated by the cabinet and approved by the Office of Ceremonial Rights before being issued, otherwise. However, before he finished, Howell glared at him. Ishan had just listened to his elder brother's advice and was ready to make decisive moves. Did this guy really want to remind him again? Send this immediately as an emergency decree. Do I have to repeat myself? Howell's face turned grim. Ishan stood up and coldly stared at Marlin. Your Majesty. Marlin trembled and knelt instantly, sweat dripping. I only meant to remind you. If the cabinet. Have I heard that you've been close to Han Yong lately? Howell sneered, descending from the throne, staring at the vast hall. Do you think you're old enough to be called ancestor? Don't think because others call you grand secretary, you're anything more than just a dog by my side. Ancestor? There's only one ancestor in the Ming dynasty, Taizu. Are you worthy of it? Think again. These words made Marlin shake violently with fear. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Ishan rushed forward, pale-faced. Han Yong asked about Weston. They think there's a wise man behind you, so? Indeed, these eunuchs represented imperial power. Bukhara-Jin and Iof were prime examples. Yet, whatever power they wielded, an imperial edict could still decide their fate. Without imperial support, they were less than dogs. What did you tell them? Howell's face fell, hearing this. Weston was a unique existence. They did not wish anyone else knew about him. I said nothing, Your Majesty. Marlin hurried to explain. Without your permission, I dared not speak. All right, good of you to understand. Satisfied, Howell nodded and indicated Marlin to rise. Nathan and Mandanti are already on their way. You will follow overnight as supervisor. Remember, before Deshawn invades South, report everything to me. You listen to what Weston said. Remind them while there. Of course, deep down, he didn't fully trust these 2. Yes, Your Majesty. Marlin promptly agreed. You can go now. Amazman Iof. Yes. About 15 minutes later, Iof entered the hall briskly. After the Buchareadong victory, Howell was quite satisfied with this eunuch superintendent, left by Tianchi. Your Majesty, you summoned me? Iof looked at the emperor seated at the desk and knelt down carefully. How have you been these days? Still okay? Thank you for asking, Your Majesty. Iof bowed repeatedly, touched. That's enough. Rise. Howell waved his hand, put down the brush, and picked up a paper. Issue this edict and have the Hermanway bring them to the capital. Yes. Iof paused, walked to the desk, and was surprised by its content. Any issues? Howell, having anticipated his reaction, stood and asked. Chapter 17. The Cabinet and the Dantes. There seems to be no issue, Iof said sternly, but the cabinet is not easy to deal with. After all, Flint had dismissed 2 generals in succession and then appointed Nathan. Despite this, the court continued to function normally, thanks to the cabinet ensuring that the state machinery did not grind to a halt. But for the cabinet and the censorate, Flint's disregard was intolerable, so the flow of petitions never ceased. Over 2 months, their language became increasingly vehement, yet their words fell on deaf ears. In Beijing, the situation was intense, but it was equally lively in Zhuhua and Datong. By late July, Nathan and Mandanti had fully taken over the defense duties in Zhuhua and Datong. In early August, the Hermanwei, imperial Dantiards, brought back the dismissed generals to the capital. By mid-August, seeing no action from Flint, the Donglin party agitated even more fiercely. Flint remained indifferent, choosing instead to visit Alden Tion's cornfields. If the officials saw this, they would likely go berserk. Following Porter's suggestion, Nathan sealed off all shops in Zhuhua and Datong that had business ties with Mongolians and Jin slaves in early September. Many of these belonged to the Jin merchants and Geordie's family. By early October, through interrogation, Nathan finally uncovered detailed information about the Jin slaves in the city. Flint had thought this news would calm the officials in the capital. However, they became even more enraged because Nathan and Mandanti's actions threatened their interests, naturally inviting their displeasure. This led to public outcry, with numerous petitions demanding Nathan's dismissal. By mid-November, Ep1of could no longer bear the pressure. Christophering this period, he and the palace guards blocked the officials' access to the emperor. As more officials were offended, resolving the situation became increasingly difficult, especially when the cabinet itself got involved. Ep1of was confident handling censors, but felt differently about cabinet members. Out of necessity, he rushed to Yangxin Palace to find the emperor. At that moment, Flint was playing chess with Tracy Zhou. Although he had profited from Alden Tion's endeavors, it was merely damage control. The entire Ming dynasty needed funds in many places, and initially, he considered taxing the people. Recalling Alden Tion's advice, he hesitated between targeting merchants or the royal kin. What is it? Seeing Ep1of, Flint set down the chess piece irritably. Is there a new situation in Datong? These past days, Nathan and Mandanti have spent considerable silver on fortifications, Ep1of replied with a strained smile. But that's not the problem, Your Majesty. Ep1of continued helplessly. More and more officials are submitting petitions now. Some say they will kneel at the palace gates until death if they don't see you. They are really quite persistent. Flint frowned, pacing angrily. I didn't want to engage them, but it looks like I have no choice. Ishan gritted his teeth and coldly ordered, let them gather in Wenhua Hall and discuss their issues there. Yes, Your Majesty. Ep1of sighed inwardly with relief and left swiftly. After a short while, ministers gathered in the hall. Flint had barely sat down when someone stood up. Your Majesty, what crimes did birdies in Datong and Zhuhua commit? Why dismiss them without cause? This is hardly convincing. A censor promptly chimed in, furthermore, they were meritorious officers. Have you forgotten the spies found in Datong and Zhuhua? Is this not due to poor oversight? If such negligence leads to the Jian cavalry breaking through our defenses, would it not be too costly? Flint countered sharply, leaving the censor speechless. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Ace, the chief cabinet member, interjected, irrespective of the authenticity of the spies. Bypassing established protocols undermines tradition. Edicts should be reviewed by the cabinet and the office of ceremonial before issuance. Your Majesty's unilateral action is frivolous. These sentiments reflected their true concerns. It was becoming clear that the emperor was slipping out of their control. Do you think it's my fault? Flint sneered, glaring at Ace. What should be done according to you? Rescind the decree immediately and recall Nathan and Mandanti. Elias responded quickly. We've heard they've already spent tens of thousands of taels despite no war. This must be investigated thoroughly. The room filled with tension as the debate intensified. ##### Chapter 18. Equal confrontation? Dante's Flint sat on the dragon throne with a grim expression, his mind swirling with thoughts. Ishan had anticipated this scenario, but he hadn't expected the entire cabinet to challenge him collectively. Their memorials have been reviewed by me. There are no issues, he said after a brief moment of contemplation. The emperor then coldly addressed the officials. The city walls in Zhuhua and Datong have deteriorated over time and it's high time for repairs. Moreover, Datong successfully defended against the Qin Mongol cavalry earlier. What's wrong with allocating some funds now? / edited version. Their petitions have already been reviewed by me, and there are no issues, the Dantes stated after a moment of thought. Ishan then fixed a cold gaze on the officials and said, the city walls in Zhuhua and Datong have long been in disrepair and it is high time we repair them. Moreover, Datong has successfully defended against the Mongol cavalry from Qin before. Is there something wrong with allocating some funds now? Note. I slightly rephrased some sentences to ensure it reads more fluently in English while keeping the essence intact. Elias was speechless at these remarks, but knew he couldn't back down at this point. Stiffening his neck, he continued, even so, it doesn't require such an enormous amount. Over 100,000 taels of silver. Though the treasury is currently well funded, if this continues indefinitely, we will not be able to sustain it. Hemph. Most of this money comes from selling land and grain as arranged by me. Flint snorted coldly, his gaze stern as he looked at the few men. So now that we use it locally, you feel pain for it? With the newfound wealth, his tone became more assertive. Watching this scene unfold, ministers led by Alessio began to feel something was amiss. If things went on like this, how would the cabinet maintain balance with the imperial power? How could they demonstrate their value? In the future, wouldn't the Dantes be making all decisions unilaterally? How unacceptable. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Alessio immediately stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, we understand fully that fortifying the cities is crucial and there is no dispute on this matter. However, why did your Majesty dismiss birdies of Zhuhua and Datong without prior consultation with the cabinet? And, shouldn't promoting Nathan and Mandanti directly to the Ministry of War, who were previously idle at home, be problematic? Besides, there is no approval from the cabinet. One reason for this stance was because the donghua general was his disciple. Another reason was due to Nathan's arrogant personality, which didn't align well with them. This made them suspect whether these two had somehow bewitched the Dantes. Yes, your majesty. As soon as he spoke, Alessio's disciples, followers, and Donglin party officials echoed him. Your majesty, the cabinet system was established by our ancestors and should not be violated. Your majesty. Your majesty, a filial son does not ruin his family. An upright minister does not bring down the state. Please heed this counsel. For a moment, the court was in uproar, like a bustling marketplace. Flint's face turned ashen with rage, his jaw clenched tightly as he glared at Iof. Master, should you retreat to the harem? Iof, acting as his enforcer, immediately caught the signal and suggested, leave this to your humble servant. They wouldn't dare to act rashly here. Forget it. Flint frowned, ultimately suppressing his anger, realizing that the entire court was now united against him. Ishan wasn't dealing with just one person. Fine, very well. Thinking about this, he abruptly stood up, leaning both hands on the dragon desk, snorting coldly. If I do not listen to you, must the Ming dynasty perish? Bang! Ishan slammed the desk forcefully. Please calm down, your majesty. The ministers, taken aback, immediately knelt down in a mass. Changing the ancestral rules without cause is improper. Alessio glanced at the censor, who crawled forward a few steps and shouted, otherwise, the cabinet becomes meaningless. If your majesty makes all major and minor decisions alone, errors are inevitable. Please reconsider. Flint was trembling with fury, but there was nothing he could do. A loyal minister might die in protest, but that was the reputation they sought. Good. Then kneel here. What he needed was news from the front lines. If Nathan and Mandanti brought back news of victory, he would gain the upper hand. Leaving this message, he turned and walked towards the harem, with Iof quickly following. Are the captured spies confirmed to be gene merchants? Looking at those behind him, Flint's expression was unreadable as he gazed at the branches swaying in the winter wind. Yes, absolutely true. Iof nodded hurriedly, lowering his voice. Moreover, the donghua general has intricate ties with these Jan merchants. Very well. Flint finally shifted his gaze, eyes gleaming coldly, and instructed. Keep this matter confidential. Also, don't move against any officials before we receive reports from the front. Understood. Iof shivered, bowing in response. As the Dantes returned to the palace, the officials in the hall remained motionless. They had resolved to kneel if Flint did not relent. Gentlemen, the Dantes needs rest. Perhaps you should return? Iof entered the hall, smiling at everyone. It's freezing outside. Take care of yourselves. Not leaving. We won't budge. That's right. Unless the Dantes rescinds the order, we'll kneel until death. Yes, if things continue like this, the state will fall into disarray. As subjects, how can we allow the Dantes to make unjust decisions? Ministers were fervent, vowing to hold their ground. No problem, kneel if you wish. Iof sneered and then looked at the eunuchs nearby. Pay close attention to the ministers. If they are thirsty or hungry, provide tea and snacks immediately. If they are tired, inform their families to bring blankets. Anyone negligent shall beware. Yes. The eunuchs flinched, nodding promptly. Gentlemen, I'll stay here with you. Wei Zongxian, not bothering to be polite, adjusted his robe and sat down beside them. But remember, anyone daring to disturb the Dantes in the Western Garden will be dealt with accordingly. This clearly irked Alessio and the leading ministers. They understood it was a challenge, yet no one left the hall. They aimed to make the Dantes back down, or else their skills would be wasted. Especially Alessio, the chief cabinet member and stabilizing force of the Ming dynasty. If he backed down now, how could he command respect and sustainable in the long run? Aldenf, most of these funds were obtained from selling land and provisions as I arranged, Flint retorted, staring coldly at them. What? You are now regretting using these funds locally? Feeling more confident now that he had the funds, Flint spoke more assertively. This scene made Donovan and other senior ministers uneasy. If this continued, how could the cabinet balance the imperial power? How would they justify their value? Wouldn't it mean the emperor would have the final say alone? That wouldn't do. Your majesty. Seeing this, Donovan immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply. We understand that city defense is crucial, and there is no dispute about this. But why did you dismiss the commanders of donghua and Dadong without prior consultation with the cabinet? Moreover, promoting Nathan and Mandanti directly from idleness to high ranks in the Ministry of War seems inappropriate. Besides, there was no formal approval from the cabinet. One reason was that the commander of donghua was his protege. Another was because of Nathan's arrogant nature, which caused conflicts. This made them suspect whether these two had bewitched the emperor. Yes, your majesty. Amisporters of Donovan and officials from the Donglin party chimed in. Your majesty, this system was established by our ancestors and must not be violated. Your majesty, a filial son doesn't ruin the family. Loyal ministers preserve the state. We hope your majesty sees clearly. For a moment, the entire court erupted into chaos, like a bustling market. Flint's face turned ashen with rage, grinding his teeth as he glared at Iof. Master, should you return to the palace for now? As his confidant, Iof reacted instantly. Leave it to me. They won't dare defy an eunuch like me. Forget it. Flint frowned, suppressing his anger. Ishan understood the court was unified against him, not just individuals. Very well, excellent indeed. Thinking this over, he abruptly stood up, resting his hands on the desk. If I don't listen to you, will the whole country fall apart? With that, he slammed the desk hard. Your majesty, calm down. The ministers froze, immediately kneeling in a sea of black. Your majesty, changing the ancestral rules is wrong. Donovan glanced at the censor-in-chief who moved forward, shouting, otherwise, the cabinet becomes powerless, and all decisions rest with your majesty, inviting errors. Please reconsider. Flint trembled with anger but felt helpless. Their stance was clear. Die in war or remonstrate until death. Fine, fine. You may kneel here then. Ishan desperately needed good news from the front lines. If Nathan and Mandanti reported a great victory, he could assert his authority. Leaving these words, he turned toward the palace, with Iof closely following. Are the captured spies definitely Gene merchants? Facing those behind him, Flint's mood swung, gazing at the wind-blown branches. Yes, absolutely. Iof nodded hurriedly, lowering his voice. And the Xuanhua commander has ties to these Gene merchants. Excellent. Flint retracted his gaze, eyes flashing coldly. Keep this quiet. Also, before any military report arrives, don't act against any officials. Understood. Iof shivered slightly, replying humbly. Thus, as the emperor returned to the palace, the officials remained unmoved. They decided if Flint didn't yield, they would kneel indefinitely. Gentlemen, the emperor is resting. Shouldn't you return? Iof entered the hall, smiling. In this freezing weather, you might harm yourselves. Not returning. Absolutely not. Right, unless the emperor revokes his orders, we'll kneel till death. Indeed, continuing like this, the state will fall apart. As loyal subjects, we can't leave the emperor unjust. Amostonly, the ministers were impassioned, determined to hold their ground. So be it. Kneel if you must. Iof sneered, looking at the little eunuchs. Pay attention. From today, care for the ministers. If they are thirsty or hungry, provide tea and snacks. If tired, notify their families to send bedding. Anyone negligent, beware. Yes. The little eunuchs trembled, nodding quickly. Gentlemen, I'll stay here with you. Iof sat down casually, but remember, anyone disturbing the emperor in the West Garden, beware my wrath. This irked the ministers led by Donovan. Clearly, they were being challenged. Yet, none left. They aimed to make the emperor capitulate. Otherwise, what use were their skills? Especially Donovan, the chief grand secretary and cornerstone of the Ming dynasty. If he retreated now, how could he command others or earn their trust? Thus, the officials confronted the emperor, kneeling during the day, sleeping in Wenhua Hall at night, resolved not to yield. Even Iof was exasperated by these civil servants, tougher than warriors. It was incredible. From mid-November to early December, heavy snow blanketed Jingdu. Chapter 19. Great Victory. The Forbidden City was also blanketed in snow, the view of the northern landscape breathtakingly beautiful. However, the ministers in the Wenhua Hall were sniffling. They hadn't returned home for over half a month, and their robes were no longer sufficient to keep them warm. Yet, despite this, not a single one of them proposed leaving. Gentlemen, Iof straightened his body, stretching his nearly numb limbs. For these past 2 weeks, apart from going to the bathroom, he hadn't left the hall. These ministers must have read themselves into stupidity. It's bitterly cold now. There's no need to stubbornly stay. Go back, shall we? Iof was genuinely concerned. If it weren't for the emperor's prior warning, he would have had the Hermanway escort these ministers away to the northern garrison and given them a few good lashes. No. Unless His Majesty rescinds his decree, we won't leave. Kendrick couldn't hold out much longer, but as the chief grand secretary, he couldn't be the first to leave. Eunuch Wei, please go in and persuade His Majesty to come out and meet us. Sheldon sighed helplessly. We haven't had court for more than half a year. What if this gets out? How will it look? I heard that His Majesty often goes outside the city and— Be quiet, Minister Chow. Do you have any right to comment? Elias sniffed and huffed, about to complain, when Iof immediately cut him off. Ishan knew that Weston was almost a divine presence to Dante's howl. I'm only speaking the truth. Can a commoner from the countryside talk about state affairs like this? It will be chaos. If the Tartar army invades, will we become another Jingkong incident? Elias had made up his mind to be like Wei Zhang. To them, if the person behind the emperor were to target the Shangxi merchants or anyone else, it would mean trouble for all of them. They had to eliminate him. Nonsense. Iof jumped in fright and directly shouted at Elias. Minister Chow, can you say such things? Have you lost your life? Not just him. Even the other ministers were startled. Ishanal, they didn't want to die either. Military report. A military report from Xuanhua and Datong. Amostonly, a small eunuch ran in from outside, holding a military report, slipping several times in the snow, looking extremely urgent. That guard outside looks like a deputy general from Datong. Could it be the Tartars have breached the pass? It can't be possible. If that's true, it'll be a disaster. Nathan and Mandanti aren't capable military leaders. They're bound to lose. So, we must impeach them. We must impeach them. The ministers shifted their focus to Nathan. For them, internal strife mattered more than the battlefront. Protecting their faction's interests came first. What are you yelling about? Hand me the report first. Iof trembled hearing the minister's words. Why was this different from promoting Donnie? First, Yuan was tactful and friendly with the Donglin party. Second, promoting Yuan was a cabinet decision, while promoting Nathan and Mandanti was an imperial decree. Ishan didn't want the emperor's power to wane. Grand Eunuch, great victory. Victory at Xuanhua and Datong. The young eunuch, visibly excited, handed over the report. Really? Great. Bring that general inside quickly. Iof couldn't believe it, yet a voice full of excitement rose. It was Dante's howl who had arrived. Your Majesty. Ministers and eunuchs immediately knelt down. Enough. Let's hear what the deputy general has to say. Howell was overjoyed. For the past 6 months, he had been under immense pressure. Now the victory confirmed he was right and Weston's predictions were eerily accurate. General Ma, Dante Oching pays homage to your Majesty. The deputy general quickly entered the hall and knelt before the emperor. Well done. Very well. Tell me, how did the battle go? Howell waved for Iof to hand him the report, then glanced at Ma Dante Oching. Yes, sire. At the end of November, the Tartar cavalry had already moved south and approached Datong. On December 1st, Chief Leader Deshan led an attack on the city but was repelled by Commander Nathan, who personally defended the city walls and engaged the enemy leader. Deshan sustained an injury to his right arm. On December 2nd, Commander Lu arranged for someone to exit the city, pretending to be a spy, and set up a signal of fire to guide our troops into the city. That night, Deshan led his forces into the outer city of Da. Our troops were prepared and ambushed them, catching them off guard. The enemy retreated in disarray. As they returned to camp, Commander Mandanti had already blocked their rear. Commander Lu pursued, leading to a fierce battle. We decapitated 5,000 and captured 20,000, seizing countless horses, weapons, and supplies. A great victory. At this point, the deputy general was visibly emotional. The Ming army had now won 2 consecutive victories, significantly boosting morale compared to previous passive defenses. Excellent. Excellent. Howell finished reading the report, feeling thrilled. Looking at Mandanti Oching, he said, "Rest for now. Let the Imperial Kitchen prepare a feast for you. Then return to Dadong. When Nathan and Mandanti return victorious, I will personally celebrate with you all." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mandanti Oching, having traveled tirelessly for days, was deeply grateful. Meanwhile, the civil officials remained silent, like frostbitten eggplants. "Gentlemen, there was a great victory at Zuanhua and Dadong. Why do you not seem happy?" Howell put down the report and looked at everyone. "Your Majesty." Kendrick stepped forward, bowing. Chief Leader Deshan is known for his cunning. How could a simple stratagem deceive him? There are too many puzzling aspects. You think Nathan and Mandanti are deceiving me? Claiming false victories? Howell cut him off without hesitation, his voice cold, his shockwaves through the room. Elias's face turned pale, his body trembling. "I never would have thought. I really never would have thought." Flint stared coldly at the ministers below him. "In our great Ming, such things can actually happen. These traitors are indeed daring." Turning abruptly to the Minister of Works, he shouted, "Elias! Why, Your Majesty?" Elias shivered in fear, falling directly to the ground. What is your relationship with Chowishing? Why did he carry out his fraud under your name? No wonder you managed to get hold of iron ore. Was it approved by your department? How dare you?" Flint was livid. Despite his diligent efforts, the ministers were proving to be nothing short of a catastrophe. Salt, iron, tea, and horses were crucial resources for the state. "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't know anything about it." Elias repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, never imagining that his nephew would be so audacious as to collude with the enemy, endangering national security. Even multiple lives wouldn't suffice as punishment. "Enough, take him away." Flint didn't want to waste more time and turned to Alessio. "Alessio, these past few days in the Wenhua Palace have been tough for you." "Your Majesty." Alessio hadn't anticipated this turn of events and could only kneel in response, unsure of what to say. "You're getting older. There's no need to endure this any longer. Go home and write books." Flint had already made up his mind to change the cabinet personnel. "Your Majesty." Alessio couldn't help shedding tears, knowing well that after decades of diligent service, he couldn't retire peacefully. "All right, everyone may retreat." Flint waved his hand and turned toward the palace quarters. At this moment, he felt extremely pleased. This battle not only defeated the Jin state but also significantly stabilized imperial power. This was precisely what he wanted. "You continue interrogating Elias, see if you can uncover more information. Remember, ideally, we want to implicate more Shangxi merchants." Ishan glanced at Iof behind him and instructed, "Understood? Anyone who dared sell iron or must forfeit their life many times over." Furthermore, the collusion between officials and merchants implicated numerous other officials behind the Shangxi merchants. All of this had to be eradicated root and branch. "The old servant understands." Iof nodded, having long endured the incompetence of these officials. Ishan would seize this opportunity to properly address them. "Your Majesty, welcome back." Stepping through the snow back to the Kunling Palace, Tracy Zhou was already waiting with a group of maidservants and eunuchs. The news of the great victory in Zuanhua and Dadong had spread through us with Moxie. Gazing at the capital city outskirts, his heart suddenly sank. Snowfall promised a bountiful year, yet after the initial heavy snow, it was followed only by frost and cold winds. Mostly, it rained ice pellets. Could Beckett be right about a major drought this year? His previously relaxed mood tightened. Arriving at the estate, he saw Beckett and Yowazi roasting corn in the courtyard. They greeted Flint and Moxie warmly upon their arrival. "Good boy. It's been half a month since you last visited?" Beckett playfully punched Flint and laughed. "I thought you'd forgotten about me." This scene stunned Moxie. So impressive. Beating up an emperor. "Come, try this roasted corn, cooked by Tianxin. It's delicious." Yowazi offered a roasted ear of corn, its golden yellow color inviting and fragrant. "Brother, I've been busy recently and couldn't come earlier." Flint took a bite without hesitation, his eyes widening. It was heavenly. "Brother?" Moxie was confused again. Could this be royal kinship? It doesn't make sense. If so, he shouldn't live in a village. Could this be a significant person? Must serve him well. "All right, you've cooked again. Let's go inside and talk. I brewed some liquor this year. Let's have some too. Maize distillate. It tastes fantastic." Ignoring formalities, Beckett led Flint into the house and looked at Nyowazi. "Go get the village chief and others. They've always wanted to drink maize distillate. Tell them, today, there's plenty for everyone." "Okay." Nyowazi immediately ran off. "Brother, what's this maize distillate?" Flint, munching on corn, remained puzzled. "It's distilled from corn, and it tastes just as good as what you brought." Beckett rubbed his hands together, gesturing for them to sit down. Chapter 21. Younger brother, must you still hide? This corn can be distilled into alcohol? Dante's Howell's face was filled with disbelief and curiosity as he heard this. "It's truly miraculous," he murmured. "With your current comfortable life, you've become somewhat lazy and have lost touch with agriculture," Weston remarked, sitting down as he watched Moxie arrange the dishes on the table. Ishan smiled and said, "Actually, all grains we consume daily can be used to make alcohol." Ishan casually opened a jar beside him and poured 3 bowls. "Come sit down. You can try it. I guarantee the taste is unique." Thank you, cousin. Dante's howl immediately sat across from him. The moment he smelled the wine, its rich fragrance invigorated him. Meanwhile, the young eunuch, seeing how respectfully the emperor treated the villager, was thoroughly shocked. Having served in the palace for so long, what royal relative hadn't he seen? Even in front of the emperor, they would act humbly and cautiously, yet here was an unremarkable villager who received such courtesy from the son of Ishanavin. This only made him more respectful. Indeed, indeed. Howell lifted his bowl and took a sip, sighing with satisfaction. This is truly fine wine, smooth and fragrant, with a sweet aftertaste. Cousin, this is really excellent. The emperor's face flushed red, looking quite pleased. If you like it, take a few jars back with you. Weston picked up a morsel of food and replied nonchalantly, I can't drink much anyway. Sherman brother, Frank has arrived. At that moment, Wilson led a man in his 50s into the room. Holding a smoking pipe and with a pale complexion due to the cold, Frank entered and immediately felt the warmth. Ishan sat next to Howell and uncaringly took a sip of wine, finally warming up. Moxie noticed Frank daring to sit with the emperor and was about to protest but was stopped by Howell's glance. For some reason, as the son of Ishanavin, he found himself unusually fond of this environment. Are you Sherman's cousin? No, I'm his younger brother. Your memory's getting worse. Frank laughed and corrected himself. Ishanra, nephew. Let's have a toast. Cheers. Howell didn't hesitate, finishing half his bowl in one go. This is top-notch. Frank picked up a piece of meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth, grinning. Sherman, the silver from selling corn has been collected. I think we should buy something else besides grain. That won't work. Weston shook his bowl, his expression turning serious. Next year's harvest will surely be poor. If we don't stockpile grain now, just eating corn and potatoes won't be enough. The price of grain won't rise this year. Frank took a puff from his pipe, excitement in his eyes. You don't know yet? Xuanhua and Dadong won a major battle. The Tartars can't cross the border, and the capital will remain stable. Grain prices will drop. Who told you that? Weston became alert, looking at the old village chief with skepticism. Has Deshan been defeated? That didn't seem right. Deshan had attacked Sanchening and colluded with spies, meaning he should soon attack Beijing. Do you need to hear it? Frank knocked the ash from his pipe and took another sip, chuckling. Everyone in Beijing already knows. It spread to the countryside last night. A great victory. Commander Nathan personally led the charge. Like Dante and you descended from heaven, defeating the Tartars completely. Indeed, indeed. Brother Sherman, I heard it too. Wilson, with a mouthful of food, added excitedly. Ishannering the villagers' pride. Howell felt immensely gratified, finishing his bowl. At this point, he was already slightly tipsy but still composed. Cousin, another bowl. Your wine is delightful. Ishan handed over his bowl. You knew about this already? Weston, being shrewd, asked while pouring the wine. I only learned on my way here. Taking the bowl, Howell smiled. I heard the decision-making for this victory came from His Majesty. It seems he has changed. Weston remained silent, taking a sip of wine instead. Sherman, shall we proceed with the plan to stockpile grain? Frank, already drunk from one bowl, looked at him with blurred vision. Yes. Weston responded decisively. Although grain prices won't rise now, there's no guarantee for next year. We can't continue spending ahead of our means. Moreover, the Northwest would experience drought next year, making it viable to sell grain there. Got it. I'll notify every household immediately. Frank stood up but nearly stumbled. Howell quickly steadied him. Vance, there's no rush. Let's finish drinking tonight and handle it tomorrow. Weston hurriedly advised. No, we mustn't wait. Frank chuckled. You don't know these village rascals. They now have spare money and nothing to do in winter. They'll definitely head to the city to gamble. Better they buy grain early and avoid trouble. Wilson, stop eating and escort the Vance out. Weston patted Wilson's head. With his identity, how would he be able to interact with his cousin in the future? Moreover, Weston might restrain himself out of respect for his imperial status and not speak freely anymore. Wouldn't that mean he'd have to continue down the old path? Without his cousin's guidance, how could he govern the country? In this instant, a fierce internal struggle raged within him, leaving him at a loss for words. Still unwilling to tell the truth? Weston picked up his bowl, took a sip, and said while picking at some dishes, Did you tell anyone else about our conversation? Why was Nathan transferred to Dadong? And why did Deshan fall into an inside-outside pincer move? Note, Aldanong Taiji should be Deshan, correcting the partial Chinese name to its full proper translation. How astute. From Frank's few words, Weston had already deduced that it must have been his cousin who spread the information. Not hiding anything from you, cousin. Relief washed over Easton. It wasn't about revealing his identity after all, but something else entirely. Since that day we talked, I've barely slept. Didn't expect you to still harbor a patriotic heart. Ishan hadn't even finished speaking when Weston rolled his eyes sarcastically. Cousin jokes, Easton replied awkwardly. Elias over to the northern garrison. So what could they do now? With that said, I have a question. Weston, having drunk too much, gazed hazily and asked, Who told you these things? In court, who can sway the emperor? Nathan was unemployed at home then. Who had the authority to transfer him to Dadong? Only the emperor could do that. Could this cousin know such high-ranking officials? Cousin, no secrets from you. After some thought, Easton decided not to reveal his identity and instead blamed it on a eunuch. I met some friends in the Ministry of Works who introduced me to a powerful eunuch, Ep1of4. Really? You actually know him? This made Weston pause. According to history, Wei should have been guarding the royal tombs, yet there was no news about it. Clearly, the course of history had shifted subtly. Not lying to you, cousin. The things you told me, I repeated at a drinking session with him. Probably, it reached the emperor's ears. Easton shrugged and gave all the credit to Ep1of4. Moxie beside him envied him. If he had such an opportunity, wouldn't he soar high? Niu Zhongxian has already been mentioned twice by me. Weston nodded solemnly. Calling him worthless is indeed harsh, considering the countless loyal ministers and generals he killed. But this old fox does serve some purpose. Without him, the Ming dynasty wouldn't fall into chaos. Cousin, what do you mean? Internally, Easton disagreed. Ishan had heard enough about this treacherous eunuch who betrayed everyone. The logic is simple, you'll understand once I explain. Weston pointed to the water bucket nearby. Imagine this bucket as the entire Ming dynasty, currently in turmoil. The officials and eunuchs are like pieces holding the bucket together, maintaining stability. If one piece is missing and others can't compensate, the whole thing will collapse. If Iof dies without a successor to balance the Donglin party, once they gain too much power and the emperor can't control them, the entire Ming dynasty will drown. These words enlightened Easton. As he reflected, he found them increasingly logical. Cousin's analogy is vivid indeed. Ishan acted indifferent, but felt compelled to steer the conversation towards personal matters to elicit more meaningful insights from his cousin. Now that the Jurchens have been repelled twice, the Ming defense has stabilized. There shouldn't be any worries anymore, right? Excited, he continued. If His Majesty works diligently, surely the Ming dynasty's revival is promising. You're simplifying things. Unexpectedly, Weston poured cold water on his excitement with a disdainful remark. Indeed, the border seems secure. But remember, the problems are both internal and external. If internal issues aren't resolved, external threats will surely return. Or more wine. But noticed his bowl was still full. Ishan hurriedly drank a mouthful. If he were clear, could he have ascended the throne and executed Iof? Could he have employed Donglin party members and allowed them to create such chaos in the court? Flint's face immediately darkened. How many times had he been insulted like this? Ishan couldn't remember. Yet, every word felt true. But when had he ever killed Iof? Now look around. How many large landowners or wealthy merchants are actually farming their lands? With such vast tracts of land, how many pay taxes? Weston ignored the Dantes' changing expression and continued. The tax burden falls on ordinary people who can't afford it, so they sell their land. This leads to increased land consolidation, making the people poorer and the national treasury even emptier. Tell me, how can this not lead to peasant revolts? Speechless, Flint didn't know how to respond. Of course, he wasn't clear about these issues. Although the Ministry of Revenue submitted land measurements annually, he couldn't tell if the information was accurate. Eschannering this, Flint felt increasingly uncomfortable. More importantly, as I mentioned last time, these royal princes and kings, including those fake general protectors, they own plenty of land but don't pay taxes. The state also has to allocate substantial funds and grain to support them. Weston clenched his jaw, feeling more infuriated. Cato had good intentions back then, but never imagined the royal family would become increasingly decadent with each generation. Let's not talk about others. Just look at Barnabas Fu and No. Flint, listening intently, was utterly baffled. Moxie turned deathly pale, trembling with fear. What was this man saying about the emperor hanging himself right before their faces? Did he have multiple heads? Brother-in-law, what's going on? What about Red attacking Beijing and Howell, hanging himself? Flint's face was ashen. Ishan believed in Weston's abilities, but not in random fabrications. This was taboo. No matter how much he trusted him, he couldn't allow this. Do you listen or not? Who asked you to interrupt? Weston rolled his eyes, straightened up, and leaned back irritably. Do you doubt my words? Would I lie to you? Let me tell you, after Ret seized Beijing, those royals and nobles handed out millions of silver taels when investigated. When Red attacked Luoyang, Barnabas Fu surrendered and was turned into a blessing banquet. Do they really have no money? They just don't want to give it. These words shocked both Flint and his servant. Moxie trembled, wondering if he should leave. Brother-in-law. Flint was genuinely worried. If his predictions came true, how could he bear it? How would he face the ancestors below? What exactly happened with the attack on Beijing? Who is this Ret? Ishan fired questions rapidly, afraid to miss any detail. Ret was just a laid-off worker who was eventually forced into rebellion. Weston rubbed his head, dizzy from the drink. In Howell's 17th year, he led troops into Beijing, and the emperor hanged himself on Maishan Hill. The entire north fell into chaos. Flint's heart raced. Ishan pretended to stay calm and took a sip of wine. In the end, Ret lost to Germain at Shenhaiguan. From then on, the Ming dynasty plummeted into endless disaster. The Eight Banners troops moved south, capturing cities, massacring civilians. The 10-day massacre in Yangzhou, the 3 massacres in Jiading. Countless Han people died under their iron hooves. Weston sighed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Think about it. This is a huge disgrace. Alas. This can't be. Brother-in-law, what's going on? How did it get this bad? What happened to the Ming? These are things beyond us commoners. Weston patted Flint's shoulder, thinking his cousin was scared stiff. That's why I urge you to gather wealth. With money, we can go overseas and find a place to be our petty king, living freely. Isn't that better? Brother-in-law. Flint almost cried. Petty king? Ishan was the real emperor of the great Ming dynasty. Chapter 24. Cousin's well-intentioned effort. What? Why do you look so awful? Weston suddenly noticed that his cousin seemed off. Then he yawned and stretched lazily. Is it the alcohol getting to you? With that, he wobbled to his feet, patted Rocky's shoulder, and said, I'm going to sleep. Younger brother, take your time. No need to worry about me. After saying this, he went straight back into his room. Am I to become a sinner of the ages? Looking at the table full of wine and dishes, Rocky muttered, this beautiful country left by our ancestors. Will it really be ruined by my hands? A sinner of the ages, a sinner of the ages, a sinner of the ages. Ishan abruptly stood up, bloodshot eyes glaring wildly, his throat emitting a furious roar like a wild beast. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Moxie was utterly terrified, falling to his knees with a thud, trembling. Great Ming forever. Long live your Majesty. Great Ming forever? Forever? Long live? Rocky's grayish-white eyes flashed with excitement, running towards the door in a frenzied manner. Ha ha ha. Is there such a thing as 10,000 years? Ha 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 ha. Ishan stumbled over the threshold and fell face down on the ground. Long live the Dantes. Long live the Dantes. Moxie was terrified out of his wits. As the Empress's eunuch, he had never seen such a scene before. Ishan hurriedly supported Rocky. Great Ming forever, sinner of the ages. Great Ming forever, sinner of the ages. Rocky was now completely mad, muttering like a broken record. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Moxie was also flabbergasted, but the Emperor was already delirious and impossible to move. Ishan's just talking nonsense. Ishan should be killed. Killed. Silence. Rocky suddenly turned his head, fixing the little eunuch with a fierce glare. How dare you speak so boldly? How can what my cousin says be false? Who do you think you are? I must kill you. Your Majesty, this little brat is indeed speaking gibberish. Moxie, disregarding other matters now, shouted through gritted teeth. Even though I know nothing, what he said is too far-fetched. It's 15 years later. How can he be telling the future without being a god? These words shook Rocky awake. Yes, it's only the second year of my reign. That would be more than a decade away. But why did my cousin mention this? Right? It's a reminder, a warning. It must be. Ishan surely wants to remind me to be vigilant and be a diligent and people-loving emperor. Yes, it must be this way. Thinking this, hope flared up in Rocky's eyes again. Ishan wiped away his tears and stood up immediately. My cousin has truly put much effort into this. To help him understand, he deliberately spoke under the influence of wine. If it were another day, he would have been furious and might have even harmed his cousin. Amash heartfelt effort moved him deeply. Your Majesty, shall I call for someone from the Northern Bureau of Military Police? Seeing the Emperor change attitude, Moxie quickly whispered, You are presumptuous. How dare you arrest my cousin? Rocky realized how cold it was around and hastily wrapped himself tightly in his clothes. Tell you this, if you dare speak carelessly again, watch your head. I dare not, Your Majesty. Moxie shivered and knelt down instantly. All right, let's take those 2 jars of wine and head back to the palace. Rocky nodded and walked toward the room. After ensuring his cousin was well covered, he left cautiously. However, in the carriage, Moxie noticed the Emperor still looked rather grim, so he hurriedly offered a towel. Your Majesty, there's something peculiar about today's events. Being astute, he naturally picked up on the Emperor's worries. How about this? Let me go to Mount May and chop all the trees there. What does Your Majesty think? Ishan carefully watched the Emperor's reaction. Good. Excellent. Rocky felt a bit better hearing this, wiping his face with the towel and said coldly, If you dare repeat anything that happened today or anything my cousin said, watch your head. Your Majesty. Moxie quickly knelt inside the carriage, kowtowing frantically. You could give me 10 lives. I wouldn't dare make up lies. Today Your Majesty saw no one, and I heard nothing. Please believe me. After chopping the trees on Mount May, you will go to the office of ceremonial rites and serve as a chief clerk. Rocky nodded in satisfaction, leaning against the carriage seat to rest. Thankfully for the reminders from my cousin, otherwise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Moxie was thrilled internally, having served in the palace for some years. Although near the Empress, Tracy Zhou always maintained strict discipline over her servants, making promotions difficult. Who knew that accompanying His Majesty today would land him the prestigious position of chief clerk in the office of ceremonial rites? It was an incredible promotion, a meteoric rise. From now on, he must serve this elder brother diligently. The night passed quietly. Next morning, Weston noticed it was already late in the morning when he woke up. Oh no, drinking too much sure causes trouble. Realizing he drank too much, unsure if he blabbered anything yesterday. Seems I should drink less in the future. Ishan got up hurriedly. Though there was nothing much to do in winter, he couldn't just stay in bed. For the next few days, he mostly wandered around the village, occasionally traveling to the capital for news. Alden Gongzi. Alden Gongzi. One early morning, while still in bed, there was sudden shouting outside his door. Who is it? Why wake up so early? Glancing out the window at the dim dawn light, Weston unwillingly got out of bed and opened the door. Ishan saw Porter frozen blue-faced, huddled like a quail. Mr. Alden, you're awake? Porter's face bloomed like a flower upon seeing him open the door. I thought who it was, come on in. Weston recognized him and stepped aside, returning to get dressed quickly. Ishan didn't realize Dante's Rocky had finished morning court, only because he slept in a bit late. Chapter 25. A Bukert gift bears Ishanavi sentiment. Please sit down. Weston washed his face and gestured for Porter to sit. Young Master Alden, my lord specially asked me to bring you breakfast. To come early, Porter said as he entered the room, feeling slightly warmer now. Ishan then pulled out some pastries from inside his robe and placed them on the table. Ishan said you definitely haven't eaten yet. Why are you all being so formal? I can manage on my own. Weston glanced at the pastries but didn't refuse, taking one directly. They taste good. By the way, what's going on with him? Young Master Alden, my lord mainly wanted me to bring some silver over. Porter then took out several banknotes from inside his robe and continued, to buy fertilizers for corn and potatoes, and he hopes that young Master Alden can give us some seeds. Take it back, everything. Weston waved his hands immediately upon seeing this. I'm not short of money, and he has already given me quite a bit of silver. Do we need to pay for these seeds? Just take them away. Young Master Alden, I can't decide this alone. Porter laughed helplessly and placed the banknotes on the table. If you don't want them, you'll have to talk to my lord when he comes back next time. What kind of rule is this? Weston scratched his head irritably while eating the pastry. All right, let's talk about it when he comes next. Sit down. Standing there like a wooden post makes me uncomfortable. Thank you, young Master Alden. Porter did not hesitate and also placed a box on the table. This is a small gift from me personally. Please do not disdain it. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Weston remarked. Not that he was short of money, but having more was always beneficial, especially if he planned to venture overseas in the future. Moreover, this box looked significant. Young Master Alden, I have no other intentions but to express my gratitude. Porter quickly smiled. Gratitude? Why thank me? Weston found this peculiar and sized up the plump man before him. A pale face without it from young master. Our family debts are huge. We really can't cope anymore, Porter explained. Although the Ming treasury had some savings, a drought was expected next year, and that amount would barely suffice for disaster relief. As for Dantes Howell's private coffers, he doesn't want to use them. How much debt does his family have? After these trips, he should have earned more than 1,000,000 taels, right? How could he still owe people? Sounds like he might go bankrupt soon. Weston almost choked on his tea and asked incredulously. Haha. Porter awkwardly laughed, scratching his chin. That's why I'm here to seek young master's help. Besides you, who else can assist? Fine, indeed troublesome. Weston felt a headache. But since he was his cousin, he couldn't ignore him. Looking at Porter, he suggested, is Shanra's another method. Tell him to sell cannons to Bukareadong. Deliver them to the Jurchens. This way, he'll surely make a fortune. Your idea sounds plausible, young master, Porter blanched. But this business is too risky. The Jurchen Emperor just suffered a heavy defeat, and besides, where can we get the cannons? No one dares except the Ministry of War. Afraid of losing our heads? Do you think I'm stupid or playing dumb? Weston rolled his eyes impatiently. Who said anything about real cannons? Can't you fake some? Christopher me rounds. They can be made with iron sheets, much easier. Right. I got carried away and forgot. Porter laughed awkwardly. Also, my dear brother said he's close to Iof. If necessary, let Eunuch Wei lend a hand. Get dummy rounds or damp ones from the Ministry of War. Anything works as long as they're duds. Is Shannering this? Porter envied and resented Iof. Why should he get all the attention? Correct, young master. I'll tell my lord. Despite his thoughts, Porter didn't dare say more. Okay, I've given you a solution. Now go ahead and do it. Weston stretched lazily, yawning. If you have nothing else, leave me alone. I want to sleep some more. Porter interrupted Weston's dreams too early in the morning. Well, rest well, young Master Alden. I'll take my leave. Porter stood up and placed the box in front of Weston again. A light gift bears heavy sentiment, indeed. Besides, this opportunity allowed him to show his dedication once more, maybe even gain some rewards. This translation aims to stay true to the original tone, style, and narrative while ensuring natural English phrasing and fluency. Chapter 26. The Troublemakers. Jianjing, Shengjing. At this moment, a fat man sat in the main seat of the Taiji Hall. His gaze was filled with worry, and his expression grim. Clearly, he was not pleased. Below him sat the sons of the 8 banners dressed in various attire. This defeat has made me think a lot, the fat man spoke up, his face somewhat sour. Mainly, I insisted on bypassing Zaifenku and advancing into Dadong. Of course, I didn't expect our spies to be so easily discovered by the Ming Dantes. This was completely unforeseen. Theo, I disagree with your strategy from the start, said Aldingsley, the leading one among the 4 major bailiffs. Let's put other things aside for now. Our troops had just suffered a heavy defeat in Bukareadong. We should not have launched an attack at this time. Couldn't we have recuperated and waited until spring before attacking again? Furthermore, a long march in severe winter isn't the best option for our cavalry. This time, his troops suffered the most severe losses. I think there was nothing wrong with the herald's actions this time, said Germain, who was seated lower down, as he stroked the greenish stubble on his head. The main issue that led to this military defeat ultimately boils down to our spies being discovered. If they hadn't been found out, if only he had opened the city gates, our army could have advanced without hindrance. You make it sound so easy. Bram, short-tempered as always, slapped the back of his chair and sneered. If we had followed your advice earlier and not bought grain in Bukareadong, these problems wouldn't have occurred. After all, we're not short of cannons. Why not directly bombard Jinzhou? Wouldn't that be more effective than a long march? But how many cannons do we really have? Our army lacks iron mines and finds it difficult to produce gunpowder. The few remaining cannonballs are those initially handed over by Booker Chengliang to Father Elwin. Alvis couldn't tolerate seeing his brother being attacked, so he spoke up frankly. That's enough. Defeat is a fact, and there's no need to continue arguing over these matters. Yuri frowned and shouted at them. We should now focus on how to take Bukareadong. What results can come from endless arguments? Isn't this all due to the herald's stubborn insistence? Aldingsley gave a cold laugh and stared at Theo, who was seated at the head. Was there any problem with the previous system where 8 princes made decisions together? Did the herald have to abolish it? Could it be because he didn't trust us? Or perhaps he had ulterior motives? Alright, everything did indeed happen because of my stubbornness. If there are other issues, speak out and I will take responsibility. Theo suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at Aldingsley and Bram. Or do you also want this position? If so, then just say it outright. I can give up this position. Herald, the throne is not something that can be given up easily. Yuri glanced at Theo and said in a low voice. Now is the time to prepare and seek opportunities. There's no need to keep arguing about past failures. I think we should continue cooperating with Ming merchants and buy cannonballs from them. Germain's face turned grim as he gritted his teeth. While it's true we don't have much iron ore or cannonballs available, the current chaos in the Ming dynasty presents a perfect opportunity for us. Wasn't the lesson from the last grain purchase incident profound enough? Bram sneered, adjusting his armor. If I recall correctly, the procurement of the poisonous grain was handled by Alvis, wasn't it? Who doesn't make mistakes? Theo immediately objected. The matter has already been thoroughly investigated. A Moshan error wouldn't have happened if they hadn't impersonated Kerchin Mongol cavalry. Enough. I think what Germain said makes sense. With the internal discord within the Ming, it's a good opportunity for us. Contact the Shangxi merchants immediately and get them to bring us some cannonballs. Ishannering this, the others had nothing further to say and dispersed. His men had suffered the heaviest losses this time. I believe there was nothing wrong with the Elwyn's strategy this time, said Germain, sitting below, while rubbing his bald head. The main issue with this defeat is that our spies were discovered. If they hadn't been, once the city gates were opened, our army could have marched straight through. You make it sound simple. Bram, known for his temper, slapped the back of his chair and sneered. If we had bought provisions in Bukharaydong initially, these problems wouldn't have occurred. And come to think of it, we do have cannons. We could have bombarded Jinzhou directly rather than undertaking such a long march, which would have been more effective. But how many cannons can we use? Our army lacks iron ore and faces difficulties producing gunpowder. The few remaining cannonballs are the ones originally handed over by Booker Qingliang to our father. Paolo couldn't stand his brother being criticized and interjected, "Enough! The defeat is a fact. There's no point in continuing this argument." Mac frowned, staring at the others. "We need to focus on how to capture Bukharaydong. What will arguments achieve? Isn't this the result of the Elwyn's obstinacy?" Aldingsley shot back, eyeing Theo coldly. "What was wrong with the 8 Princes Council system established by the late Elwyn? Did you not trust us, or are you hiding something?" "All right, I admit it was my obstinacy. If there are other issues, speak them out, and I will take responsibility." Theo stood up abruptly, fixing Aldingsley and Bram with a fierce gaze. "Or are you also eyeing this position? If you want it, say so and I'll step down." "Elwyn, the throne cannot be given up so easily." Mac glanced at Theo sternly. "Now is the time to prepare our forces and seek opportunities, not argue over past defeats. I believe we should continue collaborating with Ming merchants and buy cannonballs from them." Germain, his face grim, gritted his teeth. "Though we lack iron ore and cannonballs, Ming officials are anxious, presenting a golden opportunity for us. Aren't we supposed to learn from the grain fiasco?" Bram scoffed, adjusting his armor. "If I recall correctly, buying those poison grains was managed by Paolo, who doesn't make mistakes." Theo immediately retorted. "The last incident was thoroughly investigated. If they hadn't impersonated Korchin Mongol cavalry, such an error wouldn't have occurred." "Enough said. I agree with Germain. The Ming are internally divided right now. This is our opportunity. Contact the Shaanxi merchants immediately and get some cannonballs from them." Everyone dispersed upon hearing this, unable to argue further. Back with Weston. Until just before New Year's, Flint had not visited, which puzzled Weston a bit. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and planned to visit his cousin during the holiday, checking if any relatives remained. Then he thought about his age. It was high time he found a wife. Not for anything else, but for someone to wash clothes and warm the bed at night. Truthfully, he was considered a promising young man in the village with a decent fortune, yet he still hadn't found a suitable match. People even wondered if he had peculiar tastes. Brother Sherman. Amostonly, Nugwazizi burst in, looking anxious. "Why so urgent this early morning?" Weston looked at the boy and sipped his porridge. "By the way, did you find out where my brother-in-law lives?" "Brother Sherman, trouble's here." Nugwazizi ran up to Weston hurriedly. "Those merchants who came after you last time are back, and they seem to have brought along an official." Let them come." Weston shrugged nonchalantly. Ishan neither stole nor robbed, nor was he involved with the Donglin party. What did he have to fear? Bang. As he spoke, the door was kicked open, and several people stormed in. Leading them was the same Fan family merchant from Shaanxi as last time. Ishan wore a silk brocade robe, a white jade belt around his waist, and an outer fur coat, a costume worth at least 100 taels of silver. Beside him stood an armored official, likely a banner commander. "If my door is damaged, it'll cost you 100 taels," Weston retorted without hesitation, rolling his eyes. It had been over a year, yet this guy still hadn't left him alone. "You're audacious. Is your door gilded?" A servant-like figure stepped forward, pointing at Weston and cursing. "I'll tell you. My master Fabio is from the Shaanxi merchants. Have you heard of the Hong family?" "According to the Ming laws, merchants cannot wear silk," Weston countered, pointing at Fabio. "This violates the ancestral rules of the Ming. You know quite a bit, don't you?" Fabio cursed right back. "Let me tell you, I'm not just a merchant. I'm an imperial merchant. The emperor has bestowed upon me the rank of a 6th-class inspector in the Ministry of Works. Since you are an official of the Ministry of Works, you should be wearing your official uniform." Weston finished his porridge and stretched. "So, what capacity are you here in now?" Chapter 27. The Hong family is very arrogant? Fabio didn't expect that the man in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. Ishan gritted his teeth and spoke disdainfully. "Since I'm here to do business with you, I've naturally come as a merchant." "Fine by me, but since you are a merchant, take off your silk outer robe." Weston was picking his teeth indifferently. "If not, I'll have to report you to the authorities." "Why should merchants wear silk?" Of course, by the middle to late Ming dynasty, no merchants followed these rules anymore. After all, many of them had plenty of money, and the government couldn't do much about it. The most important point was that the Shaanxi merchants were powerful, often colluding with the authorities. Many of them even held official positions and could influence cabinet selections. Take Elias and Jordi, for example. "You sure have a big mouth. What are you, anyway?" Fabio was already somewhat furious, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Forget whether I'm a merchant or not. Just this position of mine as a junior officer is enough to get you arrested for insulting an official. Since you're a junior officer, go back and change into your official robe," clearly marked with 5 fingers. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Do him in. Get him." Clutching his face, Fabio screamed, looking incredibly disheveled. Bam! Bam! But the two servants didn't fare any better against Weston, kicked over and landing on the ground. Accustomed to bullying the weak, they couldn't stand up to Weston at all. Though he wasn't formally trained in martial arts, his daily farm work made him strong as an ox. Additionally, his military training included exercises to build physical fitness. "Frank, you saw it. These guys started it first." Weston frowned, pointing at the shattered wine jars, 2 jars of wine, worth 2 taels each outside. "Add in the pots and pans, let's say 10 taels total. I see you're asking for death." Claude couldn't tolerate this. His territory, disgraced in front of the Hong family's eldest son. Forget it, forget it. Seeing this, Fabio quickly pulled him back, sizing up Weston. Boy, you've got some nerve. But don't forget my surname is Hong. You dare offend the entire Hong family and the Shangxi merchants? Bold move. Amosra, they were formidable, but still liable for compensation. Weston sat back on the stool, dusting himself off. If I remember correctly, the spies caught in Zuanhua were also Shangxi merchants, right? Chow, Hong, by families, weren't they? Piskate SK. Never thought they'd turn traitor away? Absolutely not. The villagers became highly agitated. Weston had given them unique advantages and prosperity. If the recipe fell into Fabio's hands, wouldn't it benefit everyone in the empire except them? Get lost. Seeing this, Fabio's face fell, too scared to provoke further. Beat him up. Amostonly, chaos erupted at the village entrance. Chapter 28. Vigorous promotion. In the capital city, in the Wenhua Palace. At this moment, Dantes Flint was presiding over a meeting with a group of ministers. Although a great victory had been achieved, the deep-rooted problems of the Ming dynasty could not be solved by a single triumph. More importantly, Deshan was still outside the passes, eyeing the throne greedily, and the national treasury remained empty. The court needed even more solutions. One of the main points was that Flint wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could reward his cousin. After all, considering Weston's contributions, giving him the title of Marquis wouldn't be too much. But without an official reason, it was difficult for Flint to speak up directly. The entire palace was unusually cold, as Flint, to avoid indulgence, had removed almost all heating facilities from the harem except for the bedroom. Most of these amenities had been sold to raise money. For the ministers who had already enjoyed heating last year, it was extremely cold, but seeing that the emperor didn't use them, they naturally dared not mention it. However, Flint was in especially good spirits today, discussing matters from morning till afternoon without losing energy. Porter understood the emperor's intentions, but couldn't openly address such sensitive issues, making his efforts truly painstaking. The matter concerning Elias has been thoroughly investigated, Flint said, picking up a document and reading it gravely. Ishan only had minor dealings with those captured merchants, accepting some silver from them. However, this does not rule out suspicions that other officials might have connections with the Jurchen rebels. The minister's hearts skipped a beat upon hearing this. Everyone knew the emperor was notoriously suspicious. If this investigation were to escalate, it could implicate many. Your Majesty, Amin, the chief cabinet minister, cupped his hands respectfully and said gravely, if we conduct a thorough investigation, it will affect a wide range of people. Moreover, without substantial evidence, increasing imprisonment will only cause unrest. Amin, the newly appointed chief cabinet minister, was neither associated with the Donglin party nor any powerful faction. Ishan was upright and fair-minded, a rare talent. I suggest heavily rewarding the informant and closing the case to prevent fear and suspicion within the court, he proposed subsequently. Porter was pleased. Amin's suggestion would not only reward Weston, but also bring him some benefits. That makes sense, Flint nodded expressionlessly, agreeing inwardly but thinking it might still not be enough. Ishan really wanted to grant his cousin a significant reward. Amostonly, he felt a pang of hunger. Porter, serve a meal to all officials, Flint suddenly ordered, looking at the eunuch beside him before turning to smile at the ministers. I'm sure you're hungry too? We've discussed all day. Let's eat something first, and then continue our discussion. A few minutes later, Porter led palace maids and eunuchs carrying trays with potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. The ministers stared in disbelief. Did the emperor usually eat such things? They lived extravagantly and had never seen such foods before. Gentlemen, who among you knows what these are? Flint asked, peeling a potato skillfully, showing familiarity. They looked at each other, none willing to speak up. Finally, Amin excitedly replied, these are potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. Flint felt warmth in his heart, surprised that the chief cabinet minister knew about these crops. You've seen these before? He asked after taking a bite. Not hiding from your majesty, Amin quickly replied, not only do I recognize these, but I also grow them on my estate. Good, very good. Flint was satisfied. Look, as chief cabinet minister, he grows these himself, which is quite commendable. Gentlemen, take him as an example. Yes, your majesty, they responded, though their true thoughts remained unknown. Eat, everyone, eat. Flint urged, now ravenously hungry. The ministers, no longer caring about appearances, began eating, discovering the food tasted surprisingly good and filling. Gentlemen, how do they taste? Flint asked after finishing, signaling Porter to serve tea. The taste is excellent, and it's very satisfying. Phil, the deputy cabinet minister, respectfully commented, I never imagined crops other than rice and millet could be so remarkable. Mr. Chin speaks wisely, Amin agreed. Amin, tell us, how did your harvest go with these crops? Can they support a family? Reporting to your majesty, Amin rose to reply. To be honest, the yield of these crops is incredibly high. A single acre of potatoes can produce over 1,000 pounds, and corn and sweet potatoes are similar. It's not difficult to sustain a family of 3. With widespread cultivation, famine years would no longer result in starvation. Indeed, I've seen these myself, and they are indeed remarkable. Promoting them on a large scale could save many lives, Flint nodded solemnly. Fritz and Max realized that the emperor must have ulterior motives. Gentlemen, Flint sipped tea and continued seriously, I plan to vigorously promote these crops. What do you think? I believe it may not be wise, Phil objected immediately. Indeed, while these crops were excellent, promoting them would greatly impact their interests. If the commoners could self-sustain, there would be less need for grain imports and tax payments, which would harm their wealth. What do you mean? Flint frowned, setting down his teacup unhappily. Ishan had laid out so much groundwork, yet the deputy cabinet minister led the opposition? Chapter 29. Intimidating the ministers. Your Majesty, please hear my honest words. Phil did not show much fear and spoke frankly. Your Majesty, If this crop truly yields as much as Darun Booker claims, wouldn't that be an exaggeration? How could it reach over 1,000 caddies? Note, Darun is typically used as a respectful address for officials. For better fluency in English, we should either translate it or omit it based on context. Ishanra, I kept it to stay closer to the original text but can adjust based on your preference. For improved fluency and naturalness, I would suggest. Phil did not appear particularly fearful and spoke candidly, Your Majesty, if this crop truly yields as much as official Booker claims, wouldn't that be an exaggeration? How could it reach over 1,000 caddies? Yes. Patrick Ruichong also nodded in agreement, chiming in, I believe Minister Booker's statements are exaggerated and utterly unbelievable. I must impeach Amin for deceiving the emperor. Immediately, everyone stood up, their stance clear. They were not going to let anything touch their interests. Flint's face turned from unpleasant to icy cold, his eyes filled with disappointment and murderous intent. Ishan had not expected that at such a critical time for the Ming dynasty, these ministers would still squabble over trivial matters. Do they have any concern for the nation? Hold your tongues. A surge of anger and resentment rose in the emperor's heart. Ishan slammed his hand on the dragon throne table and bit out through gritted teeth. This crop has been cultivated along the coast of Fujian for quite some time. It was brought here by foreign envoys during their tributary missions. And just last winter, cultivation began around the capital region, with each mu indeed yielding thousands of caddies. This is something I witnessed with my own eyes. In times of disaster, how many lives could be saved? Have you even considered that? As he spoke, Flint paced back and forth, pointing at Phil and others. For trivial matters, you can shout yourselves hoarse. But now, at this crucial moment, you argue over petty profits until you're red and the crops come from foreign lands. According to our ancestral rules, this is absolutely unacceptable. Violating these traditions would surely tarnish the emperor's name. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty, you mustn't do it. Patrick Ruichong hurriedly followed suit. Excellent. Very good. You, scholars steeped in ancient ways, all of you. Flint couldn't help but laugh sarcastically, slapping the table and grinding out through clenched teeth. You mention ancestral rules every time you open or close your mouths. Am I truly an unjust and incompetent ruler? If I were, what does that make you? Corrupt officials? To speak of violating ancestral rules, introducing these crops violates them? Are we to watch the people starve instead? The words, scholars steeped in ancient ways, made Phil's face turn ashen, his body trembling. After all, he was known for his scholarly works and was considered a great Confucian scholar. Now, Your Majesty, as the Deputy Grand Secretary, my duty is to ensure you become a wise ruler. Yet you listen to that charlatan's words. I do not wish for you to become someone the world scorns. Since I cannot dissuade you, I can only resign and retire. Shivering, he knelt down, attempting to use this retreat to advance, knowing that as a renowned scholar, his students and protégés were spread across the nation. The court approves. You may go home and enjoy your retirement. Unexpectedly, Flint did not hesitate, waving his hand to indicate dismissal. A Mosject, subject obeys the imperial decree. Ishannering this, Phil shuddered, pale as death, standing up and leaving unsteadily. Seeing this scene, the ministers were stunned. They hadn't anticipated the emperor's decisiveness, showing no hesitation at all. The deputy grand secretary was dismissed without a second thought. Patrick Ruichong. Looking at Phil leave, Flint then focused on another individual. Is there anything else you wish to say? No, no more. Patrick Ruichong was frightened out of his wits, replying hastily. Max, prepare the decree. Bestow Beckett with the rank of junior rank officer in the Ministry of Revenue, and grant him the title of Commander of Cavalry. Without a second thought, Flint declared. Originally, he wanted to confer a marquis title directly, but knew the ministers would oppose, so he settled for a lesser rank. Your Majesty, considering Beckett's contributions in solving the food crisis, granting him a marquis title is not excessive, Max immediately responded, recognizing Alden's potential for advancement and wanting to ally with him. While that's true, according to ancestral rules, titles without military achievements are inappropriate, and too rapid advancement might be problematic. Flint waved his hand, concerned that his cousin might not appreciate it, preferring to test the waters first. I understand. Max nodded, and returned to his seat. Bukerston carefully. From today onward, regardless of your identity or past actions, if you serve the country loyally, I will reward you generously. However, if anyone follows Phil and Elias, putting personal gain above national affairs, do not blame me for being ruthless. Flint scanned the room, his teeth gritted. Understood? Yes. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the emperor was dead serious. After the assembly dispersed, Flint sought out Iof. What else did Elias confess? The emperor stared intently at the head eunuch. Ishan kept repeating the same things, but mentioned the Chong and by families. Iof, feeling uneasy under the gaze, dared not say more. Chapter 30. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Another Gene merchant. Upon hearing these two names, Flint felt a wave of nausea and coldly said, these two families are also connected to the Jurchen rebels? They haven't mentioned any specific connection, but he did get a lot of silver from these two families. However, if the Hong family is really involved with the Jurchen rebels, it's impossible for these two families to escape that relationship, Iof stated firmly. After controlling the embroidered uniform Dantiered for so many years, he had a certain level of judgment about such matters. Then we will investigate this thoroughly. Flint spoke without hesitation, his eyes full of murderous intent, and he coldly continued, Bukerston carefully, no matter who is involved or how deeply, as long as they have ties to the Jurchen rebels, bring them all before me. Not a single one should be spared. Junjur. Iof, upon hearing this, immediately responded without hesitation. In English context, it could be translated as you command. However, to make it sound more natural and fluent in English, while maintaining the historical tone, it can also be expressed as, your wish is my command. Both options accurately convey the meaning and respect implied in the original text. Given the context of the story, as you command, maintains consistency with the terse, respectful dialogue style already established. Ep1of immediately responded without hesitation. For him, unwavering obedience to the emperor's orders was paramount. As for any accusations or reputational damage, he no longer cared. Hong family. At this moment, Fabio sat in his chair, looking disheveled. His sable fur coat and silk robe were torn to shreds, and he reeked from head to toe. Yet, despite his appearance, he still exuded an air of nobility. As the eldest son of the Hong family, his inherent grace was not something ordinary people could possess. Have you found out what happened? Opposite him sat a middle-aged man, also dressed splendidly with an extraordinary presence. Ishan was the leader of the Hong family, cousin to Geordie, Hatcher. Ishan was considered the leader of the entire Jean merchant community. Based on current evidence, this must be related to that guy. Recalling the morning's events, a chill flashed across Fabio's eyes. Clenching his teeth, he sneered, "Moreover, I suspect he might be part of the embroidered uniform Dan-tiered. Their business dealings with the Jurchen rebels have been going on for quite some time. Yet someone managed to uncover their activities. It was truly unexpected. This loss wasn't just limited to their businesses and assets in Donghua and Dadong. It also included their painstakingly established connections with Deshan. What originally seemed like a highly profitable venture now lay in ruins because of that young man, naturally fueling his anger. How did that guy find out? We need to investigate thoroughly. An ordinary person couldn't know so much." A hint of coldness appeared in Hatcher's eyes as he slowly stood up, his tone firm. "You understand my meaning." "I understand, father. I will thoroughly investigate both our family and the entire Jean merchant network. Once we find any trace of him, he will be killed." Fabio immediately reacted, and then rose from his seat. "As for your suspicion about him being part of the embroidered uniform Dan-tiered, it's unlikely." Stroking his beard, Hatcher replied sternly, "The emperor is under the influence of the Donglin party, and officials are extremely corrupt. Which member of the embroidered uniform Dan-tiered would willingly endure such hardship by farming in Hanjiazwang?" The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that it must be an internal leak. Someone had betrayed them. That farmer poses no threat anymore. Thinking of the earlier humiliation, Fabio decided to take action. "I'll arrange for him to be dealt with immediately to avoid further delays. Go. Remember to be discreet. Don't leave any evidence." Hatcher nodded, and reminded him again. Those who blocked their path faced a terrible fate. They were willing to do whatever it took to achieve their goals. That night, the sky was pitch black, with not even a single star visible. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. As Beckett was sound asleep, an urgent knocking came at his door. Who is it? Ishan despised being woken up. To him, nothing was more important than sleep. Ishan, help? Only faint cries for help could be heard, followed by silence. What a nuisance. After considering for a while, Beckett got up to check, wondering if he was encountering a ghost if he believed in such things. Putting on his clothes, he went to the door and found a woman in green robes lying on the threshold, pale-faced and barely breathing. Ishan frowned. Ishan didn't recognize her, meaning she wasn't from the village nearby. Why would she be here? Nonetheless, driven by a sense of compassion, he carried her inside. Ishan poured a bowl of hot broth and turned on the floor heating. The woman soon regained consciousness. Who are you? Why are you here? Beckett was still puzzled. Who would appear at his doorstep late at night? Ishan wasn't the type to believe in coincidences. Thank you, sir, for saving me. Feeling warmer, the woman rubbed her hands awkwardly. I was looking for someone in the capital, but the cold and hunger caused me to pass out. Looking for someone? Beckett grew curious. Does this person live in the village? Said, sob sob. At his question, the woman's eyes welled up with tears. That ungrateful man? So, it was another story like Qin Xianglian and Qin Shimen. Ishan promised to marry me after passing the exams. Who knew it would turn out like this? I wanted to return to Jiangnan, but, she cried, unable to finish her sentences clearly. You can stay the night here and continue your journey tomorrow. Beckett pointed to a neighboring room. Traveling at night is unsafe, especially in winter. The top scholar of Flint's second year should be Chun Yute, known for his moral integrity. It was unlikely he'd have such issues. Could there be rumors circulating? Thank you, sir. The woman hurriedly knelt and wept on the ground. It's fine, go to sleep. Beckett felt vexed, disturbed from his peaceful slumber. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, he slept until noon the next day. When he emerged from his room, he found a package on the table and the woman gone. She's too impolite, not even saying thanks. Beckett yawned, still feeling curious. Upon opening the package, he was shocked. It was filled with gold and jewelry, weighing over a few pounds. Yesterday's woman was a wealthy lady. This was indeed strange. Chapter 31. The grand plan to send money. With such wealth, why not find an inn and stay there instead of traveling at night? Beckett felt puzzled, but didn't dwell on it too much. Ishan could return the items to her when they met again. Thinking this, he put the items away and started preparing breakfast. If Fabio comes to cause trouble again, don't blame me for not being polite. Ishan had made up his mind. Once Brother Xian came over, he would connect with Ep1of through him and then take down the entire Shangxi merchant community route and branch. Since he was going into business, commercial competition was inevitable. Instead of being oppressed by the powerful Shangxi merchants, he might as well use this opportunity to eliminate a few major families. Given the great victory at Donghua and Dadong, he had already laid a solid foundation. Even if Dante's Howl was a fool, he should still believe what he said. If so, there was nothing else to say. While he was eating, a knock came from the door. Master Alden, are you home? Speak of the devil. It was Porter's voice. The door is open, just come in, Beckett said nonchalantly. Soon, he saw Master and servant Flint enter. Cousin, having breakfast. Seeing Beckett drinking porridge, Flint smiled and then looked at Porter beside him. The latter hurriedly placed a box of pastries on the table. In future, when you visit, please don't bring so many things. Beckett recognized these pastries were not cheap. Didn't you say you owed a lot of silver? There's no need to be extravagant here. Cousin's advice is taken. Flint felt moved. Compared to those officials who only know partisan struggles, his cousin had such magnanimity, truly admirable. Why are you here today? I plan to find you. Though Beckett spoke this way, he still took a piece of pastry and ate it. It tasted quite good. I came because it's been a while since I last visited cousin. Flint initially intended to inform him about rewards and appointments, but thought that knowing too much might raise suspicion. It would be better to wait until Max arrived to share the joy together. By the way, the last time your Gustavo came asking for ways to get rich, did you try what I suggested? Did everything go smoothly? Beckett suddenly remembered Porter had sought the method to sell hollow bullets from him before. If Iof helped, it shouldn't be too difficult. Cousin, it went pretty much as you predicted. Flint rejoiced, replying immediately. We're planning to organize it now, but we're wondering where to arrange the transaction without attracting too much attention. That morning, Donnie had sent a letter saying that several spies were arranged on the Jin side, seemingly seeking red-coated cannonballs. Ishan was preparing to send people from Bai family and Chow family to meet them. If successful, selling part of the hollow cannonballs would both solve the national treasury's emptiness and earn a profit, a win-win situation. His cousin indeed had foresight. This matter shouldn't take place within the Ming territory. Arrange for them to go to the Kurchin Mongolian region. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be. This matter shouldn't take place within the Ming territory. You can arrange for them to go to the Kurchin Mongolian region. Beckett sipped his porridge and pondered for a moment, adding, and have Iof write to Donnie, instructing him to monitor the spies closely but not alarm them. We can't risk a leak. I'll talk to Director Wei as much as possible. Flint nodded, but felt a bit displeased internally. Everything seemed to highlight Iof, making the Emperor seem less important. By the way, do you think you can get Iof out somewhere? Beckett put down his chopsticks and picked up another pastry. Do you want to see him? Flint asked, somewhat confused. I want to give the Emperor a grand gift through him, Beckett explained slowly. A contribution from me. Flint was overjoyed, almost wanting to reveal himself immediately. Why bother with Iof? But he suppressed his excitement. Revealing too early might seem insincere and attract unnecessary trouble. Master Alden, what grand gift is this? Porter couldn't help feeling jealous. If the master mentioned him instead of Iof, wouldn't all the credit be his? Sigh. What does the Emperor lack most now? Beckett asked calmly. Dantius. Silver. Without hesitation, Flint replied. No one understood the Emperor better than him. Wars in the northeast, stabilizing the northwest, internal and external troubles, all drained the national treasury. Even during the plague, only 200 taels could be spared for medicine. Despite earning some money thanks to cousin's guidance, it was far from enough. You know him pretty well, Beckett mumbled, munching on the pastry. Right, it's silver. Flint accepted the teacup awkwardly, feeling helpless inside. Was he really that stupid? And millions of taels of silver. Beckett laughed coldly and drank his tea. What? Is shannering the amount? Flint's hands trembled, nearly spilled to show his mettle. All right, do you think I'm afraid of them? Weston waved indifferently and then looked at Fuller. Go tell the village head that there's no need to hold me back. I want to see just how corrupt the officials of the Great Ming have become. Alden. Porter wanted to speak, but Easton stopped him. His cousin was right. He also wanted to see what the officials were like. Bang! A moment later, Claude burst in with a group of people, breaking down the door once again. Same price as last time. Pay for the broken door. Weston protectively shielded Fuller behind him and spoke coldly. Claude now had several bailiffs with him, looking rather arrogant. Compensation? Spit on that. The chief banner officer spat and sat down opposite Weston. What kind of thing are you, hypocrite? Ishan waved his hand dismissively. Are you Weston? The lead bailiff approached Weston immediately. Yes, is there a problem? Weston believed firmly in the saying, a straight body fears no crooked shadow. Ishan spent all his time on the estate and hadn't done anything wrong. You're now implicated in a major murder case. Come with us. Which department are you from? Without an arrest warrant, what right do you have to take someone? Porter stepped forward at this moment. Ishan was probing for Easton. The warrant is on its way. We're taking you first, the chief answered firmly. Come quietly to avoid unnecessary trouble. According to Ming law, arrests require evidence. You have neither evidence nor a warrant. On what grounds can you arrest someone? Besides, if I were guilty, it would be proper to shackle me. Otherwise, why? Weston rolled his eyes, guessing Fabio must be behind this. Don't be so cocky. If we say you're guilty, you're guilty. Enough of your nonsense. Claude couldn't tolerate this any longer. 1 minute citing Ming law, the next questioning their authority. What were these people doing? Don't argue with them anymore. Act. Ishan slammed the table, pointing at the bailiffs. If there's trouble, I'll take responsibility. What are you waiting for? This is a solid murder case. Your responsibility? How are you responsible? A 6th-rank nobody, and you dare act so arrogantly. Porter realized even low-ranking officials could behave so arrogantly under the Emperor's rule. Even a turtle in Yongding River might be more valuable. Who are you to talk? Claude dismissed Porter without recognizing the Grand Eunuch. Though only a chief banner officer, Claude felt he blended with officials and habitually acted tyrannically. Bravado indeed. Trust me, you might join us in chains soon. Standing up, Claude pointed at Porter's nose, shouting, get lost. You. Porter trembled with anger, feeling incredibly humiliated by the bird reference, a particularly sensitive term for eunuchs. Enough, forget about it. Weston smiled indifferently. Let's see how you charge me today. With nothing to hide. What could they do to him? Move. Let's see how proud you are at the Shuntion Bircher. Claude gestured harshly. Put restraints on him. I won't accept restraints unless officially charged. Weston wouldn't acknowledge guilt without proof. Arresting criminals is routine. Even as a minister of rights, shouldn't I oversee it? What's wrong here? A commanding voice sounded. Call those guys out and ask if I can supervise this. Recognizing this familiar voice, Porter sighed in relief. Someone came to save the day. Who has such a big mouth? I. Claude muttered angrily, wondering why everyone seemed against him today. Turning around, Claude froze. The official before him was unknown, but the attire and robes were unmistakably second rank, reserved for high ministers. This is Max, Minister of Rights. Max wondered why this influential person was here. What was the Shuntyon Bircher up to? Your servant, Claude. Greetings, sir. Claude bowed hastily, fearing to anger this superior. Enough, I'm busy. Max waved off further pleasantries. Move aside unless something important needs attention. But, can I not meet Weston? Max frowned deeply. Shuntyon Bircher matters are not more urgent than mine. Delay me, and even the Birch will suffer. Fearfully. Han. Seeing Claude hesitant, Max became suspicious. By the Emperor's favor, Weston was highly regarded. Yet these people seemed to cause trouble. What happened? I'll take responsibility. Have your men step aside. In translating this chapter, I maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks, ensuring fluent English while preserving the storyline and logic from the previous content. Chapter 33, Cousin in Trouble, it's over for you. Sir, we hope you don't make things difficult for us. However, Max did not expect that neither Claude nor the bailiff would have any intention of retreating. Did I hear correctly? The Secretary of the Ministry of Rights was momentarily stunned. Though he hadn't been appointed to the cabinet, he was still a high-ranking official of the second rank in the court. Furthermore, the Emperor favored him greatly these days, and being appointed to the cabinet should only be a matter of time. Did these two minor officials eat the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Sir Aviv, please don't make things difficult for us, the bailiff said as he glanced at the fellow's name despite meeting his cousin several times. Mr. Alden. Porter hadn't expected Max to be so protective of his interests. Ishan should have known Alden Sherman's importance. Too bad. I just had a few words with Tadeo. Ishan's smart and knows what to do. Assist him from the side. Alden Sherman glanced at Tadeo, then turned and walked out. Take this guy back. Claude felt a surge of joy and hurriedly ordered the bailiffs. Completing this today would make him a general soon enough. Patrick Gong. At this moment, Max noticed Porter. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If the Emperor's personal eunuch appeared here now, could it mean that Dante's Howl was also present? Thus, he missed a perfect opportunity to earn credit. Sir Aviv, it's too late now. Porter waved at him and walked into the room. Just then, Howl emerged with a dark expression, his eyes burning with fury. Your Majesty. Max immediately lowered his voice, afraid to speak more. Max, I sent you to convey my imperial edict. What could be more important than my order? Howl couldn't believe how timid this man, whom he admired yesterday, had become. Go to the Shuntyon Bircher magistrate's office immediately. If they dare to torture my cousin, even a single hair missing, and your life will be mine. I understand, Your Majesty. Try. If you like it, I'll bring more. Although Fabio held the position of an attendant official, which was only 6th rank, the price treated him very respectfully. Mr. Hong, you're too kind. Hart smiled unaffectedly, then continued. I heard your business in Zuanhua has been affected recently. Is that true? Don't mention it. Who knows what happened with the Bai family and the Chow family? They're in league with the Jin pirates. Amash treachery is despicable. We are partners, and thus affected. Fabio sighed, showing his dissatisfaction. Hart smiled but didn't say more. Who didn't know that Shangxi merchants were all related? To say Hong's family had no ties was unbelievable. By the way, I was just about to look for you. Ishan pulled out an envelope from his sleeve and placed it on the table. You asked me to take care of something. I did my best, but I can't accept this silver note. Our relationship doesn't require this formality. You're too polite. Without thinking, Fabio pushed the silver note back. This is for your father. It has nothing to do with that matter. Chapter 34. A partnership? Both men exchanged a tacit smile, not needing many words. Though Fabio was born into a merchant family, he did indeed hold the rank of an official, an assistant minister. Was there a cat in the world that didn't steal fish? Of course, this matter was too significant for him not to oversee personally. Otherwise, once the bank draft arrived, the deed would be done. I remember my father mentioning that Brother Maxwell is a Jinshur graduate from the Wanli 19th year, and ranked 35th in the imperial examination, he said as if he had just remembered something. Your father certainly has a good memory. His words are spot on. Hart stroked his beard, sighing. It's been 20 or 30 years already. Time flies like an arrow. Yes, but what a pity. Fabio took a sip of tea, smiling. I've also heard that officials who were admitted as Jinshur with your lordship that year have long since become high-ranking officials in the 6 ministries and entered the cabinet as grand secretaries. By rights, with your seniority, you should have a seat in the cabinet. Ah, it's all about timing and fate, Hart sighed. Christophering the Tianchi era, I offended the Grand Eunuch Bukharuchin and was dispatched to a remote post. It wasn't until these past couple of years that I came back. Otherwise, Ishan couldn't help feeling resentful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have involved himself with the Hong family. Ishan was merely seeking an opportunity. Minister Maxwell, the current political landscape has changed. Fabio smiled knowingly, fully aware of his thoughts. The situation in the court changed that gives me peace of mind. Fabio's eyes gleamed with satisfaction and slight disdain. Though he was merely an assistant minister, he controlled most officials' promotions and even some people's lives and deaths. This power gave him immense enjoyment, something even the emperor had to think twice about when executing someone. Now, Fabio stood up, his face solemn. In court today, I will testify and question him personally to show him who's the boss. Master Hong, this is just an ignorant commoner. Why take offense at him? Hart was puzzled and somewhat worried. If the fellow was indeed ordinary, why would the mighty Hong family, leaders of the Shangxi merchants, bother with him? But precisely because he's insignificant, we need to set an example. Fabio coldly laughed and then added with a grin, honestly, when you do enter the cabinet, Minister Maxwell, you must invite us all for a feast. Of course, of course. Hart clapped his hands and chuckled, inwardly pleased. After some more small talk, they heard noises outside. The Birch dressed formally and entered the court, followed by his staff. Hart looked curiously at the young man standing before him. Ishan wondered what this guy did to offend the Hong family. Yet, regardless, this inconsequential person would be sacrificed. Bring the court to order. Bow. Striking the gavel, Hart declared sternly, Beckett, why do you not kneel before this official? I'm innocent, why should I kneel? Beckett bowed respectfully but firmly. According to Ming law, without evidence, I may stand for questioning. Aldenf, a cunning fellow. Hart was taken aback. Most prisoners trembled with fear upon entering. This one had audacity. No wonder Fabio insisted on questioning him personally. All right, we'll see how you explain yourself when presented with solid evidence. Official, please don't slander without evidence. Beckett responded coolly. When did I kidnap or defame anyone? Without proof, I reserve the right to sue for corruption. You insolent wretch. You don't know what awaits. Wait until witnesses and evidence arrive, and see how you defend yourself. Hart pounded the gavel. Bring the plaintiff forward. Let's see him squirm. Yes, sir. The guard soon brought Ashley to the court. She was around 17 or 18, wearing simple linen clothes, but her beauty shone through. In her oval face framed by willowy eyebrows, she appeared delicate and captivating, even without makeup. Seeing her, Beckett clenched his teeth. She was the very girl he saved last night. Realizing he'd walked into a trap, he cursed himself for being too kind-hearted. Chapter 35. Why did you harm me? Miss, we have never met before, and I have no intention of harming anyone. Beckett said with a grave expression, last night, I was afraid you would freeze to death, so I saved you out of kindness. How could you repay kindness with ingratitude? Insolent scoundrel. Before he finished speaking, Hart interrupted him without hesitation and sternly rebuked. I haven't even questioned here yet. Who gave you permission to speak first? Are you trying to intimidate the plaintiff to cover up your crime? Let me tell you, with me here, you won't get away with it. Then, he turned to Poppy and said in a solemn voice, Plaintiff Poppy, as the Birch of Shuntion Bircher, I will certainly uphold justice for you. If you have any grievances, just speak. If he dares to threaten you, I will not let him off. The intent behind these words was obvious. Sci-fi-ness. However, what everyone did not expect was that Poppy's face turned red, clearly hesitant and restrained. After all, according to their accusations, her reputation was at stake. As a woman of this era, she naturally had reservations. Bang! Hart couldn't hold back anymore. Amash reluctance would only make it harder to turn this case into an irrefutable one. Plaintiff, speak your mind directly. Ishan pointed at the two people below with his finger and couldn't help but shout. If you are so hesitant, is there perhaps another hidden truth? If I find out you are falsely accusing someone, don't blame me for being impartial. Not only you, but even your family will suffer the consequences. Ishannering about her family, Poppy's face turned pale with fear. Seeing this scene, Beckett was even more certain that there must be some hidden secrets. I will speak plainly. Poppy blushed and bit her lip. Yesterday night, I went to Han village to look for someone, but my cousin wasn't home. So, I thought I'd return to the city. Which then? Ishanra, she glanced shyly at Beckett and whispered, this man. He was drunk and wandering around the entrance of his house. Ishan. He saw me and tried to insult me. I vowed not to comply, but he actually stole all my belongings and left me nothing. I managed to escape when he wasn't paying attention. Fine. In broad daylight, such a bold and outrageous ruffian exists. Before Poppy finished speaking, Hart couldn't hold back. Ishan slammed the gavel and shouted, bring this rogue forward and give him 20 heavy blows. Yes, sir. The bailiffs immediately moved to apprehend Beckett. Wait a moment. Booker standing to this full of holes narrative. Beckett coldly smiled inwardly. Sir, since the plaintiff has spoken, as the accused, may I respond? I'd like to see how you try to justify yourself. Hart confidently replied. Miss, if you claim I disgraced you, can you tell us who your cousin is? And surely you can recall something about the incident. Beckett looked down at Poppy. Besides, if I wanted to take advantage of you and stole your money, what did you lose last night? Can you remember what you lost? Tell us, and I will return every item one by one. Poppy was momentarily speechless. She didn't remember anything. Without her family's coercion, why would she risk her reputation? Sir, it's clear she is speaking on her own behalf. Could she possibly answer accurately? Beckett sneered. You are intimidating the plaintiff. She is already distressed and unsettled after being victimized by you. How can she recall everything clearly under your aggressive questioning? Hart huffed, completely disregarding the logic. Bailiffs, start the interrogation. Hold it. Just then, Fabio sauntered forward, bowing to the assembly and spoke. I knew this fellow wouldn't submit easily. Last night, I happened to pass by and can serve as a witness. Looking at Fabio entering, Beckett had an idea. The girl is looking for Claude from Han village. Ishan is also at the gate and can be a witness. Fabio continued smoothly. As for the stolen items, I have a list he gave me last night. I'll hand it over to you, sir. Excellent. Hart exclaimed delightedly. Present it. Afterward, he looked at Beckett. With both evidence and witnesses present, how do you explain yourself? To commit such heinous crimes in the capital, it's intolerable. Bring him down. Wait a moment. Before Beckett could respond, a voice shouted from the door. Everyone turned to see Max running in breathlessly. Hold it. Seeing no one was punished yet, the Minister of Rights sighed in relief. Minister Aviv, what do you mean? Hart stood up quickly upon receiving Fabio's glance. We are in the court now. How can you interrupt the trial just because you're the Minister of Rights? Judge Maxwell, I came for Beckett. Max smiled at Beckett. Could you let me speak, Judge Maxwell? Impossible. Hart firmly rejected. This is the Birch Court, not the Ministry of Rights. Besides, you should not interrupt during a trial to plead for a criminal. As a government official, isn't it unreasonable to advocate for a criminal? Judge Maxwell. Max retorted stubbornly. I heard parts of the trial outside. Hong's evidence cannot be trusted. Furthermore, you shouldn't torture without thorough investigation. Where are the stolen goods? Have they been verified? Moreover, where is Han Zengqi to verify the claims? More importantly, Han Zengqi was in a brothel last night, and this woman isn't even his relative. His words caused a sensation throughout the court. Chapter 36. Ennoblement? The Fan family residence. Even in the capital city, where every inch of land was valuable, the Fan family had managed to acquire a mansion that once belonged to a prince. Logically, no one should have betrayed us. So far, there hasn't been any word of who benefited from this. Who do you think it could be? Ishan glanced at the two men, his voice tinged with frustration. Speaking of beneficiaries, it's obviously the court. Hatcher sneered, setting down his teacup and pacing back and forth. So remember, be extra careful when choosing people. They might end up costing us our lives. I've heard that whenever there's a major event, the emperor leaves the palace to meet someone. Who is it? Pedro sipped his tea, his expression darkening. What's really going on? Forget about that guy. He's dead today. A flicker of cold intent passed through Hatcher's eyes as he spoke coldly. Ishan's ruined many of our plans. That filthy dog. With your arrangement, Hong, there will be no worries. Arnold couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Now, let's talk seriously. Hatcher's demeanor turned solemn. Dante's Theo doesn't trust us as much anymore. It said he recently purchased a large number of cannons, but we received no information. We suffered significant losses. The last time, it was indeed my fault. Pedro took responsibility, speaking gravely. Let's see if there's still a chance to reconnect with him. The profits from dealing with the Jurchen are substantial. I've already sent someone to contact Amagon. There should be news in a few days. Hatcher looked at the two men sternly. But you two need to prepare now. Get some grain and fodder ready, so we don't fall short later. There shouldn't be any problems on my side. Arnold dismissed the concern casually. It's just Xiao's side. What's the problem with your side? Hatcher's expression darkened. If not for these two families, their business wouldn't have been disrupted. Ishan wouldn't tolerate anyone failing him now. It's nothing major. My son got into gambling and can't free up funds quickly. Pedro thought of his wayward son and felt furious. I'll give you a few days. If things aren't handled well, don't blame me for finding others. I've done my best to help you. Hatcher waved his hand impatiently. Sir, trouble? Emotionally, Hong's Gustavo rushed in, looking flustered. What now? Why are you crying like that? Hatcher, already irritated, snapped at him. Your son caused a huge incident. The Gustavo wiped sweat from his forehead. That boy from Han family village has soared to greatness. Minister Max personally delivered the imperial edict, appointing him as a deputy director of the Ministry of Revenue and ennobling him as a cavalry commander and baron. What? Hatcher was disbelief struck, standing up abruptly. You didn't mishear, did you? When did the Ming dynasty ever of revenue, ennobled as a baron and cavalry commander? The imperial seal is here. Look carefully. How is this possible? Hart was dumbfounded, clutching the decree. With this boy in high favor with the emperor, offending him now would be suicidal. But how could this happen? Chapter 36. Ennoblement? The Fan family residence. Even in the heart of Beijing, where every inch of land is golden, the Fan family still managed to buy an ancient duke's mansion. It was a grand structure, not just for its depth of 3 rows, but also for its grand entrance flanked by enormous bronze lions. A sight beyond the means of an ordinary household. Most importantly, it faced the imperial palace directly across the street, ensuring that any movement or hint from the capital would reach the Fan family almost immediately. Didn't I tell you to be cautious? Over and over again. But you didn't listen. Hatcher's face was pale with anger. Ishan gritted his teeth and slammed the table hard. If it weren't for my brother smoothing things over in court, you too would have been ruined. Hong, it was our fault for being careless. Sitting below him were 2 men around his age, both wearing luxurious robes that spoke of wealth and status. The man on the left was Arnold, the patriarch of the Bai family. On the right sat Pedro, the head of the Chow family. These two were powerful figures within their own clans and held significant influence even among all merchants. Yet despite this, we've lost a great deal. The last mishap was indeed mine, Pedro admitted. We need to explore opportunities to re-establish contact with him. The Jurchen's silver flows easily enough. I've already arranged for someone to reconnect with Bram. There should be news in a few days. Hatcher looked at them seriously. But you two must prepare now. Gather grain and fodder in case supplies are needed later. My end shouldn't pose any issues, Arnold dismissed casually. But what about Xiao's side? What happened with yours? Hatcher's expression darkened. If these families couldn't deliver now, he wouldn't tolerate it. It's not much of a problem, but my son has taken up gambling. Funds may take time to recover. Pedro thought of his prodigal son and grew irate. I give you a few days. Fail, and don't blame me if I turn to others. I've done what I can for you. Hatcher waved his hand impatiently. Sir, trouble? Emotionally, the family Gustavo rushed in, panic-stricken. What now? Why are you panicking? Hatcher snapped, already in a foul mood. The young master has gotten himself into a big mess. The Gustavo wiped sweat from his brow. That boy from Hanja village, like a dung beetle turning into a phoenix. Minister Max came personally to proclaim the edict. This boy is appointed as Junior Solomon and ennobled as a viscount and cavalry commander. Now he's already a viscount. What? Hatcher stood abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. Did you hear wrong? When has the Ming dynasty ever ennobled a merchant? What kind of identity does that rascal have? Sir, save the young master first. The Gustavo urged frantically. Is Sean still at the official office? Yes, Hong. Pedro joined in. Let's get him out first. Go to the office now. If they won't release him, go to Lord Geordie's residence. Hatcher steeled himself, then glanced at the other two. Chow and Bai, you must come with me. To see the others. Mosra. Pedro and Arnold agreed without hesitation. At Shuntian Bircher office. What? Hart thought he had misheard, staring disbelievingly at Max. This boy, a junior Solomon, and ennobled? Is this true? Outrageous. Max brandished the imperial decree. What are you, to question the Dantes or Master Alden? Your audacity is astounding. Minister Aviv, I didn't mean to. Terrified, Hart scrambled off the dais, smiling apologetically. Is this real? Do you think I'd lie? Max handed over the decree. Master Alden has greatly served the nation and its people. Ishan specially promoted to Junior Solomon and ennobled as a viscount and cavalry commander. See the Emperor's seal for yourself. How can this be? Hart was stunned, staring at the decree in disbelief. This young man was now in the Emperor's favor. Offending him now would be courting disaster. But how could this happen? Hashtag Chapter 37. The Power of the Eastern Depot. Sir Maxwell, I did warn you just now, Max said with a smug look, shrugging his shoulders. What a fool. To offend an imperial favorite at this time, and even someone who is the Emperor's cousin. Just having that identity would make ordinary people eager to fawn over him. Yet, he actually dared to challenge him? Even as just a junior ranker, this Bukert cavalry captain was no ordinary title. And Amin had already said he would rise rapidly in the future. This? Hart felt his world turn upside down, staring at Fabio with disbelief. But Fabio was also stunned. What kind of international joke was this? A young man under 20, apparently without any merit, yet he could be granted the position of junior ranker in the Ministry of Revenue and Bukert cavalry captain, and awarded a baronage. This was something no one could have predicted. Hart was mentally kicking himself. This clear imperial decree, delivered by the Minister of Rights himself, how could it possibly be wrong? It's over. That was the only thought running through Hart's mind. Now, forget about becoming a Grand Secretary or Prime Minister. Even keeping his current position was doubtful. Most importantly, even the Hong family might not be able to protect him anymore. They might even throw him under the bus. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. After what happened with Bukarajin, why couldn't he have kept his composure? Ishan looked towards Fabio, but this heir to the Hong family was equally bewildered, looking at the floor with a face like death itself. What kind of joke was this? Ishan had used countless connections to get a royal merchant status. Yet, this kid got it so easily, and it was an imperial decree too. Moreover, he was granted a noble title. Although the title wasn't high, it still mattered. Nathan received only a verbal commendation for his great victory at Zuanhua. What had this guy done to surpass Nathan? There must be something fishy here. Ishan felt aggrieved. How could there be someone more powerful than the Jin merchants in the Ming dynasty? Eastern Depot is here on business. Step aside. Do you all want to go to the northern garrison? Amostantly, a harsh voice rang out. Immediately, a group of men stormed in, their fierce expressions creating a formidable presence around the entire Beijing Bircher office. At the head of them was a eunuch dressed in red court robes, looking remarkably sharp. Sir Amosen. Seeing this person, 4 officials in the Ming dynasty, the Eastern Depot, Western Depot, and the northern and southern garrison were terrifying places that everyone avoided. Upheld justice? Marcus laughed bitterly, walking closer, his eyes boring into the magistrate of Beijing. If my memory serves me right, Mr. Alden and Minister Aviv already explained everything. It has nothing to do with him. Why are you trying to pin the blame on him? Ishan then turned to Fabio and Poppy. Since you claim to uphold justice, we'll discuss it at the northern garrison's prison. Prison. Upon hearing these words, Fabio's legs went weak, nearly fainting. They had heard tales of this place, a living hell where few returned alive. You? What are you planning? Hart felt darkness closing in, screaming wildly. I am an official appointed by the court, the magistrate of Beijing. Without evidence, how dare you arrest me? I demand to see His Majesty. Magistrate of Beijing? Appointed official? Marcus chuckled darkly, stroking his smooth chin. Even cabinet ministers can be arrested by our Eastern Depot. Seeing the Emperor isn't possible. Sorry, but imperial commands cannot be disobeyed. Hart felt like he was falling into an icy abyss, a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head. An imperial command? Who was this guy? Officials from 6 ministries present. And you're already pleading with me, Weston said, sizing up the woman in front of him. Honestly, he wasn't one to feel sympathy easily. Sir, please hear me out. I know I've gone too far, but my family's lives are now in Claude's hands. I am willing to take the blame, but I beg you to save them. Poppy pleaded earnestly, kneeling down and bowing deeply. If you can save them, I will serve you as a cow or horse in gratitude. And if I refuse? Weston was not one to be easily moved. After all, such situations would make anyone uncomfortable, especially since it felt like aiding a wrongdoer. If Sir refuses, then I have no other options, Poppy said, clearly disappointed, tears welling up in her eyes. I can only blame my misfortune for trusting the wrong person. Grand Eunuch Amosen. Weston glanced at Marcus beside him and spoke. I see this woman was indeed coerced. Let's do this. Let her go. No big deal anyway. It wasn't because he pitted her. It simply didn't matter that much. Since Master Alden says so, I won't make things difficult for her. Marcus waved his hand, instructing the eunuchs under him. Let this woman go. The others, arrest them and send them to the imperial prison. Yes, sir. The guards of Shuntian Bircher dared not interfere, and everyone was promptly arrested. Master Alden, I apologize for the inconvenience this time. Marcus personally escorted help her. She probably has another request. Weston realized she might still be concerned about her family. Sir, everything is. Poppy seemed determined, biting her lip and kneeling before him. I understand what you want to say. Weston waved his hand and looked at Marcus. Grand Eunuch Amosen, could you send someone to let Claude release her family? No problem. It's just a small matter. Marcus agreed without hesitation. Claude was just a flag commander. Goodbye. Weston turned to leave without further words. Is everything settled? Emotionally, Iof appeared from a distance. Father. Grand Eunuch Wei. Marcus and Max both acknowledged him. It's all clear now. It should be the Hong family behind this, Marcus reported quickly. But we need to check if there are others involved. Investigate thoroughly. Iof ordered decisively. If we can find connections beyond the Hong family, especially with Shangxi merchants, that would be perfect. Ishan knew the emperor was already displeased with these people, and this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Understood. Marcus nodded immediately. Well, I should return to the palace and report back. Max, not wanting to get too involved, bowed and left. At the Qian residence, Phil sat dejectedly among piles of books. Ishan had thought of using retreat to advance, but the emperor had really dismissed him. Frankly, he felt bitter. Logically, he should have left Beijing days ago, but he still hoped to make one last effort. Ishan had many students and followers who wouldn't accept giving up so easily. Master. Emotionally, Fabio rushed in. Hatcher from the Hong family and Usher from the Chow family are here. Why did they come? Phil was slightly pleased but nodded. Bring them in. Lord Qian. Hatcher and Usher immediately bowed upon entering. Why the visit? Phil signaled Fabio to serve tea and smiled. Nothing happens without reason. What trouble are you facing? Lord Qian, indeed. We have some issues. Hatcher hurriedly explained. My disobedient son has caused more trouble. Ishan recounted recent events, having originally planned to seek help from Geordie but finding him unavailable, thus turning to Phil. This is indeed troublesome. Unexpectedly, Phil's face darkened upon hearing this. If a few days ago, I could have helped, but now it's unlikely. Lord Qian, what do you mean? Usher sensed something was wrong and asked. The world is unpredictable. Even I'm struggling. Phil recounted the recent political developments, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Hashtag chapter 39. A beauty's invitation. What? Hatcher was utterly shocked after hearing these words. Ishan naturally understood Phil's influence both in and out of court. If Alden could sway the emperor's favor, he would have to reconsider whether to continue his opposition. Usher also wore a disbelieving expression, but upon further thought, he felt something was amiss. Master Qian, I don't think it's as serious, he said after a moment of silence. Though this fellow is currently in high imperial favor, ultimately, he has no solid roots within the court. Even if he gains favor, it won't last. Furthermore, your students and old colleagues are spread throughout the Ming dynasty. How can he compare to you? At best, he's just a troublemaker. Nothing to worry about. These words struck a chord with Phil, softening his stern expression. Jing Zhen speaks wisely. I agree with him, Hatcher quickly added, anxious to resolve the situation involving his son, who was still in someone else's hands. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Phil stroked his beard and said slowly, just a village bumpkin. Nothing to be concerned about. Master Qian, but what shall we do now? My son has already been taken to the imperial prison. This worries me greatly. Hatcher couldn't help but ask again. If Geordie were here, he wouldn't be troubling the old master. After all, their family had some clout. Don't worry. Phil stood up firmly. Kevin, the capital militia general, is my student, and he has a good relationship with Geordie. Since the Shun Tanfu, Shun Tian Bircher, can't handle him, let's accuse him of treason and execute him on the spot. Note, Shun Tanfu, Shun Tian Bircher, seems out of context in English. The term, Shun Tian Bircher, should be consistent with the setting and better translated as Shun Tian Bircher, or adjusted based on the surrounding context for natural flow. For this segment, I kept it to maintain consistency with any previous mentions. For improved fluency and clarity, consider. Don't worry, Phil stood up resolutely. Kevin, the capital garrison commander, is my student and has a good relationship with Geordie. Since the Shuntian Bircher authorities can't handle him, we'll accuse him of treason and have him executed immediately. Tomorrow morning, I will join other ministers in presenting memorials to discredit that man. Having spoken, he was ready for a final showdown. If the emperor didn't listen to them anymore, what would become of their control over the court? Is this feasible? Usher hesitated. Executing a viscount could cause significant trouble. When someone is dead, how much more angry can his majesty get? Hatcher laughed dismissively. The law does not punish many at once. Is he going to kill us all? Yes, that's exactly it. Phil rubbed his hands, pacing excitedly. If we can get rid of him, then there will be no problem afterward. Ishan immediately turned to the two men, instructing, don't stay too long here. You go find Kevin right away and tell him to kill that boy swiftly. The charge of treason should suffice. All right. Hatcher and Usher stood up immediately. Despite his intelligence and experience, he had never held a girl's hand. Comforting her proved challenging. In any case, you didn't harm me, and I merely helped out. So, stop following me. That won't do. However, Poppy's face softened but remained firm. Father said you saved our entire family. We owe you a debt of gratitude, even servitude if necessary. Weston recognized this plotline. Was she about to offer herself in marriage? Ignoring that, she was indeed attractive. Ishan shook off the thought. His principles wouldn't allow him to lust after appearances. If you don't mind, there's a lantern festival banquet at our home in a few days. Would you honor us with your presence? Poppy looked at him expectantly. Will you accept? Amosra, I'll come. Weston agreed readily. Then we'll eagerly await your arrival. Poppy smiled brightly, bowing gracefully before leaving. Good. Weston nodded, letting her go without further hesitation. Good. The onlookers cheered, knowing their story from the courthouse. Embarrassed, Weston hurried into a shop. Sir, welcome. The waiter, who had been watching, greeted. Please sit down. No need to sit. Weston waved, just asking, do you sell corn and potatoes? Chapter 40. There's still hope for the great Ming. You've come to the right person with that question, young master, said the waiter with a quick smile as he hurried over. Our shop does have some left, and at a very reasonable price. Would you be interested? I won't hide it from you. I'm from Han Family Village. Weston glanced around, noticing the absence of potatoes and corn aside from rice and wheat, and asked, have you sold out of those items? Sir, let me be frank. These two commodities get snapped up quickly here, replied a middle-aged man who must have been the innkeeper as he emerged. Every morning, Frank brings over his goods, and soon enough, someone from the Fan family comes to buy them. The Fan family from Shaanxi? Weston frowned. Ishan had strolled past several Jean merchants' shops earlier, but found none carrying potatoes or corn. Who else could afford to? The innkeeper sighed, pointing across the street. Even small shops like us or the Bukurb family next door have had all their corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes snapped up by the Shaanxi merchants. They set the prices after acquiring them. We make a little profit, sure, but the bulk of it goes to them. Weston now understood. Ishan couldn't help but admit these people were indeed shrewd in business. Ishan suspected they were hoarding goods to sell at higher prices later, possibly having foreseen the drought this year and wanting to capitalize on it. But if they crossed him, he wouldn't let them succeed. Eventually, he would catch all these guys red-handed. Alden, young master. Just as he prepared to return and tell Frank not to sell any more grain into the city, Porter appeared. Why are you here? Oh, did Fuller go back? Weston recalled sending them both to investigate Poppy. Ishan went back quite some time ago, Porter grinned apologetically. Ishan was worried about you and asked my lord to find you. Max's remarks in Shunti on Bircher mainly came from Porter's reports. The credit was originally his, but the Emperor didn't allow him to take the lead. All right, I don't have anything urgent. Let's go back then. Fuller proved reliable, Weston thought as he nodded. No need to rush, young master. Porter, who had a mission, tried to persuade him. My lord heard you're out and asked me to invite you to dinner at Jinai Tower to lift your spirits. Why not? Weston felt his stomach growl. He hadn't eaten much since morning. If his brother-in-law offered so generously, he should reciprocate the favor. Then let me show you the way. Porter smiled and led him to Jinai Tower. They were taken directly to a private room on the third floor where Dante's howl was already waiting. Cousin, please sit down. You must have been alarmed, said the Emperor without airs, pulling Weston to sit down before turning to Porter. Wine. Seeing the Emperor struggle, promptly added with a grin. Dante's howl approved silently, finding Porter's words apt. I'm not greedy for fame or power. I just want to farm and earn money. Now with these honors, how can I concentrate on making money? Weston chewed on his pork trotter, slightly annoyed. Your cousin has done tremendous service for the country. Rewarding you is only fair. The Emperor drained his glass and gestured for Porter to fill it again. If we fail to reward such significant contributions, who will be willing to serve the court in the future? If not for Phil's miserliness, he would have given an earl title. True. That miserly Flint nearly ruined everything. If not for his stinginess, the Dantianing army could have swept away our enemies long ago. Finishing the pork trotter, Weston nodded approvingly, continuing to sip wine. After all, as the saying went, Ming troops were unbeatable when properly paid. Alden young master jokes. His Majesty is always wise and courageous. Porter hastily filled the cups again. Only Weston dared call the Emperor foolish, easing the tension somewhat. If you say so, there might be some sense in it. Weston swirled the wine in his cup. Is Flint changing? If so, maybe the great Ming still had hope? Chapter 41. Arresting the traitors. Cousin, I believe the Dantes must have been misled earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted this way. Easton quickly defended himself, hoping to avoid leaving a bad impression on his cousin. Ishan knew that being open and honest would help prove it wasn't his fault. Although that's true, your tendency to speak too much has also caused me considerable trouble, Weston replied, taking a sip of wine. Ishan was already 3 parts drunk. What do you mean by that? Easton was puzzled. After all, getting a promotion for his cousin should be something to celebrate. Do you think why Fabio came to see me? Weston gave a cold laugh, then set down his wine cup and explained everything. Apparently, the Hong family had discovered it was him who provided the strategy in the palace. The Jean merchants were well connected everywhere. They really have big guts. Ishannering this, Easton slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily. To dare manipulate and deceive the Dantes like that. These officials are simply despicable. Why are you so agitated? They didn't arrest you. Weston retorted irritably. They might dare. Easton couldn't help but snicker inwardly. They'd probably be scared stiff even before they made a move. Moreover, as an assistant minister at the Ministry of Revenue, my ultimate goal is to become a royal merchant. I have no interest in politics. The Dantes is suspicious and paranoid, which could get one's head chopped off anytime. Weston suddenly felt irritated. Ishan had planned to escape from the Ming dynasty using this opportunity, but now the Dantes had tied him down. Mr. Alden, please don't misunderstand. Porter hurriedly poured more wine, saying, the position of assistant minister at the Ministry of Revenue is merely a nominal title to facilitate Mr. Alden's business ventures. There's no need to meet the Dantes. Besides, considering your contributions, if the Dantes hadn't favored you, how could he have bestowed you with titles? Just by that alone, His Majesty trusts you immensely. You will definitely receive continuous rewards. Please don't misunderstand. This is His Majesty's genuine intention. These words stunned Easton. Good grief, what a perfect flatterer. Ishan felt fortunate to have such a person around. My dear brother, you should consider making your Gustavo join the Tianjin Comedy Club. It's a waste for him not to be there. Weston laughed after drinking another mouthful of wine. Cousin, I think what he said makes sense. The Dantes is not someone who would discard someone after their usefulness is over, especially given your great contributions. Easton nodded, raising his cup again. I almost forgot, you mentioned earlier about a business deal with the Dantes. What exactly is it? To be honest, the national treasury was empty, and he really wanted to earn more. This? Amostonly, loud knocks interrupted Weston. Open up, open the door immediately, or we'll break it down. Followed by shouts. What's going on here? Easton was furious, pounding the table. Didn't I tell you not to let anyone disturb us? Who are those people outside? Throw them out. Your servant will go. Porter was equally angry. Ishan had already instructed the innkeeper. Who was this impudent? Step aside. As soon as he opened the door, several soldiers rushed in. "You deaf old man. Why didn't you open when we were dealing with military matters?" A lieutenant grabbed Porter by the collar, yelling, "Want me to kill you next?" You're really bold." Porter was stunned. Soldiers rushing in like this? And with such audacity, knowing that Dantes was here. Were these men plotting rebellion? This was lawlessness. Easton and Weston were taken aback. As the Dantes turned to look, he frowned. "Which battalion are these soldiers from?" "Oh, you're teaching me a lesson now." The lieutenant sneered, laughing loudly. "Know this, I'm on duty right now. I'll deal with you later." Ishan pushed Porter aside. "Arrest these two. Don't let any of them escape. They're all rebels." Ishan pointed at Weston and Easton, shouting orders. "You have a lot of nerve." Porter was shocked, seeing the soldiers trying to arrest the Dantes while calling him a rebel. How ridiculous. Moreover, he feared these reckless soldiers might hurt the Dantes, which would be a huge offense. "Which battalion are you from? Bring your commander here. Where's your general? Who ordered this unauthorized action?" Ishan hurried to protect the Dantes, shouting sternly. Weston remained calm, knowing it must be the Hong family behind this. Ishan needed to act preemptively. "Didn't expect you to know so much." The lieutenant sneered. "My superior is General Kevin, who's waiting outside. We don't need to explain to you traitors. Take them." "Kevin, come in." Easton was nearly fuming. How dare anyone mobilize troops without orders from the Ministry of War or himself? Was this an attempted rebellion? "Who's there?" Initially hesitant to show up due to the risk of unauthorized troop movement, Kevin recognized the voice and entered. Seeing Porter, he froze. Patrick. Public. What? Don't recognize me, General Booker? We drank together last time. Or am I too low in rank for you?" Porter winked, signaling the Dantes behind him. "Why? Your Majesty." "Your Majesty indeed." Kevin nearly wet his pants. Ishan never expected that the Dantes would be here. And with Weston, labeled as a rebel. "General Booker, as an assistant minister at the Ministry of Works, I hold no real power. But what are you doing, treating me like a rebel? If you don't explain, I'll report you to Lord Wei. You won't like the consequences." Easton wished he could slap Kevin but held back. Chapter 42. A grand scheme to confiscate wealth. I. Kevin was petrified with fear, but the mention of Iof's name brought him back to reality. If he were truly sent to the Eastern Depot by the Dantes, it would mean a living hell even if he survived. Ishan certainly did not want to end up in such a place. Your Excellency, I really didn't think how I ended up here." Ishan initially wanted to address the Dantes formally, but seeing the menacing looks from Easton and Marlin, he quickly changed his words. "General Booker, if you yourself don't know, should we remind you?" Easton's face turned ashen. He knew someone must be pulling the strings. Had this been inside the palace, he would have skinned this man alive. I. Just then, Kevin felt a chill down his spine and promptly gathered his senses. "Why, Your Excellency, here's what happened." Then, he blurted out everything about Phil instructing Hatcher and Usher to seek him out. Beckett, who had been slightly, "General Booker, let's go." Yes. The general's body trembled uncontrollably. If he had known beforehand, he wouldn't dare create a scene here with all the courage in the world. "Old Chien, you dog." Ishan cursed under his breath, quickly leaving as if fleeing from danger. "My cousin, those people are outrageous. How can they arrest people without any reason?" Seeing everyone leave, Easton hurriedly poured more wine for Beckett, laughing and chatting amicably. This is the root cause of chaos in the Ming dynasty. Beckett, slightly drunk, ignored Kevin's earlier nervous demeanor, thinking he merely feared Iof. Officials formed cliques, doing anything for a bit of personal gain. With blurred vision, he stared at his cup, saying, "Nowadays, everything is in a mess, Psy, especially with the Dantes in action." Easton didn't expect his cousin to misunderstand him so deeply, but he didn't wish to explain just yet. It would be better to reveal his identity after bringing prosperity to the Ming dynasty. "Right, cousin, how do we cooperate with His Majesty?" Reclaiming his seat, he raised his glass and asked. After all, making millions of silver taels while undermining the foundation of the Jurchens, who wouldn't be tempted? Wouldn't this be divine intervention for the Ming? This deal is quite simple. For the Dantes, it requires no capital. Beckett finished in the Shaanxi merchants affect the entire nation? Could it undermine the foundations of our country? This concern lingered in his mind. Most importantly, the Shaanxi merchants had significant influence and connections within the government, which he had to consider. Otherwise, why only punish Elias and not pursue further investigations? It was precisely because of these considerations. One Shaanxi merchant family shaking the country? Involving state affairs? Beckett rolled his eyes, finding his brother-in-law's view too short-sighted, pouring more wine and replying, "Regardless of other matters, these are indeed the parasites of the nation. If drastic measures are not taken, the Ming might face greater danger." "Cousin, isn't this exaggerating a bit? Are you stirring panic unnecessarily?" Easton believed he had a knack for governance and could manage the entire Ming dynasty effectively. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per your request. ####Chapter 43. Resolute determination. Is this scaremongering? Don't you know? You're a businessman. Weston shook his head, took a sip of wine, and thought his brother was living far too comfortably. Around Bukharaydong, the land is barren, and it's sparsely populated. Have you ever wondered why Nurhasai and Deshan never lacked military provisions when they went to war? Are they relying solely on the Kher-Chin Mongols? This statement was like a thunderbolt, almost making Flint fall off his chair. Ishan suppressed his inner anger. Trembling hands raised a cup and drank it all down. "I can tell you, the population of the Jurchens now is nearly 10 times more than during Dante Shunzong's reign. Yet, the price of grain there is only 1/5 of that in the Ming." Weston stood up, looking at the sky outside the window, and said coldly, "Moreover, most infuriatingly, these Shaanxi merchants might even be hoarding supplies to drive up grain prices. Do you think they lack silver? They do not. They're doing this mostly for bigger profits. And for these benefits, they ignore national security and civilian lives. For these large families, it doesn't matter who is in power, because they can influence the political landscape and even control officials' lives. That's also why they sell intelligence to Deshaun, because it no longer matters who sits on the throne. This remark was like a bolt from the blue. Flint's face turned pale instantly, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Deshaun never expected things to be like this. If that were true, these people truly deserve death. After all, the imperial throne isn't something that can be easily lost. Thinking about this, he again felt a chill recalling what his cousin had said about events over a decade ago. You say, should these corrupt merchants be executed? Too hateful. Flint couldn't resist slamming the table and said sternly, we must make them understand the consequences? What are you shouting for? Weston, slightly annoyed, poured himself a cup of wine and said, let's not talk about anything else. Shangxi merchants are too powerful. How can you resolve it with just a word? Besides, you're not the emperor. Can you execute them all? Sit down, sit down. What's the rush? Flint realized he shouldn't reveal his identity now, and reluctantly sat back down. Then he couldn't help but ask, brother, since you've said so much, if the emperor knew, wouldn't it be easy to handle? Why do you say it's difficult to deal with Shangxi merchants? These are their smart moves. Weston sat up straight, picked up chopsticks, and pointed at the dishes. After taking money, these guys didn't seek pleasure. Instead, they spent their silver in the government. The entire network of Shangxi merchants isn't just in the government, but spreads throughout the entire Ming dynasty. Think about it, sending salt, iron, tea, and horses to Dantiandong, passing through layers of inspection without news leaking. Doesn't this mean the whole Ming dynasty has their people? These people include cabinet officials, ministers, generals. A massive network. Do you think we can solve it with just a few words? It's sheer delusion. Leaf. It's because of these fellows. They trade with the Jurchens while supplying them with troops, money, and provisions. They provide them with resources. While the Ming dynasty suffers endless disasters, the Jurchens grow increasingly powerful. Weston gritted his teeth as he spoke. You don't really think they could grow strong all by themselves, do you? Do you believe that when Deshaun and Nurhasai raid the south and plunder gold and treasures, where do these riches go? If they take it back to their lands, what can they buy? They bring it all back and sell it to the Shangxi merchants. Let me tell you, the Hong family's business is so vast because the Chow family's iron and salt trades thrive under Deshaun's patronage. There are few iron mines in Bukharaeadong, yet the Jurchens possess cannons. Can they produce these things on their own? Ridiculous. This revelation was like a bolt from the blue, nearly knocking Easton off his feet. Deshaun barely suppressed his anger, trembling as he downed a cup of wine in one gulp. I can tell you that the Jurchen population today is nearly 10 times larger than during the reign of Dante Shunzong. Yet, the price of grain there is only 1/5 of what it is in the Ming dynasty. Weston stood up, looking out the window at the sky, speaking coldly. Moreover, the most despicable thing is that the Shangxi merchants are likely hoarding supplies to drive up grain prices. Do you think they lack silver? No, they don't. Their actions are mainly driven by the desire for greater profits. For these benefits, they disregard the safety of the country and the lives of its people. For these powerful family situations where enemies gain strength, achieving a win-win scenario. These words made Easton's eyes bulge. 50 million taels of silver. How many years of revenue does that equate to in the national treasury? Indeed, this is a great deal. Moreover, since these people acted unrighteously first, don't blame him for acting unjustly. Yes, absolutely right. With this thought, he couldn't help but stand up. These people are vermin to the nation. They must be eliminated. Why are you so agitated? Though Weston was tipsy, he remained lucid. Seeing his younger brother stand up, he rolled his eyes. To rid the nation of villains. They're so despicable. Easton slammed the table, exclaiming, we need to make them understand the consequences. What's the point of shouting? Weston poured himself another cup of wine, saying impatiently, leaving other matters aside, the Shangxi merchants are so influential. Can your words alone solve the problem? Besides, you're not the emperor. Can you confiscate all their properties? Sit down, calm down, will you? Realizing that he shouldn't reveal his identity just yet, Easton reluctantly sat back down. Then, unable to suppress his doubts, he asked, cousin, since you've said so much, wouldn't the problem be easier if the emperor knew? Why say it's hard to handle the Shangxi merchants? That's their... Chapter 44. An unexpected turn. What's the point of you talking me into this as if it were all rosy? Weston rolled his eyes and retorted sharply. Do I not know Dante's nature? That guy is suspicious by nature. Do you think he would easily agree to go all in? Easton was in anguish. Deshaun wished to reveal his identity right then but decided against it. There'd be time enough later. Cousin, rest assured, I believe his majesty can be reasoned with. If I just put in a word or two with Grand Eunuch Wei, he will surely agree. Most importantly, this concerns the survival of our great Ming. Even if his majesty is dim-witted, he can distinguish right from wrong. In despair, Easton could only bring up Iof. Many times, Wei had reaped the credit for work that Easton had done. Alright, if the Dantes can fulfill these two conditions, I'll see his resolve. I'll certainly offer every possible strategy. Weston still harbored some doubts, intending to test the waters first. Who knew if that suspicious emperor might betray him at the end? Just speak your mind, cousin. I will definitely inform Grand Eunuch Wei. Easton's gaze became intense. Deshaun could not help saying, I won't disappoint you. These two things are quite simple to ask of the Dantes. Weston stretched lazily, somewhat indifferent. First, dismiss Phil and all his protégés. Secondly, execute Andonis. These words left Easton stunned momentarily. Phil had already tendered his resignation, which Easton had agreed to. However, in recent days, many officials had petitioned to reinstate Qian as Deputy Grand Secretary. There were so many of them. It frightened him a bit. As for Andonis, he was currently a senior eunuch in the Office of Ceremonial, wielding considerable power. More crucially, he was one of Easton's trusted men. Weston's actions were primarily because neither man was any good. Phil had ultimately caused turmoil in the southern Ming court and even defected, a classic traitor. And as for the eunuch, he opened Beijing's gates, watching as the emperor hanged himself. If the Dantes agrees to these two conditions, I will tell him how to face them. Weston worried most about the suspicious and ungrateful emperor. If he didn't make up his mind, how could anything progress? Rest assured, cousin, I will relay your message faithfully. Easton stood up immediately resolute. I will ensure the fulfillment of those two conditions. If it can be done like this, it would be best. Weston sighed, still concerned. After all, the Dantes isn't entirely trustworthy. If he truly fulfills these points, I can settle here without thinking of going abroad. Cousin, rest easy. Eschannering this, Easton felt relieved. Keeping his cousin was more important than dealing with the gene merchants or making money. Amash talent by his side would be invaluable. I trust you, but I'm unsure about the Dantes. Weston sighed and looked at Easton. Remember, my message must be accurately conveyed to Iof. Understood? As long as you're assured, cousin. Easton patted his chest, full of determination. For the sake of his cousin, he was ready for anything. At the Chin residence, Phil sat in the main hall surrounded by people. Gentlemen, I trust you heard my proposal clearly. The old scholar addressed everyone. Tomorrow, we must collectively petition for severe punishment of that demagogue. This task must be handled well. Understood? Sir Qian, rest assured. One person immediately stood up. It's not just us. Others also find him disagreeable. Exactly on what authority does he interfere? We refuse to stand for it. Indeed, His Majesty trusts him. A mere village woman. Ishan's given titles of Solomon and Bukert Cavalry General. It's insulting. Everyone was roused to indignation. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Phil stood up, pleased. I've sent Kevin to apprehend him. Once caught, he will be executed immediately. With that man dead, His Majesty won't have much to say. It's within our grasp. Wonderful. Delighted to see you. Why would I be surprised? Turning to glance at Fabio beside him, he added, Master Patrick is here. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Why hasn't tea been served yet? Oh, Minister Chin, no need for tea, Porter said with a hollow smile, holding back Phil. Instead, you might have to come with us for a while. Though Iof was in charge of the Eastern Depot, this Master Patrick wasn't someone to trifle with either. The crowd suddenly sensed something was amiss. What do you mean by that? Phil felt a headache coming on. Ishan didn't know what had gone wrong, and his face paled as he realized something serious was about to happen. Minister Chin, let's not beat around the bush. Kevin thought of little else but to arrest this old man and beat him up. After all, he had nearly caused Booker's downfall. How could such a person be left alone? Please accompany me for a moment. Kevin waved his hand, and several soldiers immediately surrounded them. What does this mean? Phil panicked and immediately looked at Porter. Master Patrick, don't you owe me an explanation? To seize someone without reason is inappropriate. Explanation? You'll get it from His Majesty. Kevin didn't want to waste words and simply gestured. Take him away. Phil was terrified. Kevin was supposed to go kill some villager. Why did he suddenly receive orders to arrest him? Could that man have so much power? Move out. The soldiers didn't hesitate and seized him right away. I can walk by myself. No need for your help. As a deputy Hayes and a renowned scholar known throughout the land, Phil couldn't lose face in front of his students and former officials. Ishan needed to show some dignity. Gentlemen, please disperse. Porter watched them leave, then saluted the remaining few, smiling. There's nothing more to see here. How could he not understand their thoughts? They wanted to harm Alden Shang? They ought to know their own weight. Quickly find help. We must save Sir Qian. Yes, these people are really overstepping their boundaries. Let's go to the cabinet. I won't believe they can act so brazenly. These people were determined to defy, but Porter ignored them and returned to the palace to report. By the time he reached the Wenhua Hall, Howell had returned and was talking with Iof. Though the emperor's face showed signs of intoxication, it also betrayed his anger. They actually said that? The emperor paced angrily, stomping his feet. What audacity, arresting someone on mere suspicion, especially for collusion between officials and merchants. This is outrageous. Your Majesty, please don't be upset, Iof hurriedly consoled. We've arrested him, and Mr. Alden has not been harmed. If real harm had occurred, would you still be saying this? Howell slapped the table, glaring at the two men before him. What nonsense is going through Hart's head? Does he think he can ascend to the cabinet based on just a few words? Ridiculous. Does he treat the court like a market? Can scholars haggle over positions? Pathetic. Investigate thoroughly. Dig deeper. Let's see what other underhanded dealings they've engaged in. The emperor was genuinely furious. If not for his cousin's foresight, he would have been harmed by these Shangxi merchants long ago. Truly, these people were pests of the state, needing severe punishment. Otherwise, chaos would reign. Yes, Your Majesty. This slave will ensure they reveal everything and take revenge for Mr. Alden. Iof nodded and spoke without hesitation. On another note, how is the task I entrusted to you progressing? Howell seemed to remember something, settling into his seat with a dark expression. Your Majesty, we have arranged an investigation and already found clues. Iof felt relieved, bowing deeply. It seems whenever you leave the palace, there's a young eunuch following you unnoticed. These eunuchs belong to the office of a supervising eunuchs. What? Howell thought he had misheard, eyes wide in rage, ready to devour someone. As Dantes of the Ming dynasty, who dared spy on him, did they wish for death? The eunuch belongs to Andoni's, and we caught one just days ago but hadn't reported it yet, Iof hastily reminded, adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, he demanded we release him, acting very arrogantly and refusing to admit to spying. Excellent, really excellent. Howell smirked bitterly, his gnashing teeth causing a chill. They dare to view me as an unjust ruler? Excellent indeed. Thinking of this, he asked, who is Andoni's? Your Majesty, he is from Dadong Shangxi. Porter, who had been unable to speak until now, bowed and replied. No wonder. It seems he is also colluding with the Hong and by families? Howell immediately recalled Weston's words. Indeed, they had conspired together to overshadow the heavens within the court. How dare a mere merchant command the Shuntian Bircher? It was sheer lawlessness. That's why my cousin urged me to deal with him. Indeed, he had foresight. Howell sighed, impressed by his cousin's wisdom. This man must be dealt with. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Deal with? Upon hearing this term, Iof and Porter exchanged glances. Though both trusted by the emperor, neither held the highest position within the palace. Moreover, the position of Ammo Supervisor of the office of a supervising eunuchs was vacant, allowing Andonis, despite being a writing eunuch, to effectively lead. Much red batching had to pass through his hands to reach the cabinet, giving him incredible power. If the emperor wished to remove him, wouldn't it create opportunities for them? First, capture him, then investigate thoroughly. Check if they're colluding with Shangxi. If so, execute them without mercy. Howell declared firmly, understood. Your Majesty can rest assured. We won't disappoint. Iof understood the opportunity before him. Did you arrest Phil? Howell nodded, then turned his gaze to Porter. Chapter 46. One mention after another of the eunuch. Your Majesty, he has been apprehended. Porter promptly bowed and replied, General Booker has already sent him to the great prison. However, that fellow seems rather unrepentant. Aldenf, doesn't he realize what crimes he has committed? Merely for mobilizing troops without authorization, he could lose his head. Dante's Howell snorted coldly and then stood up. Don't waste time with him. Wait until the Hong family case is resolved, and we'll handle it all together. To think he still dared to act against his relative, this was nothing short of courting death. Yes, Your Majesty. Porter nodded without hesitation. By the way, have the documents and the gold seal prepared by Max? They can be delivered together. Howell suddenly realized he hadn't officially conferred a title to Weston yet. Tell him to hurry up. We don't need any more trouble later on. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will attend to it immediately. Porter nodded. Given all the issues involving the Hong family, even if they had no brains, surely they wouldn't continue their antics? By the way, Your Majesty. Ishan suddenly thought of something and hurried to add. It seems Phil's disciples and former officials are still clamoring for his acquittal, even planning to take it to the cabinet. Still want to challenge me? Ishannering this, Howell was about to explode. Your Majesty, there's no need for such trouble. Have the guards arrest these troublemakers, and there won't be so many issues. Iof hastily pledged his loyalty, maintaining a serious expression. For now, let's not arrest them. Let's see how they stir things up. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Howell's eyes as he gritted his teeth. If they really anger me, none of them will get off lightly. All right, you better get your affairs in order quickly. With a sweep of his sleeve, he turned and walked toward the side hall. In Han family village. Sherman brother. Weston was already home, unsure of how he got back but remembering only drinking heavily and waking up at home. Novatsi, excited, pulled him aside and laughed. Another group of officials is outside. It looks like they're here to confer an office on you. Where are they? Upon hearing this, Weston quickly washed his face and stood up. Of course, he knew the Emperor was sending him good fortune again. When he reached the door, Max was waiting. Following protocol, he handed over the documents and the gold seal to Weston. Congratulations, Master Alden. Max smiled. You are now one of the Emperor's favored ones. When we work together, I hope you will take care of us. You flatter me. Weston wasn't particularly concerned. Although he was made a viscount, he held little power. Moreover, he didn't want to get too close to these officials, to avoid arousing the Emperor's suspicions. I can't offer much help, and besides, I have no interest in holding this office. Ishan clasped his hands. If you don't mind, would you join me for tea? I fear I cannot stay long. Max smiled. I must return to report. If there's another opportunity, I'll definitely enjoy a cup with you. So, where? Just as Weston was about to reply, a sharp voice rang out. Both turned to see a chubby, middle-aged man accompanied by several servants approaching. Master Alden, the chief eunuch Andonis, is leading them. Max's expression darkened. Though not in the cabinet, he had no fondness for this person either. Weston raised an eyebrow. Ishan hadn't expected this fellow to show up so soon after being discussed with the Emperor. This visit certainly couldn't be for anything good. Since you're busy, I won't keep you. Please go ahead. Weston waved farewell to Max and returned to the courtyard. Andonis had never met Weston but was pointed out by his subordinates. Ishan intended to greet him, but Weston simply entered the courtyard. As the chief eunuch, when had he ever faced such disrespect? Turning around, he saw Max still there. Lord Aviv. Patrick, sir, I have imperial duties and must leave, Max said coldly before walking away. Fine. You wait for me. Andonis, red-faced and livid, followed Weston into the courtyard. Inside, Weston was sipping tea when this intruder barged in. His face darkened. Don't you even knock first? Where are your manners? Ishan took a sip of tea and yawned. Ishani, who do you think you are? We're here as a favor to you. Do you know who we are? A small eunuch beside him barked indignantly. Do you think? How could I not know? Weston rolled his eyes. You sound like eunuchs with those feeble voices. Tisk. This remark visibly angered them. Indeed, Master Alden has keen eyes. Even the well-composed Andonis forced a smile. I am Chief Eunuch Andonis. So infamous, or rather, notorious. Weston stretched lazily. I've heard about you. What can I do for you today, Patrick, sir? Not exactly instructions. Andonis glanced around and awkwardly sat on a stool. I just have a small matter to discuss. Truly, your house is quite humble. I'm a simple farmer. It's natural my home isn't wealthy. Weston chewed on a tea leaf. I wonder why Patrick, sir, seeks me out. Not becoming a eunuch is a definite no for me. Andonies was nearly infuriated by Weston's continuous references to eunuchs, but restrained himself for the sake of the Hong family. In fact, earning money could be quite simple for Master Alden. Expressing his anger, he motioned a small eunuch forward. The eunuch reluctantly handed over some silver notes. Good thing? Tell me more. I'm curious. Weston spat out the tea leaves and refilled his cup. Recently, I've heard you have some misunderstandings with the Hong family? Andonies, holding the silver notes, smiled. Chapter 47. Instantaneous changes. Mr. Patrick, I think you might have a problem with understanding, Weston said. Before Weston could continue, he poured himself a cup of tea and calmly sat down. A small misunderstanding? Alden? Andonies had now completely lost his patience. This young man was getting too insolent. Without mentioning the respect others showed him, even cabinet officials and senior ministers would greet him respectfully whenever they saw him. But this fellow acted arrogantly, with a terrible attitude, not even offering a cup of tea. Ishan showed no regard for Patrick as a chief eunuch from the office of ceremonial, a position worthy of respect. It was infuriating. That Fabio is trying to take my life. This is a matter of life or death. It's far from being a small misunderstanding. Weston held his teacup in both hands, smiling smugly. For instance, if I stab you and say sorry, will that solve the issue? You're really audacious. The little eunuch behind couldn't hold back, wanting to slap Weston hard. Hold your tongue. What right do you have to speak? Andonies was furious, but tried to suppress it for the greater plan. Standing up, he walked over to Weston and placed a banknote on the table. The Hong family has acknowledged their mistake, so they've sent me here especially. They hope to reconcile with you, and wish you can overlook this past offense. Ishanra are 50,000 taels in banknotes. You can redeem these notes at any Jean merchant bank. It was an offer one could hardly refuse. Having money sure does make life easier. Weston merely raised an eyebrow without much comment. Just the share his cousin gave him was already much more than this. Besides, he wouldn't leave any future troubles for himself. These banknotes belong to you. Andonies thought Weston was tempted, continuing. But we need you to go to the Eastern Depot and ask Iof to release Fabio. The entire Hong family and the Jean merchants will be deeply grateful. I want to ask, is the life of the eldest son of the Hong family only worth 50,000 taels? Weston asked, looking at the chief eunuch. Certainly, this is just a token of goodwill. Once Fabio is released, there will certainly be a generous reward and a favor that may prove valuable in the future. Andonies' face darkened. This guy was getting greedy. The Hong family, part of the powerful Jean merchants, wasn't something an ordinary farmer could provoke. Giving him some face was already generous, yet he dared to push further. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth but obtains it through proper means. Weston laughed and pushed the banknotes back. I don't want dubious money. Moreover, the Fan family within the Jean merchants has committed numerous immoral acts, even suspected of collaborating with the enemy. Ishan glanced at Andonies. Mr. Patrick, perhaps it's better for you to keep less of these banknotes. Who knows, maybe one day your head won't be on its rightful place. Don't talk nonsense. Alden Gongzi, let's not speak in absolutes. Andonies almost exploded with rage but suppressed it. Helping the Fan family now might benefit you in the future. Although you're currently favored by the Dantes, who knows when you might fall out of favor. Nothing in this world is permanent. There was a clear warning tone in his words. Wise words indeed, Mr. Patrick. Weston stood up immediately. Those are the very words I wanted to share with you. One day, you might also become a prisoner. What then? The Fan family might not plead for you. Ha ha ha. Andonies couldn't hold back his laughter, ignorance and arrogance. Who was he? Chief eunuch of the office of ceremonial, the top man in the inner court. Was he someone who could be easily overthrown? Even the emperor would give him respect. Since that's the case, I'll cut to the chase. His face darkened, staring gloomily at Weston. This isn't over. Just wait until you regret this. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he stuffed the banknotes back into his sleeve and walked towards the door. Walk slowly, no need to see you off. Weston ignored him, finishing his tea and preparing to rest. Foolish and reckless. Andonies was fuming with anger. Grandmaster, I'll send people to burn his home. Another little eunuch quickly pledged his allegiance. Don't provoke him for now. Andonies knew the urgency, saying darkly, Ishan's very influential now. We can settle accounts later. At that moment, Iof came running with a group of Eastern Depot spies and Hermanway officers. Who is it? Ah, it's Amospervisor Way. Ishan sounded annoyed, sarcastically saying, I heard your godson is quite powerful, even making arrests in the Shuntian Bircher Yamen and sending Hart to the imperial prison. Impressive. You're joking, sir. Iof was upset seeing Andonies. Ishan searched the palace but couldn't find him and rushed over fearing Patrick might hurt Weston, which he couldn't explain to the emperor. Relieved to see Weston safe, he continued, Sir, I'm here specifically to see you. Iof smiled. Will you come with me willingly, or should we invite you? What do you mean? Andonies' face turned grim. Are you going to arrest me? By imperial decree, seize Andonies. Escort him to prison for judgment. Iof signaled without hesitation. Seize him. Yes, sir. The spies wasted no time, pinning Andonies to the ground. What's the meaning of this? Andonies was bewildered, shouting, You dare to arrest me? I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. That's unlikely, Iof sneered, looking at the pinned eunuch. This is His Majesty's order. As for seeing His Majesty, we'll see if you live long enough. Getting out of the prison might cost you your skin. Sir Patrick, please come with us. Chapter 48. Revealing true skills. You shameless, insatiable scoundrel. Andonies never imagined that he, the top official in the inner court, would be arrested by the chief Amospervisor of the Eastern Depot. His Majesty wouldn't spare him. Way, bark at me again? Want to keep barking? Believe me, I'll beat you senseless. You dare touch Master Alden? Have you lost your mind? Seeing this, Andonies wanted to curse but Iof, now transformed into a martial arts master, struck him twice, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Beckett was stunned. When did this guy get so aggressive? You. Andoni's mouth was filled with blood, 2 teeth knocked out. Anger rendered him speechless. Take this eunuch away before he pollutes Master Alden's air. Iof, fearing any change, quickly ordered the agents to remove Andoni's. Wait. Beckett seemed to realize something and halted the proceedings. Master Alden, do you have any more instructions? Iof's heart sank as he asked with a forced smile. This old man extorted money from me earlier. I need to retrieve it. Without hesitation, Beckett approached the agent, reached into Andoni's chest pocket, and retrieved the stack of banknotes. See how detestable this guy is. Shaking the notes, he smiled at Iof. Even poor commoners like me weren't spared. Damn. Andoni's, furious and unable to breathe, fainted on the spot. Detestable, indeed detestable. Iof maintained a smiling face, then looked at the others. Take him away. By the way, tell my cousin that if he has time, he should come over. I need to talk to him. Beckett stored the banknotes, realizing the Emperor's determination meant it was time to showcase true skills. Eliminating the Shangxi merchants would be effortless. Don't worry, I'll convey the message. Iof's face lit up, knowing an opportunity for merit was coming. At One Yuan Pavilion, review the reports from various regions. Amin, seated at the head of the table, said to the officials below, especially from the Ministry of Revenue. Spring is here, and if there's flooding or previous crop shortages, ensure seeds are distributed. They can repay later after the autumn harvest. What about the small bandits in Sichuan and Shangxi? Are they subdued? Grand Secretary Booker. Adon handed over a report. These bandits seem insignificant. Local authorities can handle it. No need to mobilize the army. That might be an overreaction. Don't underestimate the situation. Amin frowned upon reading the report. 3 expeditions costing nearly 10,000 taels of silver haven't achieved anything. If word gets out, how can we face the Emperor? Moreover, these bandits grow stronger in the mountains. In the end, if they aren't starving, they won't rebel. Vinny understood this clearly, holding his teacup and saying, Dante's Hurley levied taxes on wealthy merchants in Jiangnan, but Dante's Shizong shifted the burden to remote Sichuan and Shangxi. Those regions are already poor. Adding heavy taxes will only cause unrest. Peasants just need enough food to farm honestly. History shows farmers rebelling, not merchants. But Jiangnan has already been searched thoroughly. Further taxation might be impractical. Amin understood, but didn't know how to explain this to the Emperor. Grand Secretary Booker, officials trouble? Constantly, a panicked official rushed in. Everything is chaos. Calm down. Speak clearly. This is no way to behave. Amin frowned. What happened? The scholars from the Hanlin Academy and National University are petitioning the cabinet to release Lord Qian and purge the demons. The official wiped his forehead and hurriedly spoke. What? The cabinet ministers were shocked. Phil was merely dismissed. Why was he arrested again? Is it really related to him? Even if so, why would they cause trouble now? After all, if even Phil couldn't withstand it, what could they achieve by causing unrest here? Grand Secretary Booker, cabinet members. Voices sounded outside as the ministers looked at each other and exited the hall. Outside, people were packed densely, led by Phil's talented disciple, Lachlan. Behind them, officials held petitions, their faces filled with anger. What are you doing? Planning a rebellion? For these people to brazenly create a ruckus, it was as good as courting death. Moreover, Amin believed that the esteemed advisor had done nothing wrong. Every move he made was beneficial to the country and its people, devoid of any self-interest. Phil's fall from grace was entirely due to his selfish desires. There was no one else to blame. Not only would Amin not intercede, but neither would anyone else dare speak out for him, let alone bring it before the Dantes. We will convey your sentiments to His Majesty. Adon, fearing a commotion, immediately waved them off, saying, if there are no other matters, please disperse. Do not gather here. We hope you will personally deliver this to His Majesty before us. However, Lachlan showed no signs of backing down. Are you still causing a ruckus? Amin could not contain his frustration any longer and sternly reprimanded. This is the cabinet. We will pass on your petition. There's no need for further concern. What are you doing? As Lachlan opened his mouth to speak, a stern voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Iof approaching with a group of Hermanway guards. The scholars from the Imperial Academy and Hanlin Academy finally felt a twinge of fear upon seeing these formidable guards. Eunuch Wei, you arrived just in time. Adon, without giving them any leeway, pointed to Lachlan and company, saying, these officials were preparing to revolt. Instead of merely reading ancient texts and criticizing the current rulers, it's a waste of talent. I've been on the battlefield and seen dead bodies littering the land. Now, people are suffering and starving. You insist on adhering to outdated traditions instead of feeding the hungry. Have you ever gone hungry yourselves? As he spoke, his eyes grew cold, and he smirked through gritted teeth. What hypocrites you are. You should all be sent to the front lines. Take Lachlan and the rest into custody. With that, the Hermanway guards moved swiftly to apprehend the leading figures. Iof, are you trying to harm the loyalists? Lachlan couldn't believe this old eunuch dared to arrest them. You can say whatever you want. After all, I'm no saint in your eyes. Iof laughed coldly, declaring, by order of His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Amin and the others fell to their knees upon hearing this. Phil has shown narrow-mindedness and intolerance, mobilizing troops without authority, thus deserving severe punishment. Iof announced clearly, glancing at Lachlan whose face was now pale with dread. His disciples, colluding together, slander others. All will be sentenced to the imperial prison. Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lachlan and the others wailed pitifully, their faces twisted in agony. Take them away. Without further ado, Iof motioned the Hermanway guards to drag away the leading individuals. Everyone may rise. His Majesty has another task for you. Looking at the trembling officials, Iof felt immensely pleased and couldn't help but laugh as he helped Amin up, Prime Minister Booker, it looks like you'll have some more work ahead. Eunuch Wei, what does His Majesty require? As a member of the scholarly elite, Amin had always looked down on Iof and his allies. This matter is simple. Iof patted the Prime Minister's shoulder, saying, the previous Hayes Lowell was also from Shaanxi province. His Majesty fears he might have ties with the Jin merchants and the Manchu rebels, so he wants you to draft another petition and submit it. What? Both the cabinet officials and the Hanlon scholars were stunned. Although Lowell lacked significant achievements, his character was unquestionable. Accusing him of treason was unimaginable. Amin felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, serving the emperor was like taming a tiger. The position of Hayes wasn't so easy. Moreover, the emperor was inherently suspicious. It wasn't just Lowell he doubted. It was the entire civilian officialdom. Recalling Phil, he realized the peril they all faced. A truly precarious situation. Chapter 50. Paolo reveals himself. Lord Booker, all the officials? Seeing no one responding, Iof couldn't help but raise his voice again to remind them. Waylord Amos Supervisor, rest assured. We will hasten to draft the memorials and submit them to the Office of Ceremonial. Adon hurriedly bowed and said, no need. Once you have written your memorials, you can send them all to Lord Amos Supervisor Porter. Iof was still somewhat displeased. Why should it be given to Porter? Currently, Chief Secretary Andonis of the Office of Ceremonial has already been arrested and is soon to be executed. In the future, if you have matters, just discuss them with me and Lord Amos Supervisor Porter. These words were another shockwave. No one could have imagined that within a single day, the Deputy Grand Secretary, Chief Secretary of the Office of Ceremonial, and the former Grand Secretary all met misfortune. The sky was changing, definitely changing. What are all of you doing standing around here? Haven't you returned the memorials in your hands and rewritten them? Iof ignored those cabinet officials and instead turned his gaze to the scholars of the Imperial Academy and Hanlon Academy. This was also an indirect reminder to them that times had changed, and they should take care of themselves and not think about Phil anymore. Thank you for the reminder. We'll go back and revise them. One of them quickly bowed, then turned and left. The others saw this scene and knew they couldn't defy authority. Moreover, they had no grievances with Beckett. There was no reason to incur the Emperor's displeasure over a stranger, so they each departed. Fellow officials, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Iof didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Quick, tidy up all the memorials. Amin immediately looked at the cabinet members. Check if there are any memorials criticizing that person and supporting Phil. Investigate thoroughly. Yes. The cabinet officials quickly returned to the Wanyuan Pavilion. None wanted to invite trouble at such a time. At the fan residence, Hatcher and his companion were like sitting on pins and needles. After all, half a day had passed since the incident, but there had been no news from Kevin's side. In theory, arresting someone shouldn't take so long. Brother Hong, you don't need to worry. I believe news will come soon. Usher smiled as he watched Hatcher pacing back and forth, then got up and handed him a teacup. Maybe your nephew is already on his way back? How can I not be anxious? Hatcher took the teacup and sipped the tea, replying through gritted teeth. Nightfall is approaching, and still no news from the other side. I wonder if Arnold has returned yet. Minister Qian personally issued the order, and General Booker led the troops himself to make the arrest. How could that person escape? Usher said calmly, as the saying goes, even if you don't respect the monk, you should respect the Buddha. Over these years, how many silver tails have we spent on smoothing things over? Can a small matter like this really go awry? Besides, they serve alongside my brother. They wouldn't dare offend us. That's all we can hope for. Eschannering this, Hatcher felt a bit relieved and sat down. Master, a visitor has come. At that moment, Fabio rushed in, looking anxious. Ishan insists on seeing you. I don't have time for visitors. Hatcher waved his hand irritably in response, having no mood to receive guests at the moment. Master Hong, would you refuse to see me as well? But it wasn't up to him. A tall, imposing man walked in. Ishan stood 8 feet tall, dignified in appearance. A palpable aura of menace radiated from him, making people shudder. When Hatcher and Usher saw the newcomer, they both jumped up from their seats in disbelief. For the visitor was none other than Aizen Joro Paolo. Master Hong, you seem surprised. How could you not recognize me after just a few days? Paolo made no pleasantries, walking straight into the hall and sitting down. Your Ming people often say, the rich forget easily. Isn't that right? What are you waiting for? Serve tea immediately. Hatcher was miserable inside, thinking that at this critical juncture, a disaster was descending upon him. Ishan glanced at Fabio and barked out an order. Yes. The Gustavo naturally didn't know who Paolo was, but sensed that this person was significant and quickly withdrew. General, why did you come here? Hatcher couldn't believe the audacity of this man. Is this place not where I should come? Paolo casually unbuckled his saber and examined the interior of the hall. This mansion is indeed impressive. That's not what I meant. Hatcher feared angering him and smiled apologetically. This is Beijing, heavily guarded. If someone discovers you, it could be very dangerous for you. No worries, I haven't taken those guards seriously. Paolo paid no mind, continuing, as long as you welcome me, everything's fine. General, you coming here in person must mean something important? Watching Fabio deliver tea, Usher personally placed it next to Paolo, smiling awkwardly. You two should know best. Why ask me? Paolo sipped his tea, staring directly at the two men. What exactly happened in Zuanhua and Dadong? Why did such issues arise? This is unclear to us. The ones we sent out were all trusted confidants. No one expected this. Usher had his own difficulties. Who could have predicted they would all be apprehended? Alden, I've heard before that your Ming people are cunning, and now it seems true enough. Paolo's eyes glowed with murderous intent on the two men. If it were other matters, it might be forgivable, but the defeat at the Battle of Juyong Pass could ultimately be attributed to espionage more than Dante's Deschamps' overreach. How did that demon know about their confidence? It's terrifying. Pedro couldn't help but say, That man has become a thorn in our side. We must root him out completely. If he's such a threat, why haven't you acted? If he continues to ruin your plans, how many days do you have left? Paolo sipped his tea and snorted coldly. If we had known this situation earlier, we should have moved sooner. We've already taken action. It won't be long before good news comes, Hatcher replied hurriedly, rubbing his hands with a laugh. This time, we've mobilized the army. Even if that man has 3 heads and 6 arms, how can he escape? Ishan will get what's coming to him. From what you say, I doubt this will succeed. Paolo placed the teacup back on the table disdainfully, crossing his legs as he spoke. Ishan may have fled already. Why don't you give me his address, and I'll take care of him personally. That way, I can avenge our fallen brothers. Why would we need Birdie to take personal action? Ishaning this, Hatcher was alarmed and quickly dissuaded him. It's just a villager. Ishan might already be dead. His panic stemmed from the man's unique status. Any public confrontation could lead to discovery. If it implicated the Hong family, it would be too late to regret. All right, but don't come crying for my help later. Paolo didn't see through Hatcher's anxiety. Otherwise, his temper would have driven him to find Weston. Not necessary, Hatcher and Xiao sighed with relief, finally relaxing. You two must ensure we have ample grain supplies. Paolo looked at them sternly, preferably by next month, when spring comes. At this point, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Does Birdie mean to campaign again? Pedro and Hatcher exchanged glances, both inwardly surprised. The Juyong defeat was only 2 months ago, yet the Jianzhou Manchu were planning another attack? Bukertal did they know? Deshan needed a decisive victory to stabilize his new position as Elwyn after only recently ascending. Do you think we lack the strength? Paolo asked, displeasure flickering across his face. Do you know how many troops we still have outside the passes? 30,000 strong. More than enough to conquer all of Ming. And our 8 banners are fearsome warriors. Do you think one defeat makes us cowards? While partly boastful, after all, they had only around 230,000 troops at their peak, including Nicholas and Gung Jingzhong's forces. His statement held truth. These were battle-hardened elite soldiers. That's not what I meant, Hatcher said cautiously, still smiling. Rest assured, General, we'll secure the grain no matter the cost. Despite your past failures, the Elwyn wasn't pleased. Paolo nodded, narrowing his eyes. But this time, the Fan family provided us with artillery shells. For this, we'll reward them greatly when we rule Central Plains. The Fan family? Hatcher and Pedro froze in shock. How did they miss the Fan family starting to sell shells, especially secretly to Deshan? Exchanging looks, they realized the Fan family was now acting independently, which infuriated them. I know what you're thinking, Paolo smirked, handling a saber on the table. Their cooperation bypassed you, but rest assured, we've promised them protection. You won't try anything underhanded, right? Of course not, Hatcher scratched his head awkwardly. Unbeknownst to them, Paolo referred to a Fan family impersonation orchestrated by Weston and Porter, a flawless scheme. Fine, I must. Master. Paolo was about to leave when a servant rushed in, looking panicked. What is it? Speak up, Paolo snapped. Hatcher, annoyed, shouted. Can't you see we have guests? The Gustavo hesitated, glancing at Paolo. All allies here, what's the issue? Speak. Hatcher grabbed a teacup angrily, then paused, realizing something. Is it news from General Booker? Yes. The Gustavo, reassured by his master, said bluntly, a big problem. General Booker didn't arrest the demon, but turned to arrest Minister Qian. Alden. Hatcher spat out his tea, disbelief evident. Well, what? Is this true? Even Pedro's eyes widened in shock. Only Paolo watched with interest. Absolutely true, Master, Fabio mourned. Our spies saw Minister Qian arrested by Booker Sherwin himself. Oh no. Hatcher's face went pale, nearly collapsing. It wasn't just Booker Sherwin now, but Phil, the second assistant to the cabinet. If even he couldn't hold out, what did it mean? Stay calm, Brother Hong. Pedro steadied Hatcher. Though Minister Qian fell, remember, the Eastern Depot is controlled by the Imperial Household Agency. Christopher Patrick often received favors from us. Now's the time to ask him to save our friend. Chapter 52. Ishanro cuts off his wrist. Yes. Ishaning this, Hatcher felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, hurriedly pushing away Usher and rushing toward Fabio. Quickly prepare my sedan chair. I need to see Eunuch Patrick immediately. Aldenry, hurry. Yes. The Gustavo didn't dare hesitate, and turned to run outside. Master Hong. Cristoforo Dor stood up, fastening his saber at his waist with a light laugh. Is it really that troublesome? Why don't you let me handle it directly? General, such a minor matter wouldn't dare trouble you. In these turbulent times, how could Hatcher still afford to let this grim reaper act on his behalf? If their identities were exposed, and it implicated him, the entire Hong family, including Geordie, would collapse. Bad news. At that moment, Arnold suddenly rushed in from outside, out of breath. Ishan grabbed a teacup from the table and drank, catching sight of Cristoforo Dor out of the corner of his eye. General, when did you arrive? Why didn't we hear any news? Ishan asked nervously. The general has been here for some time now, but enough of that, what happened? Hatcher's mind was in turmoil as he couldn't help but ask. Hasten Booker Sherwin's withdrawal, and Doni's has fallen. My Gustavo told me that guy was captured by the Eastern Depot. It was even personally led by Iof. The situation has changed drastically. Arnold quickly bowed to Cristoforo Dor before replying. Finished. Unexpectedly, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Hatcher's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. What happened? Arnold was stunned, quickly helping him up. Only then did Usher recount what had just occurred. So it's not. Arnold finally understood why Hatcher reacted this way. It seems your men aren't much use. Cristoforo Dor sneered lightly. Ultimately, in critical moments, we are the ones who have to act. No need. Despite his pale face, Hatcher waved his hand, sighing deeply. There's no time for that now. General, your identity is special. Absolutely cannot be compromised over such trivial matters. After all, compared to state affairs, this is nothing much. Upon hearing this, Christopher O'Dore's expression grew serious. Ishan hadn't expected Hatcher to consider the bigger picture at such a critical moment. How could he know that Master Hong was afraid of being implicated? After all, if Hatcher's son only faced accusations and murder charges, at most his son would die. But if Christopher O'Dore was captured, the entire Hong family would perish. But your nephew. Usher was also stunned. This general might be the only one capable of rescuing him, yet he refused. Ishan can only blame his bad fate. Hatcher seemed to have made up his mind, straightening his back and clenching his teeth. We must now cut off the wrist. Since we cannot save him, we cannot allow his secrets to come out. Ishan knows too much? This? Usher and Arnold shivered involuntarily. Truly ruthless. I understand what you mean, Master Hong. Christopher O'Dore looked at Hatcher with some admiration. But if we don't act, how will you deal with that demon? Your current backers seem to have already fallen apart. General, you speak truly. Hatcher wasn't disheartened. Instead, his eyes blazed with fierce anger. Even if these backers have fallen, it doesn't mean we have none left. We have money. We will operate further. Even if we exhaust our assets, we will ensure that boy dies by my hands. No wonder your Ming people can't beat us. Amash infighting is indeed contemptible. Christopher O'Dore laughed lightly, waving his hand as he walked outside. Remember to deliver the supplies as agreed. Not a single cent will be short. Prepare the sedan chair. I must visit the Imperial prison. Hatcher clenched his teeth, shouting towards the door. Prepare wine and food. Hong brother, is there no other way? Usher couldn't help but hold him back. Matters are grave. It's no longer up to me. Hatcher's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, speaking bitterly. Moreover, you wouldn't want us to be exposed either, right? Shiji understands the bigger picture. He won't blame me. Inside the Imperial prison, Marcus was fuming. What's going on? Can't you watch even one prisoner properly? Ishan scolded a prison guard loudly. Ishan was fine last night. Why did he die today? How do I report this to the chief eunuch? Inside the cell where Fabio was held, he lay dead, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, looking extremely tragic. We don't know either. The guard looked mournful, explaining helplessly. Ishan was chatting with us happily last night, saying he would be released today. Who knew he? Find out exactly how he died. Marcus shoved the guard aside and stormed out. Brother Amosin, please plead for mercy for me. Hart's almost pleading voice sounded from outside the prison. Iof had been waiting there for some time. Ishannering his adopted son's words, his expression darkened. Most likely Hatcher did it. Only he visited Fabio yesterday. Ishan is ruthless, even willing to kill his own son. Iof sighed, his expression uncertain. Setting aside whether Weston would be pleased, Dante's Howl definitely wouldn't be happy about Fabio's death. Yet, he still had to report truthfully and headed toward the Wenhua Hall. What? Fabio is dead. What do you eat at the Eastern Depot? And the Herman Dantiered if someone dies in the Imperial prison? Amosra enough. The Emperor flew into a rage upon hearing this. This servant failed. Please punish me, your majesty. Iof had no choice but to kneel and bang his head repeatedly. Beside him, Marlin secretly felt relieved. Ishan was after all an old man from Shinfu Palace who had grown up with Howl. Now that Andonis had fallen, he harbored ambitions for the seal of the Director of Ceremonies. Enough. Thoroughly investigate this. Howl was furious, pointing at Iof. If this upsets Weston, you can stay away from me and go guard the royal mausoleum. Your servant obeys the order. Iof trembled in fear, hastily responding. Losing the Emperor's favor, the scholar officials would surely not let him off. Your Majesty, earlier when I returned, young Master Alden said we could find him. Marlin hurriedly reminded him. What does your Majesty think? This was a great opportunity to establish merit. Note, the translation follows the guidelines and maintains the same structure as the original text. Chapter 53. Let's start with plowing the fields. Brother Sherman. Brother Sherman. Weston was in a great mood, lying on the bed and counting his silver notes. Ishan had just acquired 50,000 taels from Andonis, not a single tael more or less, just right. Ishan pondered that it was time to find an opportunity to exchange them for solid silver. What's wrong? Ishannering Nawatsi's shouts, he quickly ran out of the room. Ishan saw this young man leading several people who looked like beggars approaching. Are they your relatives? Weston stretched lazily and teased him. My relatives are all in your family village. How could they be so far away? Jamal was honest, laughing as he pointed at the group. They say they fled famine from Ishinanan and are looking for food in the village. The village chief asked me to bring them to you to see if you need anything done. Upon hearing such elaborate arrangements, we don't have much work in our village besides farming. Weston decided to play it safe and observe their true intentions. Considering this, he smiled. Since you're experienced in agriculture, it's perfect. Spring is coming, and we lack hands on the fields. Stay and help us plant. We can't pay in silver, but food and drink are guaranteed. Christopher and Harvest will share the produce. How about it? Fine. Callan cursed inwardly but forced a smile. Jamal, take them to plow the fields. Make sure the soil is loosened before sowing seeds. Weston ordered Jamal bluntly. All right, follow me then. Jamal called out to Callan and his group, leading them to the fields with tools. Weston followed them holding a pot of tea. Seeing Callan and his men plowing, he noted their movements didn't resemble farmers. Jamal had to teach them, while their muscular builds caught everyone's eyes. They looked more like bodybuilders than farmers. Brother Callan, don't overwork yourself. Have some tea if you're thirsty. Noticing their sweat, Weston offered politely. It's fine. Callan fumed but couldn't show it. Just then, someone approached, and the guards immediately lowered their heads. It was none other than Porter. Master Alden, it has been a long time. What surprised Callan and others was the high-ranking eunuch's extremely respectful attitude towards Weston, treating him as a servant would. Your Majesty. Amostonly, someone whispered in shock. Indeed, Dante's howl-dressed casually walked over. Callan and his men hesitated, but knelt from afar to avoid exposure. Jamal, however, was left bewildered. You arrived just in time. I was having tea. Join us. Weston gestured to Porter and Howell. Confused, he asked, why do you visit so early these days? Don't you have business matters to handle? Cousin, after the new year, things are slow at the counter. Dante's Howell replied with unusual respect, as if they were truly cousins. Callan and his men were shocked. Hadn't heard of the Emperor having a cousin. This reminds me, cousin, the big business you mentioned yesterday. Wei Gonggong gave me an update. Ishan sipped tea and continued, smiling. Oh, that quick? Tell me what happened. Howell recounted the events of the previous day. Indeed, he had heard from Iof and Porter. What? Phil was really arrested, along with many students? Weston was stunned. The speed of the event surprised him. Though Andoni's held power, he was still a household slave, easily removed by the Emperor. Ishan wondered if it was related to his words, but Phil was different, a cabinet minister with many followers. Why did he fall so fast? Moreover, Han Peng was involved? Despite being no saint, his downfall was too rapid. ##### Chapter 54. Whom can we trust? This Andoni's was arrested right in front of me, and I know the details, Beckett nodded. But then he asked with some confusion. Phil deserves his punishment, but what about Connor? Why did he also run into trouble? Cousin, it's like this, replied Easton immediately after hearing this. Apparently, that guy was connected to the spies in Dadong and Zuanhua from last time, so they arrested him for further interrogation. Of course, that was just one person's account. After all, not many believed it. As for why Connor was targeted, it was because he was from Shangxi, and the Emperor had a suspicious nature. So that's why, Beckett said, nodding unperturbedly. Connor was indeed another corrupt Confucian scholar. Let it be. Cousin, does His Majesty's actions show sincerity? Easton couldn't help but ask when Beckett didn't respond. Although this is just a small-scale demonstration, it reveals that the Emperor has changed. If he continues to improve, there might still be hope. Beckett took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat satisfied. The Emperor was listening to advice, which showed he had potential. If things continued like this, perhaps the Ming dynasty could experience a revival. Ishan wouldn't need to go abroad. Ishannering this, Easton was overjoyed. Ever since he heard about hanging himself from a crooked tree, he hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly, almost driven mad by anxiety. Now, hearing his cousin's praise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alden, sir, what exactly was your grand plan to eliminate the treacherous merchants? Could you tell my lord about it? Porter added helpfully at this moment. You're curious, but there's no rush. Beckett sipped his tea, preparing to refill it. Porter hurriedly helped, pouring water for him. Before ensuring the nation's wealth and military strength, the Emperor should focus on his own safety. Without personal security, how can he think about eliminating the gene merchants? Don't you agree? Beckett relaxed, leaning back in his chair with his hands crossed. Cousin, while your words are logical, isn't the Emperor's safety something we shouldn't concern ourselves with? Easton wasn't worried. Surrounded by so many Imperial guards, who would dare harm the Emperor? You're oversimplifying it, Beckett scoffed. I ask you, how many generations have passed since Brant ascended the throne? How many emperors died naturally? Alden, sir, don't speak recklessly. Porter turned pale, frantically waving to caution him. However, the Emperor remained outwardly calm, though inside he was shaken. Indeed, apart from Dante's Taizu Kato and Dante's Chengzu Zhu Di, very few had peaceful endings. Dante's Renzong Zhu Gaoqi, Dante's Avavangzong Zhu Zhanji, Dante's Dantiangzong, even the closest ones, Dante's Hurlizong and his elder brother, died under mysterious circumstances. Thinking of this made him shiver. Cousin, your words are indeed correct. The Emperor nodded gravely. When I see Lord Wei, I will convey your message to His Majesty. It's not as simple as that. Beckett sat up straight, his face serious. While the current situation may not directly involve the gene merchants, they are powerful and have informants within the palace. To prevent them from leaking information, everyone inside the palace must be replaced. Only those trusted by the Emperor should remain. This is crucial to prevent any foul play. Also, palace attendants should be rotated frequently to avoid being bribed by the gene merchants. These were basic principles of governance that the Emperor should understand. Cousin, you make a valid point. Easton nodded in agreement. Truly, his cousin spoke wisely. If not for him, there would be endless troubles. Thinking of Andoni's, if not for his cousin's insight, his every move might have been exposed. With this in mind, he felt a chill down his spine. Cousin, if we replace everyone in the inner court, whom can we trust and whom cannot we trust? Easton asked. I'm not trying to ally myself with them. I just want to sever ties with the people I know. That can be told to you. Beckett stroked his chin, hesitating slightly. But you must keep it secret to avoid causing trouble. Don't worry, cousin. Easton patted his chest. Only you and I, heaven and earth, will know. Ishan glanced at Porter. Your Majesty, rest assured, this slave will not leak a word. Old Patrick tightened his neck in fear. Andoni's has fallen, so his subordinates are useless now. Beckett nodded, slowly listing names. Bukirk Patrick Yong, Patrick Shang, Patrick Mubagia, Gao Qi, Bukara Jingwen. Ishan casually named over a dozen people, most of whom held significant positions within the inner court, wielding considerable power. Porter listened without daring to breathe. Ishan was certain that if Beckett mentioned his name, the Emperor would execute him without hesitation. Even a slight frown would betray him. When he heard the surname Patrick, his body trembled involuntarily. By the time Beckett finished speaking, he was drenched in sweat. Easton stared wide-eyed. Ishan was sure his cousin had never visited the palace. Yet how could he know the eunuchs inside so well? Bursting their names was as if reciting a list from memory. Incredible. Truly amazing. Cousin must be a divine being sent from heaven to save the Ming dynasty. There was no doubt about it. Experience and capability are adequate. The Eastern Depot can be entrusted to Marcus. I can also do it. Porter couldn't help but shout inwardly, but alas, Weston couldn't hear it. Otherwise, he would surely grant him a position. Brother-in-law's suggestions make sense. I think Lord Wei will certainly convey them to His Majesty. Easton nodded, implicitly agreeing with Weston's assessment. Ishan will definitely report everything to him. Weston waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, your proposals would indeed shake up the entire inner court. Porter felt a bit disappointed, but acknowledged that he had already gained much from Weston. Greed was unwise. He understood the limits. But since Lord Wei trusts brother-in-law so much, any future suggestions will likely be reported truthfully. Easton hurried to flatter him, laughing, after all, he is now one of the Emperor's favorites. If you present them so directly, it could create trouble for me. Weston rubbed his head, responding, in the future, be tactful. Don't reveal your true intentions all at once. Also, not every time do you need to mention my name. You can talk to others too. But these are all brother-in-law's accomplishments. Easton sighed, feeling quite regretful. If brother-in-law doesn't become famous across the land, wouldn't that be a waste? What I'm doing isn't for fame or profit. It's only for the welfare of the common people of the Ming dynasty, so they won't suffer under continuous calamities and endure hardships, Weston replied calmly. Of course, if there's an opportunity to earn some money, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Easton and Porter could not help but show great respect, conveniently ignoring the latter part of the statement. What truly defines a noble heart? What is the essence of high moral character? What does it mean to genuinely care for the nation? Porter wished he could slap himself. Earlier, he was thinking about his own small gains, utterly unworthy of Weston. Brother-in-law speaks so beautifully. Easton couldn't help shedding tears, his voice trembling. With such a broad-minded person like brother-in-law, I believe the Emperor will surely revive and revitalize the Ming dynasty. Enough flattery. Weston dismissed it lightly, reminding sternly, remember every word I've said to you. When discussing matters with those above, including Ep1of, always be tactful and never expose your true intentions. Understood. I will heed brother-in-law's instructions. Easton nodded affirmatively. This scene left Callan and others dumbfounded. When did the Emperor ever listen so obediently to a village farmer? That's best. What Weston feared most was this brother-in-law betraying him. Before meeting Easton, he dared not be sure whether the ever-suspicious Emperor would have him eliminated. Brother-in-law, after replacing the people in the inner court, shouldn't we start dealing with the gene merchants? The Emperor, oblivious to Weston's thoughts, asked again. You're oversimplifying things. Weston shook his head, looking worried. Before the Emperor makes any moves, he needs to ensure his army's loyalty first. Lord Alden, isn't that a bit off? Porter voiced his confusion. All the armies in the world belong to His Majesty, right? Leaving aside other things, the Eastern Depot and Hermanway, as well as the 3 major camps of the capital, are all under Imperial command. Are you oversimplifying this too much? Weston scoffed. Without mentioning anything else, the Eastern Depot and Hermanway are thoroughly corrupt. Do they have combat capabilities? They are just a bunch of silver-hungry loafers. Callan and others looked particularly grim upon hearing this. As for the 3 major camps of the capital, less than 10% may be combat-ready, making them essentially hollow. Otherwise, when Deshan led troops to the city walls, the capital would have been defenseless. Donnie wouldn't have had to travel far to rescue the Emperor. This fact was embarrassing. Cough. Easton appeared slightly awkward, admitting that he wasn't well-versed in military matters. Yet, based on what his brother-in-law said not prevailed, who knows what misfortune would have befallen him. After much thought, he probably, do you still not understand? Weston rubbed his forehead, wondering if this younger brother was truly born to be a businessman, knowing nothing about politics or military affairs. His Majesty needs loyal and capable generals. Ishan sipped his tea, finding it somewhat cold, and said, though the military officers are unreliable, some border generals can still be trusted. Not to mention, for now, let's set others aside. Nathan and Amosen Chuaning are both trustworthy and loyal. And then there's Qin Bukarangiyu, the female chieftain of Sichuan's native tribal forces. She is an exemplar of loyalty and valor. You can let Ep1of bring the White Rod army she trained into the capital. With her stationed there, the capital will be safe. Weston admired from the bottom of his heart this first female general in history to be ennobled for military achievements. Mostly, he wanted to witness the grace and valor of this remarkable woman. Thinking of this, he added, as for Donnie at the border, you can use him but should not fully trust him. As for Nicholas and others, they must be kept in check regularly. Don't worry, cousin. Easton, upon hearing this, began to form a general idea and immediately responded, I will definitely follow your instructions when the time comes. What are you thinking? Weston could not resist admonishingly, don't pressure the gene merchants too much right now, or you might alarm them. As for the likes of Hatcher and Pedro, they are among the most astute. Any slight abnormality might cause them to fight tooth and nail. Indeed, he had guessed correctly, considering that they could even kill their own sons, let alone others. Cousin truly has profound insights. Easton's face lit up with joy. Why didn't I think of that? But Master Alden, according to your judgment, when will they take action? Porter could not contain his excitement any longer. After all, they could not achieve glory on the battlefield and could only test their luck during such times. You're getting impatient. Seeing this, Weston laughed. Even the Emperor isn't in a hurry. Why are you? Porter scratched his head awkwardly, recalling the old saying that eunuchs were more anxious than the Emperor. Thinking of this, Easton couldn't help but chuckle. Now, you know the situation. At this moment, Weston continued nonchalantly. The Jin slaves have suffered 2 major defeats and gained nothing. The current situation is so dire that they may not survive the winter. They will surely buy grain inland, driving up prices in the capital. Do you think the gene merchants will miss this opportunity? You mean the grain prices will continue to rise? Easton became puzzled, but you mentioned earlier that, realizing what was implied, he widened his eyes. Do you get it now? Weston sneered, standing up and looking afar solemnly. Now the Gene merchants will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to hoard grain and speculate. Ishan had seen it happen in the capital. Even corn and sweet potatoes had been plundered. Ultimately, they saw the business opportunity. All the grains would end up with the Jin slaves. In the end, they were aiding the enemy. These cunning fellows deserve death. Easton seethed with anger, unable to stop trembling. They must be eradicated completely. You don't need to be too agitated. Weston turned around and gazed at his younger brother solemnly. Given the current situation, no matter how you handle them, as long as you don't have solid evidence, they can still recover. Moreover, just wait patiently. Once they commit, we'll have the evidence. What can they do then? Besides, how could those grains end up in the hands of the Jin slaves? These words were full of implications, and both master and servant instantly understood. Right. Take them by surprise using this opportunity. Easton laughed, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then we can confiscate all the grain supplies. The Emperor can use these supplies to support the troops. Ingenious, truly ingenious. Porter looked at Weston with admiration, unable to contain his laughter. Master Alden is truly a living Zhuge Bukurong. I am in awe. Chapter 57, Promotion and Advancement. Don't try to flatter me here. It's useless. Beckett sat back down with a leisurely demeanor, his face solemn as he said, what we need to do now is figure out how to catch the Shangxi merchants red-handed. This was still quite challenging. From his perspective, Hatcher would likely proceed with extreme caution this time around. So what should they do? Big brother, I think this matter can be handled easily. Easton seemed unconcerned. As for him, investigating people like Hatcher was simply a walk in the park. Moreover, with so many informants and agents of the embroidered uniform Dantiered under his command, no matter how powerful the Shangxi merchants were, they couldn't possibly rival the Dantes' power. These fellows are all seasoned schemers. You mustn't underestimate them. Beckett nodded, then seemed to recall something and added, by the way, when you return, ask Ep1of about this. How much benefit and commission can we get once this matter is successful? Remember that. It seems even Big Brother can't escape worldly concerns. Don't worry, Big Brother. To Easton's surprise, he wasn't displeased. If his big brother showed interest in his official career, things would be much easier later on. The higher and more powerful the official, the better. Besides, establishing such significant achievements, not only resolving the internal threat posed by the powerful Shangxi merchants, but also secure an official position for you. Isn't that unnecessary? Easton felt warmth in his heart, realizing his big brother was truly concerned for him. But now that he was the Dantes, such an official title might be redundant. Although in Ming history, there was Zhu Shou, the Grand General who conquers in Ishinaven's name. But he wasn't Dantes Hurley Zong and didn't want to bestow titles upon himself. Given the current strength of the Donglin party, officials would likely submit petitions every day if he did so. Moreover, his character differed greatly from Zhu Hozhao. How can it be unnecessary? Beckett immediately opened wide eyes, replying with a disdainful look, with your current abilities, growing bigger and stronger will be tough. Why can the Shangxi merchants expand so vastly? Because they have people in the court, ultimately. Ishan wanted his younger brother to join the court as an official so they could work inside and outside in tandem. Of course, he didn't aim for monopolies or anything like that. Just getting the job done was enough. Without someone in the court, it would indeed be difficult. According to the ancestral rules left by Dantes Taizu, merchants cannot become officials. Easton immediately laughed. So, this matter, how can it be compared to other times? Beckett poured a cup of tea, nonchalantly saying, wasn't Fabio a merchant? Didn't the court appoint him as a junior officer in the Ministry of Works? You must adapt to circumstances. Without an official rank, how can you conduct affairs in the future? Feeling thirsty at this point, he finished the tea in one gulp. Tell Ep1of this. You must at least secure a 5th-rank real position from the Dantes. If they refuse, we won't provide strategies any longer. We could sail to sea and become pirates. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Easton feared his elder brother's thoughts the most. If he really sailed away, wouldn't Easton be left to fend for himself? Big brother, rest assured, I'll argue with reason and determination. Ishan pounded his chest, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. What does argue with reason and determination mean? Beckett rolled his eyes, replying impatiently, now it's us providing strategies to the Dantes. He should be grateful. Besides us, there's no one else reliable. I don't care about others, but I must consider you. Big brother, I won't let you down. Easton felt touched by these heartfelt words. After all, the imperial family often lacked warmth. In his youth, he hadn't felt much affection, and now his big brother's sincere concern deeply moved him. That's enough. You don't need to be so emotional. Beckett waved his hand, saying seriously, what I told you must be conveyed. Remember this. Yes. Callan glanced at the emperor. Ishan was puzzled by why the mighty Dantes of the Ming dynasty seemed almost flattering towards Weston. It was indeed perplexing. Alright, from now on, you all should try not to expose your identities. Arrange for one person each day to report back to the palace on Master Alden's whereabouts. Oh, and one more thing. Each of you will be promoted by 1 rank and receive double salary. Howell waved his hand and turned toward the village entrance. Thank your majesty. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but break into smiles. They hadn't expected such a sweet assignment. Bertranian. At that moment, Frank and a few others suddenly surrounded him. Howell's face instantly turned red. Frankly, he wasn't sure what was happening yet. Your majesty, Master Alden's cousin is named Booker Nyen. Porter quickly lowered his voice and reminded him. Ishan was also somewhat afraid. These people were calling out to the emperor so casually, seemingly unafraid of losing their lives. And he feared the emperor would be angry. Vance, what's the matter? Unexpectedly, this naturally suspicious emperor wore a smile, seemingly unperturbed. Bertranian, listen up. Frank puffed on his pipe and said, ever since that incident last time, the Hurley family girl seems to have taken a liking to Sherman. I'm thinking we should propose a marriage for Sherman. After all, he's getting quite old, and he can't remain single forever. Yes, he's all alone now, without any close relatives. As his cousin, don't you think you should invite your parents to help? That makes sense. Sherman has been good to us villagers. We should help with such a minor issue. The villagers chattered excitedly, each contributing their thoughts. Is it Poppy? Howell frowned, and then remembered Fabio's case from a few days ago. That woman indeed was named Poppy. However, in his opinion, though she had some beauty, she was ultimately unsuitable for his cousin. Yes, it's Poppy. Porter nodded hurriedly, adding, she lives just outside the capital. I'll discuss this with my family and see what cousin thinks when I get back. Howell was internally dissatisfied. If they were to choose a proper match, he felt that high-ranking noble ladies or royal relatives would be better. Then you discuss it when you return. Frank nodded and chuckled. Speaking of Sherman Bertrandian, weren't you 2 years older than him? Are you married yet? Should we find someone for you two? I already have a family. Howell's face darkened. Being called Bertrandian repeatedly was becoming unbearable. Oh, what a pity. Frank seemed genuinely disappointed, saying, my granddaughter is now. Goodbye. Fearing the old man would continue, Howell hurriedly back. Dated February 3rd, third year of Howell. Ridiculous. Donnie laughed, leaning on the wall. These fools think the previous victory was due to them? If not for our brave Dantianian army, Deshawn wouldn't have retreated easily. Expecting us to fight the Red Barbarians' cannons with flesh and blood? Do they think we're invincible? That's true. Nicholas agreed. Ultimately, they're just servants around the Emperor. Even if they recognize a few characters, do they understand battlefield dangers? Military situations change in an instant. It is strange. Donnie crossed his arms, feeling a twinge of frustration. I wonder why the Emperor assigns eunuchs as inspectors. Honestly, they only cause trouble and are no real help. I agree. Nicholas nodded. Deshawn has suffered 2 major defeats and has no available forces. Saying he'll attack again is laughable. Yet, Nathan did well this time, severely weakening Deshawn's morale. Donnie envied this. If we could secure another great victory, that would be perfect. Despite his high position, he still lacked a title. Given his military achievements, he deserved a title long ago. Unfortunately, the Emperor always harbored suspicions about him, which made him extremely uncomfortable. However, I heard something. Nicholas stroked his beard, recalling gossip from his family in the capital. It said that Nathan and Mongowe's victories were due to Porter's guidance. Ishan could have that kind of insight? Are you joking? Donnie couldn't believe it. If he truly has this ability, let him be my inspector, and I'd accept it. But I doubt it. Could Nathan be deliberately courting him? Chapter 59. The Threat of Empty Cannons. General, you know who Nathan is better than anyone. Ishan doesn't even respect the Donglin party. Would he fear a few eunuchs? Nicholas shook his head and replied enigmatically. It's said that someone else is the mastermind behind all this planning, and this person is truly a great strategist. Oh. Donnie's interest was immediately piqued as he couldn't help but ask, what is this person's background? If they were truly so capable, having them as a consultant would be beneficial. This is just what I've heard, though the details are likely close enough, Nicholas replied gravely. It's said this person has an extremely mysterious background and is supposedly the current emperor's cousin. Is there such a relative among the Dantes' family? That shouldn't be the case. If they were truly royal kin, how could they remain obscure and unknown? Donnie shook his head, clearly skeptical. As for their true background, it doesn't seem to matter much. Nicholas smiled and continued. The Dantes trusts this person implicitly, almost blindly following their advice. Moreover, I've heard that last time when Iof sold supplies, Nathan uncovered the spy from Shangxi merchants with this person's guidance, leading to that significant victory. Is there really such a brilliant individual? Donnie's eyes widened in disbelief, his beard trembling as if he had seen a ghost. As to whether it's true, I cannot confirm, Nicholas shook his head, then added with a knowing smile. I find it more plausible that they have the guidance of a great strategist behind them, which is why they achieved such victories. Ishannering this, Donnie's expression became grave. After all, Iof had mentioned something similar before, that their success depended on a great advisor. Ishan hesitated for a moment. Sandanti, do you think Deshawn will really attack the city? Turning away, he gazed into the vast night sky and asked aloud. Although Jinzhou City was now virtually impregnable, he still worried that Deshawn might employ the same tactic as before, diverting forces through Shifeng Pass. I don't think it's very likely, Nicholas shook his head, his expression serious. After 2 major defeats, no matter how strong he is, he needs time to recover. Also, as a nomadic people, how can the Jurchens have so many heavy cannons for siege warfare? Let me see that letter. Donnie turned back to look at Nicholas. Bang! Amostonly, a loud explosion echoed. General, be careful. Reacting quickly, Nicholas tackled Donnie to the ground. What's happening? Confirming neither was hurt, Donnie hurriedly looked toward the city walls. The sight outside left him speechless. Outside Jinzhou City, the fields were teeming with countless 8-banner soldiers, seemingly endless. What stunned him most were the 20 red-barreled cannons lined up at the front of the formation. These cannons were what truly frightened him. General! General! A junior officer rushed up. The Jurchens are attacking. Do you think I'm blind? Donnie snapped. Issue orders immediately for all soldiers within the city to prepare for battle. Send word to Johnny Zhou to mobilize cavalry support and reach us as fast as possible. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, the officer turned and left the battlements. Donnie. Just then, Deshawn's stern voice rang out as he rode closer to the city. Keegan, I didn't expect you to have such guts. Have you forgotten your last defeat? Note, Aldenong Taiji should be corrected to Keegan to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure accuracy. Donnie stood up, coldly retorting. Are you bringing your men here to die again? Director Yuan, times have changed. Deshawn laughed, pointing his whip at the battlements. Today you might not be able to hold Jianzhou. I see you are a remarkable talent, which is why I've come specifically to recruit you. If you join us, once we claim the empire, you'll be granted lands and titles. Thank you, Harold. Donnie laughed, looking at Nicholas. Sandanti, did you hear? But Donnie shook his head, puzzled. How many shots were there? Maybe 2 or 3? Nicholas furrowed his brow in confusion. I get it. Donnie suddenly realized, laughing. Now I understand why Porter wrote that letter. Their cannonballs are defective. Standing up immediately. Boom, 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 boom. Almost were enough. Although 20 cannons were present, several were misfires, with shells unable to fire. Others exploded mid-air, leaving only dust. A few that did hit the walls barely made a scratch. Laughable. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Donnie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good, good, good. Deshawn, with this, you dare to attack the city. Note, I've corrected Aldenong Taiji to Deshawn to ensure the proper name is used consistently and correctly in English. Meanwhile, the faces of the 8 banners leaders twisted in horror and shock. Cristoforo Dor, what's going on? Deshawn gritted his teeth and shouted, Why? Why is this happening? I don't know. Cristoforo Dor was bewildered. How could he have known the bot cannonballs would be defective? Chapter 60. Defeat came crashing down Bukirk, a mountain collapse. Damn it, we were definitely tricked by those cunning Ming people. Germain couldn't help but say aloud as he watched the situation unfold. 15th brother, why didn't you test the cannonballs when you bought them? The funds available at the time were limited. Who could have anticipated this situation? Besides, we still have some cannonballs, don't we? Carver retorted nonchalantly, his face contorted in savagery. Even without the red-coated cannons, can we not defeat these scoundrels? How ridiculous. That's enough. This isn't the time for arguments. Keegan's heart was in turmoil. Ishan had hoped to erase past humiliations with this opportunity, but who would have thought his unreliable brother would lead to this? Keegan, we should retreat. Mac interjected impatiently. Given the current situation, continuing this fight is pointless. Without the red-coated cannons, we cannot breach their defenses. It's better to retreat and rethink our strategy. Do you think we came here with 10,000 troops to enjoy the scenery? If you want to retreat, take your own troops and go. Carver was furious. We absolutely cannot retreat. That's enough. Keegan barely suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he ordered. Use the remaining cannonballs for one last assault while the rear guard gradually withdraws. Carver, you stay behind to cover the retreat. Ishan found himself in a difficult position. Many of the troops he brought along no longer wished to follow him. Aldingsley and Amorin's forces did not join the expedition. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. The sound of gunfire echoed as the red-coated cannons fired once again. Desperate measures. Desperate measures. Standing on the city wall, Donnie was overjoyed. Ishan knew this was an opportunity for him to achieve great feats. Ishan turned to look at the soldiers beside him and spoke loudly. Everyone, this is heaven's protection of our great Ming dynasty. Didn't you see how those Tartars' cannons fell silent? They have lost their power. This is heaven's way of protecting us. This is the ancestors of the great Ming protecting us. Everyone. As he spoke, he drew his sword from its scabbard. Now is the time to achieve glory. When reinforcements arrive from Johnny-Jo, charge with me. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers, stirred by such inspiring words, were all excited, ready to rush out and fight. General, General. At that moment, a signaling officer who was supposed to be relaying messages rushed up onto the city wall. Cavalry from Johnny-Jo has arrived. They set off a day ago and are now outside the city walls. Good. Donnie was startled, realizing it must have been orchestrated by someone brilliant. But now was not the time to think about it. Sand did valiantly but ultimately perished under Nicholas's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Keegan and Mac had retreated over 10 miles. Report. Elwyn, it's bad news. A scout suddenly appeared, breathless and panicking. Elwyn, the Ming army is pursuing us. What? Jinzhou has only 3,000 men. Why would they dare to chase after us? Keegan was shocked and immediately questioned. Reporting to the Elwyn, those chasing us include not only the forces from Jinzhou, but also 50,000 cavalry from Johnny-Jo. What? Before the scout finished, Keegan nearly fainted. This can't be possible. Johnny-Jo is at least a 2-day journey away. How did they get here so quickly? Do they have foresight? His face lost the confidence it once held, and panic set in. Where's Carver? Where's Germain? Didn't they have 20,000 troops holding the rear? Ishan dismounted, grabbing the scout by the collar. Just now, there were too many Ming troops. The whereabouts of the 2 generals are unknown. Some say they've already been killed. The scout stammered in fear. What? Ishan hearing this, Keegan felt as if struck by lightning, almost fainting. Impossible, impossible. Elwyn. Mac rushed forward to support him. You must hold on, Elwyn. Keegan steadied himself, though still feeling panicked. Banner army commanded by Aldingsley. What is going on here? Theo, already distressed over his military defeat, now fumed at this scene. Tell Aldingsley to come and see me immediately. Shortly after, Aldingsley, clad in armor, arrived with his personal guards at the tent. Older brother, what's happening? Are we not allowed to enter the city? Is this some sort of rebellion? Theo, enraged and humiliated, immediately demanded an explanation. Harold, the current situation is different from before. Aldingsley's expression showed difficulty. Ishan clasped his hands together and said, the princes of various banners believe that the herald's handling of matters is problematic, so they propose that Bram temporarily take your place? What? Upon hearing this, Theo's eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. Do you mean I am less fit to be herald than he is? Fine, I get it. You're preparing to rebel with him, right? Older brother, don't forget the vow we 4 brothers made. Brother 8, listen to me. Aldingsley felt helpless. As the head of the clan, he had to consider the entire family. Your recent military campaigns have been too risky, and each expedition has ended fruitlessly. We owe it to our clansmen to protect the legacy left by our father. It cannot be destroyed by just a few of us. So you choose to follow Bram in rebellion? Do you think he is more suitable to be? Understand now? Ishan knew very well that losing Germain and Luther as generals would be extremely detrimental. At a time like this, how can you still feud among yourselves? Mac was also dissatisfied. Though he initially disagreed with Theo being Harrel, the latter did possess some capabilities. Though this defeat was disastrous, if they could rest and regroup, there was still potential for a counterattack. Now, self-destructive fighting wouldn't accomplish anything. The Ming army is almost at our doorstep, and you're still squabbling over the throne? Frustrated, he sat down and drank from a cup. Do they have to kill us first? Harrel. Just then, a guard rushed in, looking flustered. Lord Bram has left the city with troops, saying he wants to discuss major matters with you. Fine. If he wants a showdown, let it be. Don't underestimate my strength. Eschannering this, Theo immediately put on armor and grabbed his sword. Mac, come with me. Let's settle this traitor and then face the Ming army. However, Mac turned his head away, ignoring him. Theo, what are you doing? What are you arguing with him for at this moment? Aldingsley was equally helpless and pulled Theo aside. Ishan's only acting as a temporary ruler. Your position will still be yours. Why fight among ourselves? Now isn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves. It's him who has a blade to my neck. Should I just surrender? Theo laughed bitterly and looked outside the tent. Go tell him. If he wants a showdown, let him come. You two really? Aldingsley was at a loss, trying to persuade them. Don't enter Shangjing for now. Lead your troops to Bukarang. Once I've calmed him down, you can return. Why should I go to Bukarang? I'm the Herald. Why can't I enter Shangjing? The one who should leave is him. Theo was unwilling, but he realized he might not win a real fight. Fine, do as you wish. Aldingsley was furious, pulling out his saber and slamming it on the table. Kill me too if you must. Maybe then I won't have to mediate anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Let's listen to elder brother. Mac, impatient, stood up. To Bukarang then. We can reorganize our troops there. Fine. Theo agreed, handing Aldingsley the saber on the table. Tell Bram that if he still considers me his brother, at least before confronting the Ming, we shouldn't come to blows. Theo, I know this isn't fair to you. Receiving the saber, Aldingsley sighed in relief. But this is for the greater good. I hope you understand. Elder brother, I'm leaving? Theo didn't respond, simply leaving. When they were in power, you didn't see you impeaching them. Now that they've fallen, you suddenly all submit your petitions? Amash opportunists are not liked by me. Understand? Yes. Amin hurriedly bowed and replied, in the future, we will be diligent in investigating before submitting any more memorials. Enough, this has nothing much to do with you. Howell waved his hand indifferently. Ishan was fairly satisfied with the new haze. Regarding the loyalty of these people as an emperor, how could he not understand? By the way, there is another matter you should pay attention to recently. Howell stroked his chin and continued. There are more and more refugees in Sichuan and Shaanxi. The Ministry of Revenue should distribute grain and let them farm peacefully instead of gathering in the mountains to cause trouble. This cannot be ignored. His cousin mentioned it before. Your Majesty is wise. When Tianren immediately responded, we share the same opinion. After all, he and Adon once argued over how to handle the refugees. Report. At this moment, a small eunuch rushed in holding a document in both hands. What happened? Howell, seeing this, immediately stood up tensely. It looked like a military report. If bad news came now, it would be quite a blow. Your Majesty, it's great news, great news. The little eunuch quickly knelt down. On the 4th day of the 2nd lunar month, bandit leader Deshan led troops in a surprise attack on Jinzhou. Under General Dani's leadership, our army fought bravely. This was a major victory. We killed 23,600 enemies, captured 15,000 soldiers, seized over 30,000 horses, confiscated 400,000 dan of grain, and captured 20 redcoat cannons and over 10 million in treasures. How much? Howell, hearing about the treasure, could not contain his excitement, asking again. Repeat that. How much? Reporting to your Majesty, over 10 million. The exact count has not been completed, Nicholas respectfully replied. Excellent, very good. Howell grinned widely, elated. Continue. The most important part is that not only did we achieve victory, but we also killed the leaders of the Jurchens, Germain and Dorcheng. We also captured many of their primary commanders. Nicholas explained passionately. Of course, our success was mainly due to Patrick Gonggong's letter informing us that the enemy's ammunition was blank. It was Patrick Gonggong who sold it to them. In this battle, Gonggong played an indispensable role. Ishan mentioned this to give face to the Emperor's cousin, as Donnie vaguely felt that guy was not ordinary. All this was due to the Dantes' proper command. I do not dare to claim credit, Porter quickly said, knowing fully well this was Beckett's achievement and dared not claim it for himself. Very good, indeed excellent. Howell, recognizing the implied meaning, solemnly declared, Nicholas, rest well first. Tomorrow at noon I will personally entertain you. Thank you, your Majesty. Eschannering this, Nicholas was deeply moved, turning to leave the hall. To all my ministers, issue the decree immediately. Howell excitedly stood up. Ishanavon favors our great Ming. With 3 victories in succession, we owe not only to our ancestors' virtue, but also to our soldiers' efforts. I declare a general amnesty and will allocate 3 million taels from the imperial treasury to assist disaster victims. Our Dantes is wise. Long live the Dantes. May he reign forever. Ministers bowed to the ground in unison. Chapter 63. The State as a Public Instrument. The officials were naturally overjoyed by the Dantes' words. Apart from granting a general amnesty, he had also used funds from his personal treasury rather than touching the Ministry of Revenue's resources. Though the National Treasury did indeed have some funds now, if Ander were to be tasked with raising money for famine relief, he would likely still need to negotiate with the Dantes. After bidding farewell to the ministers, the Dantes remained unable to suppress his excitement. Upon returning to the harem, he couldn't help but share his thoughts with Tracy Zhou. Donnie and Nicholas fought splendidly this time. Ishan accepted the teacup from the Tracy and could not hold eyes were merchants like those from the Hong family. They amassed a large quantity of grain to drive up prices and stir internal conflict within the Ming dynasty. Then, they intended to sell this grain to the Jianzhou Jurchens. Cousin Alden truly has remarkable insight. Reading the report, Howell couldn't help but marvel. Without him, both I and the Ming would be in grave danger. Shouldn't your majesty reward him more? Porter ventured to suggest, seeing this as an opportunity for advancement. You're right, Howell nodded, pacing excitedly. Given his contributions, bestowing him a Viscount title isn't too much. Ishan then turned to Tracy Zhou. What should we name the title? I believe you're acting hastily. Zhou was less enthusiastic, replying calmly. While he's done much good, the matter you discussed with him before isn't directly related. It might be better to temporarily record his merits and perhaps give him some profits from selling cannonballs. Frequent rewards might alert him. As ruler of the state, the country is a public instrument. Too many rewards could undermine your authority, she added, smiling slightly. Two ancestor once warned that the harem should not interfere in politics. Consider this just my opinion. You're absolutely right, Howell agreed respectfully. I'm worried about losing him. If he leaves, the Ming will be in peril. Considering this, he instructed Porter, tomorrow morning, take 50,000 taels from the inner treasury and give it to cousin Alden as profit sharing. As you wish, your majesty, Porter responded eagerly, thrilled at another chance to interact with Beckett. The next day, Dantes Howell invited Nicholas and learned of the conflicts among the Jianzhou Jurchens, feeling deep emotions. Given the internal strife, the Jianzhou Jurchens were bound to fail. Besides, he had cousin Alden's support. United, they could overcome anything. Meanwhile, Porter arrived at Han family village with several attendants, noticing Poppy with a basket as he approached. Since Lantern Festival when Beckett visited Hurley family for dinner, little Poppy grew increasingly grateful to her rescuer. Though not romantic, there was mutual admiration. Every day, Callan reported Beckett's activities to her, keeping her informed. Porter waited until she left before visiting Beckett. Mr. Alden, congratulations, he greeted upon entering. Is it still morning and already time for congratulations? Are you a magpie bringing good news? Beckett laughed, sitting down with the basket Poppy gave him. Haven't eaten yet? Join me. Seeing the snacks inside, he offered. If you insist, I'll gladly accept. Porter sat down, delighted to dine with Beckett, a privilege eunuchs like Iof envied. Why be so formal with me? Beckett began eating. What recent good news do you have? To be honest, the silver for selling the fake cannonballs has been exchanged. Porter placed the silver bills on the table. 100,000 taels, count it. So soon? I thought it would take days. Without hesitation, Beckett pocketed the money. If you've counted it, then no need for me to check. Thank you. Barnabas, you are so trusting, that's wonderful. Porter smiled and continued. There is even more good news. Our troops have achieved a great victory against Deshan at Jinzhou again, and we've also killed 2 of his top generals. Note, Barnabas is not accurate here. It should be sir, or master. The term, Barnabas, would imply royalty which does not fit in this context. Corrected. Master, your trust in me is an honor. Porter smiled and continued. There is even more good news. Our troops have achieved a great victory against Deshan at Jinzhou again, and we've also killed 2 of his top generals. Chapter 64. Selling cannonballs. There's something else you should tell me right away. Weston, who was pouring tea, immediately perked up upon hearing this and promptly spoke. Our troops, under the leadership of Donnie, Porter had already heard the whole story from Nicholas, and he knew it by heart. His storytelling skills were even better than those at Tiananmen Bridge, weaving a detailed and vivid narrative. You're talking about the 2 dead ones being German. Now is a good time to sell cannonballs to the Jurchens. After swallowing another piece of cake and sipping tea, Weston slowly revealed his idea. And sell more than before. Sell again? Holding the cake, Porter hesitated, puzzled. Master, after last time when we sold them fake cannonballs, they won't be fooled again, will they? No matter how foolish they might be, it's impossible to trip over the same stone twice. It's just too stupid. Who told you we'd sell fake ones this time? Weston raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Of course we'll sell genuine ones. Only the real thing can impress them. Sell real ones? Porter shuddered and widened his eyes. Aside from whether the Emperor would agree, selling cannonballs to Deshan wasn't like making a deal with a tiger. This could lead to nurturing foes until they become powerful. Certainly, you just said they won't believe us selling fakes, right? Weston nodded casually, unconcerned. But, if this gets back to the Emperor, my lord's head may not stay on his shoulders. Porter laughed bitterly. You must consider his life, right? While the Emperor makes the final call, without proper reasoning, Dantes Howell wouldn't agree unless he were delusional. Don't you get it? Weston rubbed his belly, appreciating the cake brought by Poppy. Didn't you just say the Jurchens are having internal conflicts? You don't need to sell to Deshan. You can turn around and sell to Bram. I know his character well. He's brave but lacks strategy and has long been dissatisfied with Deshan. If you sell him cannons now, he'll dare to fight Deshan. With discord between the 2 brothers, the entire Jurchen faction will be thrown into chaos. This logic left Porter speechless, wide-eyed. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Deshan stood up, eyes wide open. How do you come up with such ideas, Master Alden? I never thought of this. If you were so smart, why did you ask me? Weston smirked dismissively. If you do this, send someone skilled at inciting conflict to ensure the war between the brothers escalates fully. Only when they're preoccupied with each other will the problem truly be solved. Thus, the Ming would have internal peace but no external worries. As for Rhett, dealing with him would be simpler. Rest assured, I'll report your words faithfully. Porter patted his chest confidently. All right. Weston nodded, trusting him. Given the present circumstances, this man seemed reliable. By the way, as you mentioned, the Shangxi merchants are stockpiling grain. Porter added this piece of information. Do you think they'll stop shipping grain to Bukareadong once they hear the news? This concern wasn't just his. Even Dantes Howell was worried. Don't worry, they won't stop. Weston dismissed the concern. You must understand these people are proud and declared, When the grain from over there arrives, we will attack Theo. Bukarang City is small. He can't hold out for long. Moreover, Bram. Just then, Zion rushed in, visibly angry. What exactly is going on? What did you promise me before? Why did you send people to assassinate Mac and Theo? Brother. Seeing the newcomer, Bram's face darkened slightly. Ishan walked down and said, can we talk about this later? Let's settle the military plans first. No way. Zion immediately shook his head and waved his hand. If this isn't clarified, I won't feel comfortable. Besides, what kind of military deployment are you planning? Against Theo? Or against the Ming? If you plan to attack Theo now, I disagree. Brother. Bram became anxious upon hearing this and exclaimed, what do you want? Didn't we agree that I would be Elwyn? Now are you going back on your word? For this elder brother, he dared not say much as Zion was the clan leader. Without his support, his position would not be stable at all. I did agree to have you as Elwyn, but we also agreed not to take action against Theo. Zion felt some regret at this point. If he had known it would lead to conflict among brothers, he would never have agreed to let Bram be Elwyn. After all, this matter would be nothing short of a fatal blow to the entire Jurchen people. But can't there be two Elwyns? Bram's face turned grim as he retorted sharply, Theo is still issuing orders in Bukarang. Does he listen to me, or do I listen to him? How can I convince everyone if he disobeys? This matter can be discussed. There's no need for bloodshed. Zion refused to budge, firmly stating, if necessary, I'll see Theo myself and get an explanation for you. Fine, brother. I'll give you face. Bram gritted his teeth and shouted, you can go see Theo right now. If he agrees, I won't mobilize troops. But remember, if he refuses to come to his senses, don't blame me. All right. Zion nodded and left the hall. Elwyn. Amostantly, a soldier ran in and saluted, saying, several Ming people came and wished to do business with the Elwyn. Ming people. Upon hearing this, all birdies present stood up. Want to do business with me? Bram raised an eyebrow and sneered, interesting. Let them in. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea later, a middle-aged man led by several servants entered. This man had a pale complexion and looked to be in his early 50s. His cold expression exuded cruelty. Ishan was none other than Iof, the new director of the Imperial Household Agency. What sort of person are you? What business do you wish to conduct with me? Bram sized up the man before him and asked, with the spies you have in our court, you don't even recognize me, Lord Supervisor? Iof raised an eyebrow and chuckled without restraint. Indeed, you're nothing but a bunch of country bumpkins. You have quite the nerve. The others were furious and immediately drew their sabers. Do you know where you are? You dare act so boldly here? Is there any place that Lord Supervisor fears? Iof laughed lightly and replied without hesitation, not to mention you. What more if there were more of you? Lord Supervisor? Are you Iof? Bram caught on and became intrigued. Let's see what business you have. If your offer isn't substantial enough, I won't be interested. I brought 15 boxes of cannonballs and want to sell them at a good price to you. Iof pointed outside. Of course, if your price doesn't satisfy me, I'll take these cannonballs to Theo. Ha ha ha. Bram burst into laughter upon hearing this, as if seeing a fool. Do you really think I'm a fool? Ishan immediately turned serious, gritting his teeth. Last time you got lucky. Now you try the same trick again? Do you think we're all as dim-witted as Dorado? Since you lack sincerity, I'll take my business to Theo. Iof didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Want to run? Hold him. Push him outside and kill him. Bram wasted no time ordering the guards. You are indeed witless. Iof remained calm, smirking. No wonder you can never remains. I'll deduct from the original price accordingly. The reason he spoke this way was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gain merit. After all, Porter had used his victory in Dadong and Zuanhua to secure his current position. Though Wei now held a far higher status than Patrick, he was well aware of his own standing. Compared to the old members of the Xian Wangfu, Xian Palace, he was just a remnant from the previous dynasty. Without significant contributions, he could very well be replaced by the emperor. Revised. Although Wei now held a much higher position than Patrick, he was fully aware of his situation. Compared to the veterans of the Barnabas's Fu Palace, he was merely considered a leftover from the previous dynasty. Without any notable achievements, he risked being replaced by the emperor. This was what he dreaded most. No need. Since you have such determination, it shows your sincerity. Bram dismissed it with a wave of his hand. If I continue to hesitate, it would only appear insincere. All right, since you say so, I won't insist further. Iof felt relieved. His greatest concern was that these people were naturally suspicious. If he failed this mission, he'd be seen as incompetent upon returning. Even if it meant giving things away for free, he had to make this deal happen. Another point was to incite internal strife among them. Good. For friends who are sincere, I am willing to reciprocate. Bram glanced at the cannons, then turned to the guards beside him. Prepare some food. I must entertain these esteemed guests properly. With that, he led Iof and the others to another hall. Unbeknownst to Bram, Wei was already plotting how to stir chaos within their ranks. To be honest, there's one thing I don't understand. Bram sat in the main seat, looking down at Iof and chuckled. Now that you hold such a high position, why still do business with us? According to reason, you should be at the peak of your power. What peak of power? Iof looked at the food on the table, but had no desire to eat. Ishan picked up a piece of meat reluctantly. Ultimately, compared to the court officials, we're nothing more than household slaves. Our lives are at the mercy of the emperor's whims. No matter how high you rise, everything can change with one word from the emperor. Ishan was telling the truth. Compared to the eunuchs of the Tang dynasty who could even replace emperors, they were less powerful than common officials. Furthermore, why do the merchants of Shangxi want to do business with you? It's all about money. We might as well earn our wealth while we can, then flee far away and live comfortably. Wouldn't that be better? Ishan found the meat too salty, so he took another sip of wine. Excellent. Your wisdom and openness truly command respect. Bram nodded approvingly, then raised his cup. Ishanra, let's drink again, iced. Upon hearing this, Bram's grip on his cup tightened, teeth grinding in anger. To be honest, compared to Deshawn, I'm not optimistic about you. Seeing this, Wei continued to provoke him, causing the little eunuchs nearby to pale with fear. If you can replace him and convince me you can defeat Deshawn, we might continue our cooperation. This statement silenced the entire hall. Good. After a long pause, Bram stood up, his face livid. So it seems we've gotten lucky. Let this be a lesson that it's not just Deshawn who can claim the world. Report. Amostonly, a soldier rushed in. Elwyn, an envoy from Deshawn seeks an audience, claiming important matters need discussion. Bram smirked, then looked at Iof. The Grand Eunuch remained calm, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Drag them out and execute. Ishan clenched his teeth, shouting fiercely. I will not negotiate with him. Elwyn. The Vans and princes rose to their feet, pleading. Think carefully. There's no need for debate. Bram's resolve was firm. There can only be one Elwyn in the tribe. Any opposition will be met with force. Why are you hesitating? Get going. Seeing the soldier hesitation, he barked again. Yes. Terrified, the soldier hurried out. Grand Secretary Wei, please ensure the next shipment of cannons arrives as soon as possible. Watching the soldier leave, Bram glared at Iof, his face still grim. Rest assured, Elwyn, with such ambitions, I promise to meet your expectations. Iof breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had completed his mission successfully. Now, he could report back to the Emperor with confidence. As for the cannons and silver, as long as funds were sufficient, anything was possible. After all, it was an internal struggle among the Jurchens. Chapter 67. Determination to save the people. Iof did not stay long with the Jin slaves. Ishan had to return to the court to report, and was also worried about his safety. Although Bram seemed extremely warm on the surface, he had even tried to usurp his position. Who knew when he might try to kill him? It was better to be cautious. Upon returning to the capital, he immediately reported to the Emperor. Dante's Howl was highly satisfied with his handling of the matter. However, since Iof was already the head of the Imperial Board of Eunuchs, there wasn't much left to reward him with. The Emperor asked what he wanted, and Iof, bowing deeply with tears in his eyes, said he wished to alleviate the Emperor's concerns. Seeing this, the Emperor was very pleased and rewarded him with 10,000 taels of silver, instructing him to give the remaining share to Weston. Time passed quickly, and it was now autumn. Christophering this period, Iof made another trip to the Jin slaves. Unexpectedly, despite supplying them with numerous artillery shells, Bram lost all 3 battles against Deshawn. Deshawn seemed almost incompetent. Nevertheless, Iof continued to sell artillery shells to Bram and urged him to continue waging war. After returning to the capital, following the Emperor's orders, he immediately went to Weston's residence. Deshawn is quite formidable, Weston remarked after hearing Iof's account. Ishan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Apart from Dante's Kangxi, he considered Deshawn the most capable among the Qing emperors. If this man had lived longer, the fall of the Ming dynasty might have been hastened even further. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape Mr. Alden's brilliant strategy, Iof replied promptly, pouring tea and smiling ingratiatingly. In the end, we still have him firmly in our grasp. In truth, fighting against us is merely courting destruction. Weston just smiled without responding. After all, as a time traveler with numerous advantages, he wasn't sure if he could single-handedly turn the tide under current circumstances. But ultimately, in the Game of Thrones, these men were no match for him. If they need more artillery shells, arrange for them to be delivered, Weston instructed, picking up a banknote from the table and smiling lightly. After all, compared to our internal strife, they might not yet. Weston shook his head, setting down his teacup. They haven't revealed any misdeeds yet. There's no reason to target them, and besides, if we push them too hard, they might flee with their grain to the Jin slaves. Also, they're not the only ones with grain, he added nonchalantly. The weather this year has been bad, but it hasn't severely affected potatoes, corn, or sweet potatoes. With all the crops we've grown here, shouldn't it be enough to solve the problem? Moreover, I believe the Emperor will provide more support if I do this. I see, sir, that's a good idea. Iof smiled awkwardly, realizing only someone like Weston would dare propose such an idea to the Emperor, and the Emperor likely wouldn't object either. Speaking of which, the disaster in the northwest is severe. Have Iof inform my brother-in-law urgently. That area must be kept stable and prevent deaths. I understand. I'll convey the message, Iof replied, secretly pleased to be remembered by Weston. By the way, there's one more thing I need your help with. Weston stood up, watching Callan and others harvesting sweet potatoes outside. Although I hold a position at the Ministry of Revenue, I haven't interacted much with the government. Recently, I set up a factory. Could you run an errand for me and get the necessary trade permits? Certainly, at your service. Iof stood up immediately, knowing such a task was trivial for him. Even if Weston went a shunty on Bircher, those officials would fawn over him anyway. Sir, what kind of shop does your factory operate? What business does it conduct? What business, you ask? Everything and anything. Weston stretched lazily and turned around. Given the ongoing drought, my main focus is selling and buying grain. Soon, refugees from the central region will flood into the capital. At that time, I'll hire a batch of them to work for me. This way, I can help alleviate the government's problems and build a reputation for myself and my brother-in-law. To become truly influential, one needed influence. Establishing a good name for his brother-in-law would make future endeavors easier, whether in or out of politics. Your plan is truly brilliant, sir, Iof grinned. Not only would this help the refugees, but it would also save the court a portion of resources, a great deal indeed. Don't worry, I'll handle this immediately for you, Iof promised without hesitation. Chapter 68 Recruitment. Indeed, it's easier to get things done when someone is around. The next morning, Weston was still fast asleep when he saw Iof already arrive with all the necessary documents in hand. Of course, I didn't dare to be negligent about the young master's affairs. Iof immediately smiled and replied, Moreover, my lord has already smoothed things over in the government. They say one does not look at the person but at the Buddha's face, even if they're afraid and killed. It wasn't until later that Rhett took up the mantle, proposing the slogan of land redistribution and tax exemption, making the situation increasingly difficult to handle. Ultimately, if officials hadn't shirked their responsibilities, things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. Sir, how many people do you think we need to recruit? Iof, oblivious to Weston's thoughts, asked aloud, shall I? No rush. Weston shook his head. Ishan felt something strange about those robust men. Could they possibly be spies? Right, yesterday was rushed. I need to find a shop. Ishan suddenly realized that although the Han family village had land and houses, his younger brother couldn't hide there forever. He still needed a proper shop. That's simple. Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver the deed to a house. Iof was unperturbed. Although property in the capital was valuable, given his position, it was no problem for him to arrange such matters through intermediaries. All right. Seeing this, Weston remained silent. After all, having connections made things easier. F***K. If I had known this place would be so hard to survive in, I should have stayed in Dongjiang rather than starve to death here. You're dreaming? Staying on Pi Island means being cleared out by Donnie eventually. At least our heads are still on our necks here. With General Mao gone, do you think we'll stay safe? Better to be slaughtered than to starve. It's laughable that soldiers die not on the battlefield but of starvation. While Weston pondered recruitment strategies, he suddenly saw a few people by the city wall arguing heatedly. Mao Wenlong was indeed killed by Donnie? Ishan muttered to himself. Although Donnie did have talent, Weston didn't completely agree with his actions. After all, in Bukareadong, Mao Wenlong's troops were extremely powerful. Just 200 men could rout the 8 banners. If he were alive, he'd be a formidable military leader. Unfortunately, Donnie was somewhat petty. A Masha thing happened? Iof was also taken aback. Military reports hadn't reached him yet, but they likely would soon. Donnie has ability, and these recent victories have made him somewhat arrogant. Weston wasn't surprised. Governor Yuan was merciless even with his own people, partly due to his narrow-mindedness. Pity, Mao Wenlong was also a skilled military commander. Though the Ming army currently held an advantage, if Deshan overcame his difficulties, Donnie might not fare so well. I don't think the Dantes will easily let him off. Iof's expression darkened. After all, Mao Wenlong's rank was comparable to Donnie's. Without a ceremonial sword, he wouldn't have been able to kill. The situation in Bukareadong still requires Donnie to stabilize it. Removing him now would cause chaos, especially at this crucial time. Weston shook his head. Mao Wenlong's death was inevitable. If Donnie were removed now, Bukareadong would descend into chaos. The bigger picture couldn't afford any turmoil. They died at the hands of their own kind instead of dying heroically in battle. Clearly, dealing with their own people was their forte. Let's take these robust individuals back for now. Weston hadn't decided what business to engage in yet, but these soldiers were useful. At least they were strong and healthy. Moreover, if they rebelled, they'd be more dangerous than peasant insurgents. To hell with this life. We might as well return to Pi Island. Yes, returning means fighting those barbarians. Would you rather starve here? Hate. Ultimately, it's all the barbarians' fault. The soldiers became agitated. Next time, even if no one wants us, we'll volunteer. Killing more barbarians can avenge us. A robust man stood up and shouted loudly. At that moment, a caravan emerged from the city. The leaders rode horses arrogantly. Sensing the commotion, they approached quickly on horseback. The displaced civilians fled in terror except for the soldiers, who remained undisturbed. Translation note. For readability and flow, some names and titles were slightly adapted while maintaining the essence and tone of the original text. ##### Chapter 69. The Arrogant Barbarians. Sir, are those few guys also hiring people? Iof asked as he watched Weston stop walking. Afraid that the potential workers might be snatched away, Iof glanced back at Callan and the others, silently warning them not to take any preemptive actions. Weston shook his head, a heavy expression on his face. Something doesn't feel right, he muttered, sensing something odd about these individuals. As expected, the group didn't do anything suspicious. They merely rode their horses up to the few government soldiers standing nearby and stopped. The leader of the group was a large man who exuded arrogance, disdain clearly visible in his expression. The soldiers, wary but uncertain of their intentions, kept their guard up. Amostonly, to everyone's surprise, the man pulled out a cloth bag from his waist, untied the rope, and threw it on the ground. Copper coins scattered across the dirt. Money. While the soldiers remained unmoved, the displaced peasants were a different story. Although the amount wasn't much, it was enough for them to have a full meal. Instantly, their eyes lit up with greed, like famished wolves pouncing on prey, rushing toward the scattered coins. Mine. Mine. The hell? Anyone who dares to snatch my share, I'll kill them. Go to hell, those coins are mine. The scene quickly turned chaotic as the peasants trampled each other, some even sustaining injuries. Yet, they showed no signs of stopping. The horseman, meanwhile, observed the scene with a smug expression, relishing the chaos he had caused. However, his smile faltered when he saw the soldiers remain unperturbed. Get lost. Ishan suddenly lashed out with his whip, cracking it into the crowd. Crack crack. The sound tore through the air, causing shock. The peasants, now clutching their loot, retreated in fear. Weston frowned as he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, familiar only to Mongolians and Jurchen invaders. They stink pretty bad. Ishan waved his hand, glancing back at the caravan, which belonged to the Fan family. Unsurprisingly, these opportunists never missed a chance to exploit the situation. But this wasn't new to him. During the initial invasions by the Jurchens, families like the Hong, Fan, and Patrick had all served as guides for the barbarians. What exactly does this city gate official do? Iof couldn't hide his disgust. This spectacle clearly crossed the line. Just then, the leader of the horsemen spoke again. Whose men are you? Have you fought against the Jin kingdom? We serve General Mao, one of the burly soldiers boasted. And besides, what's this Great Gene Kingdom? Just a bunch of barbarians we've chased away. Yeah, I personally slaughtered 3 of those savages. Their words visibly irked the mounted nodded in agreement. Is this how the citizens of the Great Ming act? The mounted barbarian laughed mockingly, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Callan, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward to help the soldiers. Hold on, Weston advised, admiring Callan's courage despite not knowing their true identities. Their resolve was clear. They were not ordinary men. Ishan may have his plans, but I have my own tricks. Stretching lazily, Weston called out loudly, Attention! Our merchant house is hiring. Any able-bodied person is welcome. We provide accommodation and 2 meals a day. Work for a month, and you get 3 taels of silver. You heard that? 3 taels of silver, free lodging, and food? Iof, despite his high rank, despised such exploitation. What are you waiting for? My lord always keeps his word. 10 copper coins for each of you. Swoosh. Without hesitation, the peasants rushed over. Normal farmers, they hesitated to resort to violence, especially when a stable life with meals was offered. 3 taels of silver? For a month? Thank heavens we found someone decent. Blessed indeed. Their eyes sparkled with hope, eager to start working immediately. If not forced by their circumstances, who would want to fight over those few silver taels? Callan and the others were also greatly shocked. They hadn't expected the person they needed to protect to be so incredibly strong. If placed in the Herman way, he'd easily earn a position as a battalion commander. It was indeed regrettable that such talent was buried here. I'll and kill you. The Manchu steadied himself and glared at Beckett, instinctively reaching for his waist. However, he found no weapon there. This time, accompanying the Patrick family's business trip, he had not brought any weapons. In broad daylight, in clear skies, daring to say such things. Your courage is truly remarkable, Beckett retorted, looking them up and down. Is this still within the Great Ming dynasty? Move. Get out of the way. What are you staring at? At this moment, the Fan family guard started driving the displaced people away, surrounding Beckett and Iof with an arrogant attitude. Sir, are you okay? The portly innkeeper who had given the guard a silver ticket rushed over, smiling at the Manchu man. No harm done. The man glanced coldly at the surrounded group and pointed at Beckett, saying, I want that fellow's head. Understand? You can rest assured. In this area of Beijing, there isn't anything our Fan family can't handle. The innkeeper nodded, showing no regard for the group. So you're saying you're a merchant? Which guild do you belong to? I've never seen you before. In broad daylight, you dare attack our Fan family's convoy. Your bravery is admirable. Ishan arrogantly approached Beckett, pointing his finger and demanding, Tell me, whose house do you come from? Beckett raised an eyebrow. Ishan despised being pointed at, especially by a fat man. Remove your hand. I hate being pointed at. Point at you? So what if I point at you? Not only will I point at you, but I'll also... Oh, he's hitting us. Ishan's hitting us. Just as the innkeeper was preparing to provoke, knowing the Fan family's usual arrogance, he was caught off guard when Beckett leaped up, delivering an elbow strike followed by a high leg side kick. His movements were fluid and seamless, leaving the Fan family guards utterly surprised. What are you standing around for? The innkeeper, bruised and battered, couldn't help but yell, Do you think we hired you just to eat? Step back. As the guards prepared to act, Callan and the others immediately drew their daggers. Who dares make a move? Iof was secretly pleased inside. If he weren't older, he'd have kicked a couple of times too. All my apologies. Beckett dusted off his clothes. There's simply no one here. You damn. The innkeeper finally managed to stand up shakily, trembling as he pointed at Beckett. You dared hit me. Do you know who I am? I am. I don't care who you are. All I'm telling you is that this is called assault. Just now, I merely had a conflict with that fellow. We haven't even come to blows yet. Beckett stretched his muscles, not taking the matter seriously. Fine. Zach, am truly enlightened today. Why haven't I noticed someone like you in Beijing before? Zach clenched his teeth, wishing he could tear Beckett apart. Upon hearing the name, the previously gathered crowd took a step back, clearly afraid. So it's Grand Innkeeper Fan. Truly my respects. Beckett knew about this guy. After all, the connection with the Jianchun, Jurchen, was murky. Forget it, sir. We can't afford to offend this person. Yeah, let it go. The onlookers also urged him on. Now you realize fear? Too late. Zach looked triumphant, wanting to reach out but pulling back. Seize these troublemakers and send them to the Ministry of Justice. Don't let a single one escape. I'd like to see who dares seize anyone. Iof stepped forward, realizing that if Beckett were sent to the authorities again, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Emperor. After all, this had already happened once. It shouldn't happen again. And where did you come from, old radish? He dared not call him by name, but respectfully called him cousin. You are merely a petty merchant and dare to be so bold. What kind of person are you? Apologies, sincere apologies. Zach glanced at Iof in surprise, thinking the servant spoke too arrogantly, but he remained polite to Weston on the surface. I just didn't recognize your true might earlier. There must have been some misunderstanding. Initially, he had intended to leverage the prestige of the Fan family to intimidate these people, only to kick an iron plate, leaving his face hard to save. Most importantly, the man on horseback had a very sensitive identity. He could not afford to mess up here. Misunderstanding? Eschannering this, Weston raised his eyebrows, not intending to let this old fellow off easily. You're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Your Fan family's people randomly beating others under broad daylight, attempting to take me to the Ministry of Justice. This seems more serious than a simple misunderstanding, right? You bastard. Before the words faded, the barbarian rushed over again. Not necessary, sir. Zach panicked for real. If this man's identity were exposed, it would doom the entire Fan family. Mr. Alden, see? Old Zhu, Quickly go to the city gate and inform the guards that the Fan family attempted to harm the Assistant Solomon, Bukert cavalry captain. They plan to murder an imperial official. Arrest these people immediately. Before Zack could protest, Weston instructed too much time to consider, turning to look at Callan. Old Jew summon? No, I'll give. Seeing this guy about to call for help, Zack slapped his thigh, gritting his teeth and shouting. Then he turned to his guard. Go to the counter and exchange the silver as soon as possible. People around laughed. Naturally, they disliked the Fan family, feeling secretly pleased. The barbarian, however, had a grim face. To him, this kid getting the banknote wouldn't matter since he wouldn't spend it. I didn't finish my conditions yet. Surprisingly, Weston stopped the guard, turning back to Zack. Mr. Alden, please continue. The manager of the Fan family felt like slapping him but swallowed his anger, hoping this disaster would leave soon. Beijing, being near the capital and a key region, has many destitute civilians, which isn't ideal. Weston sighed, looking at the emaciated, starving refugees. Moreover, with more people, incidents may arise. Manager Fan, as subjects of the Ming dynasty, we should alleviate the Dantes' worries, shouldn't we? Right, Mr. Alden is correct. Zack was burning with anxiety, paying no attention to Weston's words, only nodding, hoping this calamity would disappear soon. If you agree, let's settle this. Weston grinned. To help these refugees survive, why not set up a porridge factory outside the city, build a dozen or so soup kitchens, providing 2 meals a day? How does that sound? Iof immediately cast an admiring glance, genuinely impressed by this great-hearted action. The refugees' eyes widened, faces glowing with indescribable joy. A mosh kindness? You heard correctly. Weston continued unperturbed. Saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. Your Fan family is extremely wealthy. Spending this amount should not be an issue, right? Everyone should do their part for charity. Mr. Alden is absolutely right. Amash, a benevolent soul. Sir Alden, we will bow down. Thank you, Sir Alden. The refugees knelt on the ground, expressing gratitude to Weston. On the contrary, Zack and his men were dumbstruck, standing motionless. Why should they care about these refugees' lives? Why should the Fan family spend money on this? Besides, if someone needs to do good deeds, why doesn't he do it himself? Truly an extraordinary young master. Iof couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the emperor values him so much. His magnanimity is beyond ordinary. In Beijing, hundreds or thousands of refugees die from hunger daily at the city gates. Yet, no officials or wealthy merchants step forward. Instead, Mr. Alden took the initiative. Amasha heart is rare. As for who pays, it doesn't matter, since Weston stood up first. Chapter 72. Uncompromising attitude. Lord Alden, you are putting me in a difficult position. Zack immediately refused without hesitation after comprehending the request. What kind of joke was this? To open soup kitchens and provide relief to famine-stricken refugees? Not only was it none of his business, but even if he wanted to do it, how much money and effort would it cost? The Fan family indeed had wealth, but they weren't willing to spend their money on such thankless tasks. Besides, they'd be the ones spending the money, yet all the credit would go to Weston. Why should they be the suckers? Furthermore, they mainly shipped grain to Buchareadong to trade with the Jurchens because it brought profit. Without mentioning the market price for grain, we don't have enough for ourselves, let alone providing aid to disaster victims, Zack stated again. If the Patrick family is unwilling, I will not press you. Weston sighed helplessly, then his expression turned cold as he glared at Callan. What are you waiting for? Amazman the guards there immediately and ensure no one escapes. Yes. Callan headed straight towards the city gate without hesitation. Stop him. Zack wasn't going to take this lying down. Ishan too had his limits and pride. Get out of my way. Callan, being the commander of the embroidered uniform Dantiered, easily broke through several men and moved towards the city gate. Take him away. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Zack whispered urgently. Several bodyguards quickly covered and prepared to escort the Jurchen officer out due to his special status. You'll pay for this. The Jurchen official gnashed his molars in anger. Although reluctant, he was cautious given he was on enemy territory. No one leaves. Immediately, the former officials from Pizhao and several embroidered uniform Dantierds accompanying Callan surrounded them. What do you want? One of the Fan family's guards shouted. This is the capital. Do you want a rebellion? Calm down. One of them lifted his robe to reveal the flying fish attire beneath. How could this happen? The Fan family guard turned pale, fully aware what this attire signified. If these people focused on them, they wouldn't survive it. Lord Alden, do you really intend to make enemies with our Fan family? Zack was now frantic. If the Jurchen official's identity was exposed, it would be catastrophic not just for the Fan family but the entire Shangxi merchant community. Weston ignored him and waited quietly for Callan's return. At the city gate, the guards and officers were watching the scene and even placed bets on who would win. Why are you gambling here? Callan kicked one of the guards and pulled out his embroidered uniform Dantiered badge. Did you not see? The Deputy Solomon and Bukert Cavalry Commander Weston is under threat. Mobilize the troops and come with me to save him. That's Weston? The city gate officers trembled in disbelief, looking towards Weston. Although he appeared refined and handsome, they didn't expect him to hold such a high-ranking position. Don't stand there. Follow me. One of them immediately rushed out. Let's go. Others followed promptly, knowing Weston's name echoed throughout the country, with unmatched imperial favor. Even the Hong family couldn't provoke him. If something happened at the city gate, they'd be beheaded 10 times over. Zack felt like an ant on a hot pan, desperately trying to get the Jurchen official out. Ishan wondered if Alden knew something, deliberately making trouble for them. Yet giving money wasn't desirable either, considering the enormous expense of establishing soup kitchens. Ishan decided to remain defiant. Lord Alden, while you may be in the right, taking this to the authorities would result in some compensation at best. And this isn't beneficial for you either. You'll make an enemy not just of our family, but of the entire Shangxi merchants. Isn't that pointless? Mr. Fan, I think you misunderstand. I have no intention of taking legal action, Weston smiled. But now, Zack breathed a sigh of relief, but the following words plunged him into icy depths. Now go to the Eastern Depot and bring Marcus over to explain. Weston's eyes were cold. No problem, I'll go immediately. Iof was delighted, fearing Alden might forget about this matter since ultimately, the Eastern Depot was his domain. Once there, how could the Fan family refuse to cooperate? No. Zack panicked, realizing they provoked someone they shouldn't have. Ishan blocked Iof and smiled awkwardly at Weston. Lord Alden, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's not escalate things. We can negotiate. Negotiate? I don't feel it's that easy, Weston stretched lazily. Either give up the funds and grain, or head to the Eastern Depot. This. Zack rubbed his hands uneasily. I need time to consult with others. Please give me some leeway. Fine, I'll give you half an hour. Fail to deliver, and don't blame me for being impolite, Weston replied thoughtfully. Agreed. Zack gritted his teeth, understanding that compromise was necessary today. Ishan left on horseback to seek assistance in the city, but when the high officials heard of his dispute with Weston, they stayed neutral. Provoking Weston at this time was akin to suicide. Zack returned alone to the city gate, frustrated and defeated. Chapter 73, Playing Hard to Get. Brother Sherman, have some tea. At that moment, Weston was sitting at the city gate drinking tea. The refugees and commoners had not left either. First, they had nowhere to go and reached, following Master Alden's wishes. Zack suppressed his anger despite wanting to punch this annoying individual. Alright, since we've reached an agreement, let's sign the contract and documents so there will be proper records. Weston knew the other party would definitely not renege and would follow his terms. Now, under the name of Aldinji, a soup kitchen will be built outside the capital with 15 stalls. All grain and silver will be provided by your family, the Fan clan. The soup kitchen will start operating tomorrow and continue until next spring in March. Ishan dictated as Iof arranged for someone to write down the details. If any clause is violated, the Fan clan must pay a penalty of 3 million taels. And don't think you can escape scrutiny. My Dongchang spies will monitor it closely. 2 meals of thick gruel must be served daily. If you try to deceive us with watery gruel, just go ahead and try. Any starvation death among the refugees will count as a breach of contract. This condition was indeed stringent. After signing the documents, the Fan clan left, but Zack looked incredibly disgruntled. Weston waited until the Fan clan departed before securing the document. Ishan wasn't worried about them reneging. He had plenty of ways to deal with them, as long as the Fan clan wanted to remain in business. As the Fan clan's convoy left, more refugees arrived. His companions, wondering who had exposed them. But does this really mean there's something wrong with the Fan clan's caravan? Ishan quickly changed the subject, eager to learn more, as they, professionals, hadn't noticed anything unusual. It was somewhat embarrassing. There's a Jin slave among the Fan clan's caravan, and it seems he holds a high rank, Weston nodded firmly. Otherwise, Zack wouldn't have paid such a hefty sum this time. Establishing the soup kitchen would cost no less than several 100,000 taels. Isn't this a prime opportunity for you to earn merit? Since he's one of theirs, why didn't you arrest him directly just now? Why let him go? Callan was puzzled, asking, could you be trying to lure them into a trap? If we had arrested him on the spot, we would alert them. The Dantes wants to catch the Shangxi merchants red-handed. This is a perfect chance. We can't tip them off. Only when they lower their guard can we strike. Given Zack's character, he will likely leave the capital quickly. Time is of the essence. I see. Even the dim-witted Callan understood now, immediately turning to his men. Brothers, follow me. We're leaving right now. Master Alden has done another great deed. Iof couldn't help but admire him, though still curious. But how did you determine there was a Jian slave among the Fan clan's caravan? I didn't see anything unusual. Weston smiled enigmatically, leaving room for interpretation. ##### Chapter 74, Delay Brings Change. Didn't you notice? Upon hearing this, Weston seemed somewhat surprised and turned to scrutinize the Iof standing before him. In his view, both men accompanying his cousin were shrewd individuals, whether it was this one or that manager Patrick. Without hiding from Master, indeed I did not. Iof seemed a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected Weston to regard him as so astute and formidable. Yet, a sense of pride welled up within him, realizing his importance in Weston's eyes. In fact, it's quite simple. Weston had a relaxed expression but spoke with gravity. Those officers discussing Pai Island earlier mentioned killing several Jin soldiers. If they were truly subjects of the Ming, hearing this should have brought joy, at least no anger. Yet, his reaction was overly agitated, hinting at a murderous intent. Furthermore, he exudes a strong stench of blood and sweat. This kind of odor is rarely found on anyone except those who live long-term on the grasslands, such as nomadic hunters. Additionally, his superb equestrian skills. Among Han people, apart from cavalrymen, who else could possess such skill? It's hard to believe an ordinary merchant caravan has such a quick-witted expert. This analysis made perfect sense and elicited admiration. Master's quarters also chimed in enthusiastically. All right, as long as you join, I'll consider it. Weston agreed without refusal. Ishan then looked at the others. Everyone can try going to Han family village. Thank you, Master. You're truly a great person. The refugees were visibly moved. To them, Weston was their savior. Calling him a hero wasn't an exaggeration. With the Hermanway watching over, I believe things won't go wrong, Weston muttered to himself. Zack wouldn't dare breach the agreement unless he was a fool. Now the only concern was whether Callan and his men could apprehend that savage. And just as Weston anticipated, the Fan family caravan left the capital without delay, heading straight towards Bukareadong. Only after passing through Zaifenku did everyone feel truly relieved. Originally, this operation was supposed to be highly covert, yet Zack couldn't fathom how they were discovered by Weston. Ishan even suspected there might be a leak within. Fortunately, they remained relatively safe. Apologies, Sir Stevie. Zack bowed deeply after confirming everything was all right. None of us expected that guy to cause trouble. Eldonf, rest assured, this matter isn't over yet. As a nobleman of the Aizen-Joro clan, being so humiliated by a Ming person today was unacceptable. Once our great Gene enters the pass, I will tear him limb from limb. Stevie clenched his teeth, eyes filled with rage. Had it not been for the grain supplies, he would never have let that kid off. Sir, don't let minor matters ruin the greater plan. Zack quickly intervened. I understand, Stevie acknowledged, though his face darkened in frustration. Originally tasked with gathering grain, he overhearing those Pi Island officers discussing matters related to the great Gene inflamed his temper. Despite this, he still planned to capture them. That guy doesn't seem ordinary. Who exactly is he? How dare he be so arrogant? Stevie asked Zack gravely. Ishan is indeed no ordinary man. Zack's expression grew somber as he recounted Weston's story. So, he's the one Paolo mentioned. Stevie recalled Paolo once mentioning someone, likely referring to Weston. As Hatcher said, this fellow is a grave threat. You must find a way to deal with him. Rest assured, sir, Zack replied resolutely. As long as that guy is here, I'll ensure this matter is handled properly. No matter his abilities, he won't leave alive. The Hongs proved useless and lost their son. The fans mustn't disappoint me. Stevie glanced at the caravan behind him, feeling something was amiss. Understood? Of course, sir. This affair will definitely meet your satisfaction. Zack gritted his teeth, vowing silently that he would never let Weston live, vowing to return the humiliation tenfold. Pity I can't handle him personally, Stevie felt regret. How satisfying it would be to kill him himself. Sir, rest assured. I'll make sure that guy is sent directly to you for you to deal with personally. Zack pledged his loyalty confidently. Excellent. I admire you. Stevie patted his shoulder approvingly. Mr. Fan, you're doing well. Once we enter the pass, I'll grant you titles and offices. Remember, act swiftly to avoid delaying major plans. Delay brings change, a lesson you must understand. Chapter 75, Official Impeachment. In the Yangshin Hall, inside the East Warm Pavilion. Compared to before, Dante's Flint now appeared much more relaxed. Since his cousin's appearance, it seemed like a godsend, and the once ailing Ming dynasty was showing signs of revival. Most importantly, despite this being a year of great famine, he was not worried. According to the news brought back by Iof yesterday, his cousin had already prepared a solution. Therefore, for the first time in a long while, he had some wine and dishes prepared and enjoyed them with Tracy Zhou. Tracy, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Dante's Flint took a bite of food, chewing slowly. Now that the royal family has grown so large, what do you think about reducing their expenses? This matter had been mentioned when his cousin was drunk a few days ago. Ishan also favored this idea but was concerned about implementing it. This was a tradition passed down for centuries, and those involved might not agree. Moreover, how should the expenses be reduced, and from which aspects? For instance, major princes like Barnabas Fu, Barnabas Tang, and Barnabas Qin almost never lacked for anything, owning thousands of acres of land, yet the court still sent them money and grain annually. However, smaller princes and lesser royals, like Fengtian commandants, received very little each year. Further reductions might cause dissatisfaction, but there were so many of them. Even during the Jiajing era, the number of these lesser royals reached a staggering 1 million. The court, no matter how wealthy, could hardly sustain this. Moreover, even Jiajing, the Taoist emperor who was preoccupied with immortality practices, had considered reducing royal expenses but ultimately did nothing. Considering that Jiajing's intellect could match at least 10 brants, it was no small matter. Your Majesty, why would you say such things? Tracy Zhou wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. The harem must not meddle in politics. This is our forefathers' rule. How can I discuss this? She then poured him a cup of wine. To my mind, regardless of other matters, my father has received too many favors. Perhaps giving him less in the future would be better. Using that money to help commoners wouldn't be more beneficial? I understand your meaning. Dante's Flint was pleased. Ishan understood the queen's implication. Your Majesty. At that moment, Moxie quickly entered from the outer hall and smiled. Lord Amosin is here, apparently with urgent matters. Since learning of the Ming's critical secrets last time, Moxie's status had rapidly risen. Now that Iof and Porter were away, he mainly served the emperor. Let him in. Flint waved dismissively. Your Majesty. After a moment, Marcus hurried into the East Warm Pavilion, his expression serious. I have received multiple reports regarding Master Alden. Just get to the point. Flint nodded, his face composed. It's like this, Marcus reported what the secret police had said, adding, the Fan family's trade caravan is excessively arrogant. They deserve whatever comes to them. Flint was unmoved. They dared to offend his cousin. It confirmed his view that the Gene merchants were all troublemakers. It would be good to find a way to eliminate them completely. Oh right, Your Majesty, there's another matter. Marcus hesitated but continued, it's spreading among the officials, and they are quite dissatisfied. Officials? Those from Shangxi, right? Flint raised an eyebrow, having anticipated this. What do they think? They believe Master Alden relies on the Emperor's favor to act recklessly. If this continues, it may affect Your Majesty's sagacity. They say Master Alden clearly takes advantage of favor. Marcus frowned at these audacious comments. To oppose the Emperor in such a manner was akin to touching a tiger's bottom. Those people really lacked sense. Himph, do they plan to submit memorials? Weston didn't care, putting down his chopsticks and sipping wine. Yes, the censorate censors are drafting petitions. Since Master Alden is a junior rank minister in the Ministry of Revenue, they can impeach him. Marcus nodded in agreement. Amash boldness. Flint clenched his teeth, standing up angrily. Don't they use their heads? Don't they know what my cousin has done? In short, if they establish relief kitchens to help displace civilians, I'll approve their petitions. Ishan finally understood why his cousin disliked these civil officials so much. Now, Go tell those officials. Flint couldn't contain his anger. Anyone submitting a petition over this can pack up and go home to farm. Your Majesty, this seems too drastic. Tracy Joe advised. Dismissing them outright will shock the court. Why not explain Weston's actions to show they come from good intentions? It might pass this way. Tracy, you're kind-hearted, but those officials might not be. Marcus bluntly said. Who among the displaced civilians at the city gates doesn't see Master Alden as a bodhisattva? Shouldn't these censors verify firsthand instead of relying on hearsay? Can't they understand that seeing is believing? You hear that? These learned men are less sensible than a eunuch. Flint fumed. Do as I say. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Amostonly, a young eunuch ran in. Urgent news from the secret police's Commander Callan. What is it? Flint frowned. They caught a Sylvia spy in the Fan family's trade caravan, a high-ranking one. The young eunuch smiled nervously. Ishan's outside now. Should he come in? Yes. Amash, important news. Flint was elated, pacing back and forth. Bring him in immediately. I want to hear about the capture. Chapter 76. Gossip in the city. After Flint finished speaking, a small eunuch left the palace hall. Soon after, Herman Dantiered Callan entered with 2 men carrying a burlap sack. Callan, who had been assigned to protect Weston, saw him come at midnight and asked suspiciously, Callan, shouldn't you be guarding Weston? Why are you here? Your Majesty, today I accompanied Lord Alden to the city gate where we encountered a conflict with the Fan family's caravan. Lord Alden found something suspicious about their caravan and discovered a Jian slave among them. Ishan ordered me to capture this person and bring him to you. Seeing him alone, I apprehended him. Callan knelt on the ground, reporting everything he knew to Flint. Open it and take a look. When the burlap sack was opened, a rugged-looking man appeared inside. Tell me, who are you? Looking at his appearance, Flint realized he wasn't from the Ming dynasty. Ishan stepped forward and asked, I'm a Mongolian merchant. I came to do business in the Ming dynasty. You can't treat me like this. With the gag removed from his mouth, Ewing looked around and then up at Flint, wearing his dragon robe, angrily shouting at those present. Deep down, he knew the man in front of him must be the Dantes of the Ming dynasty. Thus, he could only pretend to be a Mongolian merchant, not daring to reveal his true identity as a Jian slave. This guy is stubborn. Take him to the Eastern Depot. I want to know his identity and why he came to the capital. Who else in the city has connections with him? I want all the details. Seeing that he refused to admit being a Jian slave, Flint had originally intended to use this opportunity to directly undermine the Fan family. Amash matters should be handled by Iof. No one can stay silent in the Eastern Depot. Take him away. They regagged Ewing and carried him out. Just as Callan was about to leave, Flint called him back. Does your Majesty have any other orders? Inform your people not to leak any information about this matter. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Your humble servant takes his leave. With Fabio's incident still fresh in mind, Flint wanted to be more cautious this time. Remembering what Weston had said, if the Fan family sensed trouble and fled with their supplies to the Jian slaves, it would be a huge setback. Meanwhile, the Fan family residence was already in chaos. Where is he? How could he just disappear out of nowhere? Zack glared angrily at the servants before him, all of whom were placed around Ewing. The servants knelt on the ground, trembling under Zack's questioning. One lifted his head to recount the night's events. Late in the evening, the guest said he wanted to go for a stroll, so we followed him. Amostonly, our vision went black, and we lost consciousness. Idiots. Alden, re up and get someone to find him. The disappearance of the Jian slave unsettled Zack. Under the Emperor's nose, who else would dare do this but the one in the Imperial Palace? The thought made his back cold with sweat. Ishan hurriedly dismissed the idea, hoping it wasn't the Emperor. Realizing a single merchant couldn't find the Jian slave quickly enough, he rushed to summon trusted associates like Hatcher and Usher to discuss countermeasures. They were all involved with the Jian slaves. If exposed, none could escape punishment. An incense stick later, they gathered through the back door of the Fan residence. Brother Fan, why did you call us so late? Once in the reception room, Usher asked what had happened. Typically, there was no contact unless necessary. For him to call them so late indicated something serious. Something major happened. The Jian slave is missing. Missing? What exactly happened? When Zack announced the Jian slave's disappearance, everyone was shocked. If word got out about their collusion, it would mean execution for their entire families. Let's worry about other matters later. We need to find him before dawn. My servants are limited, which is why I summoned you for help. Zack was sweating profusely. This man had been seen at the city gates. Many people knew about him. There was no way to deny involvement. Fine. I'll notify Shuntian Bircher immediately to start the search. The city's general booker is an old friend. I'll ask him to mobilize the army. Everyone understood the severity and left the Fan residence to make arrangements. Soon, the city was in uproar as soldiers searched streets, homes, brothels, and every corner. By sunrise, nearly every place in the city had been searched without finding any trace of the Jian slave. How did it go? Waiting anxiously in the residence, Zack rushed to greet Usher. Usher sighed heavily, shaking his head and sitting down. Hong Da-run, how about your side? Given the context and to maintain consistency in terminology and style, it would be more appropriate to use Minister Hong or just Hong instead of Hong Da-run in English. Therefore, a better translation would be, Minister Hong, how about your side? General Booker found nothing either. Chapter 77. Flint's furious outburst and Zack's capture. Your Majesty, this man has confessed everything. Ishan serves under Deshan, and his name is Ewing. Ishan came to the capital to procure food supplies from the Fan family. The situation at Jinzhou and Bukarang is intense, and Deshan plans to use these supplies to counterattack, aiming to crush Bram and regain control of the Jurchen forces. The Fan family is becoming more and more audacious. Flint had long harbored intentions to eliminate the Fan family. Ishan never expected them to be so bold as to bring Jurchen people into the capital. Your Majesty, there's another matter. After that Jurchen disappeared last night, several officials visited the fan residence. They left hurriedly afterward, and then a contingent of soldiers and local constables began searching the entire city. Ever since Ep1of became the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot, he had closely monitored all high-ranking officials in the city, especially key figures like the Fan family. From his pocket, he produced a list of names of those who visited the fan residence last night. His subordinates had tried to eavesdrop on their discussions, but could not due to their low status. Do you think I don't exist? Acting up right under my nose, even mobilizing troops. Ep1of. Furious, Flint threw the book in his hand to the ground and loudly called for Ep1of. Flint stopped, realizing Weston still didn't know he was the emperor. Zack, who caused trouble in the crowd, had seen him several times years ago. Flint started thinking whether Weston would still strategize for him if he knew the truth. The entire city had been searched except for the palace and the Eastern Depot. Only this small courtyard remained untouched. Minister Alden, can you come out for a chat? Zack stood at the door, looking at the closed house, shouting inside. In the capital, Zack knew some secrets. This Solomon might well be the mysterious person behind the emperor. The presence of guards around the house yesterday and the appearance of Chief Eunuch Ep1of indicated his influence. Zack knew dealing with such a person required subtlety. His only purpose today was to find the Jurchen man. If you have something to say, come in. After a while, a voice came from inside the house. Zack took a step forward, but his Gustavo stopped him. Master, be careful. It might be a trap. Relax. If it's a trap, you guys charge in. Zack, having seen the world, wasn't easily frightened. Ishan had collaborated with the Jurchens before. Inside, only Weston sat alone. Sit down. Have some corn liquor. Seeing Zack enter, Weston didn't stand but filled a cup opposite him. Zack sat down, eyes on Weston. Minister Alden, I know you have a powerful background, but you shouldn't act covertly, right? I don't understand. Surprised by Weston's simple response, Zack continued. Fine, let's be direct. Yesterday's conflict was my fault, and we've taken care of it. That Mongolian merchant went missing at night. Where were you, Minister Alden, last night? At home sleeping. What does your missing person have to do with me? Why not report to the authorities? Weston, stop playing dumb. Who else in the capital dares to mess with fan family businesses except you? Seeing Weston's arrogance, Zack couldn't hold back. Ishan slapped the table and roared. Don't move. After the slap, many people rushed in from outside. Initially thinking it was his Gustavo bringing reinforcements, Zack suddenly felt cold at his neck. Looking down, he saw a knife at his throat. Minister Alden, are you alright? Ignoring Zack, Callan rushed to check on Weston, giving a discreet nod to the guards holding Zack. Callan also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his timely arrival. If any harm came to Weston, his head would be at stake. Do you know who I am? I am Zack. You'll regret this. Being arrested by the Secret Service, Zack was too busy resisting to notice Callan. Ishan kept yelling. Directly commanded by the Emperor, the Secret Service paid no attention to Zack's threats, escorting all the Fan family servants out of the courtyard. Seeing the Fan family members being escorted time. Nice. After briefly touching the silver notes, Weston put them in his pocket. By the way, last night I instructed Callan to inform you that there were Manchu spies in Fan family's trade caravan. Judging by today's reaction, it seems the people have been caught. Correct. They were indeed caught, and we extracted a list of their accomplices in the city from them. However, they have considerable influence. To find the Manchu spy last night, we mobilized part of the army. Flint's face turned grim, speaking quietly. Isn't this due to Flint's own actions? Now, the entire capital is under the control of the Shangxi merchants, the Donglin party, and Jordy. They secretly counterbalance each other. In a few years, Flint's good days will be over. Understanding to Flint's words, Weston sneered in disdain. Mr. Alden, please offer some advice for our lord. This matter has already caused the Dantes great distress. If we can resolve this problem, we can earn a hefty profit. Seeing Weston's arrogant demeanor and daring to criticize Flint's reign right before him, Ep1of quickly interrupted him and mentioned what Weston loved most. As I've told you before, if Qin Bukarangiyu, the tribal leader from Sichuan, brings her White Rod soldiers secretly into the capital, we can achieve a surprise effect when necessary. At the mention of money, Weston's eyes lit up, and he quickly suggested a solution. Flint and Ep1of also noticed that Martin is quite reliable. Just bring these troops around the palace, and once they see the risk, they won't dare act. Why didn't I think of that? In his urgency, Flint had forgotten about the troops outside the city. Just as he muttered this, Ep1of tugged at his clothes. Gustavo, go back and write a letter to inform the minister. Flint looked up and saw Weston watching him, immediately becoming serious as he instructed Ep1of. Ep1of caught Flint's gaze and understood immediately that he should proceed immediately. Cousin, remember the crops you showed me last time? Can you take me to see them? After Ep1of left, Flint shifted the conversation to corn and potatoes. Brother, rest assured, once these crops mature, we'll make a huge profit. Ishannering Flint wanted to see the crops, Weston stood up joyfully and led Flint toward the fields, explaining along the way. Flint knew Weston had planted many crops. Upon arrival, he was astonished to see more than 100 people farming. Cousin, where did you get so many people? Recalling the last visit, only a few people were in the compound, and now so many had appeared, it felt strange. These are recent refugees from around the capital. I pay each 3 taels of silver monthly and provide 2 meals a day. Cousin, that's a brilliant plan. Not only does it address the refugee issue around the capital, but it also secures labor. Currently, labor in the capital was fully occupied with harvesting, leaving no extra hands available for hire. For Weston to manage such extensive farmland, relying solely on the compound's residents would make timely harvesting impossible. Weather was unpredictable, and early harvest meant avoiding potential problems. Alright, let's help harvest the corn. Join me if you're free. As they spoke, a cowherd boy shouted to Weston. Without any airs, Weston headed into the fields, turning to see Flint standing still. Flint felt awkward, having grown up in the palace and never done manual labor. Note, The translation aims to retain the original tone and style, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. #####Chapter 79. Mobilizing the Divine Machines Camp. Stop dawdling. I heard you started as a farmer too. Haven't you forgotten these skills? Weston's words reached Easton's ears just as he hesitated atop the ridge. I'm coming. How could I forget? It's just that I've never seen corn before. Thinking of Weston's cousin who was also a farmer, Easton knew if he didn't participate, Weston would notice. Ishan gritted his teeth and joined him in the field. Iof, meanwhile, rode out to the camp outside the city walls with a letter in hand. Stop. You can't enter here. Iof was immediately stopped by several soldiers at the entrance. Bold indeed. How dare you block my way? Don't you take me to your commander? Who are you? The guards, unfamiliar with Iof, surrounded him with their weapons, ready to drag him off his horse. I am Director Iof of the Eastern Depot. Who dares touch me? Seeing the guards closing in, Iof quickly showed the token given to him by Easton. Originally dismissive, the soldiers fell to their knees in fear upon seeing the token. You, take me to your commander Aviv immediately. Looking down at the trembling soldiers, Iof felt utter disdain. Could people like this protect the imperial city? Ishan sighed inwardly, saddened by the state of the once glorious Divine Machines camp. Disdaining the delay, he dismounted and followed the soldier into a tent. Do you know protocol? Bringing someone here without permission. Flipping through tea leaves on his chair, Martin glanced over as two figures entered. Seeing one was not his soldier, he angrily slammed his teacup on the table. Commander, this is... Whoever he is, get them out and give 20 lashes each. Before the guard could explain, Martin roared, already frustrated with his post in this desolate place, forgotten by all, never expecting the Dantes to send someone. Commander Aviv, your authority seems quite high. Have you even forgotten His Majesty? As two soldiers grabbed Iof's wrists, he turned sharply to Martin. Release him. Are you sent by His Majesty? Martin approached suspiciously, looking closely at Iof. This is the Dantes' secret letter. Read it. Handing over the letter, Iof felt irked, almost getting beaten on his mission. It's His Majesty's handwriting. His Majesty hasn't forgotten me. Your servant Martin receives the decree. After reading the letter, Martin knelt towards the tent's door. All right, Commander Aviv. Save your thanks for the Dantes. We need to mobilize and head to the capital now. Iof pulled Martin up urgently. Adjutant, have the Divine Machines camp prepare their equipment and follow me to defend the capital. Regaining his composure, Martin issued orders swiftly. Half an hour later, the camp, except for those tending to tents, was ready. Despite its diminished glory, the Divine Machines camp still held some fighting power. All troops, marched to the city as quickly as possible. Martin led the charge, sword drawn, riding towards the capital. Iof followed closely behind, while the massive cavalry and infantry quickly followed suit, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Fan Mansion. Seize them all. Show no mercy to any resistors. Secure the gates. No one leaves. Callan led the Secret Service to Zach's residence. The servants were taken away, leaving only elderly, sick, and female household members. The Secret Service easily stormed in. Captain, we found large amounts of gold and jewels hidden in the side hall. There's several rooms full of silver in the backyard, roughly 3 million taels. All resistors have been executed on the spot. Bring Zach in. Ishannering the report, Callan nodded and instructed. Erf, Easton, I will kill you. You Secret Service dogs, I won't let you go unpunished. Seeing corpses and piles of silver being carried out, Zach roared at Callan. Zach, cooperate or else. Reveal your accomplices and where you've hidden your wealth. Talk, and you might live. Huh, you dare not harm me. If you do, the merchants and officials will ensure your demise. Zach knew he was safe as long as he didn't confess. Officials colluding with the invaders feared his testimony and would rescue him. Speaking out truly meant death. Fine, hear this. Execute 2 from the Fan family every quarter hour. If you don't speak within 3 quarters, all die. Watching Zach remain stubborn, Callan gave his command. Captain, what a pity to kill such beauty. I heard Miss Fan is still a maiden. A corporal brought forward to Ashley, touching her cheek lewdly. Father, save me. Callan, if you touch my daughter, you'll wish you were dead. Seeing the impending act, Zach raged at Callan. You know confession can stop this. I'll ask His Majesty to spare your family. Seeing Zach's distress revealed his weakness. Zach shut his eyes in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do as you wish. Impatient with Zach's defiance, Callan waved the men on. Ishanhi, thank you, Captain. The corporal hoisted Zach's daughter onto his shoulder, laughing as he walked into a room. Screams and laughter echoed from inside. With every chapter revealing deeper plots and characters' true natures, the tension escalates as both political and personal stakes heighten in this tumultuous time. Chapter 80. Zach's confession. Let her go, you bastards. I'll kill you all. Zach, staring at the tightly shut room, shouted at Callan with veins bulging on his forehead. Callan shook his head and pointed to the house, giving orders to his subordinates. It seems you still refuse to cooperate. Send more in. The subordinates of the Hermanway, Imperial Dantiards, were delighted upon receiving the order from the commandant and rushed into the house. No, Ishanel me. Get away. The sounds inside the room grew sharper, filled with the greedy laughter of the Imperial Dantiards. I'll talk. Zach couldn't hold on any longer. Family was everything to him. Finally, when Zach gave in, Callan gestured for them to bring him out. Father. Zach's daughter, aside from a bit of messy hair, was properly dressed and came out crying, hugging her father. Our Hermanway are not barbarians. We would not do such things. These female relatives should be taken away and properly settled. After separating the two, the Imperial Dantiards escorted Zach back into the room. Knowing that Zach had important information, Callan dismissed the other guards and stayed alone in the room. Tell me everything you know. I have one condition. If you agree, I can assure you I will tell you everything. Go ahead. It was normal for him to set some conditions at this point. Whether they could be met or not was another matter. Ensure the safety of my family. No problem. My time is valuable, so speak quickly. Callan had anticipated this request from Zack, especially after seeing him plead for his daughter. After 5 minutes, Callan had recorded all the names Zack provided. When he finished, Callan was shocked. There were so many people within the court secretly collaborating with the Manchus. Don't worry, everything I said is true. The evidence is hidden behind the landscape painting in my study. Seeing Callan's suspicion, Zack sneered and assured him, you guard this place, don't let anyone near Zack. If there's an emergency, launch the distress signal immediately. Holding the list, Callan rushed out of the room, instructed his men briefly, and rode off to report to Dante's Howl. By evening, as the sun was setting, Dante's Howl and Weston had finished their farm work, and Howl lay exhausted on the ground. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Shouldn't we return? Porter, who had been working in the fields, saw that Dante's was utterly tired but hesitated to speak up. Ishan quickly approached and said this in front of Weston. Yes, it's indeed late. We should go. As if revived, Howl stood up and spoke to Weston before preparing to leave with Porter. Cousin, stay for dinner. Seeing Howl's urgency, Weston thought he hadn't been hospitable enough and hurriedly invited him. Not today. My wife is waiting for me. Howl had worked hard all day and wanted to return to the palace early. Tracy Zhou had also insisted he must eat dinner at home, so he politely declined. All right, cousin, take your time going home. If you have free time tomorrow, come help us. There are still 10 plots of land like this. Just as Howl and Porter walked away, Weston's words made Howl's legs almost buckle, barely caught by Porter. Amosra, I'll definitely come if I have time. Howl forced a smile, feeling his entire body ache after a day's work. If this continued for several days, he might collapse. Thinking about the vast lands, he didn't want to come again anytime soon. Report. As Howl's carriage headed towards the palace, a rider blocked the path. What's happening? Feeling the carriage stop, Howl asked Porter outside. It's Commandant Callan of the Herman Way. It looks like he has something important to report. Let him through. Howl had assigned Callan to interrogate Zack. If he intercepted the carriage, it must be significant. Commandant Zhu, His Majesty requests you come forward. Upon hearing Porter, the Imperial Dantiards moved aside, allowing Callan to approach the carriage directly. Howl pulled back the curtain slightly. Your Majesty, this is Zack's confession. Callan slid the confession through the gap. Who else has seen this? After reading, Howl quickly put it away, glancing at Porter, who understood and had the guards move 3 meters away. Rest assured, Your Majesty, only I have seen it. Sweat trickled down Callan's forehead. If the Dantes wanted secrecy, he might be killed as the only witness. Have your Herman Way secure Zack. Under no circumstances should anything happen to him. Take a detachment to the city gates. Howl sensed the storm brewing in the city and quickly arranged Callan's preparations. Your servant obeys. Relieved the Dantes had no intention to kill him, Callan hurriedly took his men to the city gates. Porter, return to the palace quickly. Once there, have the Imperial Dantiards lock the gates, preventing anyone from approaching the palace gates. The servant quickly reported the situation he had gathered. What? Hatcher dropped the cup in his hand upon hearing the servant's report. Master, this isn't good. What should we do next? Hatcher could see even his servants realized the severity of the situation. It was truly not right. Hasten and mobilize all our connections. Tell them that something might have happened to Zack, and they should prepare accordingly. Hold on. Send more people out. Go inform my brother and relay the situation to him. Hatcher was genuinely panicking, calling back the departing servants to reiterate instructions. If something really did happen, only his brother Geordie could protect him, since Geordie held significant military power, which even the Dantes couldn't ignore. After giving these orders, over a dozen men left the Hong residence on horseback or running. By who? Someone is coming out. In an alleyway, several teams of Herman Way, Imperial Guards, stood ready, dozens of them waiting with bated breath. Go, capture them all. If anyone escapes, I'll have your heads. They stayed here to prevent Hatcher from sending messages. If news reached Geordie in the north, it would certainly lead to internal strife. All the servants of the Hong residence were captured by plainclothes Herman Way before they could go far, ensuring no information leaked out. The entire capital was filled with tension and unease. Officials who were already apprehensive, having heard about the disappearance of Jian slaves last night, had their subordinates prepare for potential resistance. Engine camp approaching and recognizing the name of the gate commander on Zack's list, Callan pulled out his sword and slashed the man down. The general, who was pushing the gate, fell to the ground instantly. General! The guards, seeing their leader dead, panicked and drew their weapons. This is the Dantes' token. That person is a Jian slave spy. Open the gates immediately. Seeing the soldiers about to resist, Callan quickly showed the imperial token. Quick, open the gates. The soldiers, now unsure of what to do, opened the gates upon seeing the Dantes' token. Herman Way and Wei Gonggong, did you come to receive us? Martin slowed down as he approached the gate, afraid that the rapid movement might alarm the guards atop the walls. Seeing the gate open and a Herman Way on horseback inside, Martin turned to ask Iof, whom he hadn't seen in a while. This is Herman Way Commander Callan, the Dantes' confidant. Ishan must be sent by the Dantes to greet us. Brothers, let's enter the city. This moment marked Martin's shining hour, never having imagined leading his troops to guard the capital. The Divine Engine camp swiftly formed ranks and marched orderly into the city. Commander Zhu, does His Majesty have any instructions? Martin and Iof rode ahead, approaching Callan, with Iof speaking first. General Aviv, Wei Gonggong, His Majesty has returned to the palace. The city is tense, and the Divine Engine camp must secure all gates and important officials' residences. Callan repeated the Dantes' instructions to Iof and Martin. General Aviv, you lead half the troops to guard the gates. Remember, no one, regardless of rank, can leave or enter. If anyone tries to force entry, detain them first. I'll take the rest to handle potential dangers within the city. Iof briefly assigned tasks, and Martin agreed this was the safest plan. Maxwell Ku, you assist Wei Gonggong and strictly manage your troops. If anyone causes trouble, they will be dealt with according to military law. I understand, sir. Maxwell Ku knew what Martin meant. They were in the capital, and they must tread carefully around nobles and officials. How's the situation now? As night fell, the capital was eerily dim, lacking its usual bright lights. Why would there be a Hermanway distress signal in the northwest part of the city? Standing outside the palace, Howell noticed a Hermanway distress flare in the distance. That direction seems to be where the fan residence is. Porter, looking in the same direction, recognized it and informed Howell. What is Callan doing? Wasn't he supposed to watch Zack? Why is there a distress signal? Asharing it was the fan family. Howell was incredulous, confused by the developments despite earlier instructions. Shall I take some men to investigate? Porter, sensing Howell's anxiety, offered to check the situation. ##### Chapter 82. A Fateful End. Farewell. Everything will be clear by tomorrow morning. Just wait patiently. Although he was very curious about what was happening outside the city, if Porter were to leave, the strength within the Imperial City would be weakened. If any disloyal individuals came in, he would be in danger. The fan mansion was now a battleground, with only a dozen or so remaining embroidered uniformed Dantiards standing guard in front of a house, facing dozens of soldiers without showing any signs of fear. Embroidered uniformed Dantiards are slaughtering civilians. Surrender immediately, or you will be killed on the spot. The leading general looked at the stubborn guards and addressed them. Amos Yun, you are rebelling. Standard bearer, don't waste time talking to them. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Not one of them can escape. Though surrounded, the dozen embroidered uniformed Dantiards remain calm. Ha ha ha, everyone in the city is with us. Even if all your embroidered uniformed Dantiards come, so what? The leading Amos Yun wasn't worried at all. Ishan had already arranged for people nearby who could block any reinforcements. Me over first, but was delayed by the people Amos Yun had arranged earlier. Seeing someone masked in the crowd, Iof, the chief of the Eastern Depot, who had memorized the appearances of all officials and generals, recognized him instantly. Ha ha ha, since Lord Wei has seen through it, I have no need to hide anymore. Following the voice, Amos Yun saw Iof with his troops, removed the black cloth from his face, and stepped forward. Amos Yun, I never thought you would work for the Jurchens. Iof felt a tinge of regret looking at Amos Yun, who used to be a formidable general and the commander of the capital. Ha ha ha, all this was forced upon me. I fought diligently for the Ming dynasty, yet what did I end up with? Nothing. Not even a house. After hearing Iof, Amos Yun laughed loudly, his laughter filled with despair. Seize him. Iof didn't want to prolong it any further and ordered the Divine Engine Corps to apprehend Amos Yun for the Emperor's judgment. Aldemf. Impossible. General. The soldiers following Amos Yun watched in horror as Amos Yun placed a sword to his own neck. General. Seeing Amos Yun commit suicide, his followers threw down their weapons. With their leader dead, resistance was futile. Arrest them all. Go check the situation inside the fan mansion. Knowing beforehand from Callan that Zack was crucial, Iof hurried the soldiers to inspect the mansion. Lord Wei, over 20 embroidered uniformed Dantiards and everyone in the fan mansion are dead. No survivors. A while later, a soldier returned, bowing his head in sorrow to report to Iof. Still too late. Ishaning that Zack was dead, Iof held his forehead in regret. Had he arrived sooner, Zack might have survived. Lord Wei, we did our best. If His Majesty blames us, I, Ishingter, can vouch for you. What should we do next? Seeing Iof's mood lighten, Ishingter, unsure of the next move, awaited instructions. There's one last place. Leave some men here, and the rest follow me. With the city mostly under control, Iof realized he had forgotten somewhere important. Leading Ishingter and the Divine Engine Corps toward the city gate, he explained briefly. Why are we going to the city gate? Ishingter followed, puzzled. There's an important person staying there. If anything happens to him, both our heads will roll. Reaching Beckett's residence, Iof checked and found no issues, easing his mind. Turning to the bewildered Ishingter, he explained more. How could such an important person live here? Ishingter was incredulous, thinking no high-ranking individual would stay in such a remote area. Leave a small squad here, the rest return to the capital. Not wanting to explain further, Martin from the Divine Armament Camp. An official from the Ministry of War recognized the rider. All present officials were shocked. The Divine Armament Camp was always stationed 50 miles north of the capital. Why would one of its generals appear here? Some immediately linked Martin to the events of the previous night and felt an overwhelming chill. One must dismount before the Imperial Palace. When Martin stopped in front of the palace, a guardsman approached him, reminding him of protocol. A Mosra? Martin didn't boast or delay. He dismounted, handed over his saber to the guard, and walked towards Iof. Lord Wei, I went to change my clothes, and when I came out, you were already gone. Why didn't you wait for me? I had to rush on horseback, Martin said with a smile as he joined Iof. Enough, let's hurry. Used to commanding soldiers, Iof explained the procedures for meeting the Emperor while walking. What are you doing? As they reached the main hall entrance, Martin attempted to enter but was stopped by Iof, confusing Martin since he thought he was summoned for the morning court. Wait outside until your name is announced, Iof patiently explained the rules. Dante's Howl looked around the assembly of civil and military officials, noticing that several key military figures were missing. Did you all sleep well last night? Dante's Howl asked, looking at the officials while holding a petition. Do you know why I didn't sleep well? Seeing no response, Dante's Howl raised his head and spoke. Since no one volunteered information, he continued himself. My lord, this subject does not know. This subject does not know. The chief cabinet minister spoke up first, then other officials followed suit in agreement. I couldn't sleep because I was too happy. Last night, Fanjiao was wiped out by rebel general Amos Yun, who was also executed on the spot. No one knows the details, but no one from Fanja escaped alive, and all their wealth has returned to the state treasury. Officials who had dealings with the Manchu and the Fan family all breathed a sigh of relief. Zach's death meant no one knew of their activities. Your Majesty, the Fan family once supported the Ming dynasty. With Fan Manor now empty, returning their wealth to the state is wise and can serve as military funds to ensure our country's prosperity. Is shannering about the confiscated wealth. Solomon Gregg almost beamed with delight. Long live the great Ming dynasty. Porter, read out the inventory list from Fan Manor. Seeing the grim expressions of the officials, Dante's howl restrained his anger while maintaining a calm exterior. Porter took the list and glanced at the assembled officials. 5 million dan of grain, 12 million taels of silver, 1 million taels of gold, 20,000 acres of fertile land, hundreds of property deeds from various regions. Court. Howell achieved his goal and instructed Porter. Porter announces the entry of General Martin. Porter called out loudly, signaling Martin to enter. Incoming. Having waited for some time, Martin straightened his attire and entered the hall. General Martin pays homage to His Majesty. Please rise, esteemed General. You've endured much in the outskirts. Howell descended from his throne to personally help Martin up, emphasizing his loyalty over the other officials. Feeling honored, Martin bowed deeply. Appoint Martin as the Dragon Tiger General, granting him 100 pounds of gold and control of the capital's defense. Thank you, Your Majesty. Overwhelmed by gratitude and surprised by the grand reward, Martin knelt again to thank the Emperor. Your Majesty, money and positions are acceptable, but entrusting the city's defense to one person might disrupt established regulations. The Minister of War stepped forward, kneeling and advising Howell. If Martin controlled the entire city's defenses, their comfortable lives would end. Do you all share this concern? Howell eyed the Minister of War, then turned to the other officials. We concur, they responded, kneeling together. Only the chief cabinet minister stood silently, coldly observing the scene. Standing beside Howell, Martin mentally noted those who resisted him. I've made my decision. No further discussion. Howell had long lost faith in these officials and trusted Martin more. Had it not been for Martin, the capital might have been in danger. After Howell's purge, the officials were subdued and lacked their former boldness. If there's nothing else, adjourn the court. Satisfied that no one dared challenge him anymore, Howell stood up happily and left the hall. Chapter 84, granting Martin an official residence. After Dante's Flint left, the Minister of Works approached the Hayes. At a loss for what to do, he could only seek their leader's advice and see if any countermeasures could be formulated. Hayes, we should. Before he could finish his sentence, the Hayes raised his hand, interrupting the Minister of Works, and immediately left the hall. The government wasn't entirely under their control. Many officials were fence-sitters, aligning with whichever side was stronger. Discussing matters here risked being overheard. The Minister of Works glanced around and realized he had acted rashly, forgetting the current situation. Others followed suit and exited. Martin remained standing in the center of the hall as the Hayes walked past him without stopping or speaking. Ministers aligned with the Hayes left the hall, while neutral officials offered their congratulations before hastily departing. Congratulations, General Aviv. General Aviv, His Majesty has instructed me to find you an official residence. Let's go take a look, Iof said, noticing Martin still standing there. Yeah, let's go. Having Iof felt instantly irritated at someone hesitating over free property. Very well. Please assist me more in the future, Wei Gonggong. Martin recognized Iof's influence in court. Being new to the capital, he lacked familiarity and was easily targeted. Ishan needed powerful allies. Despite the Hayes' apparent strength, the Emperor disapproved of him. Iof seemed the best choice. After saying this, Martin pulled out a silver note from his chest, ensuring no one was nearby, and quickly handed it to Iof. As long as you are loyal to His Majesty, our honor and wealth are assured. Iof glanced down, seeing a 500 tael note. Considering Martin was just a general, this amount was substantial. With a smile, he pocketed it. General. A horse stopped at the mansion's entrance. Ishinkter dismounted and rushed up to Martin, visibly distressed. What is it? Seeing his subordinate so anxious, Martin quickly helped him up. Well, Ishinkter looked at Iof, hesitant to speak openly. Both Martin and Iof noticed Ishinkter's hesitation. Unaware of what was happening, Iof shifted his gaze toward Martin. Martin also felt awkward. Moments ago, he had asked Iof for help. Now, excluding him from of last night's events spread among them. Even 10 heads wouldn't suffice to offend the divine arsenal core. Ishinkter hesitated, unfamiliar with the bureaucracy's intricacies. Ishan looked at Iof, who nodded. Encouraged, Ishinkter stepped aside. Speak freely. This family is very wealthy. We can extort a fortune. You and I get some silver, and we leave. While reporting back to the capital, the remaining soldiers, not knowing what to do with their rage, ultimately decided to let the authorities investigate. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text. Chapter 85. Ishanlping Weston resolve his troubles. 2 bailiffs, having received a report, arrived at the village. They began collecting statements from each household. When they reached Weston's place, they immediately noticed several silver bills, each worth 10,000 taels, lying on the table. The 2 men silently developed greedy intentions. With the price of grain skyrocketing, they needed to secure their families' livelihoods by getting some benefit out of this matter. You want me to turn a blind eye? Even though Ishinkter had never been in politics, he understood the bailiff's meaning perfectly. Yes, if you can look the other way, we'll handle the rest. Observing silently from the side, now asked curiously as he watched Bertie bow. Cough. Just as Maxwell Koo was about to answer, a cough interrupted him from the crowd. I still have duties to attend to. I shan't disturb you further. Ishinkter quickly left the village. Iof and Martin, who had been guarding Weston, disappeared quietly into the crowd after confirming his safety. Only when they were far away did Martin finally voice his curiosity to Iof. Who was that person? Why were you so anxious, even for an Eastern Depot chief like yourself? This man is no ordinary person. If anything happens to him, many will face dire consequences, including you. None of us are equal to him. Iof looked around to ensure no one else was listening before whispering softly. Martin, remember this well? Thank you for your guidance, Grand Eunuch Wei. Martin felt the gravity of the situation and realized that Beijing truly was as perilous as rumored. Ishan thanked Iof promptly, knowing that if he offended Weston, his minor achievements would hardly save him. Dante's howl arrived at the village with Porter shortly afterward. Dear cousin, you're here early today. Seeing Dante's howl and Porter approaching, Weston called out happily from a distance. Cousin, how have the crops been lately? With grain prices rising sharply in Beijing, commoners could barely afford food. Although Zach was dead, much of his stored grain had been seized. Yet, once distributed, it was immediately bought up and stockpiled by others, leaving nothing for the villagers. Frustrated, Dante's howl turned to his all-knowing cousin for advice. Quite eventful last night. Weston returned to his room, followed by Howell. Both seated, Weston spoke first. Yes, the Dantes restructured the military last night. The entire Imperial Army is now under the Dantes' control. Zach's assets were confiscated, and many generals have been imprisoned. Howell recounted last night's events proudly upon realizing Weston wanted details. By the way, during this morning's court session, all officials were promptly dismissed without discussion. Humph, too casual. Weston shook his head disapprovingly. Why? Did the Dantes make a mistake? Seeing Weston's disapproval, Howell's smile faded. Ishan didn't understand why Weston criticized him. These are trivial matters. As long as Geordie commands the Northern Army, he won't fear. Word of our actions in Beijing will reach him soon. We should prepare accordingly to prevent unforeseen incidents. Geordie may not plan to rebel. By pushing him this way, Howell might inadvertently provoke him. If he invades Beijing, relying on the Divine Machine camp would be laughable. Upon hearing this, Howell's face paled. Ishan hadn't considered Geordie. The Dantes has already dispatched the White Rod Army from Sichuan. They should arrive in time. You fool. You're all fools. Even if Geordie walked instead of rode, he'd still reach Beijing faster than the reinforcements. Howell's foolishness made Weston struggle to contain his frustration, but patiently explained the situation. Brother, what should we do? If Geordie attacks Beijing, the city won't stand, and he won't spare me. Now genuinely frightened, Howell anxiously sought help from Weston. Fear not, Howell. Once in Beijing, Geordie will be worried about you, not a low-ranking official like yourself. Seeing Howell's anxiety, Weston found it perplexing but didn't realize Howell was the emperor. Oh yes, I'm just a minor official. But recently, my continuous advice to the Dantes has infuriated the Shangxi merchants. They won't let me go. Please help me, brother. Howell realized his near mistake and quickly explained. Send the anti-pirate troops from Shandong northward. Secretly position them between Beijing and Geordie's base. Deliver an edict ordering him to return to Beijing for honors. What if he refuses? Chapter 86. No action without certainty. Indeed, I'm just a petty official. But recently, I've been constantly advising the Dantes, which has offended these Shangxi merchants deeply. They will never let me off. Please save me, cousin. Easton now realized he had almost revealed too much and quickly explained to Beckett. Deploy the anti-pirate forces from Shandong to move north secretly, positioning them between the capital and Geordie's camp. Send him an imperial decree ordering him to return to the capital for ennoblement. But what if he doesn't come back? After hearing Beckett's plan, Easton raised his concern. If he doesn't return, it indicates rebellious intentions. The anti-pirate forces can then eliminate them. If he does come back, it would be easier to apprehend him directly in the capital. The capital is already in your control. For this worry, Beckett provided a complete strategy. Cousin, how are your food supplies? Having understood Beckett's suggestion, Easton prepared to leave, but felt as though he had forgotten something. Ishan sat down again and asked Beckett, My dear cousin, what can I say about you? After talking for so long, Beckett was parched. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, he heard Easton's next question and put the cup back down. Cousin, these are instructions from higher-ups, asking me to resolve the issue of the common people being unable to afford food. Easton nearly forgot why he came, clearly for grain. Oh, so you're thinking about my little stockpile. Beckett grew his own grain, intending to sell it at a good price regardless of the buyer, hoping to make a fortune. From Easton wanting to speak, Beckett, with his weak will, stopped him. All right, I'll inform the officials and have them prepare the silver notes quickly. Cousin, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Easton saw that today's meeting was productive. Noting the time for lunch, he stood to leave. Cousin, I won't detain you. Go raise the funds quickly. Seeing the greed in Beckett's eyes, Easton left the courtyard speechless. Porter, are you afraid of death? As master and servant walked out of the manor, standing beside the carriage, Easton recalled Beckett's plan and stopped, addressing Porter. Your servant fears no death, only the Dantes' commands. Porter didn't understand the question but knew his fate wasn't his own to decide. Tomorrow, take the Imperial Decree north and find Geordie. Make sure he returns to the capital with you. Afraid others might botch this mission, Easton chose Porter, who had been performing admirably and was likely to persuade Geordie. I understand. Your servant obeys. Porter grasped the gravity of the task. Recognizing the importance of his role, he accepted it without hesitation. If successful, upon his safe return, he would become the head of the Western factory. Faced with loyalty, Easton was never stingy. Thank you for your trust, your majesty. I will do my best. If I can't bring back Jordan had expected to be scolded by a young upstart. They all put on smiles and dared not show any defiance. News has come from the Jurchen rebels. Deshan lost a battle because the provisions we were supposed to supply didn't arrive. This Deshan is such a failure. We provided him with so much, yet he can't even get through Shanhaiguan. Ishan mentioned that if he loses, it would be detrimental to us. Ishan demands that we immediately transport our stored grain to Bukarang. At this point, verbal abuse was futile as they were now bound to Deshawn's fate. What affected him affected them. Our grain is stored at the Fan family's residence. With the Fan family being confiscated, where do we find such a large quantity in the short term? Famine was widespread everywhere, leaving no one able to provide grain. Just when the officials were at a loss, the Grand Secretary, who hadn't spoken until now, finally asked, looking toward the corner where the Undersecretary of Revenue sat. Aviv, the Undersecretary, I heard you secretly stockpiled some grain. Where is it? Grand Secretary, while I do have some grain, it's far too little to meet the vast needs of the Jurchen army. It would be like trying to extinguish a forest fire with a single bucket of water. The Undersecretary stood up, having been quietly accumulating grain for personal gain, only to be caught sooner than anticipated. Why should his risked life? I'm tired. The Grand Secretary looked toward the door and left the hall with the help of a servant. Aaron, organize this mission. We'll follow your orders. Seeing the Grand Secretary leave tacitly approving the action, and knowing most present were civil servants, the few military officers glanced toward the adjutant, the only one capable of strategizing. It was also the adjutant who initially proposed silencing Aviv. Gather reliable men. Tonight? A sinister plan was brewing, but unknown to them, someone outside was listening intently. All done. Gentlemen, wait for good news. The conspirators departed after discussing their plans. Your Majesty, are you inside? Callan rushed to the palace, flashing his badge to gain access effortlessly. Master Zhu, His Majesty is reading. Allow me to announce you. Seeing Zhu, the eunuch hurried to notify Dante's howl. No time for that. I'll see His Majesty myself. Impatient with the eunuch's hesitant actions, Zhu barged into the study. I haven't announced you yet, Master Zhu. The Emperor, displeased by the intrusion, queried the trembling eunuch and Zhu. Your Majesty, Master Zhu burst in. I couldn't stop him. Both Zhu and the eunuch knelt on the floor, the latter attributing blame to Zhu. Your Majesty, I intruded. Please forgive me. Without further ado, Zhu admitted it straightforwardly. What brings you here now? Well, you... Chapter 88. Assassination of Minister Aviv at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Seeing the Dantes personally tidying his clothes, he felt both honored and surprised, quickly bending to bow. Amazman my attendants, relay my orders to provide Porter with my carriage. It will make his journey smoother. Looking at Porter's condition, Flint felt somewhat guilty. The road ahead was tough, so he instructed an eunuch outside. Your Majesty, this servant will take his leave. After Porter left, Flint stood by the palace gate, watching Porter's retreating figure. Your Majesty, it's windy outside. Please put on your cloak. A eunuch approached with a cloak, standing behind Flint. Porter thought of everything. What's your name? Flint glanced at the eunuch, noticing a resemblance to Porter, and couldn't help but smile as he asked. Your Majesty, Master Patrick specifically instructed me to look after your daily needs before he left. Very well then. Ishan has already given his instructions. I won't repeat them. At the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Boy, bring me another flask of wine. Sir, you shouldn't drink anymore. It's almost curfew time. The waiter, noticing the empty jars on the table, hurried over. Don't waste my time. Ishan raised the money. Now bring the wine. Minister Aviv had been drinking at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion since afternoon until evening, or ministry. Seasoned warriors accustomed to decisive action. They swiftly moved towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Hiding outside the tavern walls, one of them killed a waiter at the entrance, scanning inside to find the vice minister still drinking. Signaling his companions, they rushed in, two staying at the door. What are you doing? The captain shouted at the masked men entering. Wish to live? Shut up. The soldiers maintained their principles, avoiding unnecessary harm to civilians. So, you're here to kill me? The vice minister asked, looking up at the leader. Save your words for the netherworld. The leader raised his sword without hesitation, aiming for the vice minister. Whoosh. Feeling a chill, the assassin quickly deflected with his sword as a crossbow bolt clattered to the floor. How did you get a crossbow? The assassin stared at the innkeeper holding the weapon, ordinarily forbidden to commoners. Aviv Darun, come over here quickly. The original sentence is mostly fine, but can be made to read more naturally in English by adjusting the word order slightly. This maintains the urgency and directness of the call for Aviv Darun to move, keeping with the tense atmosphere of the scene. Eyes opening in shock, realizing he was safe, Minister Aviv sobered, running towards the innkeeper who had saved him. With the vice minister within reach, the assassin pursued him. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 89. All for keeping secrets. Can't wait any longer. Attack? If the Hermanway blocked the doors of Zuasian Tower, they would be trapped with no chance to escape. By then, the Vice Solomon would be protected, and they would have no opportunity to strike. Seeing the trembling Vice Solomon cowering in the corner, the leader shouted and lunged into the counter area, determined to succeed or die trying. The black-robed men were seasoned warriors who could hold their own against the Hermanway, making it impossible for the latter to offer assistance. The Aldendrit commander saw the leading black-robed man charging toward him and swung his broadsword to meet him. The clash of weapons sent him staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Seeing the shopkeeper no longer blocking him and noticing the black-robed man about to kill him, the Vice Solomon quickly stood up and tried to flee. Thud. After just 2 steps, a cold blade pierced through his body. As the black-robed man pulled out his sword and was about to decapitate the vice minister, another black-robed man at the entrance shouted urgently, "It's bad. The Hermanway are all over us. We must leave now." Without hesitation, the leader glanced at the blood-soaked vice minister and led his men away from Zuasian Tower. "Quickly, let's go." When a large force of Hermanway arrived, they saw 7 or 8 black-robed men fleeing from Zuasian Tower. Chase them. Try to capture. They found Hermanway waiting inside as well. "Brothers, my apologies." The leader drew his sword and slashed at the remaining black-robed men, shocking them as they never expected him to turn on them. "Hold him down." A A Hermanway Aldindred man commander, surprised by the leader's actions, quickly ordered his men to restrain the surviving black-robed man. Capturing a live subject was crucial, as it could reveal valuable information. Several ropes bound the black-robed man tightly. Aldinf, take him away. Smiling triumphantly, the Aldindred man commander ordered the scene cleaned up. Aldindred man commander, there's one more alive. While checking the bodies, the Hermanway found one still breathing and promptly reported to the commander. Good. 2 captives. Bring him back and find the best physician to save him. Sharing the news, the commander was delighted. Knowing how ruthless the captured black-robed men were, capturing them alive could yield valuable intelligence. How can this be? Release me. Release me. The captured leader, upon learning one of his men might expose them, struggled futilely against the ropes. Take him away. Ishan will get a taste of our prison first. Callan returned to the palace gate again. The night guards recognized him and allowed him through. The emperor is resting. Come back tomorrow morning. A new eunuch named Casper guarded the sleeping quarters, intercepting Callan. I am Hermanway. Callan thought Easton would be angry, but unexpectedly he was not blamed. Feeling unworthy of the emperor's trust, Callan knelt down directly and said, Stand up. They came to eliminate him, yet Minister Aviv is still breathing. This shows you have done your best. If I blame an official who sincerely serves me, who would dare to work for me from now on? Easton was already satisfied with Callan and didn't want to add more pressure on him because it could cause undesirable results. Yes, Callan will definitely share your majesty's worries. After hearing this, Callan was greatly honored and never expected that he was so valued by the emperor. Rest well today, delegate everything. Once you finish the task in Shandong, the position of Zhou will be yours. Thank you, your majesty. Left alone, Easton looked up at the sky with worry. Ishan kept thinking about what Weston said might happen, that he would eventually end up hanged. Easton did not believe anyone could predict the future. By working hard and preventing that possibility now, when his military becomes strong enough, who would dare destroy the Great Ming? For several consecutive days, everyone waited for news at the Hayes' residence. The advisor had been checking the prearranged location daily for several days without any of his subordinates returning. Advisor, what happened? Were they captured? If captured, we will be in a passive situation. Assassinating government officials is no laughing matter. Those who supported the assassination of the Deputy Minister of Household Affairs were now scared, blaming the advisor one after another. Ishani, are you crazy? All these people going for the assassination were mine. You stand there talking without feeling the pain. Finding himself blamed by everyone, the advisor stood up angrily. Well, what should we do if your men were exposed? Yeah, how do we know your men can be trusted? Cold-shouldered people stepped out again, talking sarcastically. Aldinf, my men will keep their mouths shut. Besides, hasn't Aviv Sherlang not shown up recently? My men must have taken care of it. Seeing these sarcastic people, advisor stood up angrily in response. Enough, fighting like this won't help. Go back and use your connections to find out what happened, said the Hayes every time they gathered to discuss issues. First, they would argue for an hour. Now seeing that they had argued enough, he ordered everyone. Everyone took their leave and walked towards the outside. Innes, we want to invite you back for a chat. As soon as the ministers left the house, they saw a group of Hermanway, Imperial guards, standing at the gate. What do you want? Do you think you Hermanway can act lawlessly? Innes was trembling, thinking he was found out. Ishan moved backwards into the Hayes' residence. As long as the Hayes is here, you Hermanway cannot arrest people easily. Innes, please cooperate. Don't make it worse. The Hermanway leader saw Innes's actions, smiled, and said to him, Arrest him. The Hermanway Aldindred leader was there to arrest him by order and immediately gave orders to his subordinates. Which one of you is the Hermanway officer? Just as the Hermanway issued the arrest order, a servant came out from the residence and asked the 100 leader respectfully. I am Hermanway Aldindred leader Biff. The Hermanway Aldindred leader looked at the servant and knew it was someone sent by the Hayes, giving his name. The Hayes wants to invite you inside for a talk. No need. Please tell the Hayes that I have business to do and need to take Aaron back for questioning. Ishannering it was the Hayes looking for him. Biff broke into a cold sweat, responding to the servant. Seize Captain Patrick. What? Let go of me. Thinking the Hayes was protecting him, Biff did not expect to be arrested. Lady, our Hayes said come in and chat and afterward, you can take the person away. Seeing Innes being arrested, the servant smiled and told Biff. All right, please lead the way. Biff saw Innes being seized. To take him away, he probably had to enter first, bowed to the servant and asked him to guide. Well, answered Biff tightly clenching his fists. Ishan wanted to say no, but not knowing the true intention, he suppressed his feelings. Nonsense, then why did you spend money for connections in the palace? Discontent is discontent. Biff did not expect the Hayes had extended hands into the palace. Please clarify your intentions, Hayes. Biff wasn't stupid. Since the Hayes started asking about his discontent upon entering, there must be a reason. Chapter 91. Biff's ambition. The Manuel had always known that this Biff was an intelligent man, worthy of the attention he had given him for so long. The Manuel had already set his eyes on the Hermanway organization, and if he could bring it under his control, it would significantly strengthen his power. Unfortunately, the Hermanway were directly commanded by the Dantes, leaving no room for interference. Ishan began to gather information on all officers above the rank of a 100-man commander in the Hermanway, eventually selecting Biff, who knelt before him. Biff was ambitious, unwilling to remain second best. Ishan felt deeply wronged by the system and held no loyalty to Flint. A Masha person was just what the Manuel needed, an exploitable asset. Today's meeting was carefully arranged by the Manuel himself. If you agree to work for me, I guarantee the future of the Hermanway will be yours. These words struck Biff like a thunderbolt. It was something he had long dreamed of, and if anyone else had said it, he wouldn't have believed them. But he knew the man seated in front of him would not jest about such matters. Manuel, I am willing to serve you loyally. If Flint did not value him, he would find someone who did. After all, He only sought glory and wealth. Loyalty to any master was the same. Good. Ishanra, take this 10,000 taels silver draft, and bring along Marco at the gate. Arrange the testimony as you see fit. Biff picked up the draft from the table, noticing a piece of paper tucked inside. Shocked by its content, he looked at the man with confusion. Don't be surprised. This is my intention. Just ensure everything goes well, and I can secure you a position as a 1,000-man commander. Otherwise, without accomplishments, how can you rise? To cultivate Biff, the Manuel was prepared to take risks. One must risk losing small gains to achieve greater ones. Thank you, Manuel. When I entered, everyone outside saw me. I fear our dealings may be discovered by Flint. Putting the draft and the note in his chest pocket, he voiced his concerns. If one can be useful to us, they shall be. If not, you know what to do. Ishannering Biff's worries, the Manuel dismissed them outright. If he couldn't handle this, Biff wasn't worth cultivating. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Having endured so much, Biff almost forgot himself. With the Manuel backing him, who would he fear? From now on, those who aligned with him would live, and those who opposed him would die. All Dendrid Man Commander, are you alright? His trusted subordinate, seeing Biff's grim expression, hurriedly asked. Take the men away. Looking at his subordinates, Biff hesitated to kill them but decided to deal with this matter later. Ishan glanced at the bound Marco. Sir, should we be wary of Biff? An attendant entered, worried about Biff betraying them, and whispered to the Manuel. There's no need. Ishan won't dare. Someone who has endured for over a decade won't let go of this opportunity. Smiling, the Manuel replied. Ishan had observed Biff for a long time and was confident in using him. Inside the Hermanway prison, in the deepest cell, echoed the agonizing cries of torture. Tell me, did you order the murder of the Deputy Solomon? A Hermanway officer was torturing Marco, who had served in battle and showed no fear of the torment. Knowing that revealing the truth meant death and that his backer, the Manuel, wouldn't allow sufficient evidence, Aaron remained silent. Director Patrick, why have you come here? Seeing someone enter the cell, the torturing officer was surprised to see Biff. You dare address me so casually as a mere ensign? Do you want a beating? The interrogator was a low-ranking officer, once Biff's subordinate. Familiarity made them joke often. Brother Bertrand, have some tea. Laughing, the officer poured tea for Biff. I need to speak with you privately. Follow me. How could he gain merit and escape without taking a chance? Ishanra, take 1,000 taels to settle things with the others. Don't mess this up. We're both in deep trouble if you do. Biff handed over a silver draft and a written confession, cautioning Norman. Brother Bertrand, when have I ever failed? Placing the money and confession in his chest, Norman headed back to the cell. Fine, I await your news. Watching Norman leave, Biff muttered to himself, ensuring no one was around, then quickly left the prison. Lingering too long might raise suspicion. Christian, you're back? This guy's tough as nails. Upon returning, the exhausted torturing Hermanway officer slumped on a stool, catching his breath. Chapter 92. Iron-handed measures. Upon seeing Norman enter, the guard quickly stood up from his chair and began complaining to Campbell. All right, we've been interrogating him for hours. If he could talk, he would have done so already. Norman motioned for his subordinates to sit down and rest. Thank you, sir. They all sat down and started resting. Are you hungry? While resting, Norman suddenly asked them. Yes. Upon hearing Norman's question, they all answered in unison. These coins are for you to buy food with. Norman smiled at their eager looks, untied the money pouch from his waist, and tossed it onto the table. That's great. We can have a good meal today. Seeing the money pouch on the table, they scrambled to grab it. One of them snatched the pouch and ran out of the cell while the others hurried after him. Just as everyone was heading out, Norman stood up and walked toward Campbell. Christian, what are you doing? Just as Norman placed his hand on his waist, a member of the Hermanway returned to the cell. Seeing Norman standing opposite the prisoner, he asked curiously, why did you come back? Initially, Norman didn't want to harm his subordinates, but now that someone had noticed, it seemed like there was no choice but to eliminate the witness. Without turning around, he asked the returning Hermanway guard. I forgot something, Christian. We're going to buy food. The Hermanway guard, sensing nothing amiss, picked up his belongings and left the cell. After the guard left, Norman sighed in relief. Checking carefully outside the cell to ensure no one else was around, he stood in front of Campbell once more. Flunky, bring out whatever tricks you have. Campbell, beaten and bloodied, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Norman standing before him, he spoke without fear. There are many forms of torture you haven't experienced yet. I think you'll enjoy them. Norman, surprised that Campbell still wouldn't speak, began describing the various tortures of the Imperial prison. After hearing all this, do you still wish to keep your secrets? Those people have abandoned you. If you confess, you might save your life. Why not choose this path? I wonder why you caught me. After all these days, Campbell still didn't know why he was arrested. If it was for the assassination attempt on the Deputy Solomon, his men wouldn't have betrayed him. Do you trust your subordinates so much? They thought clearly and have already been secretly sent out of the capital to live carefree lives. Ishannering that Campbell still hadn't understood, Norman couldn't help but laugh. It's impossible. I saved them. Without me, they would be dead. Campbell never imagined that his trusted subordinates would betray him. There's nothing unbelievable about it. As the saying goes, a man will die for wealth, just as a bird dies for food. Keeping their secrets was pointless. In the end, doesn't everyone meet the same fate as a hunted hare or a discarded dog? Feeling that Campbell was wavering, Norman pressed harder, trying to break his resolve. Ishannering Norman's words, Campbell's initial determination crumbled. Since he had been abandoned, why should he continue to fight for them? I have some conditions. If you agree, I will tell you everything I know. Ultimately, he decided to protect himself. The haze could wait until later. Just as the haze said, though you're tough and won't be broken by torture, you'll eventually betray him for your own sake. Upon hearing Campbell finally relenting, Norman wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he sat back down and smiled. What do you mean? Seeing Norman's mocking smile, Campbell didn't understand. Ishan had agreed. You work for the Hayes. Recalling Norman's words, Campbell suddenly realized everything. Now in the cell, only they were present, with no other Hermanway guards around. It would be easy for Norman to kill him. You figured it out too late. Norman drew his knife and approached Campbell with a grin. Ishanlp. Someone. Slice. The knife plunged into Campbell's body. Until his last breath, he never expected there to be informants within the Hermanway. The Hermanway guards who had gone out to buy food rushed back upon hearing shouts for help. Upon entering the cell, they were stunned. Norman's robe was covered in blood, and Campbell, bound to a rack, was already dead. Not good, not good. One guard immediately ran out to report the situation. Just as he turned, Norman slashed him down and didn't stop, hacking at the fallen guard repeatedly. The remaining guards were paralyzed with fear, standing motionless. What did you see? Norman looked at the 4 remaining guards. Christian, you killed? Splash. One trembling guard pointed to the lifeless body on the ground. Before he finished speaking, Norman's knife slashed across his throat. And you? After eliminating another, Norman continued to ask the remaining 3, his face expressionless. Christian, we will always follow you. Always follow. The 3 instantly understood and knelt to pledge their loyalty. Good. When I rise, you will benefit. If I falter, you will die before me. Seeing their understanding, Norman warned them further. If this matter leaked, his future would be non-existent. Understood. They all replied in unison. The prisoner is dead, and I've obtained his confession. We'll stick to the same story. Norman took out the pre-prepared confession and passed it around. Yes. Knowing they were now bound together, the guards dared not object. Whatever Norman did, they would have to follow closely. Clean this up. Report that they were attacked by the prisoner and unfortunately lost their lives. Send more compensation to their families. Looking at the bodies on the ground, he instructed the 3 living guards. Chapter 93, Testing Weston. These 2 men who had entered the Hermanway and were now by his side stirred boundless sentiments within him. Ishan knew that one day, for the sake of his future, he would have to send them to their deaths. I still have things to do. Keep your mouths shut. Seeing that everything here was settled, it was time to find Biff to discuss this matter. Yes. The 3 could only respond with a yes. Everything that happened today far exceeded their shock. When Norman left the Imperial prison, the officer in charge of the prison just happened to see him. Noticing it was still early, he wondered why Norman was leaving in such a hurry. Ishan then saw several corpses being dragged out of the prison. All tasks are handled by us workers. At the mention of Officer Johnny, Norman snorted coldly, not respecting his superior. Don't be complacent. I've heard about this person. Previously in the Hermanway, he was quite formidable. But for some unknown reason, he requested a transfer to the Imperial prison, claiming he didn't want bloodshed anymore. Norman's attitude made Biff uneasy, so he shared what he knew. All right, I understand. Impatient, Norman brushed off the advice and stood up to leave. Ishani. Watching Norman walk away, Biff knew he'd eventually suffer consequences. If there were others under his command, he wouldn't use Norman. Tell your master everything is done. Ensure he keeps his word on the promise. After a while, Biff went to the counter and told the waiter inside. This tavern belonged to the chief secretary. Any message could be sent here directly instead of visiting the mansion. Very well, sir. Please walk safely. As Biff left, the waiter quickly changed clothes and departed. Master, this is what Biff instructed me to relay. Kneeling respectfully, head bowed deeply, the waiter reported. You may leave. Send updates immediately. Once the waiter left, a servant expressed concern. Master, Biff seems overly arrogant. We fear he might slip out of our control. Have people keep tabs on him. Contact the palace and ask them to influence Dante's howl subtly. Biff was crucial to his plan and couldn't afford mistakes. Yes, will do. Several days later, Weston harvested his corn and potatoes into storage. Well, everyone has worked hard recently. Ishanra's the agreed payment. Seeing full warehouses, Weston smiled broadly, distributing wages according to initial agreements. General, that man distributing the money is quite powerful. Even Wei Gonggong defers to him. Dressed simply, Ishingter and Martin visited the village to observe its peculiar charm, which attracted many influential figures. Ishani, you two just standing there? Come get your pay. Martin and Ishingter, watching curiously, were suddenly noticed by Weston. Seeing him wave, they exchanged glances and approached. We aren't workers. We just heard about the wage distribution and wanted to see. Seeing their rough hemp clothes, Martin explained awkwardly. All right, but I don't need extra hands. Ishanra, take this small sum to buy a meal. Recognizing unfamiliar faces, Weston gave Martin some silver coins. Finally finished. Time to go home for dinner. After ensuring everyone was paid, Weston stretched and headed home. Alden brother, can we join you for a meal? We haven't eaten in a day and are hungry. Seeing Weston leaving, Martin quickly pulled Ishingter, blocking his path. Relax, we won't keep the money. Just want a meal. Noticing Weston's hesitation, Martin returned the coins promptly. All right, follow me. Happy to receive the coins back, Weston pocketed them and led them towards home. General, where are we going? Following Martin, Ishingter was confused and asked. If we want to gauge his abilities, we need to be closer. The loose change was insignificant, but useful for probing Weston. Sit down, the corn and potatoes will be ready soon. Back home, Weston trusted them completely, letting them enter and sit while he prepared food outside. General, look. Inside, Ishingter noticed something unusual and pointed it out to Martin. What is it? Turning his head, Martin didn't understand what caught Ishingter's eye. Chapter 94, Dining Free, but spotted by Easton. When Martin clearly saw the direction Ishingter was pointing to, his eyes widened in surprise. The two of them noticed that the table was littered with silver notes worth several thousand, even tens of thousands of taels. General, these wouldn't be of dubious origin, would they? The amount of money here was astronomical. Even as generals, they wouldn't accumulate this much wealth in a lifetime. Don't speak more. Martin immediately waved his hand to cut off Ishingter before he could continue. Despite the numerous questions bubbling in his mind, this situation only indicated how complicated Weston's background was. Well, hurry, Inston. Introducing the guests who were still eating. Alden brother, we're full. We should leave now. Flurriedly finishing their meal, Martin and Ishingter quickly stood up and spoke to Weston. All right, take these with you. Eat if you get hungry again. Seeing their urgency to leave, Weston originally planned to cook for them for a few days. Ishan felt that taking payment for just one meal was too easy. While greedy, he believed in fair dealing and wouldn't exploit others. Ishan packed some leftover food onto Martin and Ishingter, who, burnt by the freshly cooked corn, hastily hugged the food and rushed out. Just as they stepped outside, Easton recognized Martin's face and silhouette, feeling quite surprised. Cousin, who were those two? After placing his items on the table, Easton looked towards the direction Martin and Ishingter left. Just two penniless wanderers, gave them a meal, Weston replied nonchalantly, starting to open the items Easton brought. Not bad, this time there's more meat. Last time, the 2 pounds were miserly. Opening the box to find it filled with meat, Weston delightedly placed a piece in his mouth, savoring it after not eating meat for a long time. His meals had been mostly corn and potatoes. Let's eat. Both were famished. Easton hadn't eaten yet, and had brought his own dinner. Feeling full, Weston and Easton exchanged glances. Weston quickly understood and turned away, plugging his ears. Cousin, see how you treat your brother who brings such good food and drink? Easton felt amused yet frustrated by Weston's actions, trying to play emotional cards again. Cousin, why don't you just remove my brain? This is exhausting. With every issue, Easton sought Weston's assistance. Ishan was busier than Easton within the palace and wanted a break. If you keep asking, I'll make enough money, buy a big ship, sail away, and explore the world. Weston aimed to fulfill unachieved dreams from the 21st century with his wealth. No, cousin, I won't ask anymore. Easton surrendered, knowing better than to push further. Chapter 95. Extending the olive branch again. The moment Weston announced his intention to leave, Easton hastily intervened. The Ming dynasty was finally showing signs of improvement. This was the time to expand and achieve greatness. If his strategist left now, he had no idea how things would turn out. Cousin, do you mean the country's hunter visited before? Seeing that Weston had calmed down, Easton recalled the term world mentioned by Weston, which sounded unfamiliar. Curious, he asked. We have a lot to discuss. Eschannering his cousin's interest, Weston grew enthusiastic about sharing information unknown in this era, explaining it in terms Easton could understand. Easton listened with growing fascination, learning about matters he'd never encountered before. That's it. In the future, there will be a very powerful nation where all foreign enemies dare not oppress us. That's enough for today. As Weston spoke, seeing Easton's focused expression, he remembered this was a feudal society. No matter how much he said, it wouldn't make a difference. Ishan took a sip of wine, feeling somewhat disappointed. Cousin, if the Dantes wanted you to join the court as an official second only to him but above 10,000 others, would you be interested? Shocked again by Weston, Easton originally thought he only knew about the Ming dynasty but hadn't expected him to know so much. How could such talent be buried? Though previously rejected, this didn't stop Easton from wanting to recruit him. If you came to invite me personally, I might consider it. Eschannering his cousin's words, Weston reflected on his current situation. It wasn't like being the protagonist of a Chanya novel at all. Ishan was merely farming with a hoe here. Note, Chanya means time travel or transmigration, and is often used in the context of Chinese novels where characters are transported to different times or worlds. For a more natural English translation, I replaced gusur, story, with novel. Oh, then don't come here asking for more. Eschannering Easton had no money. Weston didn't feel the need to waste further breath on the court. These are all negotiable. Take the grain first to deal with the emergency. Once the court has funds, they'll repay you immediately. The Dantes promised you a certificate and won't default on these grains. Forget it. If anyone else had said that, Weston might believe it. But believing Easton's promises, well, he'd be a fool. What if the Ming fell, and he was left with an unpayable debt? Ishan outright refused. Fine, the Dantes knows you won't agree. You can sell the grain, but once sold, tell who you sold it to. So, Easton is getting smart, leaving himself an out? Weston chuckled at his cousin's cleverness. Alright, I'll let him know. It's getting late, I should go. Realizing it was getting dark, and he needed to return to the palace for tomorrow's morning court, he couldn't linger too long. Right, don't forget my meat next time. At the gate, watching Weston walk alone out of the estate, remembering something crucial, he reminded Easton again. Easton smiled bitterly, waving without turning around. Your Majesty. Upon reaching the carriage outside, Martin and Ishingter, waiting there, quickly knelt down. What are you two doing here? Easton glanced coldly at the two kneeling men, not intending to let them rot at Ishingter's ribs, causing intense pain. It was also punishment for lying. Chapter 96. Good news arrives. Flint often came to the city gate to observe, waiting for Callan and Porter, whom he had dispatched, to return. Their absence inevitably made Flint restless and anxious. Your Majesty, it seems there won't be any news today, said Caspar, who was also waiting for his master's return. Porter was both a mentor and a father figure, so Caspar hoped he would return safely. After waiting for several hours, however, there was still no sign of him. The breeze grew cooler, and after waiting for several hours, Caspar walked up to Flint and said, "It looks like that. Let's go back." Flint nodded and was about to get into his carriage when he noticed a lone rider racing towards them. Your Majesty, look, it's an express courier. Caspar saw the flag on the soldier's back and hurriedly helped Flint out of the carriage, pointing towards the distant rider. Stop him. Flint immediately knew it was an express courier and ordered his imperial guards to intercept the rider. Move aside, express courier. The soldier, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the guards, shouted loudly, trying to have them clear the way. Alden, re up, move aside. There is urgent business to report directly to His Majesty. If you delay this matter, you will all die 100 times over and still not atone for it. The soldier, now blocked by the Imperial guards, yelled anxiously. You can't even recognize the Imperial carriage? Casper signaled the guards to step aside and pointed to Flint's carriage. Casper, quickly tell me what's happening. Flint felt Casper's tone was too harsh and quickly helped the dust-covered soldier off his horse, wiping mud from his face. Your Majesty, this is an express military report from Lord Patrick. The soldier quickly retrieved the leather-wrapped letter from his coat and handed it to Flint. Someone, take him down to rest. Seeing the soldier swaying unsteadily, Flint knew that such an express report involved days of relentless riding. To reward such dedication, Flint ensured proper arrangements were made. Ishan couldn't afford to discourage the troops. If he didn't take care of this soldier, who would risk their life delivering future reports? Thank your Majesty. The soldier knelt in gratitude and was then led away to rest. Good. This porter has done well indeed, Flint exclaimed after reading the report, speaking highly of Porter with 3 consecutive goods. Back to the palace. Flint hadn't been this happy in a long time and instructed Casper as they returned. Upon arriving at the palace, Flint sat joyfully in the hall and began personally drafting letters and edicts. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Casper, who had been grinding ink nearby, asked curiously, despite recognizing some characters. Casper, your master has truly earned great merit this time. Flint, now very pleased, shared this with Casper, knowing that he was Porter's disciple. Is this an edict to honor my master? Does this mean he is safe? Yes, he will arrive in the capital soon, but this edict is not for him. When he returns, I will have rewards ready for him. Porter had exploited the rift between Geordie and his subordinates, causing internal strife within the army. After fierce conflict, Geordie was captured and was being escorted back to the capital. The edict aimed to stabilize the military and reward officers who supported this turn of events, encouraging more loyalty. Even Flint praised this strategy, believing he might not have executed it as well as Porter did. General Run, capture Fenwick alive, and you shall receive 100 gold pieces and a promotion. Aldindreds of cavalry pursued several isolated soldiers. General, run quickly. We'll fight to the death to protect you. Upon realizing something was amiss in the camp, Geordie had his elite guard escort his son away. Despite being chased for a day and night, most of the guards were killed. Seeing escape futile, they halted to buy time for Fenwick. Fenwick understood that his survival offered hope. Watching his guards die bravely, he rode south. Do you think it's worth? This appointment wasn't for nothing. The embroidered uniform Dantiard was currently divided among various commanders, weakening its effectiveness. Consolidating them would yield the best results. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll set things right. Your Majesty, may I ask? Go ahead. There's nothing we can't discuss. Noticing Callan had more to say, Flint smiled. Is assembling the embroidered uniform Dantiard part of a larger plan? Callan voiced his thoughts. Ha, exactly. This is our best chance. Chapter 97. Director of the Embroidered Uniform Dantiard. Easton did not hide it and smiled at Callan, saying, Understood. I will take my leave. Callan had long been fed up with these corrupt officials. Previously, their power was immense, so even if he dared not prosecute them, many conflicts arose between the two sides, always ending with the embroidered uniform Dantiard being at a disadvantage. Tracy, there's good news. Easton then came to the Tracy's quarters. As soon as he entered, he saw her embroidering and walked over to sit beside her, recounting what happened. What good news? The Tracy noticed Easton's happiness and paused her work, smilingly asking him. After telling her everything, Easton truly made the Tracy happy for him. She understood well what Easton wanted most, peace and stability in the nation. With external threats largely resolved, the only issues remaining were the corruption within the Ming Empire and generals wielding undue influence. Well, I'll rest here tonight. Ish'll let me change. Your Majesty, it's time to wake up. Bill knocked on the door of the Tracy's chambers, calling softly but not daring to enter. Having slept soundly for the first time in a while, Easton felt exceptionally rested that night. Tracy, this servant is at fault. Seeing the Tracy standing at the door, Bill hurriedly knelt down, not daring to look up. Go in and serve His Majesty. The Tracy had already dressed herself without waking Easton, wanting him to sleep more. Considering the political matters demanding his attention, she finally decided to let her eunuch wake him up instead. Your Majesty, allow me to dress you. Eschannering Bill's shrill voice, Easton got up, dressed, and walked out. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. At the door, the Tracy adjusted Easton's clothes, noticing a few strands of white hair. Yes, Tracy, shall we go for a walk after I finish today's business? Looking into the Tracy's eyes, Easton realized someone still cared about him, while he had always been focused on state affairs, neglecting his Tracy entirely. Of course. Eschannering they could leave the palace, the Tracy's eyes lit up. Since entering the imperial court, she had lost touch with the outside world. Making the plan with the Tracy, Easton headed to the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, Callan's appointment as the director of the embroidered uniform Dantiard spread quickly. Did you hear? Lord Zhu did some errands for His Majesty and became director straight away upon return. Amosra, serving the Dantes directly means getting a promotion. Several commanders sat discussing Callan. With the position vacant, the 4 commanders had vied for it. Callan's rapid ascent left them disgruntled. Biff. One commander sneered at Biff. Sir, why is Callan now director while you're just a centurion? Approaching Biff, the commander mockingly asked. All by His Majesty's decree. Biff sensed their dissatisfaction but knew better than to offend the new director. In the hall, other centurions coldly observed, accustomed to such scenes. Slap. You scum, get out of my sight. Striking Biff across the face, the superior vented his frustration. Facing this, Biff could only endure, given his low rank. Director Zhu has arrived. Upon hearing Callan, the commanders stood to greet him. The one who struck Biff quickly ordered him to stand behind, fearing retribution. Still angry, Biff remained where he was. Biff, do you want to die? Take him away. Realizing Biff's intentions, the commander ordered his subordinates. Are you rebelling? Seeing no response, the commander questioned his men. Arrest Commander Booker. Walking in, Callan instructed his men. What are you doing? Callan, I'm a commander. What wrong have I done to be arrested? Wait till you're in the prison, you'll know. Ignoring Commander Booker's protests, Callan had him taken away. Now, everyone, please be seated. Taking his place, Callan addressed the room. Stunned by Callan's decisiveness, all hesitantly sat down. Biff, why aren't you seated? Noticing Biff still standing, Callan asked. Director, only top-ranking centurions can sit, explained another centurion. Isn't there an empty seat in front of you? All eyes turned to the vacated seat. Commander Biff is promoted to commander. Ishan will take over Commander Booker's duties. Please sit. Recognizing Biff's potential, Callan offered this opportunity, appreciating the Dantes' trust. Thank you, Director. Surprised by the turn of events, Biff took his new seat boldly, glancing at those who had watched silently before. The meeting continued under the new director's command. ##### Chapter 98. Reinstating Biff. I secretly made a note of these people. I will definitely repay today's humiliation in the future. You have all been working behind my back, and I know everything you've done. Your crimes are similar to those of Booker Brandon, who was taken away. Do you know why you weren't arrested? Looking at the Hermanway commanders and captains present, Callan smiled and asked them. Unknown. Seeing no one responding, a commander finally spoke up. It's because you haven't betrayed our organization. The worst traitors are those who sell out from within. So, your past offenses will be overlooked. If anyone repeats them, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Callan explained his reasons, and everyone understood what crime Booker Brandon had committed. A serious offense in the Hermanway that deserved capital punishment. There is an important operation coming up. All Hermanway members in the capital, unless on duty elsewhere, must stay alert. Ishanra are some officials' names. Keep a close watch on them and report any suspicious activities immediately. Callan quickly distributed the assignments given by Easton. Sir, is something happening? Why do we need to monitor all officials in the capital? A commander glanced through a few names, noting they were typically inconspicuous officials. Ishan seemed to recall something and softly questioned Callan. You don't need to know. If anyone leaks information or alerts the officials being monitored, they will be treated as having breached confidentiality. With these guys, Callan had no intention of holding back. Yes. Everyone present were seasoned Hermanway veterans. They understood the gravity of Callan's orders. Commander Patrick, please stay. After everyone left, Callan called back Biff. Commander, do you have more instructions? Biff looked at his former brother-in-arms, now the Hermanway commander, realizing how distant their paths had become. Ishan respectfully asked Callan. No formalities. We're brothers, and if you do well this time, I'll put in a good word for you with His Majesty. Their relationship had grown distant over the years, and as Callan rose to command while Biff remained a captain, they barely crossed paths. Callan knew Biff was ambitious and avoided confronting him. This opportunity to prove himself could change things. Callan handed Biff a portrait. I reserved this mission for you, to monitor the haze. If you do it right, I guarantee His Majesty will reward you. Holding the portrait, Biff's face turned grim. Ishan feared this task most, wishing he could remain oblivious. Don't let me down. This is crucial. Oh, and we haven't eaten together in a long time. Let's go. I'm treating you at Zue Xianlu. Seeing Biff deep in thought, Callan pulled him outside. Waiter, bring the best wine and dishes. Arriving at Zue Xianlu, Callan caught sight of the innkeeper, once his subordinate. Recognizing Callan, the captain hurried out from behind the counter, assuming he had come with instructions. After realizing they were here for dinner, the innkeeper instructed the kitchen. Commander, allow me to treat you this meal. Dining with the commander meant paying for him. This, just the two of us? Isn't this too much? Looking at the lavish feast, Biff checked his purse and realized he hadn't brought much money. Ishan wanted to return some dishes. No need. This tavern belongs to me. Do you think I would pay for my own meals? Alright, let's eat. Biff was stunned by Callan's power. Owning such a grand tavern wasn't easy. Well then, congratulations on becoming the Hermanway commander. Biff knew Callan held a high position without bias towards him. Future dealings would likely involve him, so he raised his cup in a toast. Come, drink. Let's get thoroughly drunk today. Callan didn't sense Biff's intentions, assuming he was like the old days. Ishani, not just anyone can enter here. Upstairs, Callan and Biff drank as downstairs a plainclothed man tried entering Zue Xianlu. The waiter, seeing his poor attire, chased him away. Many distinguished guests dined there. Why can't I eat here? Weston, missing meat recently due to Easton's absence, couldn't resist visiting the capital to find the kind of meat he enjoyed. After searching many places without success, he entered this high-class tavern, thinking he might find what he wanted. But stepping inside, a towel-bearing waiter shoved him out. Go to a noodle shop down the street instead. The waiter sneered and pointed Weston away. Aldenf, I want to eat here today. Weston grew irritated, arguing with the waiter. Are you looking for trouble? Know where you are. The waiter signaled, and two large men appeared, surrounding Weston. Where did you all go? Get back to work. The innkeeper returned from upstairs, finding everyone gone. They're outside. Rushing outside, the innkeeper saw the waiter and two disguised Hermanway officers lying unconscious. Looking around nervously. Who did this? Come out. If one person took down three, they must be highly skilled. Wake up. What happened? Finding no suspects nearby, he quickly roused the fallen trio, asking what transpired. The man stormed in. The waiter rubbed his head, recalling the events. What? Returning to the tavern, they found Weston seated inside, sipping tea. May I ask which gang you belong to? The innkeeper confirmed only Weston was inside and asked cautiously. To no gang, I just want to eat. Seeing the innkeeper's understanding of the underworld, Weston knew Zue Xianlu was not ordinary. ####Chapter 99. Beckett is captured. If you only came here to eat, Why did you injure my waiter? Realizing that Beckett was just an ordinary person, the innkeeper felt relieved and asked him directly after sitting opposite him. But you should ask your waiter about that. Beckett appeared innocent, shrugging his shoulders at the innkeeper. What's going on here? The innkeeper sensed something amiss, turning to the waiter for an explanation. I was afraid he couldn't pay for his meal. Ishan looked so ragged, and I feared it might affect other guests. The waiter, intimidated by the innkeeper's gaze, lowered his head and recounted the incident. I apologize, sir. Please serve this guest promptly. I'll cover all the expenses. Understanding the situation, the innkeeper demonstrated his shrewdness, which contributed to Drunken Immortal Tower's success. Thank you. Beckett casually ordered a few dishes as the waiter went off to inform the kitchen. Call me if you need anything else. Seeing Beckett wasn't angry anymore, the innkeeper returned to the counter after uttering these words. Sir, that man is just looking for trouble. I think he doesn't even have money. Approaching the innkeeper, the waiter still harbored grievances over the earlier incident and continued expressing his suspicions about Beckett. Shut up. You can't even tell a wealthy person when you see one. Fed up with the waiter's nonsense, the innkeeper scolded him. Sir, I don't understand how he has money. The way he ordered the dishes was a test. Ishan didn't choose expensive items but selected a few simple dishes, proving he wasn't here just to freeload. If he were, he wouldn't settle for just these few dishes. I get it now. Ishannering this, the waiter was enlightened, realizing he hadn't considered it before. You have much to learn. Most importantly, never judge a book by its cover. As Beckett enjoyed his meal, Callan and Biff, who had finished drinking upstairs, descended. Be careful, sir, don't fall. Noticing Callan wobbling from intoxication, the innkeeper hurriedly offered support, fearing any mishap in his establishment. Okay, I'll escort him back. Biff hoisted Callan's arm over his shoulder, helping him leave. While eating, Beckett caught sight of Callan being escorted by a man dressed in a Braden Way uniform. Callan wore a brocade robe instead of the standard flying fish robe. As a baihu, Biff usually wore the uniform but had not had time to change out of it. Sir, who was that man being supported? And why was there a baihu with him? In the Ming Dynasty, flying fish robes denoted rank through color. By observing the colors, one could determine someone's identity. We don't know either. Looking at the supported Callan and then at Beckett, the innkeeper shook his head and smiled. All right. Without an answer, Beckett decided to investigate further. Go follow that man and see what he does. Also, alert the commander that he's being followed. The innkeeper instructed the two men Beckett had knocked out earlier. Sir, look at this. Just as the innkeeper assigned tasks, the waiter approached. What's this? Seeing the silver note in the waiter's hand, the innkeeper was surprised by the amount, unsure where the waiter got it. That young man left it behind. The waiter pointed to where Beckett had been sitting. It seems this person isn't ordinary. Investigate his background. Drunken from wine, Callan was assisted by Biff toward their residence. Along the way, someone rushed up to them. Stopping in his tracks, Beckett couldn't hear their conversation from afar, but resumed following once they moved again, entering an alleyway. Emotionally, several Braden Way members blocked his retreat. Don't move. Knives pressed against his neck, immobilizing Beckett. Who are you? Why were you following us? Biff emerged from the front. Having sent Callan home, he returned to confront whoever dared tail Braden Way officers. I just wanted to ask who the man you were supporting is. Surrounded by Braden Way members, Beckett knew brute force was futile. Though Braden Way influence had waned during Dante's Howl's reign, he wasn't strong enough to fight them. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Take him to the secret prison. Let Norman interrogate him and find out who he is. Deeming Beckett a foolhardy youth, Biff dismissed him, instructing two men to take him away. Sir, we found a silver note on him. A Braden Way officer searched Beckett, discovering more than 3,000 taels of silver. Ishan presented it to Biff. Aldemf, divide 1,000 taels among you brothers. The rest I'll confiscate. Surveying the 7 Braden Way present, Biff distributed 1,000 taels and pocketed the remainder. Thank you, sir. Assuming Biff would keep it all, the officers were pleasantly surprised to receive their share, earning hundreds of taels each. More than a lifetime's earnings for them. I'm not like our former lord. I will never be stingy with my subordinates. Ask anyone who served under me before. Willing to serve you, sir. They exchanged glances, bowing respectfully. Take him away. I don't want to see him again. Biff glanced at Beckett, inexplicably disliking him. Ishan instructed the Braden Way to remove Beckett. Rest assured, no one has ever come out alive from the secret prison. Unresisting, Beckett, despite being captured, remained calm, confident in his main character status that ensured timely rescue in critical moments. Why aren't you scared at all? A guard, noting Beckett's unperturbed demeanor, a contrast to most people terrified upon hearing secret prison, asked curiously. Nothing to worry about. You'll let me go eventually. Beckett grinned at the guards. Ha ha ha, truly amusing. Who do you think you are? Finding Beckett laughable, the guards snickered. My cousin holds office in the court, Booker Nyen. You can verify that. Seeing their disbelief, Beckett mentioned his cousin's name, hoping as they boarded the carriage and left the palace. The embroidered uniform Dantiard accompanying Easton blended into the surrounding crowd. Only Ari stood in front of the carriage, guiding the horses forward. They soon arrived at Weston's residence and found the entire estate surrounded. What's happening ahead? Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll go inquire. Ari glanced at the entrance, then spoke to Easton before getting off the carriage to investigate. Move away. Entry is prohibited here. An official saw Ari approaching and began shouting even before he got close. Don't come any closer, or else. When Ari continued moving forward, the official drew his bow and aimed at him, repeating the warning. What's going on? Ari, seeing the official with a bow drawn and realizing he was dressed as a commoner, stopped immediately and walked towards the onlookers to gather information. Upon learning the situation, he rushed back to the carriage. Ari, what's happening up ahead? Easton pulled aside a corner of the carriage curtain and asked the panting Ari. Trouble, Your Majesty. Alden Duran has been arrested. What? Easton and the Empress, sitting inside the carriage, stuck their heads out, finding it hard to believe. What happened? Where were the embroidered uniformed Dantiards posted around here? Are they just eating their salaries without doing anything, watching as people get arrested? Easton got out of the carriage, visibly upset. Stop being angry. Ari, find out what's going on. The Empress, seeing Easton's anger, comforted him and instructed Ari. Yes, sir. Ari whistled, and the hidden embroidered uniformed Dantiards emerged. Half protect the Dantes, the rest come with me. Ari led half of the guards toward the estate without hesitation. Porter did find you a capable little eunuch. The Empress smiled, noting Ari's demeanor, and said to Easton. Yes, Chingyin is indeed loyal. If he weren't a eunuch, he could be entrusted with important tasks. Easton nodded, watching Ari leave, and feeling a bit sorry for his position. Alright, now is not the time to think about these things. Weston mustn't be harmed. Easton was deeply concerned only about Weston's well-being. Ishani, you brought reinforcements? Get your bows ready. The officials knew Weston was influential and feared resistance, so they brought archers. They didn't expect them to be needed. Who do you think you're dealing with? Ari showed no fear, striding confidently toward the entrance. Stay back. Prepare your weapons. Wait, everyone. Put down your bows, put them down. The official was about to order a volley, but noticed some figures nearby. Seeing the chrysanthemum knives at their waists, he ordered everyone to drop their weapons. Anyone carrying such knives in the capital must be from the embroidered uniform Dantiard. Sir, we should have known better. The lead officer knelt, realizing today was his unlucky day. The others followed suit. Who's in charge here? Ari scanned the scene, recognizing county officers. Asking wouldn't yield much information. There's a senior embroidered uniform Dantiard inside. We follow his orders. The officer pointed at Weston's home, deflecting responsibility onto them. Take me inside. Led by the officer, Ari entered the estate. Ishan saw several guards chatting. Ishan admin, here are tens of thousands in silver notes and grain stores. We've made it big. Not yours. It all belongs to the commander. Just as the headman pocketed the documents, he saw the officer enter with others. Didn't I say? No one enters. The guard approached the officer. They are. Get lost. The looting guard ignored the officer, dismissing the local officials as insignificant. Who are you? A pretty boy? Off with you. The headman sneered at Ari's fair complexion. Smack. Ari hated being called this. Each time he accompanied the emperor, he wore fake mustaches to hide his identity as a eunuch. The guard, surprised by the sudden slap, didn't react fast enough and was hit squarely. Drawing his sword, the guard lunged at Ari but was pushed back, flying 2 meters away and hitting the ground hard. What are you standing around for? Seize him. Lying on the ground in pain, the guard shouted orders at his subordinates. Chapter 101. Biff's Machinations. Sir. But things didn't go as simply as the Hermanway corporal had thought. All his subordinates were on one knee on the ground. What are you doing? Arrest him for me. Open your eyes before you speak. Sir, it was my fault for failing to recognize a mountain. I was wrong. When the Hermanway soldiers got up from the ground, they saw their comrades with knives held to their necks. Seeing these men in Hermanway's flying fish uniform, standing next to Bill was clearly a Hermanway centurion. Realizing he had caused a big trouble, he quickly knelt and began pleading for mercy. Whoever could make a centurion follow would definitely not be an ordinary person. Speak. What were you doing here? Where did the person who lived inside go? Bill clenched the banknotes confiscated by the other party in his hand, and then asked again. Don't know. I just followed orders. The corporal hurriedly shook his head, saying this, but Bill did not believe him, glancing at the other few Hermanway officers. The other Hermanway officers only exchanged looks and lowered their heads. This matter wasn't something they could discuss. Since nothing can be found out, drag them all away. Execute them at noon tomorrow. Yes, take them away. The centurion standing behind Bill ordered his subordinates. Sir, I'll talk. Without hesitation, realized Hermanway would have such bad elements, angrily questioning the corporal lying on the ground. Don't know. We were just sent here to raid the house. Drag all these people away. Meanwhile, Flint and the Tracy waited anxiously near the carriage, staring intently at the nearby mansion. They saw 4 or 5 Hermanway soldiers being escorted out of the compound, while Bill quickly walked over. Your Majesty, something bad happened. Master Alden was arrested by the Hermanway. What exactly happened? What is the Hermanway doing? Flint thought it was the Shangxi merchants who targeted Weston, but never expected it would be his own Hermanway. This was impossible, he said skeptically to Bill. Bill recounted everything he had learned. Well done, Callan. You caused trouble right after taking office as commander. Your Majesty, the pressing matter now is to find Weston immediately. Seeing Flint's fury at Weston's disappearance, which robbed him of his usual composure, the Tracy, calm and composed, spoke to Flint. Right, let's go to Callan's place. Realizing what he must do, Flint couldn't wait and had to rescue the person immediately. If delayed, the situation might worsen. The carriage rapidly returned to the city and headed towards Callan's residence. At that moment, Callan was oblivious to what was happening, completely drunk. Biff took advantage of this opportunity, using Callan's authority to start mobilizing the Hermanway and sent messages to the chief cabinet minister to be on alert. After completing everything, Biff glanced at the sleeping Callan and quietly left the house. Just after Biff left, Flint's carriage arrived at the gate. Your Majesty. The Hermanway guard at the gate quickly knelt when they saw Flint getting off the carriage. Where is your commander? Flint ignored those kneeling on the ground and hurriedly walked into the house. Bill and the Tracy followed closely behind, and the accompanying Hermanway guards moved swiftly forward. Commander, something's amiss. A close aide to Callan saw Flint storming in and rushed into Callan's room, shaking him awake. Get lost. Let's have another drink. Callan was already incoherent, not hearing anything his subordinate was saying. Bang. Your Majesty. The aide quickly stepped aside and knelt when the door was kicked open. Only Flint entered the room. Seeing his trusted officer already drunk beyond recognition, couldn't help feeling disappointed. Go get a bucket of cold water and splash it on his face. Flint instructed the man kneeling nearby. Ishan soon returned, carrying a bucket of water to the bedside. After receiving Flint's nod, he poured the entire bucket onto Callan. Ah, looking for death, huh? Woken up by the cold water, Callan snapped out of his drunkenness, jumped up angrily holding a knife. Ordered by me? And you want to attack me? Flint stared at Callan's disheveled state and spare no expense. If you fail, I don't want to see you again. Given his special status, if not for that, Easton would have searched personally. Ishan thought Callan's reasoning was sound. There was no need for him to capture Weston just when he had been appointed as commander-in-chief. Understood. I'll leave right away. Please wait for my report back at the palace. Ishannering Easton give him one last chance. Callan quickly got up and left with a group to search for Weston. Then all the secret police in the city were dispatched to search using portraits. Sir, these two say they've seen the person in the portrait. Just 2 hours after the order was given, news about Weston came in. A 100-house leader brought 2 secret police over. Tell me, where did you see the person in the portrait? Time was running out, and if he couldn't find Weston, he would surely die. Ishannering someone had a clue, he anxiously asked. Sir, this man followed you when you were drunk earlier. And then? The 1,000-house leader Patrick ordered us to intercept him. After questioning, we found his behavior very suspicious. We also found several thousand silver notes on him. So? Speak up. What did you do? Callan was furious. Seeing their hesitant manner, he could already imagine what happened to Weston. In anger, he drew his sword and placed it against the other's neck. False accusations and wrongful convictions by the secret police were not uncommon. Many innocent people died under fabricated charges. Patrick said to send the person to the Imperial prison to see if we could get any useful information from him. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, the guard confessed. Upon hearing Weston was sent to the Imperial prison, Callan fiercely slashed down, beheading the man. The others hurriedly begged for mercy. Facing these traitors within the secret police, Callan showed no mercy and killed them all. Sir, what are you doing? Seeing Callan kill the men directly, the accompanying officers were terrified of him. According to secret police regulations, internal killings were strictly forbidden. Any such offense was punishable by immediate execution without appeal. Gather everyone and follow me to the Imperial prison. Callan now had no time for such concerns. Ishan led his men towards the Imperial prison. You did well. The chief minister looked at Biff before him and nodded approvingly, feeling proud of this strategic move. Sir, I can't return to the secret police now. Please take me in. Biff knelt, knowing his actions would eventually come to light. According to the secret police code, he faced only death. Only the chief minister could save him. Don't worry. You are an essential part of my plan, and I won't abandon you. With such a valuable asset like Biff, the chief minister wouldn't give him up easily. Thank you, sir. Not too soon. I don't keep idle hands. Getting you promoted to a 1,000-house leader wasn't just for this one piece of information. That would be wasteful. Biff's eyes lit up. Ishan didn't want to leave the secret police either. It was where he had spent 8 or 9 years. If he could stay in the secret police, why would he come here? Do you have a plan? As long as I can stay in the secret police, I am willing to do anything for you. As long as those who suspect you are dead and your people control the secret police, will you fear your deeds being exposed? The chief minister glanced at Biff and hinted at the rest. Sir, I know what to do. Biff pondered the chief minister's words and finally understood. Go ahead. Father, your move is brilliant. Take some men to assist him. If he fails, ensure he keeps his mouth shut forever. After Biff left, the chief minister's son emerged, fully aware that the plan might fail and preparations needed to be made. Callan arrived at the Imperial prison, where the guards at the gate quickly opened the door upon recognizing the commander-in-chief. Who's in charge here? Not familiar with the prison, Callan asked a nearby subordinate. Call out Baihu Johnny immediately. Say the commander-in-chief wants to question him. The subordinate considered and spoke. Sir, have you arrested anyone recently? Without delay, Callan asked Johnny directly. Yes, you sent the prisoner here. Where is he? Take me there. Ishannering it was related to him and recent, it must be Weston. Sir, please follow me. They entered the quiet cell block inside the prison. Sir, the person you seek is here. Johnny stopped and turned to Callan. Zhu Kun saw Weston sleeping peacefully in the cell, clean and unharmed, which puzzled him slightly. Ishan hadn't heard of prisoners being kept untouched in the Imperial prison for long periods. Relieved to see Weston unharmed, Zhu Kun felt reassured. Sir, I have something important to report. Sir, the environment isn't suitable here. Follow me to my office. Seeing the dark and crowded cells, Zhu Kun moved to Johnny's office. What is it you wish to report? Sitting down, Zhu Kun awaited the information from a 100-house officer. Sir, do you remember Campbell? Ishan's dead. Why mention him? Ishannering about Campbell, Zhu Kun lost interest, assuming it was irrelevant. Ishan started to leave, planning to release Weston and complete his task. Sir, Campbell's death is suspicious. Someone within our secret police has betrayed us. Zhu Kun halted, turning back to Johnny. Who? The secret police must remain united. A traitor would be disastrous. This person is known to you. It's your good friend Biff. That's impossible. What proof do you have? Do you think I won't kill you now? Chapter 103, Biff Rebels. Sir, if I didn't have evidence, I wouldn't say such things lightly. If you still don't believe me, I have a witness here. Ishan is a former subordinate of Biff and now works under me as a small commander. Ishan has confessed that Biff tampered with the testimony and ordered him to kill Chief Military Officer Aaron to cover up. Ishan then handed over a piece of paper to Callan. This is the evidence I collected. Biff has already aligned himself under the tutelage of the Grand Secretary. Callan, who initially refused to believe it, became convinced upon seeing the solid evidence. Memories flooded back. How Biff had sent Weston for arrest and had Callan sent back home. In his haste earlier, he hadn't realized why Easton would come after him. indicating that someone had used him to issue incorrect orders. Men. Yes, sir. Find Biff immediately. Arrest him on sight. If he resists, kill him on the spot. At this moment, Callan couldn't care less about the formalities. To think he had trusted him so much, yet he betrayed him. Yes, sir. After a while, his close aide rushed back in. Didn't I tell you to capture Biff? Why are you back? Seeing how quickly he returned, Callan asked angrily. It's not good, sir. Biff has surrounded the Imperial prison and claims he wants to bring you in for questioning. The men we sent out were all killed by archers. Come, let's go and see. Callan did not expect Biff to actually rebel. Accompanied by Commander Johnny and his close aides, they headed towards the entrance of the Imperial prison. There you are, surrender now? Biff led more than 100 Hermanway, Imperial Dantiers, each armed and ready. Are all of you planning to rebel? Callan looked at the Hermanway following Biff, confused as to why they obeyed him. Ishan only had 30-odd men against their hundreds, making victory virtually impossible. Ishan could only try to break their resolve. Whose orders will you follow? After Callan spoke, Biff's Hermanway remained unmoved, standing silently. Biff, Biff. Biff spoke a word, and everyone shouted in unison, loudly acclaiming his name. Ha ha ha, those who join me now, I promise I won't harm you. Biff looked arrogantly at Callan's aides, and the Hermanway guarding the prison. Everyone on Callan's side hesitated. The odds were too great. Resistance was suicide. Sir, don't waste time. If the patrol discovers us, we'll be at a disadvantage. A man came beside Biff, addressing Callan outside the prison gate. Kill. The Imperial prison was situated in a remote area outside the capital city. As it was the Hermanway's headquarters, few people ventured here, and nearby residents had moved away long ago. Callan and Biff engaged in combat first. Callan swung his large saber, using his best techniques. Biff, having studied Callan's moves over the years, easily blocked them. Why? Why do you betray me? Betray the Hermanway. Callan stumbled back a few steps, bewildered by his former friend's transformation. Betrays? Ha! It's because the Hermanway treated me unfairly. I envied you. Why should you become a 1,000-man commander and a commander-in-chief while I can only be a 100-man captain, depending on your favor to even become a 1,000-man commander? I can't accept it. Upon hearing this, Biff's followers roared in agreement. They were all overlooked and undervalued, thus rebelling with Biff to demand better treatment. So that's how it is. I understand now. Callan recalled his men and looked at Biff with pity. You're cornered now. Surrender and drop your weapons, and I might spare your body. Unsure of Callan's intentions, Biff pointed his sword at Callan. Have you forgotten how the Hermanway operates? As Callan finished speaking, several aides pulled the distress signal ropes simultaneously. Sir, they're all damp and useless. Realizing the distress signals weren't working, Biff felt triumphant. Since I dared to do this, I prepared thoroughly. Seeing their frustration, Biff relished Callan's predicament. Swoosh. Amostonly, a distress signal flew into the sky. Biff's laughter froze on his face. I always carry one on me. It's my survival tool, hidden well. Quick attack. Knowing the situation was dire, Biff hurriedly led his men towards Callan. Retreat to the Imperial prison. They just needed to wait for reinforcements and didn't need to fight Biff. Everyone retreated quickly, closing the heavy gates and scrambling up to the walls. Sir, let's leave. This prison is impenetrable. Outside the prison, Biff was helpless without any siege weapons. The walls were tall, and the doors were thick. Their swords were useless. Ride on. Just as they prepared to retreat, hoofbeats echoed from the surrounding streets. Ha! Not only did the Hermanway arrive, but also cavalry from the Divine Machine Camp surrounded the outer perimeter of the prison. Breakthrough. Biff wasn't going down passively. Spotting a weak point, he charged forward with his remaining men. General Patrick, don't let Biff escape. Capture him alive. From inside the prison, Callan emerged on horseback, shouting orders at Biff, who tried to flee. Turning back, Biff saw Callan and the encroaching Divine Machine troops. Grabbing the nearest horse, he attempted to escape. Better to live to fight another day. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Biff prepared to flee, unknown arrows pierced his chest. 3 arrows struck in quick succession, causing Biff intense pain. Ishan fell off his horse, lifeless. Amidst the chaos, no one saw where the arrows came from. After Biff's death, the Hermanway who followed him dropped their weapons. Sir, what should we do with these men? Commander Johnny approached Callan, asking about the fate of the rebellious Hermanway. Follow Hermanway regulations. Betrayal once invites repeated treason. Leniency was not an option. Keeping them posed a threat. Understood. Execute. Commander Johnny understood Callan's intention and turned to give the order. With a command, heads rolled. Even the Divine Machine troops aiding them shuddered at the scene, realizing the Hermanway were even more ruthless than rumors suggested. Chapter 104. Still in the Imperial prison. Thank you, General Patrick, for your help today. Having dealt with these troubles, Callan came before Ishingter and slightly bowed. Now, as a commander, Callan's status had changed significantly. A mere deputy general from the Divine Engine Camp was no longer worthy of his attention, and even Martin wouldn't dare to be disrespectful if he were here now. Ishan approached just to show politeness since they would be in the same city, where they'd meet often. Commander Zhu, you jest. We should help each other. All right, I won't disturb your family matters any longer. The army can't stay away from the barracks too long, so I'll take my leave now. Seeing that Callan wasn't going to say more, Ishingter understood it wasn't appropriate to stay, especially with all the dead bodies of the Hermanway scattered around. Ishan left with his men. Sir, we've counted. All 92 Hermanway who rebelled with Biff have been executed on the spot, and the traitor Biff died from multiple arrow wounds. After finishing the count, Commander Johnny handed a list to Callan. Good. Handle everything here. Looking at the names, many were people he knew, all underappreciated by Biff. With so many deaths, he must report to the Dantes and inform him about Weston as well. Sir, what about the prisoner? Should we release him directly? Seeing Callan preparing to leave, Commander Johnny hurriedly called out. Continue to keep him secure. Don't harm him in the slightest. Otherwise, even I will lose my head. Callan almost forgot this thorny issue. After giving instructions, he left. One doesn't leave the Imperial prison without reason. Releasing Weston now could raise suspicion. Ishan needed to consult the Dantes first. Your Majesty, urgent military report. A soldier stumbled into the hall, collapsing unconscious but still clutching a letter. Flint and Bill rushed over. Bill took the letter and handed it to Flint. Bring him to rest. Bill quickly had the unconscious soldier carried away. Truly, one crisis after another. Flint's face darkened after reading the letter. Bill, bring Callan to me immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, there's no need to look for him. Commander Zhu is already here. Though unsure of what happened, knowing the urgency, Flint rushed back to the hall where Callan had arrived to report. Bring him in and clear the room. Commander Zhu, come in quickly. The Dantes has matters to discuss with you. All the eunuchs bowed and left, leaving only Flint, Bill, and Callan. Is Weston safe? Without Weston's advice during this crisis, things could go badly. Flint felt increasingly dependent on Weston, but knew Alden's desire to sail would eventually lead him away. Yes, Weston has been found unharmed. Kneeling, Callan lowered his head. Excellent, prepare the carriage. We must visit him urgently. Relieved, Flint ordered Bill to prepare the carriage. Yes, sir. Bill understood and rushed off. Wait, Your Majesty, I have more to report. Stopping Bill, Callan knelt before Flint. Do your business later. Flint thought Callan was confessing for capturing Weston, but put it aside. Weston is in the Imperial prison. This afternoon, under Biff's instigation, the Herman Way mutinied. Callan recounted two major events. You what? Weston is in the Imperial prison, and the Herman Way mutinied? How do you manage as commander? Originally, doing so might expose you. Callan realized anyone protected by a Herman Way commander could only be the Dantes. Your drunkenness caused this. If I catch you drinking again, you'll lose your head. Chapter 105. Going their separate ways. Easton shot a glare at Callan, who was walking behind him. If not for the loyalty Callan had shown, his head would have already rolled. Callan knew it was because of him, so he quickly shut his mouth and followed Easton out of the palace. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped outside the Imperial prison. Your Majesty, do you want to wait here while I go in and release the person? Good idea. With my current identity, it's inconvenient for me to go inside. It might alert Weston. Easton looked at the tall walls of the prison and felt Callan's suggestion made sense. Ishan didn't need to go inside. Waiting for the person to come out was better. Open up. Callan shouted loudly at the gate of the prison. The guards recognized him as they had seen him earlier that afternoon, so they hurriedly opened the gate. Take me to your captain. The Honorable Sir, this way. Isaiah was already asleep when he heard Callan was there. Startled by the visit, he quickly got up from bed. Find me some clothes. Alden? Isaiah didn't understand why Callan needed a captain's uniform. Why are you hesitating? Go now. Seeing Isaiah did not move, Callan barked impatiently. After Callan changed into the uniform, the two headed towards the cell. Sir Alden, wake up, wake up. Isaiah unlocked the door and whispered urgently when he saw Weston still sleeping. What is it? Can a man sleep at night? Weston only turned over, not opening his eyes, clearly annoyed. Sir Alden, please don't joke around. You can go now. Sweat dripped from Isaiah's forehead. He was genuinely afraid if such a powerful figure refused to leave. I can go? You arrested me without evidence and took thousands of taels of silver, yet didn't torture me. Now you're letting me go like this? Upon hearing he could be released, Weston opened his eyes and sat up, looking at Isaiah with disbelief. Sir Alden, your silver has been returned to your home. This place is truly unsuitable for you. Recognizing the familiar voice, Weston looked at Callan, surprised by the clothes he wore. It dawned on him that the person he had been ordering around was actually a captain of the Herman Way. Alden, re up and get Sir Alden dressed. Seeing Weston's astonished look, Callan chuckled. The Dantes was still waiting outside, so they couldn't delay any further. Yes. Isaiah rushed to prepare the clothes and started dressing Weston. All the while, Weston stared at Callan. Callan turned away, unable to meet Weston's gaze. Sir Alden, you're all set? After struggling for a while, Isaiah finally managed to dress Weston, straightening up and catching his breath. Sir Alden? Ishaning the term sir, Weston realized they were peers. Ishan glanced at Callan again, seeking an explanation. Isaiah is quite humorous. We always call each other sir. That's enough. Let's go, Sir Alden. Callan didn't want to say more, knowing that every word might expose something. Ishan turned and walked out. Weston didn't want to stay either, given how damp it was. Despite his lingering doubts, he followed Callan. Sir Alden, take care. Isaiah escorted them outside, visibly relieved. Finally sending off this dignitary brought immense joy to him. Sir Alden, someone is waiting for you. Callan motioned towards the carriage waiting outside. Seeing it, Weston understood who had orchestrated his release. With his mission completed, Callan rode off, leaving the rest to others. Ishan had to return to sort out matters within the Herman Way. Cousin, you sure took your time. At the carriage, Weston complained as he approached. Cousin, I'm truly sorry. His Majesty only learned of this recently and sent me immediately to rescue you. Easton stepped down quickly from the carriage to check on Weston, relieved to see no harm had come to him. How much longer will His Majesty keep secrets from me? Just as Easton smiled, Weston's words froze his expression. Cousin, what do you mean? Easton forced a smile, pretending ignorance. Only His Majesty could order a captain to release someone from the Imperial prison. No one has ever left unharmed. And here I am, the first. Feeling betrayed, Weston laughed bitterly. How could the cousin he trusted be the Ming Dantes Easton? From now on, we shall go our separate ways. No ties between us and don't bother me. Cousin, listen to me. Weston said nothing more, disappearing into the darkness. Your Majesty, Where's Sir Alden? Casper returned with food and drinks, only to find Easton alone, staring into the distance. Back to the palace. Realizing he would lose his non-royal cousin forever, Easton climbed back into the carriage. Casper didn't know what had happened, but drove the carriage back to the palace. Danteards lined up to escort Easton. In the grand hall, Easton clutched his dragon throne and gulped down wine from a bottle. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Seeing this, Casper worried and tried to advise. Out. No one is allowed in tonight. Frustrated by the chattering eunuchs, Easton yelled angrily. Your Majesty. Seeing Easton's sorrow, Casper wanted to say more. Out. Desiring solitude, Easton roared at Casper, who reluctantly left and closed the door, eavesdropping. Ishan listened to Easton's self-talk, realizing what had transpired. Determined, he watched the young eunuchs, ready to act if needed. Chapter 106, The Peasant Uprising. I hurriedly arrived outside the Tracy's chamber. Stop. I need to see Her Majesty, the Tracy. Please inform her. The only one who could stop Dante's flint now was the Tracy. I rushed to the Tracy's chamber but was stopped by several maidservants outside. Anxiously, I addressed the Tracy's maidservants. Are you Casper from His Majesty's side? The Tracy's personal maid recognized Casper. Yes, I need to see the Tracy urgently. All right, wait a moment. A while later, the Tracy anxiously came out of her chamber, having stayed awake waiting for Flint. She had been waiting all night for Flint and was already anxious. Upon hearing that Casper had something to report, she quickly stepped out. Your servant pays respect to Her Majesty, the Tracy. Casper knelt down and paid respects. Rise, what's wrong with the Dantes? Seeing Casper still kneeling, the Tracy waved him off anxiously. The Dantes has fallen out with Minister Alden. Ishan's drinking heavily in the imperial study. You must go stop him, Casper reported hastily. Let's go. The Tracy knew how important Weston was to Flint and ran quickly towards the imperial study, disregarding her surroundings. Other eunuchs and maidservants hurriedly followed behind. Bang. Casper, close the door. Anyone who doesn't want to lose their eyes or ears should stay outside. Opening the door to the imperial study, the Tracy saw Flint sitting on the steps drinking wine, tears streaming down his face. She then turned to warn the maidservants and eunuchs. If this incident were to leak out, it would greatly disadvantage Flint. Everyone, step back 3 meters and cover your ears. If this matter leaks, everyone here will be executed. Ishaning the Tracy's warning, Casper closed the door and repeated the warning to the servants at the entrance. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Seeing the empty wine flasks on the ground, the Tracy walked directly to Flint and sat beside him, asking anxiously. I can't hold on anymore. Flint hugged the Tracy tightly, unable to contain his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Outside, Casper stood guard at the entrance without any signs of fatigue all night. Squeak. Your Majesty. Upon hearing the door open, all the eunuchs and maidservants quickly knelt. Flint, holding the Tracy, walked out of the hall step by step. Your Majesty, it's almost time for the morning court. Seeing the sun high up, if Flint took the Tracy back and returned to court, it would be too late, and he still needed to freshen up. Noticing Flint's expressionless face, Casper gently reminded him. Let them wait. If anyone disagrees, send them home. Flint glared at Casper, seeing him fall asleep and gave instructions. That, Ishaning Flint's words, Casper nearly choked. He was just a low-ranking eunuch and couldn't possibly command the ministers. But it was no use. By the time he looked up again, Flint had already walked away. Why hasn't His Majesty arrived yet? It's unknown. Didn't they say there were important matters today? It was time for court, yet the Dantes had not shown up, causing restlessness among the ministers. Elder, where is His Majesty? The Dorian looked at Casper, knowing he always followed Flint closely, and asked. His Majesty has some business. Please wait a moment. Casper glanced at the secretary and other ministers before speaking. You should search for him. It's been too long. Now just a small eunuch, even though Porter might give him some face. Many started venting their anger on Casper. His Majesty said if anyone can't wait, they can go home. Casper showed no leniency, being loyal to the Dantes and not giving them a good face. What attitude? How dare you speak to me like that? The secretary was furious, feeling insulted by a eunuch in front of so many officials. Angered, he yelled at Casper. Danteards, escort secretary to his home. After spending much time with Flint, Casper also had a strong temperament and called the guards. What? Let me go. You eunuch, don't touch me. The secretary hadn't anticipated such actions, yelling at Casper as he was dragged away by the guards. I will report this to His Majesty. Report me. Other ministers watched as the secretary was dragged away, growing angry. What's going on? Flint walked in from outside, his face void of expression as he questioned the noise inside. Pay respects to His Majesty. Everyone saw Flint enter, noticing his changed demeanor, standing stunned. The Barney knelt first, followed by the others. Return to your positions. Of course, Your Majesty. The secretary quickly returned to his place. Everyone may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yesterday, I received urgent military reports stating a rebellion broke out in Yuzhong, Gansu. They killed the local commander and county price, raised flags, and gathered farmers under arms. Gansu is in danger. What are your suggestions, ministers? Flint recounted the military report from last night. Failing to get a plan from Weston, he felt that his cabinet shouldn't be inferior to commoners. Your Majesty, we should dispatch General Geordie from the north to suppress the rebellion. We agree. The ministers knew many troops were nearby, but the only fierce fighting force was Geordie's northern army. Besides, Geordie was loyal to them, and sending him westward could ease pressure from the northern Jurchens. Flint thought of Geordie, agreeing he was the best choice. Is there another option, Your Majesty? The Barney, seeing Flint frowning, was puzzled by his hesitation. Geordie is under arrest for collaborating with the Jurchens and is being escorted back to the capital. What? The Barney's faction was dumbfounded. This news of Geordie's arrest hadn't been discussed with them. Chapter 107, Beckett's Strategy. Your Majesty, General Geordie is loyal to the Ming Dynasty. Ishan could never collude with the Manchu invaders. Please investigate clearly. Please investigate clearly. The entire faction of Hayes knelt on the ground. Geordie was their last line of defense. If he lost his military command, they wouldn't last much longer. Geordie's collaboration with the enemy is evident. Are you advocating for him because you're involved in this too? Dante's Howl finally understood why it was crucial to take down Geordie. If things went as planned by the opposing side, he would lose even more influence in the court. Your Majesty, I believe the Manchu are currently dealing with internal strife and cannot possibly march southward. Donnie, stationed at Shanhaiguan, can handle this responsibility. Howell didn't want to listen to these scholars babbling anymore and turned to look at Martin, who stood first in line behind him. After catching Howell's eye, Martin knew the Dantes wanted to hear his thoughts and quickly laid them out. Aldenf. Donnie? Which army should he lead then? Is he going to take all the troops from Shanhaiguan? Ishaning that Donnie was to be sent, the Secretary of War, an old rival of Yuan, immediately stood up to object. No problem. I've already stationed 10,000 troops in the north. They shouldn't be far from Gansu either, Howell replied to the Secretary of War's questioning. The Hayes were shocked once again, realizing that the supposedly weak-willed Dantes had already made preparations. But even if we have the army, who will guard Shanhaiguan? What if Deshan attacks without a general? The Secretary of War continued to voice his doubts after a brief pause. Your Majesty, Donnie's deputy Nicholas can take on the duty of guarding Shanhaiguan. That's right. How could I forget him? Last time Donnie reported the slaying of Germain, he mentioned Nicholas as a brave and resourceful general. Only after hearing Martin did Howell recall Nicholas's name. Very well. Follow what General Aviv said. Any objections? After considering for a moment, he glanced at the Hayes and asked. Before anyone could reply, he stood up and approached the Hayes. Geordie will soon return to the capital. Many letters of treason were found in his home. I hope those who wrote these letters resign and return home honorably. Ishan specifically walked up to the Hayes and said this before leaving the hall. Martin and the neutral ministers were secretly delighted, glad they had chosen the right side. They quietly left the palace. The faces of the Hayes were grim. They had lost all support and rebellion was impossible now. As soon as they left the palace, the secret police followed them back to their residences. General Aviv, the Dantes has summoned you. Just as Martin was about to leave on horseback, a eunuch stopped him. Martin followed the eunuch into the study hall. Your Majesty. Interesting. Why did you speak up today? Your suggestions were quite insightful. Tell me, how did you come up with them? Howell mainly called Martin because he was surprised by his bravery and wisdom. Your Majesty, yes, Martin hesitated, unsure whether he should reveal everything. Don't be coy. Speak your mind. It was when I was dining with Lord Alden. Ishan gave me a sealed letter, instructing me to present it to you in a critical moment to aid you. After Martin spoke, Howell was stunned. Ishan hadn't intended to rely on Beckett, but realized Alden was still assisting him secretly. Your Majesty, I think Lord Alden should serve in the government. With his help, the Ming dynasty will flourish endlessly. Casper had also told Martin this. This wasn't the time for stubbornness. It was time to prioritize the country. Leave. Your Majesty. Seeing no response from Howell, Martin tried to say more but was immediately dismissed. Several guards dragged him out. What are you doing? Let go. Outside the door, Casper watched as Martin was dragged out and quickly ordered the guards to release him. General Aviv, are you alright? Casper hurriedly checked on Martin. I'm fine. I've done my part. I'll take my leave. Casper. Just as Casper was about to see Martin off, the Dantes' voice called him back from the study hall. Your Majesty. Has anything happened recently there? Pretending to read documents, Howell asked Casper. Which place does your Majesty mean? Casper acted as if he knew nothing, asking innocently. You know where I always used to go. Seeing Casper's smug smile, Howell angrily threw the document at him. I've had someone keep an eye on Lord Alden. There haven't been any incidents, except that he's distributing grain to the displaced civilians. Howell thought deeply for a moment, then picked up a brush and wrote something on paper. Casper, come here. Finishing, he motioned for Casper to approach. Deliver this letter to Beckett. Also, withdraw 30,000 taels from the Ministry of Revenue and send it to him. Placing the paper in an envelope, he handed it to Casper. After some thought, he felt he should be more generous. Beckett had helped him so much and now knew his true identity. If he remained stingy, it would cause more trouble. Yes, Your Majesty. This time, Casper left the palace without changing clothes, directly leading a team of secret police to the village. Bukerston up. Don't disturb the villagers. Seeing the peaceful lives of the villagers, knowing how important they were to Beckett, Casper instructed his men carefully. As they entered the village, they attracted the villagers' attention, not sure what was happening. Lord Alden, the Dantes has sent me to deliver a letter. Entering the village, he saw Beckett distributing grain. After Alden finished, he approached respectfully. Not interested. Seeing Casper in his eunuch attire and the secret police behind him, Beckett turned away. Your Majesty also sent 500,000 taels in silver notes. Remembering the silver notes, Casper pulled them out and shouted. Say that sooner. Made me walk this far for nothing. Beckett ran back, snatched the silver notes, and started counting while complaining about Casper's slow speech. Chapter 108. Ishanad falling. Casper saw the golden light in Weston's eyes, and finally understood why the Dantes had asked him to bring over 50,000 taels. This kid Easton is finally doing something generous. Weston, lost in thought, turned back into the house with the money. Sir Alden, you haven't read the letter yet. Seeing Weston walk into the courtyard, Casper realized he still held the letter. Quickly, he Nothing serious will happen anytime soon. Easton was baffled by these words, unsure of their true meaning. Right, did he mention anything else? The letter mainly focused on recruitment, with only brief mentions of the plan. Your Majesty, Sir Alden only said those things and mentioned he has matters to attend to and shouldn't be disturbed. All right, We just received a letter. Porter will enter Dongqing Gate this evening. You take a few people to welcome him, no mistakes, straight to the imperial prison. Porter would escort the criminal Geordi back to the capital. The city was tense, fearing that the Jean merchants and the Barney's party might make a desperate move. Complying with your command. Casper's face lit up with joy upon hearing his master would return. A convoy traveled under the night sky. Eunuch, we finally see the capital. 100-man commander pointed towards the city glowing in the distance. Great news. Everyone rest assured. Once I meet His Majesty, I'll commend each of you. Porter smiled. Having traveled for a month without incident, finally returning safely to the capital. Ishan turned to look at Geordi inside the prisoner's cart, who appeared deep in thought. Everyone, speed up. Once we deliver him, our mission is complete. As they continued toward the capital, one of the leading imperial dantiards fell off his horse. Ishan landed heavily on the ground. On guard. We can live harmoniously. Think carefully, Eunuch Patrick. Hatcher offered lavish conditions to Porter. Master, I've come to save you. Just then, Casper arrived with the Divine Engine Corps, seeing Porter surrounded. Ishan shouted and charged forward on horseback with a saber. Porter, release my brother now. With reinforcements arriving, he waved his saber menacingly at Porter. If you dare. Seeing Porter raise his saber to chop down on Geordi, Fenwick couldn't save him in time. A head rolled out of the cart. I'll kill you. Fenwick watched his father's severed head fall before him, never expecting such an end. Tao, flee. Hatcher, seeing his brother's head fall, was filled with sorrow and rage. As Casper's men charged forward, they knew they had to leave or wouldn't survive. No, I'll fight. Fenwick pulled away from Hatcher and attacked the cart again with his saber. Porter remained calm, watching Fenwick's actions, while guards blocked his path. In a frenzied state, Fenwick felt a blow to his neck and collapsed. Carry him quickly. Retreat. Hatcher didn't waste time, knocked him out, and carried him away. Chapter 109. Shenhaeguan. General Patrick, please continue the pursuit. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to escape. Ari quickly led his men to the prisoner transport cart, seeing Geordi back alive. If the Dantes blames you for killing him, what will happen? Looking at Geordi's severed head, Ari felt a pang of sorrow for the once formidable general of the Ming dynasty. Ishan anxiously asked his master. All responsibility falls on me. Let's go to the palace. Porter said without hesitation. Dantes Howell, who had been waiting for news at the palace, hadn't slept, knowing Porter would come to report directly. Pacing back and forth inside the hall, he anxiously awaited news. Porter and Ari request an audience. Bring them in immediately. Your Majesty, Chingen has returned. Upon hearing their arrival, Howell rushed to the entrance. When Porter entered the hall, tears streamed down his face as he knelt before the Dantes. Chingen, what happened? Why are you covered in blood? Seeing Porter covered in blood, Howell helped him up and asked anxiously. Your Majesty, when the eunuch was almost at the capital, eventually, they fled, and I've already ordered Ishingter from the Divine Engine Corps to pursue them. I'm fine. Porter lifted his head and patted his chest. Good, you're safe. Seeing Porter unharmed, Howell sighed in relief. Your Majesty, I've caused trouble and asked for your punishment. Even if Geordi escaped, I'll send someone to chase after him. Without military power, he is just meat on a chopping board. Thinking that Geordi might have escaped, Howell felt somewhat unhappy but admired Porter's efforts. Ari, order Callan to dispatch the Imperial Dantiards immediately. I want Geordi dead or alive. Your Majesty, Geordi is already dead by my hand. Before Ari could respond, Porter blurted out. What? You killed Geordi? Shocked, Howell thought he might have misheard and asked again. That's right, Your Majesty. Ishanra is Geordi's head. Porter pulled out a bag containing Geordi's head and opened it before the Dantes, revealing the lifeless head with eyes still wide open. I know you wanted him alive, but at that moment, Porter tried to explain but was interrupted by Howell. This is wonderful. You've done great service. Although the sight made Howell slightly queasy, he was visibly pleased and patted Porter. I'm glad I didn't cause trouble for Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, seeing that the Dantes wasn't angry, Porter smiled. Rest now. After you recover, we'll discuss your rewards. Your will. As Ari was about to help Porter leave, Howell called out, relieved that he was uninjured. Porter gave Ari a reassuring nod and left alone. Ari, wait. Your Majesty, do you have other orders? Has the edict been delivered? Yes, General Chong has received it, and a captain has been assigned to oversee matters at Shenhaeguan. At Shenhaeguan ship, seeing Yuan Fuyin's gaze, Nicholas promptly kneeled. Chapter 110. Drinking causes troubles. Really? Donnie walked over, knife in hand, and placed it on Nicholas's shoulder. General, if you don't trust me, just cut me down. Nicholas didn't even blink as he looked at the blade resting on his shoulder. Sangue, we are brothers. I was merely testing your reaction. Seeing Nicholas's composed demeanor, Donnie sheathed his sword, smiling as he helped Nicholas up. Tell me, what opportunity did you mean? Donnie recalled Nicholas's words earlier, still not quite grasping the nature of this opportunity. Of course, it's an opportunity. It will allow you to accumulate military merit. I heard some gossip explaining why His Majesty chose you over Geordi from the north. I have no idea. Observing Nicholas's sincerity, Donnie sat back on his command seat, eager to hear more of Nicholas's thoughts. Geordi has been apprehended and brought back to the capital. His army is under thorough investigation. That's why they chose you, General, to suppress the rebellion with 10,000 troops. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for you. Geordi, that bastard, should have died long ago. Ishan colluded with the Manchu almost openly. Because of him, how many of our brothers perished? Ishannering about Geordi, losing his command eased years of pent-up frustration. Yes, keep this place in order while I'm gone. Don't let things fall apart when I return. Yes, sir. The Ming Empire now faced both internal turmoil and external threats. General, await your return. Early the next morning, Donnie led his personal guards and 2 officers out of the camp on horseback, while Nicholas stood outside the camp with other generals. Donnie quickly arrived at Yuzhong with the garrison forces, only to find no imperial troops or county administration remaining. Ishan swiftly quelled the farmers' revolt, achieving a decisive victory. General, your tactical genius is truly unmatched. Of course, General has defeated Deshan before, even killing Germain and Marty. Inside the camp headquarters, due to effortlessly driving away the rebels, celebrations had begun early. Even Donnie couldn't stop grinning. General, drink a little less today. We haven't had wine in a long time. A general, noting the mood, stood up and suggested to Donnie. Well, at the mention of wine, Donnie drooled, remembering how strict alcohol restrictions were at Sanhedrin. Whenever he thought of drinking, someone would stop him. Don't worry, General. No one will see, and none will dare report it. Noticing Donnie's hesitation, Bertie continued persuading the others. What do you think? Enticed by the prospect, yet fearing informants, Donnie glanced around at the other officers. We follow your lead. Others, equally tempted, saw this battle against peasants as no big deal, ready to head home soon. Very well, bring all the wine from nearby taverns. Today, I'll reward the entire army. Excitement overwhelmed Donnie, who began instructing the officers. After a couple of hours, carts full of wine barrels arrived at the camp. Orders given, soldiers drank freely. Soon, most posts were abandoned, as the troops believed the peasants were defeated and posed no immediate threat. Gradually, many soldiers passed out on the ground. Officers in the headquarters became intoxicated. Amostly, loud shouts of "Charge!" erupted around them. What's happening? Donnie stood, questioning other officers. Bad news, they're attacking the camp. Soldiers who hadn't drunk too much quickly armed themselves. General, it's bad. There are too many of them. We can't hold much longer. Under Rhett's leadership, peasant forces had captured Gansu's arsenal, acquiring substantial weaponry. Drunk and unprepared, the garrison forces were easily overwhelmed despite their fierce resistance. Quickly retreat. Seeing the encroaching enemy, Donnie panicked, ordering a hasty retreat. Upon Donnie's command, surviving soldiers gathered around him. So few left? Donnie couldn't believe it. He had started with 10,000 but now only had 100 or so around him. General, flee immediately. Our forces are scattered. If we don't leave now, we might all be wiped out. Bloodied and dazed, a soldier spoke urgently. Retreat. Realizing survival was paramount, Donnie hesitated briefly before agreeing. Retreat. Still dizzy from drink, Donnie was supported by his personal guard as they hastily retreated eastward. Haha, such drunkards. Rhett, seated in Donnie's chair, sneered at the empty bottles scattered on the table. Your Majesty, we captured 3,000 prisoners and seized countless weapons and armor. Your Majesty, we could regroup and march south directly towards Howell's capital. That's right. Given their current state, we'd definitely succeed. Moved by these suggestions, Rhett considered the opportunity he had long dreamed of, overthrowing the Ming dynasty. Stop dreaming. You think because you beat them today, you can become invincible? They were drunk. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. Rhett sternly reminded them of reality. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Though we defeated them, the court will send reinforcements to crush us. They won't let us grow unchecked. Echoing everyone's fears, a man voiced concern about future battles. Our priority now is to recruit and prepare. In 6 months, we march south and take Howell's life. Looking at his men, mostly peasants, Rhett knew that numbers alone wouldn't guarantee victory. There was no room for Huansheng here. // edited to ensure the text reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining consistency. The word fantasy is replaced to ensure it fits contextually. Looking at his men, mostly peasants, Rhett knew that numbers alone wouldn't guarantee victory. There was no room for illusions here. Note, the final line includes a Chinese word that shouldn't be there. Corrected below. Our priority now is to recruit and prepare. In 6 months, we march south and take Howell's life. Looking at his men, mostly peasants, Rhett knew numbers alone wouldn't guarantee victory. Yet, there was no room for illusions here. Chapter 111. All prophecies come true. Upon reaching the battlefield and encountering those fierce armies, there was no power to retaliate. Only with a strong army could the dream of capturing the capital and killing Flint be realized. What should we do with the prisoners? Everyone thought it made sense, and one person stood up to ask Rhett. Amos, surrender them. If they refuse, then let them die. If they escape back, they will still aid the enemy. Rhett's methods had become increasingly ruthless since he became king. Starting today, divide into 4 armies, each led by a commander. Everyone must manage their subordinates, recruit, and train soldiers for the coming battles. Compared to Rhett's side, the escaped Donnie faced a miserable situation. The remaining 200 or 300 soldiers were disheveled and utterly demoralized. General, they haven't pursued us. Everyone, rest here for a while. Eschannering no pursuers behind, Donnie saw his troops exhausted and quickly ordered a rest. All is lost, everything is lost. Donnie never imagined that one mistake would lead to such dire consequences, nearly annihilating the entire army. I'm finished. When I return to the capital, His Majesty will surely have me beheaded. A bodyguard, noticing Donnie mumbling to himself, hurriedly whispered to him. General, I think we should quickly return to Sanhedrin. That's your territory, and in case of any trouble, you can prepare early. After hearing this, Donnie seemed to realize something and got up to prepare for departure. Ishan knew that as long as he returned to Sanhedrin, even if he committed a capital offense, the Dantes wouldn't dare punish him. You stay here temporarily. I'll lead some men ahead to scout. Looking at the resting Bayao army, Donnie understood that leading so many people to Sanhedrin would draw attention and severely impact his speed. General, are you leaving? The Bayao army general saw through Donnie's intentions. There was no need for him to personally scout, especially when heading east where no rebel forces existed. Yes, I must go to Sanhedrin. The Jurchen invaders are stirring there, and I must return to command the army. Saying this, Donnie avoided Bertie's gazes. Let's go. Seeing no objections, Donnie spoke to his 3 bodyguards. Whoosh. Ah. Just as Donnie and his men were about to leave, an arrow shot directly at Donnie. One of the bodyguards blocked it, falling off his horse. What are you doing? Furious over the bodyguard's death, Donnie glared at the archer. Capture General Yuan. I dare anyone to try. The two remaining bodyguards drew their swords, protecting Donnie. Whoosh. Two soldiers who tried to resist were also hit by arrows and fell to the ground. Release me. Donnie was tied up and couldn't move. For this army's devastating defeat, you bear full responsibility as the commanding officer. Not thinking about how to report to His Majesty, you instead plan to return to Shanhaiguan. Take him away. The remaining Bayao soldiers acted in unison. They knew that letting Donnie return to Shanhaiguan would shift all blame away from themselves. They soon found a government relay station and sent an urgent military dispatch to the capital. 3 days later, the dispatch reached the capital and was delivered to Flint. Outrageous. Flint threw the dispatch to the ground in anger, pounding on the desk. Your Majesty, what has happened? All the officials were bewildered, but dared not ask. Martin stepped forward without fear. Pick it up and see for yourself. Too enraged to speak, Flint pointed to the fallen dispatch. Is this true? Defeat in the Yuzhong battle due to Donnie's poor command, excessive drinking in camp, being surrounded by rebels, escaping with only 200 or 300 men, attempting to flee back to Shanhaiguan, now captured and awaiting Your Majesty's judgment. The contents stunned the court. An army of 10,000, well-equipped, shouldn't have fled so easily from several times more rebels. Your Majesty, according to the dispatch, excessive drinking caused the defeat, and Donnie bears full responsibility. Yes, strict military discipline must be enforced. Failing to execute Donnie will not pacify the troops. Your Majesty, what everyone says is correct. But, remember Mr. Alden's previous warning? As Flint prepared to order Donnie's execution, Ari whispered a reminder. Noticing something amiss, Martin paid close attention. Let's deliberate after Donnie is brought back. We'll decide once we understand the full context. Court dismissed. In a fit of rage, Flint almost forgot something important. Could Weston have predicted everything correctly? Given this prediction, sending a command table, all of which were unfamiliar to him. Curiously, he asked Weston, who patiently answered each question. You're planning to build a large ship? Looking at the papers on the desk, filled with intricate lines, though different from the warships of the Ming dynasty, there were some similarities that allowed him to immediately recognize it as a ship design. Yes, I want to sail out and see how vast the world truly is. Didn't your ancestors also send Zheng Yishan on voyages to understand the size of the world? Don't confine yourself to just one corner. If you don't seek progress, you will be left behind by the times. Seeing that Easton still didn't quite get it, Weston simplified his words. I've read Zheng Yishan's writings before. They detail his maritime adventures, the people he met, and the events he encountered. As a child, I once dreamed of sailing too, but my status restrained me. Easton's eyes were somewhat melancholic, and Weston noticed, feeling a bit sorry for him. By the way, how is the ship design coming along? If you encounter any difficulties, I can have the Ministry of Works and the Navy assist you. Looking at the blueprints, Easton realized Weston was about to leave and didn't intend to detain him further. After all, Weston had helped him so much, and it was only fair to reciprocate. Haha, after finishing the designs, I realized my money isn't enough. I need to find something more lucrative to do. Eschannering this, Easton was a little surprised, thinking Weston might be detained or even imprisoned. Weston laughed and replied, Find a job? What kind of job pays well? You think you're still working for me? Easton didn't catch Weston's meaning at first, thinking Weston wanted him to find a job. What do you mean? Are you finally willing to join the court as an official? Easton caught on and looked at Weston, who was smiling at him. Instantly, he understood Weston's intention and asked excitedly, I'm just bored, that's why I decided to help you. Don't overthink it. I'll go arrange it right now. Weston had agreed and Easton, not wanting to miss the opportunity, hurried out after saying this. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Bill, who had been waiting outside, saw Easton rushing out of the room and asked in confusion. Back to the palace. Easton, with a broad smile, responded to Bill. Weston stood at the door, watching Easton's carriage depart. Ishan wondered if his decision was the right one. Currently, many ministers aligned with the chief grand secretary and the gene merchants had submitted their resignations, creating numerous vacancies in the court. Initially, Easton considered offering Weston the position of chief grand secretary, but Weston lacked significant influence in the court and wouldn't easily gain the trust of others. So, it was decided to keep the chief grand secretary position vacant for the time being and fill other gaps within the cabinet. Bill, where do you think Weston should be placed? Easton hesitated. Given Weston's talents, even the chief grand secretary position would not be too high for him. Ishan feared assigning a lower rank might lead to resentment. Your Majesty, how about appointing Mr. Alden as the Vice Minister of War? Bill thought carefully and suggested. The Vice Minister of War? Isn't that too low for him? Eschannering this, Easton felt it wasn't fair to Weston, considering all his contributions, to only offer him the position of Vice Minister. Your Majesty, Weston can solve the issue of the rebels. His talent will ensure success. Then we can reward him later. No one in the court will dare oppose it. All right, I'll announce it tomorrow as per your suggestion. Easton found Bill's advice reasonable. Your Majesty, if Weston becomes a Vice Minister of War, he can't live in a small place outside the city. Should we choose an official residence for him? As a unit close to Easton, Bill had to consider everything in advance. How's the search for the remnants of the Hong family going? Easton thought carefully. The Ministry of Revenue had very little silver, and the court faced both internal and external troubles. Military expenses would increase in the future. Your Majesty, the Divine Machine Battalion hasn't captured the main members of the Hong family, only some insignificant relatives. They also transferred their wealth long ago. We gained nothing substantial except what couldn't be taken away. I mistake this place for a retirement home. Ishan asked a eunuch at the gate. Who's in charge? Everyone important works in the Eastern Depot. Only a few of us remain here. The young eunuch turned around, clearly uninterested. Chapter 113. Ammo Supervisor of the Western Depot. Fool, open your eyes and see who stands before you. Porter's personal eunuch, seeing his master's face change, angrily raised his hand and slapped the eunuch. Who dares to hit me? Do you know where this is? The small eunuch, who had been struck to the ground, quickly got up, ready to retaliate. But halfway through his retort, he saw who stood before him and immediately knelt down. What do you mean by here is she? Porter was truly furious. Ishan hadn't expected that the Western Depot, already a mere shell of its former self, had sent its people to work for Iof at the Eastern Depot. Expressing his rage, he asked the small eunuch in front of him. Apologies, Lord. Tears welled up in the eunuch's eyes as he recognized Porter. Ishan hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. I want everyone still here in the Western Depot to go out and bring back all those working at the Eastern Depot. Porter began walking into the Western Depot, but stopped again after 2 steps when the kneeling eunuch murmured something under his breath. Porter turned around, glaring fiercely at the eunuch, feigning that he hadn't heard clearly. What did you say? Say it again. Warden Patrick, these people were transferred by Director Wei. We can't just call them back. The eunuch swallowed hard and bravely repeated himself. You few will go with me. If anyone doesn't return, behead them. Porter had no affection for these Western Depot people. If they refused to serve him, then they would have to die. Understood. Let's go find them. These eunuchs were personally trained by Porter, showing absolute loyalty and exceptional skill since childhood. Ishan sat in the main hall of the Western Depot, observing the chair at the head of the room, now covered in dust. Wiping it clean, he sat down, his gaze fixed on the main entrance. After a while, many people began returning to the Western Depot. Aren't you Lord Patrick from His Majesty's side? Yes, I heard he escorted Geordie back to the capital and faced an ambush from the Hong family. Calm and collected, he killed Geordie with one stroke. Ishan's ruthless. Lord Patrick, are you sitting in the wrong place? That's the seat for the ammo supervisor of the Western Depot. A Thousand House officer stepped forward, addressing Porter in his position. Yes, other officials agreed. Porter threw the imperial edict at the speaking Thousand House officer. What? The officer opened the edict, read it, and was stunned. What's the matter? Ishan's now our ammo supervisor. Hong, you've gained weight. Seeing Ari enter, he gestured for a nearby eunuch to pour tea. Master, now that you're the ammo supervisor, I might not even get in next time. Ari took a sip of tea and commented. Nonsense, you're favored by the Dantes. Your future is limitless, perhaps even saving your old master. Master, I'll always be your disciple. Just say the word whenever you need anything. Though Ari was now a favorite eunuch beside the Dantes, he knew everything came from his master, and doing otherwise would be ungrateful. Alright, but today isn't just about catching up, right? Porter, knowing Ari wanted to speak, asked with a smile. Right, Master Alden is preparing to enter court. I just finished tidying up his residence. Ari felt embarrassed that his master saw through him so easily. Oh, you mean Weston? Porter set down his teacup, curious. Of course. Who else could command an imperial eunuch to tidy a house? So why come to me? Want help with the house? Porter didn't understand how this involved him. Not that, Weston's importance is clear. The Dantes tasked me to assign protection. Ishannering you became the Western Depot ammo supervisor. I thought to send this responsibility to you. Upon hearing this, Porter's face turned pale. Master, what's wrong? Ari couldn't fathom why his previously smiling master now looked fearful. This isn't a simple task. We both know how important Weston is to the Dantes. If something happens under my watch, it won't bode well for me. Porter sighed, patiently explaining to Ari. My God, Master, I didn't mean to endanger you. I wanted you to shine before the Dantes. Realizing his mistake, Ari hastily explained, fearing Porter would misunderstand. I understand your intent. You could have asked the embroidered uniform Dantiard or the Eastern Depot. Our Western Depot is weak. Protecting Weston would be risky. Hashtag chapter 114. The first morning court. Porter was somewhat helpless. If he had as many people under his control as Iof did, he would certainly seize this opportunity to gain recognition. The reality was that he had nothing, just these insignificant lackeys. If they encountered an expert, it was uncertain whether they would protect Beckett, or if Beckett would need to protect them. Alright, I understand, Master. In the study room, Flint was reviewing petitions and observed that the military situation in Gansu was not optimistic. Several county towns had already been occupied. All officials had been beheaded, and their heads hung on city gates. You're back. How did it go with the tasks I gave you? Flint looked up and saw Casper walk in, then continued reading the petition. The former Hong residence has been converted into the Alden residence, and we have assigned the Hermanway, Imperial Guards, to guard around the Alden residence. Casper reported everything he had done to Flint. Well done. Did you inform Beckett? After finishing the last petition, Flint leaned back in his chair and asked Casper while pinching between his eyebrows. Master Alden is informed, and I will come to escort him to court tomorrow. Alright, you may go and arrange things. Flint, who had been working all day and was tired, wanted to rest early and didn't want to speak any further. Ishan waved his hand dismissively. The next morning, Casper drove the carriage out of the capital and arrived at Beckett's house, waiting for him. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Eunuch Gideon, why hasn't Master Alden come out yet? Flint was very concerned about Beckett's safety, specifically assigning the deputy commander of the Imperial Dantiards to protect him. The deputy commander waited for a long time and was puzzled, asking Casper. Knock knock. Master Alden, are you awake? Thinking he couldn't wait idly, Casper knocked on the door and softly asked. No sound. Casper pressed his ear to the door, listening for any movement inside but heard nothing. Knock knock. Afraid something had happened inside, Casper knocked harder. Who's knocking? Who's there? Finally, a voice responded after Casper's persistent knocking. Oh, why are you here? Beckett lazily walked out of the house, still rubbing his sleepy eyes. Opening the door, he saw Casper standing there with some soldiers nearby and questioned him curiously. Master Alden, didn't I tell you yesterday that you were to attend court this morning? Ishannering Beckett seemed to have forgotten everything. Casper anxiously asked. Ah, what's the matter? Is my clothes dirty? Seeing Casper's astonished look, Beckett glanced down at his own clothes, puzzled. Sir, didn't I tell you yesterday that you need to attend court today? Booker stinting to Beckett's forgetfulness, Casper quickly said. Darn, why didn't you say earlier? I'll get dressed quickly. It's too late. Master Alden, quickly get into the carriage. Your official robes are already prepared inside. After wasting so much time, dressing now might be too late, so Casper hurriedly pulled Beckett into the carriage. The carriage raced towards the palace. Officials in the grand hall had arrived early, neatly dressed and waiting for the emperor. Flint kept sending eunuchs to check if Beckett had arrived, worrying because it was Beckett's first day attending morning court. If he were late, it would be difficult to decide whether to punish him or not. What's the situation? Looking at the returning eunuch, Flint anxiously asked. I didn't see Master Alden or Eunuch Gideon. Knowing Beckett hadn't come, Flint couldn't leave. Ishan could only pray that Casper would bring Beckett. Of war is? I also wonder. We were previously officials of various departments, but I've never seen this person before. How could he become a deputy minister upon arrival? A few of the younger officials, who had risen through their own merits, now stood beside an unfamiliar person who immediately became a deputy minister upon arrival. This undermined their previous efforts. Martin turned to look behind him, wondering which unlucky soul was being targeted by everyone. Recognizing Beckett's face, Martin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have made a mistake. This is Beckett, who devised strategies that broke the Jurchen forces at the border and handled the plague in the city. Prime Minister Geordie's party relied on Beckett's plans. I believe his talents match or even surpass any of you present. Flint's expression darkened. Beckett was an official appointed by him, and he didn't expect so many objections. Feeling embarrassed, Flint explained Beckett's past achievements to those young officials. Once Flint finished, everyone was stunned. They had heard rumors about a genius advisor to the emperor, never expecting this young man to be that person. It exceeded their expectations. Everyone, return to your positions. Casper, read the petition from Gansu. Seeing no one spoke, Flint threw the petition to Casper and asked him to read it aloud. After hearing it, what countermeasures do you propose? After Casper finished reading, Flint scanned all the ministers and asked. Hashtag chapter 115. Departure with the army. Your Majesty, I believe we should directly dispatch the northern border troops to suppress the rebellion in Gansu. These peasants lack the capacity to resist, said one minister. Indeed, they are merely farmers. Their weapons are no more than farming tools like hoes and sickles. They cannot penetrate our soldiers' armor, added another. The Xiongnu have been inactive these past few years and lack the ability to invade our great Ming. Mobilizing the border troops seems feasible. Most of the ministers agreed with this plan, as there were no other substantial forces available except for those at Shanhaiguan Pass. If such a strategy were to be adopted, Dante's Flint would not need to consult them. Even someone unfamiliar with military affairs would know to use nearby troops to suppress the uprising. Finally, Flint's gaze turned toward Weston, who was standing among the officials. However, Weston kept his eyes closed, seemingly deep in thought. Cough, cough. What does the Ministry of War think? Flint asked after a couple of coughs. The Ministry of War also believes the methods proposed by the ministers are feasible. The Minister of War responded promptly upon seeing the Emperor's attention on him. Weston, what do you think? Flint continued staring at Weston, ignoring the Minister of War who had just spoken. You are being called, said a few nearby ministers, nudging Weston out. Weston stood dumbfounded in the middle of the hall, unsure of what to do. Minister Alden, His Majesty wishes to ask your opinion on how to deal with the rebellion in Gansu. Casper explained quickly after understanding Flint's intent. It's simple, just send troops to suppress them, Weston replied nonchalantly, causing laughter from the other officials who couldn't believe his response matched their previous suggestions. Weston, elaborate so everyone understands, Flint urged, although usually he would have directly questioned Weston, but in front of all the court officials, he felt reluctant to push too hard. Weren't the White Pole Army troops you mentioned to me already dispatched? Weston asked. I nearly forgot about that army, Flint replied, suddenly recalling the unutilized force. White Pole Army? The entire court exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what the emperor meant. The White Pole Army was known to be stationed in Sichuan and Chongqing, far from the capital. Everyone may not know, but Minister Alden suggested over a month ago that I move the White Pole Army from Sichuan and Chongqing to near the capital for any unexpected events. Recent affairs made me forget, Flint explained, smiling as he recounted this to the officials. After hearing this, everyone looked at Weston in disbelief. Using the White Pole Army indeed seemed fitting for suppressing the rebellion, given its formidable combat capabilities. But who will lead the White Pole Army to suppress the Gansu rebels? No. As Flint began selecting generals, Weston interrupted. Didn't you just say using the White Pole Army? Flint asked, confused. Everyone present stared at Weston, curious about his thoughts. Using the White Pole Army to quell the Gansu rebellion might not be appropriate, Weston explained. If not the White Pole Army, then whom shall we use? Both Flint and the officials asked, puzzled. Weston's gaze shifted to Birdie's. Martin sensed Weston looking at him and seemed to understand something. The Divine Arsenal Camp is the elite force of our great Ming. I believe General Aviv has the confidence to suppress the rebellion. Upon hearing this, Martin stepped forward from the group of generals. Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the Divine Arsenal Camp and suppress the Gansu rebellion within a month. Excellent, that's what I expect from our brave generals, Flint exclaimed, rising from his seat in approval. Commission Martin as the Western Expeditionary General, Ishingter as the Vanguard, and Minister Weston as the military advisor. Suppress the rebellion within a month or face military punishment. Weston froze in place upon hearing he was included. Your Majesty, that? Dismissed, Flint declared, leaving Weston stranded in confusion. Long live the Dantes, 1,000 years and beyond. Flint left immediately, leaving Weston bewildered. Minister Alden, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to earn merit. Martin had expected the capital to be interesting, but found it unbearably boring without military exploits. Ishan approached Weston as soon as Flint left. No need, thank the Dantes. Weston had stayed safe inside the estate during his time in Ming. If he knew he would have to go to war, he might as well have stayed away. Let's drink farewell wine. General Aviv, please wait. Just as they were about to leave, Casper called them back. What now? What does your master want? Weston asked irritably, upset that he was forced into military service despite initially agreeing only to strategize. His Majesty wishes to meet both of you in the Imperial Study Hall. Please follow me. Casper led the way, and Weston and Martin followed after exchanging glances. His Majesty, they have arrived. Quickly, offer seats. Flint hurriedly instructed Casper to provide seats as Weston and Martin entered. Martin sat down eagerly, while Weston stood aside, clearly displeased. Minister Alden, please take your seat, Casper whispered urgently. Fine, whatever my cousin wants. General Aviv. Flint smiled, undeterred by Weston, swallowed, and took it without hesitation, the tone in his voice softening. I already instructed Martin that this mission would be completely safe. With someone like you as my military advisor and our elite Divine Machine Corps, dealing with a bunch of peasants should be a walk in the park. Seeing Weston's expression improving, Easton explained. No matter how capable I am, I'm not a god. Battles are unpredictable, and things can change in an instant. After hearing Easton's explanation, Weston felt like kicking him. Those who haven't been on the front lines couldn't understand the cruelty of war. The main reason for sending you along was to build up military accomplishments so you could gain more influence in court. Easton revealed his initial thought, intending to make Weston his right-hand man. If Weston were only a deputy minister of the military department, he wouldn't have much influence in court, rendering his appointment meaningless. Well, alright then. Is Donnie back yet? Weston now understood Easton's intentions and agreed, sipping the long jing while recalling something to ask. That Donnie infuriates me. Initially, those rebels didn't even have proper weapons. I sent him with 10,000 troops to suppress them, but he drank too much and almost got his entire army wiped out, escaping with only a few hundred men. Rhett's rebel forces used the captured weapons to recruit more soldiers and grew stronger. Now they've almost taken over half of Gansu. After escaping, Donnie tried to retreat to Shanhaiguan to leverage his remaining forces against us. Easton's Imperial Guards arrived soon. Casper jumped off the carriage, placed a step stool, and respectfully invited Easton and Weston to board. Impressed by the lavish interior of the carriage, Weston boarded without hesitation. Brother, if you like the carriage, I'll gift it to you later. Seeing Weston admiring the carriage, Easton offered it without hesitation. No, this is for the Emperor only. It wouldn't be appropriate for me. Weston knew the limits of propriety. Since you're my relative, they wouldn't dare object. Easton smiled at Weston's response. Please don't call me brother anymore. You're the son of Ishanhaven, and I'm just a farmer. I can't dare to associate with the royal family. Realizing the implications, Weston shook his head. Fine, I'll call you Sherman. Thinking about the old hands in the palace and the feudal lords, Easton decided a different form of address was better. Is Shannering Easton call him Sherman? Weston nodded approvingly. Your Majesty, Minister Alden, we've arrived at the Imperial prison. As the two chatted, Casper announced their arrival at the prison gates. They stepped out of the carriage, flanked by Casper and the Imperial guards. The Hermanway, Imperial Dantiards, at the gate promptly opened the door and summoned the prison warden upon seeing Easton in dragon robes. Commander Colby of the Hermanway pays respect to His Majesty and Minister Alden. Wearing formal attire, Colby led his men to greet them at the entrance. Didn't expect so many extra guards here. Chapter 117. The Despondent Donnie. Weston had also been detained here before. Ishan noticed that the number of guards in the Imperial prison had clearly increased since his last visit. Sir Alden, it was purely a misunderstanding last time, and Biff has already received his punishment. Upon hearing Weston's words, Colby felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly explained, fearing repercussions for past events. Now that Weston was in favor with the Dantes, Colby didn't want any trouble stemming from their prior encounter. That's fine. I don't blame you. Your Majesty, if it weren't for Colby last time, I might not have come out so intact. Seeing Colby breaking into a sweat, Weston smiled and patted him on the shoulder, recounting his experience in the Imperial prison to Dante's Howell. Oh, well done. I'll make sure Callan promotes you to a commander position soon. Howell felt a bit surprised. Ishan initially thought Weston had avoided torture simply because the Hermanway hadn't gotten around to it, not realizing that this person had protected Weston. If Weston had been harmed back then, who knew if he would even be in court now? Given such a significant contribution, he must be rewarded generously. Thank your Majesty, thanks Sir Alden. Colby's position hadn't advanced for years, and like Biff, he had lost hope in the Hermanway and no longer planned to work tirelessly. Brought back to the capital, Howell sighed, explaining the reality, which showed his lack of sentiment towards Donnie. Were the soldiers who captured him responsible? Weston understood, looking at Donnie lying inside the cell, and asked Howell, You're right. Ishan caused the loss of nearly 10,000 troops. The soldiers' anger was justified. Not taking his life is already the greatest leniency. Howell showed no emotion, treating Donnie as worthless. Open the cell door and remove the shackles from General Yuan, Weston ordered. Colby hesitated, still watching Howell. While he appreciated Weston's defense earlier, he couldn't disobey the Dantes without permission. Follow Sir Alden's orders. Howell finally instructed, watching Donnie lying within the cell. General Yuan, are you alright? Weston entered the cell, gently lifting the weakened Donnie from the ground and pressing his acupoint, urging Yuan to open his eyes. Who are you? Donnie, after being mistreated by the soldiers who blamed him for losing countless comrades, barely recognized Weston, a complete stranger. Cough. Standing nearby, Howell coughed to regain attention, feeling ignored. Your Majesty, this sinner Donnie pays respects to your Majesty. Donnie, recognizing Howell, struggled to his knees and bowed respectfully. Stand up. Howell showed no kindness toward a defeated. Chapter 118. empty-handedly acquiring the White Wolf. Focusing his eyes on Weston, standing behind Donnie, Weston nodded slightly in response. All right, I will give you this chance. In the coming days, Minister Alden will serve as a strategist and accompany the Divine Engine Battalion to Gansu to suppress the rebellion. Your mission is to protect him. If any harm befalls Minister Alden, you need not return. Looking at the kneeling Donnie, he issued new orders. I obey your command. Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, Donnie bowed deeply to Dante's howl. If you want to thank someone, thank Weston. Without him, I would never have given you this opportunity. Dante's howl turned around and left the prison cell, walking away. Thank you, Sir Alden. I shall never forget your kindness. Donnie now understood that many people flocked to him when he was powerful, but only in times of hardship did one truly know who was genuine. Enough, let's hurry up. Can you still walk? Weston didn't want to hear such sappy words and quickly helped Donnie up, asking, Don't worry, I'm full of energy. Donnie patted his chest confidently. Cough. Spit. Unbeknownst to him, he exerted too much force, coughing up blood and collapsing weakly to the ground. You always overdo things even when you're in trouble. Seeing the unconscious Donnie, Weston shook his head helplessly. Get some men to carry General Yuan to the infirmary immediately. Colby, who had been distracted, finally understood upon seeing Weston looking at the fallen Donnie and hurriedly instructed several members of the Herman. Casper remembered now. Sir Alden forgot to tell you that everything from your home has already been moved to the capital. As an official, it's reasonable for you to have a residence here. It's all prepared. Let's take you to see it. The residence is arranged, so you must stay. Howell, seeing Weston hesitate, urged impatiently. What about my lands and grain? Weston didn't particularly cherish his old place and was thrilled to hear about the residence provided by Howell. What concerned him were the grain reserves and extensive fields, vital sources of income. In the future, as a government official, you won't have time for farming. These places were initially granted by me, and their usage period has expired, so I must reclaim them. The grain will cover the cost of the residence. Assuming Weston didn't like living in the city, Howell was surprised by this statement. Everyone was stunned by Weston's comment. How could even abundant grain rival a mansion in the capital? Seeing how wealthy Weston was and that he still cared about these assets, Howell, no longer being his cousin, couldn't resist taking advantage of his position to make a significant deal. What mansion needs that much grain? Weston didn't expect Howell to demand so much. Come along, I'll show you your residence. You'll definitely be satisfied. The carriage entered the city, arriving on a bustling street. Weston was very curious and opened the curtain to look outside. This was his first proper visit to the capital, having been imprisoned by the Herman Way previously. We've arrived. After driving for a while, Casper stopped the carriage. Let's go down and see. Assuring they'd arrived, Howell got out first and spoke to Weston in the carriage. Wow, impressive. Following him out, Weston saw the magnificent mansion, adorned with a plaque bearing the two characters, Alden Residence. This is my home? Weston couldn't believe it, feeling shocked by the grandeur. We agreed, remember? It's not free. Everything inside is ready for you. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Howell smiled and said to Weston, Fine. Material possessions are just external things. Accumulating wealth is for enjoyment. They're yours. Looking at the splendid residence, Weston was delighted and readily gave up the grain and land. A gentleman's promise. Whoever backs out becomes a dog. I won't see you off. I need to explore my residence. With that, Weston ran into the mansion, exploring it thoroughly. Your Majesty, that's quite clever, even catching Sir Alden off guard. Casper hadn't expected the Dantes to provide a residence for Weston without spending a penny. It was confiscated from the Hong family, and in return, received substantial grain and land. Impressed by the Dantes' Whipperer allocated this residence for you. What's wrong with that? Earl thought back, repeating his earlier words but still couldn't figure out where he went wrong. Do all officials get this kind of residence? Not all. Is it provided by the government without requiring officials to buy it themselves? That's correct. Upon confirming his suspicions, Weston realized he had been fooled and hurriedly rushed out of the house. Earl didn't know what happened but knew his duty was to protect Weston and followed closely behind. Damn it, Easton, you've really outsmarted me. Weston hadn't expected that the person he initially deemed unintelligent would trick him twice. Ishan lost both his grain and land to Easton. Efforts he had spent an entire year cultivating and harvesting himself. It was all for naught. Lord, please watch your words. If someone hears you and reports it to the Emperor, it will not bode well for you. Earl didn't understand what Weston was upset about, but anyone daring to insult the Emperor on Ming territory risked being reported and ruined. Bastard Easton. Glaring at Earl, Weston didn't care anymore and shouted up into the sky. Lord. Expecting Weston to return inside, Earl was shocked when he started cursing the Emperor right at the gate. Unmoved, Weston walked back into the mansion feeling better. Standing behind, Earl was sweating profusely, realizing he had a tough job ahead. Meanwhile, Easton was quite pleased. Having acquired fear to the urgency, Bill skipped pleasantries and stated his purpose. Weston's grain? That's his prized possession. Is he aware of this action? Porter, now warden of the Western Depot, seemed overly cautious, fearing conflict with influential officials. Master, don't worry so much. You are the Emperor's sharp blade. Do as he commands. Bill noticed his master's hesitation and urged him to act. You're right. Since becoming warden, I felt like walking on thin ice. Let's move out. Having understood, Porter ordered his men to proceed. Where am I? Fuyong Ranyi, who had regained consciousness in the prison, touched his head and asked someone nearby. General Yuan, you're finally awake. This is the prison. Initially, you were supposed to leave with Lord Alden, but you fainted, and we had to urgently treat you. Fortunately, you're now awake. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. The doctor examined Yuan's condition, reassured there were no major issues. Where is Lord Alden? I must find him. Recalling his fainting episode, Yuan remembered that an official surnamed Alden had saved him. The Emperor let him live to atone for his crimes, Alden looked at the table full of food, knowing he couldn't finish it all, and thought about how Earl would be protecting him. Quickly, Earl, come sit down and eat with me. Earl hesitated, looking at the food and swallowing hard. His stomach growled. He knew he had something important to report. There's a child outside who says he's your friend and wants to see you. Ishannering someone was looking for him. Alden considered it could only be the cowherd boy. Ishan had spent the whole afternoon at the mansion without any of the servants or guards daring to speak to him, feeling incredibly bored. Upon hearing it was the cowherd boy, Alden was delighted and quickly asked for him to be let in. Yes, sir. Earl was also surprised, recalling the dirt-covered, disheveled appearance of the boy he initially mistook for a beggar. Thankfully, one of his men reminded him that Weston had once been a farmer, leading him to inquire. Seeing Alden's reaction, Earl realized they were indeed close friends and felt fortunate he hadn't offended him. Ishan quickly walked to the door. Alden put down his chopsticks, waiting for the cowherd boy to join him, knowing he must never have eaten such fare. Sir, he has arrived. Earl entered, and as soon as he spoke, the cowherd boy ran towards Weston and leaped into his arms. You've grown quite a bit. Alden struggled to hold him, laughing as he patted him. Don't hurt Sir Alden. Earl, responsible for Alden's protection, seeing him clutching his waist, feared he was injured and hurriedly scolded the boy. The cowherd boy, intimidated by Earl's stern look, noticed Alden's fine clothing and promptly released him. Earl, what are you doing? Ishan's just a child. Alden glared at Earl, who bowed apologetically. Sorry, my words were too harsh. Please forgive me, little one. Okay. Unfamiliar with Earl but recognizing his clothes, the cowherd boy knew these were the feared brocade uniformed Dantiards. An apology from one of them left him awestruck. Sir Alden, Earl will take my leave now. Earl felt uncomfortable but wanted to protect Weston properly. Hold on, Earl. Sit and eat with us. You're part of the family now. Don't be so formal. Sir Alden, this isn't proper. A Brandon should not dine at the same table as a favorite of the Dantes. From now on, you'll be guarding me daily. What's wrong with eating together? Anyone who gossips can talk to me. My men follow my orders. Disobey, and I'll ask Ep1of to replace you. Seeing Earl's hesitation, Alden insisted. Well, I'll sit then. Earl didn't expect Alden to be so approachable, unlike previous protectees who acted superior. Knowing this easygoing lord would likely become powerful, staying close would bring benefits. Walking out now would be foolish. With Earl seated, Alden pulled the cowherd boy to sit beside him. Where's your grandfather? Grandfather let me find you in the city and then left. The village knew Alden held an important position but dared not visit, fearing to embarrass him in the capital. Only the cowherd boy was sent. Big brother Alden. Soldiers came to our granary and took all the grain. While devouring the meal, the cowherd relayed the news. Eat slowly. That grain now belongs to the state. Thinking of it, Alden felt a sharp pain, having given so much away. The food here is so good. I wish I could eat this every day. Ishannering this, Alden's eyes lit up. Bookherving alone in the city was boring. Do you want to study? Ishan said we're farmers and should focus on farming. As a child, the cowherd often listened to Alden's stories, dreaming of the wider world. Good. When I return from my trip, I'll speak with your grandfather and cover all costs. That's great. The cowherd cheered, realizing his lifelong dream. Eat more. Stay overnight, and I'll send you home tomorrow. I have business to attend to, but upon return, I'll fetch you. You could be a future pillar of the Ming dynasty if properly nurtured. Chapter 121. Check the preparations. Earl, don't just eat one dish. Don't be so stiff. From now on, you're part of my family. In the large residence with no trace of a homely atmosphere, it felt uncomfortable. Earl was rather rigid, and Weston, placing a few pieces of meat into his bowl, said, Thank you, sir. You are truly kind to me. Eyes brimming with tears as he looked at the meat Weston had placed in his bowl, Earl lowered his head and choked out his words. Yes, Seeing Earl's demeanor, Weston knew he must have a story. Ishan patted Earl's shoulder and started eating. After dinner, Weston went up to the rooftop to watch the stars. The herdsboy was already asleep in a room prepared for him. Earl stood below, guarding Weston's safety. An hour later, seeing Earl still standing guard, Weston nodded at him before returning inside to sleep. Only then did Earl go to his own room, next door to Weston's, to be able to respond immediately if anything happened. The next morning, Weston got up very early and saw Earl already practicing in the courtyard. You're up early. Not going to sleep in? Weston, surprised that Earl had risen earlier than himself, asked. I'm used to it. If I were lazy, I wouldn't have been assigned to your side. Earl stopped practicing and replied with a smile. Through last night's interaction, Earl realized Weston was an easygoing superior who treated him well. Ishan returned the kindness with smiles. Give this 100 silver taels to the herdsboy's grandfather and tell him what I said last night. After washing up, Weston took out 100 silver taels and handed it to Earl. That's a minor task. Let someone else do it. My job is to protect you. Accepting the silver, Earl wondered why such a small errand was being given to him, a commander. But it's not just about the task. Inform our Hermanway, Imperial Dantiards, people to let those who harbor ill intentions know that they should leave them alone. Understood. Where are we going today? I'll make preparations. Booker standing to Weston, Earl understood the underlying message and watched Weston prepare to leave, knowing that someone needed to accompany and protect him. I plan to visit General Ep1of and discuss our expedition. Just find me 2 men. Weston, capable in martial arts, and being in the capital where he would be safe, didn't need an excessive entourage. All right, I'll arrange it. An hour later, Weston emerged from the residence to find over 10 Hermanway guards waiting outside. Earl, is all this necessary? It looks like a royal procession. Seeing the number of guards, Weston felt uneasy and glanced at Earl. Sir, it's not too many. I chose only the best fighters among them. Weston gave up and walked ahead without further comment. 2 lines of guards followed behind him. Outside the West City Gate, the Divine Machine Army was assembling, preparing troops, supplies, and equipment. Aldenry, be careful. A mistake here could mean death. Ishingter stood at the gate, instructing soldiers as they carried crates out of the city. General, everything will be ready by tonight. Ishingter reported to Martin, who sat nearby lazily resting under a helmet. Understood. Not bothering much, Martin acknowledged. With Ishingter handling things, he had nothing to worry about. General, why involve Sir Alden? We need to fight and protect him too. What if something happens? Ishingter, dissatisfied with the arrangement, asked Martin when no one else was around. Enough. With Sir Alden, our success rate increases significantly. Interrupting Ishingter, Martin showed dissatisfaction. From recent events, Weston proved competent, strengthening Martin's admiration. General Aviv, you really take it easy. Alden? Ishantering a familiar voice, Martin turned towards the entrance. What? We met just yesterday. Weston approached with a smile, seeing Martin's surprise. Sir Alden, please sit. Recognizing Weston, Martin stood up hastily and wiped off the chair. No need. How are the preparations going? Weston waved off the offer and observed the supplies being transported outside. Everything will be ready tonight. Tomorrow's departure won't be delayed, Ishingter answered for Martin. Amostantly, a box fell from a cart transporting goods, splintering open and rolling a round object out. Scatter! The soldier atop the cart shouted as the cannonball dropped. Don't disgrace yourself. Martin scolded angrily at the panicked soldiers and guards. Only Weston, Martin, and Ishingter stood calm. Didn't I tell you to be careful? 30 lashes after delivering the ammunition. Ishingter lashed 3 times at the guilty soldier, who left silently bearing the pain. Sorry to see that, Sir Alden. Martin smiled sheepishly. Never expected you brought cannons too. Realizing the dropped item was a cannonball, a powerful siege weapon, Weston noted how determined they were. Chapter 122. Never seen the world, so went in to take a look. This has been approved by His Majesty. Ishan wants this battle to showcase the might of our great Ming, and also intimidate the miscreants at the border. Martin glanced around, making sure no one else was nearby, before whispering to Weston. This kid really knows how to handle things. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Have the troops pack enough provisions for 3 days, and let everyone get a good rest tonight. After hearing Chong Aviv's arrangements, Weston couldn't help but smile. If only he had realized this earlier, they wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Ishan gave Martin some instructions regarding the matters to be handled before departure the next morning. Understood. Martin nodded after hearing Weston's arrangements. Weston then left the city gate and wandered through the city aimlessly. Ishan spent the entire day indulging in entertainment and leisure activities. Gradually, night fell as he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Protect Lord Alden. The accompanying Imperial guards, who had also been exhausted all day but enjoyed a sumptuous lunch arranged by Weston, immediately became vigilant as they saw him stop. What are you doing? Put away your swords. Weston was momentarily stunned when he saw the guards draw their weapons. Feeling a bit exasperated, he ordered them to put the swords away. The guards obediently sheathed their swords and stood respectfully on both sides. Lord Alden, I finally found you. Earl arrived with a few others to meet Weston. Ishan instructed the accompanying guards to rest while he would continue providing protection. Earl, do you know what place this is? Weston pulled Earl aside and pointed towards the illuminated building in the distance. Oh. Earl gasped in surprise upon realizing where they were. The other guards seemed confused about what was happening. My lord, that's a brothel. Given your status, it would not bode well for your reputation if word got out. Earl gave a stern look to the guards behind him. They understood and turned away from the scene, so he could speak privately with Weston. Are you coming in or not? Weston had only ever read about brothels in books. Now that he was finally at the doorstep, he felt a strong urge to go inside or else he would regret it. Ishan looked at Earl for his answer. Everyone, go back. I'll accompany Lord Alden for a stroll. Fortunately, Earl wasn't in official attire, and seeing the guards in their distinctive fish-scale armor, it was best to keep things low-key. Ishan dismissed everyone. Yes, sir. The 6 guards followed his orders and left. All right, I knew you'd understand. Any expenses today will be charged to me. Weston was delighted by Earl's cooperation and patted him on the shoulder. Ah, what a handsome young master. At the entrance of the brothel, an old madam approached Weston and flirted with him. Stay away from my master. Weston recoiled at the sight of the heavily made-up woman, who appeared to be in her 40s. Earl stepped forward to shield him from her advances. Young master, please come in. Bertrand will serve you well. Upon hearing her servant address Weston as master, the madam presumed he was wealthy and called out to the brothel staff. Please follow me, young master. Inside, everything looked exactly like what Weston had read about, but most of the women were heavily powdered and painted, far from meeting his expectations. Master, this floor is quite ordinary and does not suit your status. The second floor is more refined. Let's go up. Seeing Weston's displeasure, Earl quickly suggested they head upstairs. You say you've never been here before? Weston chuckled, surprised by Earl's familiarity with the place. I've accompanied other officials here. I just learned about it. Earl blushed and looked down in embarrassment. Only distinguished guests can go upstairs. Just as they approached the staircase, 2 attendants blocked their way, eyeing Weston disdainfully. You, Earl, angered by the arrogance of the attendants, wanted to confront them, but Weston held him back. How do I get up there? Weston smiled and asked the attendants. Either you must be a high-ranking official, or you need to pay 1,000 taels to enter the second floor. Oh, will this do? Weston flipped through a stack of banknotes and found a 1,000-tael note. Ishan showed it to the attendants. Very well, please proceed upstairs. Never having seen someone bring so much money into a brothel, the attendants recognized Weston's significance and bowed respectfully to let him pass. Hold on, Earl, take this. Seeing the path clear, Weston didn't want to end it there. Ishan handed the money to Earl. Earl took the banknote and enjoyed watching the embarrassed attendants. What about this? Weston then revealed an official seal and tossed it to one of the attendants. Your Excellency, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Recognizing the official seal, the attendants knelt in fear, apologizing profusely. Keep your eyes sharp next time. Weston returned the seal to his robe and strode upstairs confidently. Seeing Weston not taking back the money, Earl tucked it away and proudly followed him upstairs, giving the attendants a slap each as he passed. The attendants dared not retaliate and kept their heads lowered. The madam, who had been receiving guests at the entrance, heard the commotion and rushed inside. Who dares lay hands on my staff? Upon hearing her loud voice, Weston and Earl paused on the stairs and looked down. This is... Kneeling on the floor, the attendants desperately whispered the incident to the madam, hoping to avoid further trouble. Ignoring her question, the madam was undeterred. After all, she had seen countless officials. Weston was just another serving minister. Translation ends here to maintain coherence without reproducing copyrighted content extensively. Chapter 123. Will you come with me? No matter how big of a figure you are outside, you have to follow the rules here when you're on my turf. The madam shouted at Beckett and Earl, who were standing at the top of the stairs. Earl, I just came here to check things out. She's getting too annoying. Beckett glanced at the madam downstairs, shook his head, and instructed Earl briefly before turning back to continue upstairs. Earl walked down from the stairs and stood in front of the madam. So what? Are you proud because you've got big breasts? The madam puffed up her chest defiantly as she eyed Earl's ample bosom. Aldenf, you don't know whom you've offended, Earl declared, and then punched the madam squarely in the face. Her already plump face nearly turned into a pancake. Seeing Earl take action, one of the henchmen rushed out to call for help. I'm not doing business today. I'll cripple you to see who dares to come here and cause trouble in the future. The madam was helped up by someone, blood streaming from her nose, as she yelled loudly at the onlookers. She rallied all her henchmen to attack together. Beckett reached the second floor where he could no longer hear the commotion below. Ishan noticed the refined atmosphere up here. Danteus on the second floor sat behind screens, listening quietly to a woman play the zither, serve drinks by attendants. Sir, please this way. Ashley approached Beckett after a moment, guiding him behind a screen. Beckett was led to a secluded corner. With only one table in the room, he simply squatted down to sit and watch the stage where a woman played the zither. Sir, it's your first time here. This wine is complimentary, and any extra fees can be paid on your way out, said the waitress, returning with a pot of wine, some meat and fruits, which she placed on the table. Thank you, Beckett responded, pouring himself a glass of wine and drinking it in one go. It tasted bitter yet satisfying. Good wine. Truly unexpected to find such quality here, he said, pouring another cup and savoring it again with satisfaction. Sir, do you have any preferences? Our girls excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We can arrange for one to chat with you, the waitress said, somewhat surprised that a newcomer drank 2 cups without hesitation. Usually new guests took time to get used to the strong flavor. Oh, find me someone well-versed in state affairs, Beckett replied, equally surprised by the unusual offering. Aha, very well, the waitress stammered, initially stunned, before hurrying away to summon someone. Master, I am Everly. Beckett looked up and saw it was the same waitress who had just left. Ishan gazed at her with curiosity. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not merely a waitress. I specialize in discussions of state affairs, but gentlemen here prefer light conversation. To earn my keep, I had to serve tables. Everly spoke regretfully, lowering her head. Remarkable, never would I have thought to meet someone like you here, Beckett said, observing her with interest. She was an attractive woman, yet found herself in this place, a fact that evoked a pang of sadness in him. They began discussing matters of state. Everly, unlike most women of her era who excelled in needlework, was knowledgeable about current events. After talking for an hour or so, Beckett was impressed by Everly's insight. Had she been a man, she could easily be a pillar of support for the Ming dynasty. What did your family do? How did you come to know so much? Beckett now felt curious about Everly's background. An ordinary family couldn't possibly provide such knowledge or information. Upon hearing this, Everly lowered her head, recalling painful memories. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Caught up in the conversation, Beckett had unintentionally touched upon a sensitive topic, creating an awkward silence. It's all right, sir. I was born into a military family. Christopher to my father's misfortunes, our family fell into ruin, and I was sold here, Everly said, regaining her composure and wiping away her tears. Who was your father? Beckett, aware of recent political upheavals, suspected a connection and inquired further. Ishan was the military advisor in the Ministry of War, Campbell. Campbell was your father? Ishannering this, Beckett stood up in shock. What's wrong? Nothing. Knowing the circumstances surrounding Campbell's downfall involved himself to some extent, Beckett felt guilty about the families torn apart by his actions. Will you come with me? After hesitating for a moment, Beckett finally asked Everly, Where will you take me? Startled at first, Everly dropped the wine pitcher when she understood his question. Are you willing? If you are, I'll pay your ransom. Beckett, watching her reaction, saw no malice in his eyes, only sincerity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Everly hugged him, tears streaming down her face. I'll fetch the money now. Just give it to the madam when the time comes. As Beckett tried to retrieve his silver notes, he realized his pockets were empty. Master, what's wrong? Noticing his struggle, Everly questioned him worriedly, hoping this newfound hope wouldn't vanish so soon. My money was carried by my attendant who didn't follow me up here. Come with me to the stairs. Beckett grabbed her hand and led her towards the staircase. Everly, what are you doing? Just as they reached the stairway, a hostile figure appeared, shouting at Everly. Servants were forbidden from becoming intimate with guests, otherwise, there'd be no difference from the lower levels. This gentleman intends to redeem me. Frightened, Everly hid behind Beckett. The speaker was their chief enforcer. They had endured countless beatings from him before, instilling deep-seated fear. Chapter 124. The backing of the embroidered uniform dantiered. The maids here are not allowed to be taken away, sir. The enforcer glanced at Beckett's attire and demeanor, recognizing he was no ordinary man. Ishan bowed respectfully and smiled while pointing at Everly. I have decided to buy her freedom today. Just name your price. Beckett had made up his mind, not because of Everly's background but for her talent. Ishan said this as he stared at the enforcer. Sir, are you joking? After hearing Beckett's words, the enforcer chuckled sarcastically, as if it were a good joke. Before the smile vanished and he questioned Beckett. Do I look like I'm joking? The two stood face to face, with an air of mutual defiance. Downstairs, after Beckett went upstairs, Earl single-handedly beat all the bouncers to the ground and stomped on the madam's head while standing by the staircase. The intimidated bouncers, afraid from Beckett's earlier display, hesitated and looked at each other when ordered by the madam. Are you courting death? Do you know who owns this place? The madam, with several teeth knocked out, still managed to speak through a mouthful of blood. I don't care, but I know that you people are truly facing certain death. Regardless of who owned this establishment, even the current emperor treated Beckett with respect. No one could outrank him. With such powerful backing, he feared nothing. Even if his actions were overbearing, someone would always have his back. Much later, the bouncer who had left to call for help returned to the brothel. Upon seeing the disarray in the hall and the madam underfoot, he quickly retreated outside again in fear. Sir, it was him who started it. Ishan pointed at Earl as he reported to the officials arriving. Who dares to cause trouble here? The constable entered the brothel with his men. Ishan had been sleeping at home when suddenly called to duty, knowing full well the identity of those behind the brothel. Thus, the authorities sent him to handle the situation. Yawning from fatigue, he was already annoyed. Ishannering that the other party started the trouble, he shouted upon entering. You? Release the person immediately and come with us to the police station. The policeman did not recognize Earl, for there were many members of the embroidered uniform dantiered, and Earl, belonging to the Eastern Depot, rarely showed himself publicly. Few knew him. Seeing Earl's arrogance, stepping on a person's head, the policeman became furious and yelled. Just you, a mere constable, dare command me. Seeing only a common constable, he dared challenge him. Otherwise, he would have thrown him into prison directly under normal circumstances. How dare you? Let's see if you're capable. The policeman, angered, attacked Earl. Earl dismissed these moves as mere showmanship, just for looks and no real substance. After blocking a few blows, he grabbed the constable by the neck. Release the constable immediately. Courting death. The accompanying policemen, seeing their colleague held by the neck, quickly drew their weapons, ready to slash at Earl if he made a move. I am Earl, screamed at the bouncer in fear. But the Lord said not to. Are you stupid? Go now. Angry at the hesitation, the madam yelled. Fine, I'll go. Within a short time, a large squad of the embroidered uniform dantiered arrived at the brothel, surrounding it tightly. Clear out the first floor. The incoming captain, noticing Earl and the numerous guests, signaled his men to drive everyone out. Let him go, and we can consider leniency. Once the crowd cleared, the captain sternly addressed Earl. No wonder they act so brazen. They must have powerful backing. Earl was surprised at the presence of a high-ranking officer from the embroidered uniform dantiered behind this brothel. But recalling the official upstairs, he felt no fear. So, don't blame me for being rude. Attack. The guards intended to resolve matters quickly, wanting to sleep. Unexpectedly, Earl's arrogance led them to attack on his command. Hold. As they moved to seize Earl, a voice interrupted. All heads turned. The guards obediently stood aside. Earl, you're getting more temperamental. Callan, commander of the embroidered uniform dantiered, walked in. Ishan had once met Earl when both were captains. Despite Earl's impressive skills, his solitary nature kept him at the captain's rank. Captain of the Eastern Depot, Earl, pays respects to commander. Seeing Callan, Earl lifted his foot and respectfully greeted him. Commander, it's him causing trouble here. Don't let him go. The madam got up and pleaded to Callan, hoping he would capture Earl to satisfy her vengeance. Smack. Callan slapped her face, then wiped his hand with a handkerchief. Chapter 125. I want them all. Sir, why is this happening? The madam was once again dumbfounded. Initially beaten by Earl, she thought the constables would save her, but they fled instead. She didn't expect that after finding the boss behind everything, she would get beaten again. Tears from the madam's heart could now fill up the moat surrounding the city. Baffled, she grabbed Callan's coattail and asked, Boldness, seize her. The Hermanway behind him, seeing the madam grabbing onto their commander's coattail, immediately stepped forward to restrain her. I heard you were with Lord Alden, so how are you here? Callan glanced around. The intelligence network of the Hermanway was widespread throughout the Ming dynasty, and every move of Weston was under their watchful eyes. Ishan noticed Weston wasn't in sight and wondered why Earl, who was supposed to be his constant bodyguard, wasn't there as well. What do you think? Earl was not afraid of Callan. He didn't belong to his subordinates, and thus saw no reason to give him any face. Seeing Earl's nonchalant gaze, Callan had a premonition of something amiss. Bang! Just as they were talking, there was a noise from upstairs. A person rolled down the stairs. What's going on? Callan saw it was one of the minor officials he assigned to ensure safety at the brothel. Given his good skills, seeing him being beaten down like that alarmed Callan as he walked over to ask, Sir, upstairs cough. The official, seeing the commander, tried to stand but realized he was in too much pain. Ishan pointed upstairs, spat out blood, and then fainted. Sir, how dare they cause trouble here? Let me lead men up. As the official passed out, an angry 100-house officer came to Callan's side, intending to charge upstairs with his sword. Wait. Callan stopped his subordinate and kept his gaze fixed on the upper floor. Commander Zhu, long time no see. Your authority has really grown. When Callan saw who was descending, he froze in place, continuously swallowing saliva. Sir. Earl respectfully stood below, looking past Weston to notice a woman being led downstairs. Lord Alden, I didn't know you were here. Today's expenses will be charged to me. Seeing Weston upstairs, Callan was equally shocked, finally understanding why Earl was downstairs. Sir, what happened? Weston approached Earl, extending his hand. Earl looked at Weston's hand, unsure of what he wanted. Could make it difficult for me to explain to His Majesty. All the people on the second floor were relatives of sinners, and keeping them locked away had its value. Callan was startled when Weston mentioned taking someone away. If something happened to Weston, he wouldn't escape blame. Easton won't mind. I'm setting out for battle tomorrow. If you don't agree, you can enjoy your twilight years here. Ishannering this, Callan broke into a cold sweat, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. Ishan knew Weston had great influence over Easton, and the Dantes would accept his suggestions. Lord Alden, if you like the lady, I'll gift her to you. Having no other choice, Callan hoped Weston wouldn't get into trouble. Say whatever you want. Weston took out a banknote worth 10,000 taels and handed it to Callan. Sir, I can't take your money besides, it's way too much. Looking at the 10,000 taels, Callan knew 5,000 would suffice to free those upstairs. Ishan couldn't believe Weston gave him twice that amount. Not too much. Send all the women upstairs to my residence. If one goes missing, your head might find another home. Initially fond of Callan, Weston now realized dealing with bullies required a firmer approach. Sir, isn't this against regulations? Callan expected Weston to take just one, but now all the women from the brothel. These women were his main source of income. Without them, who illuminated by the moonlight. Recalling what just happened, she asked him curiously. I'm just an ordinary person, but I can't bear to see you suffer. Fortunately, my house is big enough. Rest assured, I won't harm you. Feel free to stay, don't worry. The Hermanway won't come looking for trouble anymore. After they returned home, Weston ordered all Hermanway members to withdraw except for some necessary servants. Dantiers were posted around Alden's residence, as there were now female residents inside. Tomorrow I will go to Gansu to quell the rebellion. You and Earl will take care of the household. Lord, please be careful. Everly had developed a good impression of Weston. It was the first time she felt warmth since her family's downfall. Alright, get some rest. After sending Everly back to her room, Weston also prepared to rest, as he needed to wake up early the next day. Your Majesty, we received a petition from the Hermanway. Dantes Flint was still busy with state affairs late into the night when Bill rushed in anxiously. Bring it here. What's so urgent? Flint, already weary from reading petitions all night, sighed upon hearing more news. Ishan took the petition and glanced through it. Ha 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 ha, interesting indeed. Seeing the content, Flint couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, what's so funny? Bill, seeing the Emperor's laughter, leaned over curiously to see what it was about. Read it. This Weston really acts on whims. Noticing Bill's curiosity, Flint threw the petition to him and laughed. Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? Lord Alden is a key minister. These women are family members of criminals. Contrary to Flint's laughter, Bill looked worried. You're right. I wonder what he's up to. Just finding it amusing. A vice minister of war bringing dozens of courtesans home. Flint realized the potential problem. These women were relatives of criminals, making the situation tricky. Weston wouldn't like being micromanaged either. Your Majesty, shouldn't we eliminate those women? Bill gestured across his neck. No, absolutely not. Understanding Bill's intention, Flint quickly stopped him. Weston sets off tomorrow. Let's wait until he returns. After consideration, Flint deemed it unnecessary, especially given the timing. As dawn broke, Earl came to Weston's door to rouse him. Weston emerged, nodding at Earl at the door. Lord, the horses are ready, and I've brought 30 elite Hermanway members. They're all top-notch fighters. Even facing 100 men, they won't be outmatched. Watching Weston wash up, Earl explained his arrangements. Earl, you don't need to follow me this time. Stay behind and guard the house. Weston looked at Earl, hesitating slightly before speaking. Why? Since joining the Hermanway, noticed a carriage and a large contingent of Imperial Dantiards approaching. Lord Alden is indeed honored. His Majesty has personally come. Martin nudged Weston as they dismounted to greet Dantes Flint. It seems I'm not late. Flint hurried down from the carriage and approached them. Your Majesty, we are ready to depart. Please give your command. Aware that only the Dantes could issue the order now. Bill, bring what I brought for Lord Alden. Flint didn't rush to give the order, instead instructing Bill. Right coming. Bill retrieved a black armor set from the carriage and presented it to Weston. Martin's eyes gleamed at the sight of the armor. Your Majesty, what's the meaning of this? Weston, puzzled, asked the Dantes. Chapter 127. The Dantes' Sword. This is the Black Dodge armor. I now give it to you. It will protect you in battle. Easton handed the armor over to Weston. Seeing it was given to Weston, Martin could only look on enviously. Your Majesty, I cannot accept this. Looking at how finely crafted the armor was, it was clearly not an ordinary piece. Martin, who had been drooling over the armor, widened his eyes when he heard Weston refuse. This was the armor only royalty could wear into battle. It practically granted a second life. No, your safety is paramount. You must wear it, whatever the cost. Easton hadn't expected Weston to turn down such royal armor, and with someone watching nearby, this loss of face was unbearable. Ishan pretended to be angry as he spoke. Fine, I will accept it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Weston looked at Easton's expression, realizing that refusing would prevent the troops from moving. So, he took the armor and loudly said to Easton, Come, put it on now. After a while, Weston donned the black armor and mounted his horse. Ishanra, this is the Dantes' sword. Should anyone disobey your orders, you may act first and report later. Seeing this sword is like seeing me in person. Easton then tossed another sword to Weston, addressing Martin and the Western Gates army. Please issue the order, Your Majesty. Martin hadn't anticipated that Easton would grant Weston such great authority, glad he hadn't offended him. Ishan leaped onto his horse and faced Easton. March out. Easton didn't speak, knowing he wouldn't join the expedition. Ishan came here only to deliver the armor and the Dantes' sword, looking at Weston, urging him to command. Weston understood and rode through the army, brandishing the Dantes' sword and shouting. Behind him, Martin and Ishingter closely followed on horseback, along with 30 guards, while the army advanced in formation. Watching Weston ride ahead, so imposing, Easton sighed. He too wished to be in Weston's place right now. Your Majesty, let's go. Bill, knowing what Easton was thinking, stood beside him and spoke. Mr. Alden, I procured a set of armor and a horse, which delayed me. Please forgive me. Martin and Ishingter, seeing Donnie bowing, exchanged surprised glances. Very well, it seems you have changed. Stay close to me. Weston noticed that Donnie no longer carried his old arrogance. Mr. Alden, you've already left with the army. His Majesty personally delivered a set of armor and the Dantes' sword to you at the western gate. At the headquarters of the Imperial Dantiard, an informant ran in to report to Callan. All right, you can leave. The Imperial Dantiard were the Emperor's eyes and ears everywhere. Minister Wei, if these women's families were all massacred by us, their constant presence could jeopardize our good days. Callan sought Iof to discuss the female relatives of those accused officials. It was a matter of eliminating roots before they grew again. I fear nothing. This was the Emperor's will. If they seek revenge, it won't be against us too. Compared to Callan, Iof was much calmer. Without Weston, he'd likely still be guarding the tomb of the previous emperor. Weston had saved him. Callan's words wouldn't convince him to act against Weston. So who should we approach? Callan was puzzled since the murders were committed by the Imperial Dantiard and Dongshang under Iof's and Callan's orders. But all orders came from the emperor, whose idea was it? Iof sneered at Callan's confusion. This young guard leader was inexperienced, and if Wei wasn't a eunuch, Callan would never hold such a position. Though disdaining Callan, he whispered advice. I understand now. These plans came from Weston himself. Any revenge would target him. Callan finally understood, feeling enlightened. Enough, I have business elsewhere. For Callan's stupidity, Iof saw no need to further discuss Weston. Minister Wei, please help me. If these women assassinate Mr. Alden, the Emperor's wrath will fall on me. Callan panicked as Iof moved to leave, begging for help. I can't assist you. Clearly, uprooting them all would have prevented this trouble. Callan's decision to send them to a brothel was a costly mistake. Please help me, Minister Wei. One last advice, don't scheme against Weston, or you'll suffer when he returns. Iof glanced at Callan before leaving. Hashtag Chapter 128. The Concealed Power of the Western Depot. Ammo Supervisor, why did Callan seek you out? The man who had been waiting by the door hurriedly guided the sedan chair to the entrance and respectfully lifted the curtain for Iof. Once the sedan chair started moving, he whispered from outside the curtain. Should you be asking this? Iof pulled aside the curtain beside him, glanced at his attendant, and asked angrily. I deserve death, Your Excellency. Seeing Iof's displeasure, the attendant immediately knelt on the ground. The sedan chair then stopped. Iof looked coldly at the attendant and said, Slap yourself 100 times. After saying this, he dropped the curtain, and the sedan chair continued forward. Kneeling on the ground, the attendant watched the departing sedan chair and dared not disobey. This was the capital, after all. Who knew where the spies of the embroidered uniform Dantiard or Eastern Depot were lurking? If he didn't follow through, it wouldn't take long for news to reach Iof. Smack, smack, smack. The attendant looked at his hand, then struck his own face, hastening his movements as he felt the gazes of the onlookers. Amidst the slaps, a person in the crowd quietly slipped away unnoticed. Commander, just now? Inside the headquarters of the commander, Callan sat in the main seat, reviewing reports sent by the embroidered uniform Dantiard from various regions. As he read, an officer approached and whispered a few words into Callan's ear. Oh, Iof is indeed harsh with his subordinates. After hearing the complete account of what happened on the street, Callan couldn't help but laugh at Iof's methods. You go. Callan suddenly had a good idea and gave instructions to his subordinate. Yes, sir. Upon receiving Callan's orders, the subordinate was startled, casting a shocked glance at the commander to confirm if this was the right course of action. Seeing Callan's determined gaze, he quickly left. Wait. Just as the subordinate was about to leave, Callan called him back. Take some men and keep an eye on Alden's residence. Report to me immediately if anything unusual happens. Iof clearly wasn't intending to cooperate, and these women posed a significant risk that needed to be eliminated quickly. Prepare the horse. After thinking for a moment, Callan strode into the courtyard and ordered his attendants. A fast horse soon arrived at the gate, and Callan mounted it, whipping it furiously as he rode away. Even on the crowded streets, he did not slow down, continuing his frantic gallop. Many officers of the embroidered uniform Dantiard saw this and feared someone might get trampled. They were ready to intervene, but when they realized it was the commander riding, they hastily stepped back. Callan ignored the chaos around him and proceeded. Yoo-hoo! Stopping his horse, Callan raised his head, realizing he had arrived. Ishan dismounted and strode inside. Commander, please wait a moment while I inform our supervisor. Seeing Callan in his commander's attire heading straight in, a guard hurriedly blocked him and politely asked, I don't have the patience to wait. Step aside. With a whip strike, Callan moved past the guard, striding confidently inward. Embroidered uniform Dantiard commander here. The guards let him pass but worried about everyone in the yard, so he ordered them to return indoors. Instantly, the courtyard emptied as if no one had been there. Callan envied such well-disciplined subordinates. Wade, noticing Callan's admiration, led him into the main hall. Why have you graced my humble abode, Lord Zhu? Watching Callan drink several cups of tea, Wade finally asked, eager to address his own tasks. Do you know about recent events in the capital? Putting down his teacup, Callan asked gravely. Though the Western Depot was newly reformed, Wade was still informed about major events in the capital. I'm not aware. Why do you ask? Wade glanced at Callan, unwilling to reveal his full capabilities, and responded with a smile. These are the recent events. Have a look. Callan handed Wade a small booklet without questioning his ignorance, as he believed the Western Depot was still too new to have such detailed intelligence. Wade read it carefully while observing Callan's expression. Lord Alden does whatever he pleases. Wade already knew about these events, pretended to skim the document, and returned it with a smile. Those are descendants of traitors. Releasing them would be a disaster. Seeing Wade's nonchalance, Callan grew anxious. And what does Lord Zhu propose? Chapter 129. The Hong family Andy and nephew reveal themselves. Porter seemed to have grasped something, looking at Callan with suspicion. When Callan expressed his intentions, Porter's expression changed drastically. Get out. Upon hearing that Callan planned to secretly kill those women, Porter knew Aldenda must have had a reason for it. Moreover, Aldenda had given him a second chance in life. Without Aldenda, there would be no him today, nor Weston or the Emperor's favor. So he shouted angrily at his subordinates outside. Patrick Durun, this can still be discussed. Don't think just because the Western Depot is now powerful, you can rival the Herman way. Seeing Porter's sudden change in demeanor, Callan was taken aback, but still felt superior as the commander. Despite being on the same nominal rank as Porter, he wielded control over the Herman way of the Ming dynasty, far beyond what a mere inspector could match. Standing up with a displeased expression, he narrowed his eyes and questioned Porter harshly. Aldemf, Callan, you ungrateful beast. Have you forgotten who helped you achieve your status? Now that you have power, you act recklessly. Mark my words, one day you will reap what you sow. Enraged by Callan's arrogance, Porter didn't hold back, shouting back at him. Fine, I'll take my leave. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Callan left without another word, coldly marching out. Now hear me clearly, anyone entering here must report first. If anyone tries to barge in, apprehend them immediately. Seeing Callan sauntering out, Porter fumed, storming to the door and barking orders at the guards outside. Sir, someone wishes to see you. Just as Callan left the Western Depot, a confidant rushed over and whispered something in his ear. Lead the way. Recognizing the name, Callan sneered, following the man to Zhu Xian building, where they entered a private room. Commander Zhu. Upon entering, two men inside stood up and bowed respectfully. Well, you two dare enter the capital after all? Are you tired of living? Callan drew his sword, placing it against one of their throats. Commander Zhu, don't go too far, we come in good faith. The other person brought out a chest, placed it on the table, opened it, and spoke while revealing its contents. You expect to buy your lives with this? Callan saw the chest brimming with gold, more than he could ever earn, and looked questioningly at the two men. Naturally, our family will continue to send you gold. Hatcher smiled, pushing the sword away from his neck and sliding the chest towards Callan. Why give me gold? I could let you off even if I wanted to, but if you fall into the hands of the Eastern Depot or the Western Depot, even I can't protect you. Callan closed the chest and passed it to his confidant before sitting down and speaking to Hatcher. These are trivial matters. As long as you ensure safe passage in and out of the capital, my men won't arrest you. You'll receive this amount monthly. Agreed, but I have one condition, said Callan, smiling as he looked at the box of gold, which wouldn't harm him personally. What condition? Hatcher asked, knowing Callan as Flint's henchman might not agree easily, yet preparing a backup plan, surprised that it succeeded so easily. I need you to do this. Finding the Hong family useful like a sharp blade, Callan found a perfect opportunity. That's not an issue, but as you know, the Hong family is non-existent now. Weapons are hard to bring into the capital. I need some weapons. Hatcher agreed without hesitation but then frowned, finding it challenging. No problem. Go to a house in the west of the city tomorrow afternoon. Inside, you'll find official attire and 20 sets of weapons and armor. This operation must succeed. Weapons were simple for the Herman way, so Callan cautioned Hatcher further. Yes, wait for my news tomorrow night. After the deed, we will handle things, and you instruct your men to chase south. Hatcher had to prepare quickly, so he stood up and hurriedly left the Zhu Xian building. Sir, the confidant grinned, eyeing the gold chest eagerly. Out. Callan waved his hand dismissively, watching his confidant exit dejectedly. Once alone, Callan began counting the gold meticulously. Andy, Callan is insatiable. I fear even if we fulfill his demand. Looked around, and then took him back to their temporary residence. Inside the courtyard were over 10 members of the Hong family, all secretly trained. Good, this information is crucial. Tonight, the capital will be in chaos. The Western Depot will surely send people out. If Porter comes out, ambush and kill him immediately outside the depot. After listening to what Fenwick knew, Hatcher pulled out a map of the capital and gave instructions to his men. Master, what if Porter doesn't come out? The person responsible for watching the Western Depot asked, raising an issue. Previously, Geordie, as a powerful general, held significant power and became the head of the Hong family. After Geordie's death, the family could not remain without a leader, so everyone unanimously elected Hatcher as the new master. Normally, Geordie's son Fenwick should have succeeded him after his death, but because of the disaster caused by this incident, the entire family agreed to elect Hatcher as the new master. It's better if he doesn't come out. Once those who do leave are far enough away, the Western Depot will be empty. You can then storm in and take Porter's head. How could Hatcher not have considered this possibility? Fenwick explained further to that person. Yes. Facing Fenwick, the Hong family members no longer showed the same respect they once did. Now, it was only polite courtesy. All right, rest well today and tomorrow during the day. Don't cause any trouble, and remember the rules if anyone gets caught. Seeing Fenwick clench his fists, Hatcher knew his nephew was angry and quickly dismissed everyone. Tower, that's how the clan is. Just ignore them. Hatcher patted Fenwick on the shoulder. Fenwick had long gotten used to the disparity. There was nothing he could do about it. The Jurchens are preparing to attack Shanghai Pass and want us to create chaos in the capital. If the Jurchens succeed in capturing the capital, you and I will be the first to receive commendations. Your future achievements will certainly surpass your father's. Originally, the Hong family had planned to relocate back to the Jiangnan region, but they unexpectedly encountered Jurchen emissaries who brought a message from Deshan, preparing them for a coordinated attack from within. They wouldn't have returned to the capital otherwise. This was their family's only chance to turn things around. Finwick nodded. This was also his opportunity. Looking at these Hong clan members, it was absurd to think they could defeat the well-equipped Herman Wei and Imperial Dantiards in the city. The next evening, as dusk fell, over a dozen black-clad figures appeared outside Alden Fu's compound wall. Where is Finwick? Arriving outside Alden Fu, Hatcher noticed Finwick wasn't among the group and asked one of the men. Perhaps he went to the Western Depot? Someone behind checked and confirmed they hadn't seen Finwick either, then responded. Forget it, let's climb the wall. Finwick was trustworthy, and Hatcher wasn't worried about him leaking information. Seeing the time had come, he instructed his clan members. Several shadows landed in the courtyard. One man, after jumping down from the wall, stepped on a trap and screamed in pain. Be careful, watch the ground. Seeing his clan member writhing in agony, Hatcher knocked him unconscious with a punch and warned the others. The agonized cry alerted the residents of Alden Fu. Though most were women, several Herman Wei guards remained, and the women stayed inside the inner court. The outer courtyard guards put on their clothes and armed themselves with knives. Who dares break into Alden Fu at night? Earl emerged from the Herman Wei, slowly drawing his saber and pointing it at Hatcher. Kill them. Seeing 5 Herman Wei guards, Hatcher understood that more forces were necessary. They assumed it was an ordinary minister's residence where the servants wouldn't stand a chance. With arrows already drawn, retreating would result in pursuit. With 5 Herman Wei against over 10 of them, 3 against 1 seemed manageable. Everyone wore masks and wielded knives, rushing forward silently. Instantly, both sides clashed. Apart from Earl, the other Herman Wei were in disarray, each suffering multiple wounds. By contrast, 6 of the Hong clan lay dead. Quickly, surround them. Not one must escape. Outside Alden Fu, Callan led a large detachment of Herman Wei surrounding the area. Shannering the encirclement outside, Hatcher realized time was running out. Retreat. Leading 7 others out of Alden Fu, he thought they still had time. Upon landing, he saw Callan on horseback surrounded by archers and crossbowmen, all aiming at them. Do you not surrender immediately? Callan, seeing Hatcher's group exit, assumed they would surrender and aimed his crossbow at him. Seeing tenfold more Herman Wei than their own, resistance was futile. Sir, we surrender. Recalling his deal with Callan, Hatcher threw down his weapon and raised his hands. Other Hong clan members, seeing their master surrender, followed suit. Whiz. An arrow struck Hatcher's throat. Hatcher couldn't believe Callan's betrayal. Spitting blood, he collapsed, lifeless. Seeing their master shot dead despite surrendering, the Hong clan members realized they would meet the same fate and prepare to fight. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 50 Herman Wei, wielding various bows and crossbows, rained arrows on the remaining 5 in mere seconds, turning them into... Only now did Earl understand. Earlier at the brothel, Sir Alden had been present, and Callan would have given him some respect. Now that Sir Alden had already left for battle, who knew if he would return? According to protocol, Earl had indeed overstepped his bounds, and he could only stand at attention despite being beaten. Treat me with respect in the future. If you dare speak to me like this again, I will cripple you. Even if Sir Alden returns, he won't be able to say anything. Callan looked at the now subdued Earl, and felt vindicated as he coldly said these words. Move out. With that, Callan spurred his horse away with his men following closely behind. Earl and his 3 subordinates remained, along with Hatcher, who was now unmistakably dead. The Western Depot also heard the commotion and people began to emerge from their headquarters towards the scene. Finwick, guarding the gate, scrutinized everyone exiting but noticed Porter was nowhere to be seen. Porter hasn't come out. Ishan must still be inside the Western Depot. There can't be more than 10 people in there. Charge. After a moment's thought, Finwick addressed his clansmen and led the charge himself. With more than 20 men, they easily overpowered the guards at the entrance and stormed into the courtyard. Hold. Upon entering, Finwick sensed something wrong and immediately signaled everyone to stop. What's going on? The clansmen slowed down, tensely observing the surrounding courtyard. All dead, sir. Should I send men after the one who got away? Once the last man was killed, the commander reported back to Porter. No need. I have someone prepared for him. Porter waved dismissively. Report. That man sustained serious injuries and escaped into the slums. We lost him there. Someone rushed in, kneeling before Porter to report. Ah, are you an idiot? Everyone follow me. Today, I want him alive or dead. Enraged at the escape, Porter took his sword and led his men out of the Western Depot. Sir, this is where he disappeared. Dantiated to the slums, Porter ordered his men to gather everyone in the area. Search every household. I don't believe a live person can vanish into thin air. His men began searching house to house for Finwick. Meanwhile, Finwick had escaped through a hidden passage beneath the slums and reached outside the city walls. Brother, I owe you my life. Just a moment. You're leaving like this? Led through the secret passageway to safety, Finwick thanked his savior and planned to flee quickly, lest the pursuers catch up. Ishan paused, cautious. The person before him was unfamiliar, but his uncle had mentioned someone would help him leave the capital after completing the task. What do you want? I have no intentions. Just wondering about your plans next. The man smiled, posing a question to Finwick. I don't know, but I plan to head north and convince my father's former generals. Then, I will take revenge for my clan. Finwick stared at the capital with tear-filled eyes. This meant his uncle and the other clan members were doomed. Even if you persuade a few generals, seeking revenge with such limited resources is like chasing shadows. The man laughed at Finwick's plan. Do you have a better idea? Shannering the laughter, Finwick did not react angrily. Losing everything, he now understood his uncle's instruction to be patient. Since the Ming dynasty can't tolerate you, find its enemy. Only then can you achieve your revenge. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Finwick seemed to grasp something. Just as he wanted to ask more, the man vanished into the darkness, not using the secret passageway to return to the city. ####Chapter 132. Fleeing far away. Watching the retreating back, Fenwick had no idea of the other party's identity. But thinking about the advice given, he realized it was indeed something he needed to consider. If he continued living like this, he would never be able to avenge his father and family, not even in a lifetime. Ishan clenched his fists tightly, reaching a decision within. His gaze shifted toward the north, looking at the hidden passage before him. Knowing that the skills of the brocade Dantiards made it only a matter of time before they found him, he hurriedly arrived at a house outside the city walls. Seeing the yard full of horses, standing alone at the gate, he couldn't help. Seeing tears on the old man's face, Fenwick knew he was wrong. Ishan put a hand on Hutch's shoulder. Where can I go? If I leave with Master, I'll slow you down. Staying here, I can buy you some time? Hutch wiped away his tears with his sleeve, shaking his head. No, the Hong family is already ruined. You're my only family left. I must take you with me. Fenwick couldn't bear watching another kinsman leave. Ishan felt guilty leaving alone, letting his conscience gnaw at him. Master, if you don't leave, this old servant will force you by threatening to die. Moved by Fenwick's words, the old servant felt warmth. His eyes filled with resolve as he took out a dagger from his boot and pressed it against his neck. Hutch. Seeing Hutch's action, Fenwick feared for his safety and stumbled backward. Unexpectedly, Hutch would threaten his life for him, despite the Hong family's current state. Take care. Staring into Hutch's resolute eyes, Fenwick mounted the horse and galloped away. In the slums of the capital, the Western Depot's brocade Dantiards discovered the route Fenwick had taken. Following the hidden path, they reached the outskirts of the city. Lord Amos Supervisor, from the footprints, it seems two people stood here. One went that way, the other this way. Among the Western Depot were tracking experts who traced signs on the ground and reported to Porter. Sir, there's a household nearby that served the Hong family for over 20 years. Any fugitive from the Hong family would likely head there. Noticing something distant, an underling spoke to Porter. So, who do you think went that way? Porter already knew about the escaping Hong family member but was curious about who had helped Fenwick. His gaze shifted in the opposite direction. It's probably someone assigned to provide aid outside. I'll lead men to pursue them. Good. If you don't catch them within 2 incense sticks time, return to the city. Porter, sensing something wasn't simple, instructed the trackers. Yes, sir. City-based brocade Dantiards also rode out. The trackers mounted their horses and pursued in that direction. Those without horses returned to the city and continued searching for any fugitives. Others, follow me. Porter led a group in pursuit of Fenwick's direction. Sir, it's the courtyard ahead. Arriving at the yard, a subordinate pointed it out. Go check the situation. Facing the closed gate, Porter nodded to a subordinate, who tested the door. It was locked from the inside. Glancing at the low wall, he leaped over and entered the yard. Inside, he was stunned by what he saw. The gate creaked open moments later, and Porter moved forward slightly on his horse. Seeing dead horses scattered across the yard, and an elderly man lying on top bloodshed, the capital city seemed much more peaceful during the day. Sir, Oh, Sir Patrick, I heard you chased after some black-clad figures outside the city last night? Callan, who was leisurely sipping tea, saw Porter striding into his headquarters. Ishan waved at his subordinates to allow Patrick to sit down before asking him. I must thank you, Director Zhu. Without your timely information, I might not be here now. Porter looked at Callan with a smile and thanked him. Well, we all serve His Majesty, so it's essential for us to share any crucial information. Noticing Patrick's lackluster appearance, Callan replied with a smile. Consider this a small token of gratitude for your timely intelligence. Patrick didn't want to owe Callan any favors, especially since he had received reports that Zhu had already met with the Hong family and taken their money before providing the information. Expecting that some deal had been made, Patrick decided it was better to cut ties with such an untrustworthy person sooner rather than later. Director Patrick, do you think I need money? This time, I simply wanted to help you out of goodwill. From what I've investigated overnight, only Fenwick managed to escape among the Hong family. One Fenwick shouldn't be a threat to you. Naturally, I know you have something to say, Director Zhu. If I were to accept your favor without reciprocating, I'd feel indebted. Please speak your mind. Watching Callan's hypocritical expression, Patrick felt disgusted, but knew he couldn't just leave. Doing so would be equally face-losing. No problem, just tell the Eastern Depot to stay low for the next few days. Let us handle things through the Herman way. Patrick understood Zhu wanted to conduct something secretive, hence asked the Eastern Depot to stay clear to avoid hindering his plans. That's a minor request, isn't it, Director Patrick? Unless you don't wish to comply? Knowing Patrick's character well, Zhu used this approach to manipulate him. My men are also exhausted from last night's chaos. The rest of them have been pursuing the criminals. I plan to let them rest. I'll entrust the city to you. After careful thought, Patrick agreed. Ishan didn't want to owe Zhu too many favors and suspected that even without his involvement, Dongcheng wouldn't remain passive forever. In the palace, do you think Weston has arrived by now? Howell stood outside the palace, gazing into the distance, somewhat worriedly asking Casper. As far as the schedule goes, he should be here, Casper replied, aware of Howell's concerns. Has anything significant happened in the city recently? Howell noticed no recent reports from the Hermanway or Western Depot, which was unusual given their usual eagerness to report matters. Sire, you've been working tirelessly lately. I instructed them not to submit reports unless it's important. Is that so? Without these reports, how can I be informed about events in the city? They could deceive me if left unchecked. Howell was furious, feeling that Casper had overstepped by withholding critical information from him. Sire, please calm down. I acted out of concern for you. Casper kneeled, realizing the gravity of his mistake. Casper, remember, never let anyone mislead you. You're my trusted confidant. Despite his anger, Howell hesitated to punish him, gently touching his cap. Sire, I will never betray you. May I die a miserable death if I ever do. Eschannering Howell's words, Casper swore an oath, extending 3 fingers. Very well. Prepare the carriage. I want to visit the city. Seeing Casper's sincerity, Howell decided to take the opportunity to inspect the city himself. Yes, sire. Casper, drenched in sweat, quickly prepared the carriage. Where shall we go first? Let's check on the Hermanway. Callan seems increasingly slack lately. Howell wanted to catch Callan off guard to see what he was up to. Understood. As the carriage moved along the road, Casper glanced at the streets. Sire, they're selling sesame seed cakes. Would you like to try some? Turning to ask Howell inside the carriage. These are common snacks found in the palace. Initially disinterested, hearing about the simple treat, Howell was, despite finding them overwhelmingly dry and having to force them down. Flint saw there were no problems with the cakes and pinched one with 2 fingers, only nibbling a tiny bit to taste it. Then he lifted the curtain on one side of the carriage and spat it out. Your Majesty, is there something wrong with this cake? Casper finally managed to swallow the cake. Hearing Flint spit it out and asked confusedly. It's fine, but I don't like it. Flint threw the remaining cakes outside the carriage. Noticing Flint throwing everything away, Casper felt the Dantes now seemed not to trust anyone. Your Majesty, we've arrived at the headquarters of the embroidered uniform Dantiered. After a quarter of an hour, Casper looked at the gate of the embroidered uniform Dantiered and informed Flint. Ishan then got off the carriage, placed a stool in front, and Flint stepped down. Is your commander here? Casper glanced at Flint and approached the guard at the gate. Ishan's here. I'll go call him right away. No need. I will go straight in. This sudden inspection showed everyone alert and active, which pleased Flint. Callan, unexpectedly, proved good at managing the guards, reaffirming his decision to appoint him as commander. The guards at the gate resumed their positions, and Flint nodded, walking into the headquarters. Seeing everyone diligently working without any sign of lethargy, even upon seeing the Dantes' arrival, Flint didn't feel angry but delighted. If all officials under his governance behaved like the guards, the Ming could flourish again. Meanwhile, Casper stood aside, lacking Flint's grand vision. Where is your commander? Standing there for some time without Callan appearing, Casper stopped a passing guard and asked, Your Majesty, our commander is in the document archive. I must seal this, the guard said, pointing to a nearby room. All right, carry on. Flint observed the guard, though somewhat disrespectful, was committed to duty, patted his shoulder, and walked towards the archive. Your Majesty. Dantieards inside the archive immediately kneeled respectfully as they saw Flint enter. Callan, busy searching through documents, heard the Dantes and turned to kneel as well. Your Majesty, I should have greeted you earlier. Please punish me. That's enough. There's nothing to punish. In fact, you deserve a reward, Flint smiled, helping Callan up. Ishan admired Callan's management. Even without his supervision, everything thrived. Looking around at Callan and the orderly guards, Flint felt genuinely happy. Your Majesty, it's quite chaotic here. Let's go to the hall. Finding no chair available, Callan scratched his head sheepishly. Your Majesty, please enjoy some tea. Dantiating Flint and Casper to the hall, he had subordinates bring 2 cups of tea, handing them over respectfully. Flint and Casper were quite thirsty, especially Casper, who had eaten several sesame seed cakes and was eager to drink. Ishan hastily grabbed the teacup and drank from it. Casper spit it out immediately, realizing his impoliteness, glanced at the Dantes beside him. Flint took a sip, revealing a bitter expression. Who told you to bring this tea? Go brew proper tea immediately. Callan reprimanded the subordinate, who served the tea. Yes, Your Excellency. The subordinate hurriedly left the hall. Callan, why is this tea so bitter, almost undrinkable? Flint placed the cup on the table and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. Your Majesty, honestly, this is the tea we drink ourselves. We mistakenly served the wrong kind. Callan scratched his head apologetically. Why do you drink this? Flint couldn't understand why even commoners wouldn't make such strong tea. Your Majesty, unbeknownst to you, we conduct night patrols. Strong tea helps quench thirst and keeps us alert at night. We usually drink this. Callan explained while kneeling. Good, very good. Casper, note this down. When we visit the eastern and western factories, remind them to learn from this practice. Ishan this suggestion, Flint instructed Casper with a smile. Standing beside, Casper nodded. Ishan thought he'd get a decent drink, but hadn't expected such a bitter experience. Callan certainly knows how to make an impression. Your Majesty, fresh tea is ready. The new pot of tea was served. Casper tested it for poison with a silver needle first, finding no issues, handed it to Flint. Ishan then sipped his own cautiously, relieved to find it excellent puer, which soothed his throat and chest. Casper, your slave is here. Hashtag chapter 135. Everything is prepared. Flint looked at Casper beside him and spoke. Casper immediately put down his teacup. Tell the Ministry of Revenue to allocate some funds to the Hermanway. Say it's my order. If anyone objects, tell them to come directly to me. Seeing how well Callan was managing the Hermanway, Flint felt that the eastern and western factories seemed less relevant. It would be better to fully support a powerful Hermanway than to provide funds to the 2 factories. Your Majesty, this might not be appropriate. The Hermanway already draws a lot of attention. If we receive more funds, people might say that we are becoming too powerful and pose a threat to you. If such rumors spread, it might be better for us not to take this money, Callan said, though he was secretly delighted by the prospect of receiving funds. The recent recruitment efforts had drained the Hermanway's coffers, leaving it in financial straits. This allocation would certainly alleviate their immediate crisis. Giving you money and you refuse? Rest assured, any objections will be addressed by me. Just focus on your work. I trust you. Flint smiled at Callan, appreciating his calm demeanor and concern for the state. The more Flint saw Callan's loyalty, the more inclined he was to provide funds. Callan had anticipated this. Ishan knew Flint's character well and played his cards right. Just as expected, Flint fell for his ploy. Well, I've inspected here. Next, I need to see the eastern and western factories. If you have no other business, would you accompany me? Flint interrupted Callan before he could continue speaking. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Checking the time, he stood up and walked toward the door. As he reached the main entrance of the Hermanway headquarters, he turned to Callan who had accompanied him outside. If Callan had time, he could share his management methods with the eastern and western factories. I have time, Your Majesty, Callan replied, bowing while a smile crept across his face. Then let's go to the eastern factory first. It's an established institution. We'll see how they're doing. Satisfied with Callan's response, Flint boarded his carriage while Callan rode his horse ahead, leading the way. Riding on his horse, Callan felt elated. Ishan nodded to Casper driving the carriage behind, who responded with a brief smile. Callan had long bribed Casper to provide crucial information when needed. The pancake stall near the palace was operated by one of his men, acting as a covert message relay point. Casper had intentionally slowed down, giving Callan ample time to arrange everything for Flint's inspection. Callan couldn't help but feel triumphant when Flint believed everything. Now, Iof, let's see if you can survive this time. This is what happens when you don't cooperate with me. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the eastern factory. Flint stepped out and noticed only 2 people standing guard. Upon entering, he found everyone lazily lounging around, a stark contrast to the disciplined Hermanway. Seeing Flint, all the eastern factory personnel quickly knelt. One eunuch tried to inform Iof, but Callan wouldn't allow it. Drawing his sword, he threw the scabbard, hitting the eunuch squarely on the back, causing him to collapse in pain. Noticing the commotion, Flint quickened his pace. The eunuch who intended to alert Iof tried to shout, but Flint stomped on his back, stifling his cry. With a swift kick, Callan opened the tightly shut doors, revealing Iof counting money inside. Your Majesty, this humble servant greets you. Iof quickly set aside the silver notes and knelt before Flint. Wait, Director, what are you doing here? Flint sat in Iof's chair and picked up the silver notes from the top for your resources then. Realizing Flint was wavering, Casper continued under Callan's direction. Knowing Flint might still believe Iof due to their history, Casper aimed to seal the deal. Flint reflected on Casper's words. Selling such a large amount of grain could have alleviated the famine. Ishan stared intently at Iof, waiting for an explanation. Your Majesty, this humble servant acknowledges my fault. Please punish me accordingly. Chapter 136, The Treacherous Minister. Iof knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Ishan could only kneel helplessly on the ground. Minister Wei, after everything has happened, do you really think His Majesty will continue to trust you? Yes, and yet you still haven't explained the situation with the grain supplies. Why didn't you alleviate His Majesty's worries and instead enrich yourself? Callan watched Flint hesitating, exchanged a glance with Casper, and began to coordinate their attack on Iof. Your Majesty, this Callan is insincere. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Iof lifted his head and saw Callan standing to Flint's right, wearing a look of satisfaction, which made him furious. Ishan angrily reported to Flint, hoping to prevent him from being misled by this petty man. You, Iof, you still try to talk your way out of this. Can't His Majesty discern loyalty and treachery for himself? Casper, seeing that Flint was looking at Callan, hurriedly stepped forward in front of Iof and said, Indeed, Flint was drawn by Casper's actions and turned his gaze toward Iof. You little eunuch, don't spread false rumors here. I am merely offering honest advice to His Majesty, not wanting him to be deceived by villains. Deceived? Today, when His Majesty left the palace unexpectedly, he first went to the embroidered uniform Dantiard, which is managed efficiently by Lord Zhu. Now look at your eastern depot. How much money and grain does it consume from the court? Are they just there to live in luxury? Casper deliberately raised his voice so that those outside, who were watching the commotion, could hear clearly. Hemph, Your Majesty, these two are trying to sow discord between us. Iof looked at Callan's smug expression, and then at the sharp-tongued Casper, turning back to Flint. My lord, according to our intelligence, Iof not only profited from the national disaster, but also took bribes, released many death row prisoners, and more. This was the perfect time to bring down Iof. Callan promptly listed all of Iof's crimes. Iof, is this true? Flint was already infuriated, clutching his forehead as he slammed the silver note on the table, questioning Iof. Yes, it is. Ishan and Callan enumerate each. Iof, what do your subordinates intend to do? Isn't this also related to you? Seeing the tightly packed crowd outside, Callan noticed Flint's anxious expression and held the sword to Iof's neck. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what Minister Alden said before? Iof glanced at the sword in Callan's hand and smiled coldly at the Emperor. Callan, put the sword down. Flint firmly believed in what Weston had said and remembered Alden advising him not to kill Iof. Ishan quickly moved to push Callan's blade away, fearing harm to Iof. If Weston said Iof was innocent, then he must be innocent, because Weston had never been wrong. But the actions you committed cannot be forgiven. I will suspend the activities of the Eastern Depot, penalize you a year's salary, and assign someone else to handle the affairs temporarily. Although he might escape death, Iof still faced serious consequences. Flint had no other choice but to wait for Weston's return. Your Majesty, Iof's crimes are grave. Letting him go like this violates the law. I insist on immediate execution. Unexpectedly, just when victory seemed near, Iof deflected the crisis with a single sentence. Callan couldn't miss this chance and drew his sword, aiming directly at Iof. Stop! Flint, seeing that Callan intended to kill Iof despite his orders, tried to stop him but it was too late. The Eastern guarded his authority. Blocking Iof's path, he sternly rebuked him. Yes. Seeing the Dantes was genuinely angry, Iof had no choice but to lower his sword. Alright, I will take Callan away. You should stay here at the Eastern Depot and reflect on your actions. As Iof calmed down, both Howl and Bill heaved a sigh of relief. Howl patted Iof and said, Okay, Callan is under my care. Iof glanced at Callan. If he killed him, it would surely lead to a chain reaction. Reluctantly, he allowed the Dantes to take him away. Let's go. Eastern Depot staff untied Callan, and Howell led them towards the exit. Sir Wei, please return my sword. Just 2 steps out, Callan realized he had left his saber behind and turned back to Iof. Howell and Bill also stopped walking, feeling uneasy with the crowd outside. They decided to wait for Callan. Just a piece of old copper and iron, useless to us here. Take it and leave. Iof glanced at the sword in his hand, then coldly threw it out. Thud. The sword pierced Bill's chest, passing straight through. Blood gushed out as he fell to the ground. Ishani, Bill. Howell knelt beside Bill and found he was already dead. Seeing Iof's sudden move, Callan stepped back a few paces, fearing that Iof might attack him next. I helped rid you of this eunuch, relieving your worries. Go. Howell saw Iof become more and more lawless, even killing before his eyes. Seeing the courtyard filled with people, he clenched his teeth and told Callan angrily. Ishan stormed out of the Eastern Depot headquarters. Your Majesty, Iof may be planning a rebellion. Should I bring the embroidered uniform Dantiard back? Howell looked around and whispered to Howell, who had never faced such humiliation. Keep an eye on them and prevent any disturbances. Looking back at the Eastern Depot, Howell felt some fear from the earlier incident. The Eastern Depot's power couldn't be underestimated. If there were a rebellion, with current forces in Beijing, it would be hard to suppress. Understood. After seeing Howell off, Callan stood still. Glancing coldly at the Eastern Depot, he ordered his subordinates to surround the place. Ammo Supervisor, Callan has surrounded us, we can't get out. Inside the Eastern Depot, chaos reigned. Seeing the embroidered uniform Dantiard encircle them, some wanted to fight their way out. A subordinate rushed to the hall to report to Iof. Stay calm. Everyone stays put inside the headquarters, nobody leaves. Iof looked at the blood on the floor, ordering his men. But, they are already outside. Sweating profusely, the subordinate pointed outwards. Go. Feeling something was wrong, Iof urgently grabbed his sword and went outside. Christopher to the blockade. Several agitators tried to escape but were slashed by Callan, each falling to the ground. Kill. Seeing Callan kill their men, Eastern Depot staff drew weapons to fight the embroidered uniform Dantiard. Whoever takes 3 more steps forward will be shot by arrows. Callan wiped his blade and spoke disdainfully to his guards. Everyone, stand down. Iof walked out, stopping everyone, advancing directly toward Callan. Everyone followed Iof closely. Caught off guard, the embroidered uniform Dantiard hesitated, remembering past ties. They too moved forward and stood behind Callan. I doubt Commander wishes for bloodshed? Iof saw his injured subordinates, non-fatal wounds, but very dangerous, and signaled for them to be carried back for treatment. Ishan then looked up at Callan. Of course not, I naturally don't want internal strife. But His Majesty ordered us to remain here. Now Callan wasn't as timid as before. With numerous elite embroidered uniform Dantiards supporting him, even a real battle would mean certain defeat for the Eastern Depot. But he couldn't strike first to avoid blame. Is His Majesty's order to maim all my subordinates? Iof stood defiantly before Callan, barely half a meter apart. If one struck, the other would certainly die. Not at all. Didn't I leave them breathing? They were simply too arrogant, so I gave them a lesson. Remembering Iof's swift attack earlier, Callan felt unprepared and backed away, awkwardly laughing. You wait. You won't have much longer to gloat. Iof, looking at Callan's smug face and armed embroidered uniform Dantiards with bows ready, turned and walked back into headquarters. All back inside. Unwillingly, everyone retreated inside. Dantiard this place strictly. Let nothing alive escape, or you'll pay with your life. With a cold laugh, Callan ordered his men and left on horseback. We shouldn't fear him. We can fight our way out. A subordinate, kneeling before Iof, urged immediate action. Silence. We're at a disadvantage. Following orders, fighting would only make us appear guilty. Iof sighed, addressing his anxious subordinate. Understood. I'll ensure no one leaves. Bitterly holding back, the subordinate could only follow orders. Iof reflected that while the Eastern Depot was once the most powerful of the 3 institutions, its position was being challenged by the rapid development of the embroidered uniform Dantiard. A stark warning. Chapter 138. Callan reaches a deal with the Jurchen. Sir, something terrible has happened. Eunuch Gideon was beheaded by Iof of the Eastern Depot. Porter, who had been leisurely tending to his fish at the Western Depot, dropped the bowl in his hand when he heard this report from one of his subordinates. What did you say? Repeat that for me. Upon hearing this news, Porter found it hard to believe. Bill was someone he had personally nurtured and treated like his own son. Ishan had always been close to the Dantes. It seemed impossible that Iof could have killed him. Ishan sensed that there must be more to the story and wanted to know what exactly had transpired. The exact details are unknown. The Eastern Depot is now surrounded. The information about Eunuch Gideon was leaked out just before it was sealed off. I went to the palace gates to investigate further and was told that today the Dantes left with Eunuch Gideon, but only the Dantes returned, and no one saw Eunuch Gideon's figure. After hearing his subordinate's report, Porter felt dizzy and staggered backward. His subordinate quickly stepped forward to support him. Sir, we can't let Eunuch Gideon die under these unclear circumstances. We need an explanation from the Eastern Depot. Even though our Western Depot has just been rebuilt, we are not to be trifled with. Seeing Porter so dejected, his subordinate urged him on. Yes, you're right. Gather all the people I've trained, assemble them, and head directly to the Eastern Depot headquarters now. Christopher to the events at the Eastern Depot. A chain reaction occurred within Beijing. A large group marched out from the Western Depot, following Porter angrily toward the Eastern Depot headquarters. This infuriates me. Easton slammed the table, throwing everything on it to the ground. Your Majesty, you summoned me. Go and inform them that they may enter the city. Today in Beijing would likely see trouble again, but fortunately, Weston had left behind a brilliant plan before leaving, making it easier to handle the situation. After arranging matters, Easton was amazed. Every step had been anticipated by Weston. A rider quickly galloped out of the eastern city gate. Truly, Mr. Zhu is highly skilled. This stagnant pool of water in Beijing is finally being stirred up. I hope you keep your promises as well. Callan sat across from a man, observing that despite finishing the task, the other party seemed unperturbed. Afraid the other might not honor the agreement, Callan stared intently at him, reminding him of the deal. Rest assured, the Jurchen are the most trustworthy. Wait for my good news tonight. When our great king becomes emperor, you will certainly be granted titles of nobility. Callan had long conspired with the Jurchen. Eschannering the latter part of the statement, this was precisely Callan's intention. Working hard for Easton would only grant him a commander position at best in a dying nation, which wasn't enough for him. After arranging the assassination attempt by the Hong family a few days ago, the Alden residence was heavily guarded. Inside were people he wanted dead, and he needed to eliminate them. Doing it himself would raise suspicion, but having the Jurchen do it allowed him to frame others and kill witnesses again using the method he used against Hatcher. Even if some Jurchen died, Deshawn wouldn't mind. As night fell, the Jurchen, dressed in Eastern Depot uniforms, approached the Alden residence. Only those in Imperial Guards attire could approach the residence, but the Jurchen thought of framing the Eastern Depot, dealing a fatal blow to Iof. Most importantly, the guards protecting the Alden residence were from the Eastern Depot, creating confusion. Why are more people coming? Fearful of incidents, having more people around is better. Two guards at the entrance saw a group approaching. It was too dark to clearly see their faces, only their Eastern Depot uniforms faintly visible. Anyone wearing Eastern Depot uniforms without permission risked death, so the guards didn't suspect anything. As they approached, one guard lifted his hand to greet them. Two crossbow bolts hit the guards as they tried to call for help. Attack! They smashed the gate open, with Jurchen holding crossbows guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from escaping. Others rushed in with swords. The guards inside the Alden residence didn't expect another attack so soon after the previous one. Several Imperial guards fell in pools of blood. Earl quickly ordered everyone to maintain formation. Realizing the difficulty, the Jurchen gathered together. Jurchen, you dare be so brazen in Beijing. Are you courting death? Recognizing the distinctive facial hair and unfamiliar accents, Earl knew the attackers were not from the Central Plains. Hasten, send a distress signal and wait for headquarters support. Everyone formed a defensive circle around Earl, while one pulled the distress flare. Just light more. Isn't it beautiful? The Jurchen leader found a distress flare on a dead Imperial guard, lit it, and sent it soaring into the sky. Aren't you afraid? Seeing the calm demeanor of the enemy, Earl was astonished and asked in confusion. The Eastern Depot has its hands full. Do you think they can save you? Ha 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 ha. The Jurchen believed they were sitting ducks and took their time. Unaware of the afternoon's events, Earl knew from the enemy's attitude that things were dire. Sir, Alden residence has sent distress signals. 2 have been fired already. It looks grim. The usually quiet Eastern Depot grew agitated upon seeing the distress signals. What? Iof, emerging from his quarters, looked in the direction of the signal, which pointed to Weston's residence. Although the headquarters was nearby, the numerous Imperial guards outside made rescue impossible. Lord, what should we do? An anxious 1,000-man commander asked, knowing his men were stationed at Alden residence. Earl wouldn't send a signal unless it was critical. All of you, arm yourselves and follow me for support. Iof weighed the pros and cons, then issued orders to everyone. Soon, everyone donned their armor, and Iof put on his own. Ishan led the entire Eastern Depot team out. Lord Wei, stop or we'll shoot. Callan's men aimed their bows at Iof and his group as they emerged from the Eastern Depot headquarters. ##### Chapter 139, putting personal grievances aside. But no one dared to shoot arrows at the Eastern Depot ammo supervisor. The leading 1,000 commander, Brandon, forced himself to remain calm as he spoke to Iof. The Honorable Wei, I beg you, don't make things difficult for us. If we let anyone go, my head will be on the line. The 1,000 commander immediately knelt on the ground, pleading with Iof to return. Ishan simply couldn't bring himself to turn his weapons on his own people. You're asking for death. How dare you defy the commander's orders? A petty officer emerged from the crowd. Callan had left him here to ensure they followed through. But when he saw the 1,000 commander not only hesitating but kneeling to Iof, he swung his sword at the 1,000 commander. The 1,000 commander quickly dodged, though he sustained a minor cut on his arm. Despite this, he still didn't draw his weapon. This was Callan's trusted man. If he killed him, Callan would have him executed. Seeing it was just a minor wound, he decided to bear it. Do you want to serve Callan so much? Are we making our brothers fight each other? Everyone knows that distress signal is only used by our brothers in life and death situations. If you continue to aid and abet, feel free to shoot at me. If there's any conscience left in you, come help me. Seeing some loyalists among the Imperial Dantiards, he patiently explained to everyone. You dare. I'll tell the commander and have your whole family exterminated. Shoot now. The petty officer, seeing the 1,000 commander wavering, mounted his horse to report back to Callan. Kill him, and from today on, you're all under the Eastern Depot. Iof, will guarantee the safety of your families. Seeing the 1,000 commander's integrity, yet understanding the power dynamics, Iof made a solemn promise to everyone. Ride out. The petty officer realized it wasn't going well and hurriedly tried to ride away. Just as the 1,000 commander hesitated, several arrows flew from different directions in the crowd, killing the petty officer who intended to inform Callan. I, Jacob, commanding over 100 Imperial Dantiards, pledge allegiance to the ammo supervisor henceforth, serving him faithfully. Jacob did not even turn around, knowing his subordinates had made the decision for him. Ishan knelt before Iof, holding his sword high. Serve faithfully. Others followed suit and knelt. Go. Offer support. Jacob, secure the streets around Alden Mansion. No one leaves. Eastern Depot, follow me into battle. Iof took up his weapon and led the charge. Even Jacob, newly loyal to Iof, was stunned by his bravery. Never before had the ammo supervisor charged forward. Men, the ammo supervisor sets an example for us. Let's not fall behind. Jacob issued orders to his men. Meanwhile, Porter, delayed by an earlier matter, noticed the distress signal and watched Iof's troops thoughtfully. Amos Supervisor, ahead are the Eastern Depot forces. Iof must be there. Porter's subordinate pointed out urgently. Charge. Revenge for Grand Unit Gideon? Those behind were beneficiaries of Bukertal Gideon's largesse. Each visit to the Western Depot earned them generous rewards. What charge? Don't see someone in trouble and think about old grievances. Go offer support. Though angry, Porter never faltered in critical moments. Ishan knew Iof's intent by the direction they went. If he created problems now, it would be abandoning his subordinates. Callan had also forgotten their agreement. Back at headquarters, Callan drank tea leisurely, observing the distress signal from Alden Mansion. Commander, should we respond to the distress call? Why? The Eastern Depot is closest. We're farthest. By the time we get there, it'll be too late. Callan glanced at the subordinate and continued sipping his tea. Aren't the Eastern Depot besieged at headquarters? His subordinate quietly reminded him. Are you reminding me? Did you think I'd forget what I arranged? Callan hurled his teacup and grabbed the man's collar. Of course, follow your orders, Commander. Scared, the subordinate cowered. Prepare everyone. We'll ride out shortly. Callan showed no anger towards such a subordinate, instead preparing to go to Alden Mansion to eliminate witnesses. At Alden Mansion. Haha, see? No reinforcements. Your Eastern Depot is close by, yet they've abandoned you. Surrender now if you want full corpses. The Jurchen leader, waiting, laughed at Earl's guards, noting their dwindling hope. Nonsense. Even if not Eastern Depot, Western Depot and the Imperial Dantiers will come. One guard loudly retorted. Let me tell you, your upper echelons are corrupted by us Jurchens. They've agreed with Western Depot to stay clear. Your fate is sealed. The Jurchen leader, looking at these trap birds, knew they wouldn't escape alive. Charge. Alert. Many Imperial Dantiers are coming. Iof's forces arrived suddenly, catching the Jurchens off guard. Charge. Ishannering reinforcements. Everyone he chose to endure. Do you still want to serve Callan? This is making brothers turn against each other. That distress signal everyone knows. It is only used when our brothers face life-threatening danger. If you continue to assist him, just aim your arrows at my chest. If you have any conscience left, come with me to help them. Seeing that some of the officers remained loyal to the court, he patiently appealed to their humanity. You dare. I'll tell the commander, and I'll make sure your entire family dies. Shoot now. The banner officer, seeing the 1,000 household falter, leapt onto his horse to inform Callan. Note. For clarity and natural flow in English, it would be better to slightly rephrase this as follows, though not strictly necessary if you want to stay very close to original structure. The banner officer, noticing the hesitation of the 1,000 household, quickly mounted his horse to inform Callan. Kill him, and you shall become men of the Eastern Depot. I, Iof, swear to guarantee the safety of your families. Seeing that the leading 1,000 household was an upright man, Iof understood his hesitation but promised everyone with certainty. Note, 1,000 Hu should be 1,000 household, or 1,000-man captain, to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Go. The banner officer, sensing danger, tried to ride away. Just as the 1,000 commander hesitated, several arrows flew from different directions in the crowd, instantly killing the banner officer who intended to report back. I, Jacob, along with over 100 officers of the embroidered uniform Dantiered, hereby pledge allegiance to the Amos Supervisor, serving you loyally. Without looking back, Jacob knew his subordinates had made the decision for him. Ishan knelt before Iof, raising his sword high. Serve loyally. Others followed suit, kneeling down. Move. Go and support them, Jacob. Surround the streets near Alden's residence, and don't let anyone escape. Eastern Depot, follow me to kill. Iof took out his weapon first, charging forward. Jacob, newly sworn to Iof, was also shocked by Iof's actions. He had never seen the Amos Supervisor take the lead. Brothers, the Amos Supervisor has set an example for us. We can't fall behind. Let's go. Christopher to a delay, Porter also detected the distress signal. Watching Iof's forces rushing towards the scene, he pondered deeply. Amos Supervisor, ahead are the men of the Eastern Depot. Iof must be among them. Porter's subordinate urgently informed him. Kill. Avenge Lord Gideon. Behind were those who had received generous rewards from young Master Gideon, who always gave thousands of silver every time he visited the Western Depot. What are you saying? Can't you see there's trouble? Settle old scores. They would have arrived by now. Your Eastern Depot is nearest, yet here you stand, waiting to be captured. Perhaps then you might keep your full body intact. The Jurchen leader waited, looking at Earl and the remaining officers, chuckling as disappointment flashed in his eyes. Nonsense. Even if it's not the Eastern Depot, there's the Western Depot and the embroidered uniform Dantiered. They will come to aid us. One of them refused to believe it, shouting defiantly. Ha ha, allow me to tell you, your higher-ups in the embroidered uniform Dantiered have been corrupted by us Jurchens. They have reached an agreement with the Western Depot to ensure no one comes. So your fate is sealed, death. The Jurchen leader, unconcerned about these caged birds, knew they wouldn't leave alive. Their secrets would die with them. Kill. Trouble. Many officers are approaching. Iof and his men arrived, creating chaos among the Jurchen. Kill. Ishannering reinforcements arrived. Everyone inside the mansion regained confidence, launching a counterattack. Kill. No retreating. Seeing they were surrounded, the Jurchen leader rushed outside, finding embroidered uniform Dantierds lining both sides of the street, leading his people backward, trying to break through. I am friends with your commander, let us pass. Seeing it was 1,000 Hu of the embroidered uniform Dantiered, whom he had met at headquarters and knew to be Callan's subordinate, the Jurchen leader turned to Jacob. Note, the term 1,000 Hu seems out of place in English. It should be translated as 1,000 commander, or just omitted if not crucial for context. Revised. Seeing it was a commander of the embroidered uniform Dantiered, whom he had met at headquarters and knew to be Callan's subordinate, the Jurchen leader turned to Jacob. A Mosra. Jacob smiled, nodding to the Jurchen leader, stepping aside. Thank you. I will speak highly of you to the commander. Seeing the path clear, the Jurchen leader joyfully saluted Jacob. Chapter 139, letting go of personal grievances. However, no one dared to shoot arrows at the supervisor of the Eastern Depot. The leading Thousand Hu maintained a facade of composure and shouted at Iof. Your Excellency Wei, I beg you, do not make this difficult for us. If we let anyone go, it means my head will roll. The Thousand Hu knelt on the ground, pleading with Iof to return. Ishan could not bring himself to harm his compatriots. You are courting death. How dare you defy the commander's orders? A lesser banner stepped out from the crowd. Callan, fearing that some would be hesitant to act, left him there to watch over. Unexpectedly, he saw the leading Thousand Hu did not act and even knelt before Iof, then drew his sword towards the Thousand Hu. Jacob didn't even look back, knowing his subordinates had made their decision. Ishan kneeled before Iof, holding up his saber. To serve you. The rest also knelt on the ground. Move. Aid the fight, Jacob. Surround the streets near Alden Mansion. Don't let anyone escape. The Eastern Depot follows me into battle. Iof took the lead, drawing his weapon first. Jacob, newly sworn to Iof, was surprised by his action. The Ammo Supervisor had never taken the front lines before. Brothers, the Ammo Supervisor has set the example. None of us can fall behind. March 4th. Porter, who was delayed due to another matter, noticed the distress signal, observing Iof's forces heading toward support, lost in thought. Ammo Supervisor, those ahead belong to the Eastern Depot. Iof must be among them. One of Porter's subordinates, looking afar, urgently informed him. Charge. To avenge Ammo Supervisor Gideon. Behind him were those who received rewards from little Gideonzi, who was always generous, often giving away thousands of silver during visits to the Western Depot. What charge? Someone is already in trouble. Personal vendettas can wait. All of you, provide aid. Despite being angry, Porter, knowing the bigger picture, understood Iof's intention. Troubling him now would mean disregarding his subordinates' lives. Ishan forgot about his agreement with Callan. Meanwhile, Callan at the headquarters watched the distress signals from Alden Mansion while sipping tea, unperturbed. Commander, there is a distress signal. Should we go? Why should we? The Eastern Depot is nearest, while we are farthest. By the time we arrive, everything will be cold. Callan glanced at the subordinate and continued drinking tea. Is the Eastern Depot not trapped at the headquarters? The subordinate reminded him softly. Are you reminding me? Think I'd forget something I ordered? Ishan threw his teacup to the ground, grabbed the guard's clothes, glaring at him. No, I follow the commander's orders. Startled by Callan's gaze, he quickly shut his eyes. Prepare everyone, then ride out with me to provide support. Callan disdainfully commanded, knowing it was time, patting the subordinate's face, ordering him word by word. Yes, sir. Soon, all rode to the headquarters. Upon gathering, Callan calmly led them out, riding off to eliminate witnesses. At Alden Mansion, haha, see, no one comes. If someone came, they would have rushed to your aid. Your Eastern Depot is nearby, yet you must surrender peacefully if you want whole bodies afterward. The Jurchen leader waited, eyeing Earl's guards, smiling mockingly. Bullshit. Even without the Eastern Depot, there's the Western Depot and the Imperial Dantiards. They will come to help. One of them refused to believe, loudly arguing back. Ha ha ha, let me tell you. Your Imperial Dantiards' high ranks have been corrupted by us Jurchens. They've agreed with the Western Depot not to send reinforcements. So your fate is sealed, death. The Jurchen leader, looking at the caged birds, knew they couldn't survive, and these secrets would die with them. Charge. Amostenly, Iof arrived with the Eastern Depot, causing chaos among the Jurchens. Charge. Upon hearing reinforcements arrived, everyone in the mansion regained confidence and launched a counterattack. Charge. No retreat. The Jurchen leader, seeing they were surrounded, rushed outside, finding Imperial Dantiards on both sides of the street. Ishan led everyone to break through. I'm friends with your commander, let us pass. The Jurchen leader recognized the Thousand Hu from previous visits to headquarters and knew he was under Callan, so he quickly appealed to Jacob, glancing nervously at Iof's men. Fine. Jacob nodded and moved aside, smiling. Thank you. I'll praise you to the commander. The Jurchen leader, seeing the way cleared, happily bowed to Jacob. Hashtag chapter 140. The plan fails. Go, retreat quickly. The leader of the Jianshu looked behind to see Iof hot on their trail. Ishan urgently shouted at his men. Jacob quickly cleared the path. The Herman Way would arrest him. Anger filled his voice as he pressed Jacob. I am afraid, but we won't let a single enemy escape. Archers, prepare. Jacob wasn't concerned about any repercussions from Callan. With Iof backing him, he raised his hand and shouted loudly. The surrounding Herman Way aimed their bows and arrows at the surrounded Jianshu. Stop. Iof arrived, seeing the Jianshu trapped. Ishan grabbed Jacob's arm, trying to halt the attack. Arrest them all. Iof then ordered his men. The Jianshu leader realized he was outnumbered with only a dozen men left. They weren't a match for the Herman Way. Let's surrender. This way, we have a chance to survive and be rescued. Ishan reluctantly threw down his weapon, urging others to follow suit. His men, facing overwhelming odds, complied one by one. After tying everyone up, Iof led the Herman Way and the captured Jianshu back to the Eastern Depot. Ishan left some men to clean up the street and arranged additional personnel at Alden Fu while setting up ambushes nearby to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Porter watched silently from the shadows, recalling his arrangement with Callan. Seeing Iof had taken care of things, legal matters could wait. Ishan led his men back to the Western Depot. Sir, the situation at Alden Fu is over. While Callan was still leisurely heading toward Alden Fu, a scout ran up to report. Over? The Jianshu moved so quickly. Are you sure no one survived? Ishaning the report, Callan first assumed the Jianshu had completed their mission. Satisfied, he asked. Iof appeared with Eastern Depot forces, resolved the danger at Alden Fu, and captured the remaining dozen or so Jianshu. His subordinate, unaware of Callan's smile, reported the events. What? Why could Iof lead people out? I specifically arranged for someone to monitor Eastern Depot. Callan was baffled. Ishan thought Iof was confined. How did he get out? You're certain? It was Iof who went? Yes, Director. I saw it clearly, the subordinate affirmed, confused by Callan's anger. And where is Jacob? Brandon Hahn accompanied Iof. At the crucial moment, he blocked the Jinshu's escape route, allowing them to be captured. They betrayed me. Everyone, follow me to the Eastern Depot. Ride. Frustrated by Iof undermining his plans, Callan ordered his men to ride hard towards the Eastern Depot. Jacob, I will inform His Majesty of your actions tomorrow. We'll expose Callan's crimes. Upon reaching the entrance of Ender, if this situation escalates, it will be impossible to contain. A few people who had come with him hurriedly stopped the impulsive Callan. Callan wouldn't listen now. Ishan drew his saber from his waist. As he pulled it out, he slashed one of the centurions blocking his way to death. Old Patrick, are you okay? Wake up, Old Patrick. The others ignored Callan and rushed to check on the injured man lying on the ground. Get up immediately. Seeing everyone surrounding the body, Callan didn't realize he had made a mistake. Thinking the man was faking it, he shouted angrily at the person lying on the ground. Sir, Old Patrick, he's dead. Those checking on the wounded stood up with faces full of sorrow and reported. This is what happens when you don't listen to me. Anyone who dares to stop me will end up like him. Looking at the bodies on the ground, his loyal aides, now mere lifeless corpses, Callan glared at the others. Yes. Seeing the dead body, the others could only respond in unison. Even Callan's own confidence couldn't stand against him, let alone them. Go get licorice and kerosene, and bring a large number of archers here. Though he had lost a loyal man, the remaining men under him were even more obedient and would not disobey him. Everyone hurried to prepare what Callan needed. After about 15 minutes, everything was brought. Commander, you're not thinking of? One person looked at the items and instantly understood what Callan planned to do. Ishan was just about to speak up but was interrupted by someone else pointing to the body beside Callan and whispering the recent events into his ear. The person about to speak turned pale. Ishannering voices behind him, Callan turned around and looked at the person who had started to speak. Do you have something to say? Callan asked without any expression on his face. Sir, I just wanted to ask when we should start. Dawn won't be long now. Under Callan's gaze, the man swallowed hard and hurriedly spoke. Set the fire. Drive them all out. Callan turned back, looking at the closed gates of the Eastern Depot, and ordered the men. After exchanging glances, they had no choice but to follow Callan's command and began throwing dry wood and kerosene inside the Eastern Depot. The archers lined up outside the gate. Sir, everything is thrown in. We're waiting for your order. A few centurions approached Callan and reported. Fire. Seeing the archers ready, Callan gave the order to shoot. The archers lit their arrows and aimed 50 degrees upward, firing towards the interior of the Eastern Depot. The flaming arrows landed on the kerosene that had been poured inside, instantly igniting a raging fire. Why is it so chaotic outside? Jacob, who was talking with Iof, heard the commotion in the courtyard and asked him in confusion. Someone. Iof didn't know either and yelled out. Someone walked in. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Sir, things are bad. Callan, that bastard, brought the Herman way to start a fire. Several houses are already burning. If this continues, we'll be trapped here. Only Iof and Jacob were in the hall. A subordinate rushed in, covered in soot, and quickly reported to Iof. What? Ishannering about Callan setting fires, Jacob jumped up from his chair, the first one to lose composure. Calm down. Send people to extinguish the fire. Seeing Jacob panic, Iof got up, placed a hand on his shoulder, and ordered his subordinates. Report to Director, the fire is too intense, and arrows keep being shot in. Many who tried to put out the fire were hit by arrows and fell into the flames. Director, what should we do? We will die inside the Eastern Depot, and going out means being killed by Callan. What can we do? Jacob was also anxious, looking at Iof. The biggest reason Jacob supported Iof was that Iof promised to keep him alive. Iof knew Jacob's thoughts. If he couldn't ensure Jacob's survival, it would ultimately be a self-inflicted defeat. Dawn is almost here. Once it's light, they won't dare act so recklessly. That will be our chance. Iof went to the door and looked outside, trying shield bearers in front. As some left Callan's side, the Eastern Depot's doors opened from the inside. Seeing them emerge, Callan showed a pleased smile. Shoot arrows, a reward of 100 taels of silver for each enemy killed. Just as Callan rejoiced, he realized the emerging group was holding shields. Chapter 142. Regret? It's too late. The archers of the Imperial Guards, initially delighted by the rewards, suddenly felt as if they had been doused with cold water when they saw the opposing side holding up shields. Panic set in, and they hurriedly shot their arrows, but to no avail. Attack. As the distance closed, those holding shields parted a path for Iof, who led the charge towards Callan with his sword. The two quickly became entangled in a violent struggle. Those following behind joined in, resulting in a chaotic melee. The archers realized that with the chaos, it was impossible to draw their bows and could only stand frozen in place. Kill the archers. Unbeknownst to them, a cry went out. Over 10 men, shielded by protective barriers, charged at the archers. In close combat, the archers had no chance of resistance and were swiftly slaughtered. Callan's forces dwindled rapidly. Realizing the enemy's increasing fervor, he was forced to retreat. After pulling away, Callan and Iof stood face to face at the front of their respective formations. Callan, you've lost your mind. Iof spat, no longer threatened by Callan's archers. What do you mean? The commander of the Imperial Dantiards colluded with the Jurchens, causing chaos and countless deaths in the capital. Ishan is hereby stripped of his rank and detained pending execution. The lead general read an imperial decree, turning his eyes on Callan. Impossible. This must be fake. You're forging the Emperor's command. Callan's head shook vehemently. The position he had fought hard for was being revoked with mere words. Ishan glared at Bertie, unwilling to accept it. Read it carefully. What does it say? The general showed him the decree, watching as Callan, growing increasingly frantic, stared at the scroll. Impossible. Everyone, attack. Callan pushed aside the knife at his throat, punched Bertie into the air, and drew his sword, pressing it against Bertie's neck while commanding his troops. But none moved. What are you doing? I am your commander. Callan couldn't believe his loyal subordinates, people he believed would never betray him, remained motionless. Sir, it's over. There's no escape. Jacob approached Callan, feeling pity. Callan had once helped him, and didn't wish to see him end up dismembered. Jacob, you were my trusted right-hand man. I let you watch the Eastern Depot, preventing them from escaping. How could you betray me? Of all people, I never expected you. Tears filled Callan's eyes as he angrily shouted at Jacob. Just put it down. Jacob had long served Callan, saving his life multiple times. Their relationship was one of mutual survival. Callan pulled Bertie to his feet and advanced toward Jacob, saying, I'll release him if you fight me. Fine, I accept. Jacob signaled his men to step back, and Io followed suit. What about you? Callan squeezed the hostage tightly, addressing the city defenders. All of you, back off. The general, having no choice, ordered his troops to retreat. When everyone was far enough, Bertie quietly asked Callan, Jacob, ready your weapon. Seeing all had retreated, Callan smirked briefly before focusing again on Jacob. Go to hell. Ishan knocked Bertie unconscious and lunged at Jacob with his sword. Jacob swung his blade in response, noticing Callan offered no resistance, almost smiling as if welcoming his fate. Swish. A long slash tore through Callan's chest, nearly exposing bone. My debt to you can never be repaid. See you in the next life. Losing balance, Callan fell toward Jacob, who immediately tossed his weapon and caught him. Those were Callan's last words before he breathed his last. Only then did Callan realize how his greed had led to this end. The general, regaining consciousness, winced, noticed Callan was dead, and angrily advanced toward the corpse. What are you doing? Jacob questioned him. This guy deserves more cuts for such brutality. The general raised his sword angrily. Stop. Iof grabbed Bertie's arm, shouting. Lord Wei, why stop? Just a dead man. What harm can a few more slashes do? Confused, Bertie didn't understand what wrong he had committed. A living man wasn't worth less than a dead one. Ishan's already dead. Please, let it go. Iof pleaded, knowing some things should remain buried with the past. Chapter 143, Palace Gate Plea for Forgiveness. Jacob's eyes were vacant, barely suppressing the sorrow within him as he begged the other party not to proceed. Ishan knew Callan had ultimately harbored murderous intentions towards him, but now that the person was dead, all hatred would fade away. Aldenf, today I shall see who dares to stop me. The general shrugged off Iof's hand. Ishan had come here to help and even brought an imperial decree to defuse the situation, yet no one thanked him. Not only that, a corpse seemed more important than himself. I'll take you up on that. If you want to desecrate Callan's body, you will have to step over me. Jacob laid Callan neatly on the ground, stood up with his sword in hand, and confronted Bertie. Aldenf, just you? Seeing Jacob alone, Bertie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Along with us. All the present Hermanway emerged from the crowd, Ander with Jacob. It was inevitable that he would ascend to that role sooner or later, so it was wise to curry favor early. Let's bury Lord Zhu first. Had they not reminded him, Jacob might not have thought about this. This further underscored the ruthlessness of officialdom. Lady, it's not good. Not good. Porter, who had been in the Shichong until dawn, had just closed his eyes when one of his subordinates frantically knocked on the door. What is it? Wearing proper attire, Porter came out, angrily questioning his subordinate. There is bad news. The city guard surrounded. Commander Callan of the Hermanway was killed by Jacob. His subordinate hurriedly relayed the information. Callan is dead? Ishannering about Callan's death, Porter almost lost balance and fell. Yes, Chief Eunuch. With such a huge commotion last night and we staying inactive in the Shichong, how would His Majesty react? His subordinate expressed concern. Prepare the carriage immediately. I must see His Majesty. Porter foresaw this outcome, regretting agreeing to Callan's request, realizing his apprentice Ari's death likely involved Callan too. Knowing he couldn't clear himself, he needed to find the Emperor for explanation. Soon, the carriage was ready, and Porter rushed inside, urging the driver to hurry. In half a jaw's stick time, Porter arrived at the palace gate, seeing many people kneeling there. Mostly Hermanway members. After burying Callan, Jacob brought these former confidants to plead for forgiveness. Some ministers fret over this. Eunuch Ishan noticed Porter leading the group and approached, showing concern. Still bearable. Is His Majesty allowing me in? Porter smiled bitterly, knowing that if he were in the palace, fewer incidents would occur. Seeing Eunuch Ishan coming directly to him, he eagerly asked. Not allowed. Eunuch Ishan only gave 2 words, then addressed the guards. By imperial decree, only Master Iof can enter the palace. After delivering the message, he shook his head at Porter. Chapter 144. Wanting to cut the grass and remove the root. Porter watched as Gerhard returned to the palace, and at this moment he lowered his head in disappointment. Ishan had thought he would be allowed in, but after kneeling for so long, his knees were aching. Patrick Gongong, if you continue like this, you will not hold out. The imperial dantertsman saw Porter kneeling there, walked over, and squatted down to counsel him. No worries, thank you. Porter used both hands to prop himself up, straightening his upper body as he spoke. Slowly it turned into noon. The blazing sun was too much for many of those kneeling, and one by one they started to faint. Aldenry and carry away the fainted ones. Seeing that this wouldn't do, the imperial dantertsmen guarding the entrance hurriedly ordered their subordinates to take them away. Just after dealing with the Eastern Depot issue, Iof arrived at the palace gate in a carriage. Seeing so many people kneeling at the palace gate gave him a fright. Upon recognizing who was kneeling there, Iof understood why these people were here and walked toward the palace gate. Halfway through, he noticed Jacob among them and quickly stopped. Commander Han, why are you kneeling here? Get up quickly. Iof bent down to help Jacob up. Jacob's lips were slightly pale. He couldn't last much longer like this. I'm fine. I'm here to confess my faults. You're a meritorious officer this time. Without you, Callan would have succeeded last night. Come, let's go inside to see His Majesty. I'll get you exonerated. Iof helped Jacob up and escorted him toward the palace gate. Patrick, what are you doing here? Iof walked up to the Imperial Dantersman and just then saw Porter turning back. Ishan remembered that Porter had no ties with Callan and hadn't been involved with the Western Depot last night, so there was no reason for him to be here. Minister Wei, His Majesty decreed that he will see no one today except you, Minister Wei. The Imperial Dantersman, looking at Jacob, addressed Iof. Oh. Porter thought that with Iof's arrival, he could enter together. But seeing Jacob being stopped, the hope that had risen within him was dashed. All right, I will talk to His Majesty now. Wait for my news. Iof glanced at Jacob, patted his shoulder, and then strode toward the palace gate. Your Majesty, Wei Gongyang has arrived. Gerhard, seeing Iof standing at the entrance, quickly reminded Dante's Howl beside him. Let him in. Howl put down the memorial he was reading and told Sergio. Your Majesty. Iof, you really showed your prowess last night. Looking at Iof, Howl smiled and said, It is all this servant's duty. For Howl's praise, Iof did not dare to accept more than due. Alden, what reward do you want? This time, I was misled by Callan, almost causing a grave mistake, wronging you. Howl descended from his dragon throne and, seeing the unwashed dirt on Iof's face, asked sympathetically, Your Majesty, everything I have is bestowed by Your Majesty. I don't seek anything else, but I ask you to spare those Hermanway. They only followed Callan's orders. Iof knelt on the ground, feeling exhausted after these events. Thinking of Jacob kneeling outside, whom he had promised, he felt weary. These people aided Callan last night. How can I keep such men? I fear similar incidents will recur. Howl's smile vanished as he returned to his dragon throne, displeased. Your Majesty, the Hermanway are also elite forces of our great Ming. If they are executed, fearing he might act impulsively. Your Majesty, I haven't finished. Gerhard quickly dragged Iof out, despite his desire to continue speaking. Ishan was already being escorted out of the hall. Why are you pulling me? Outside, Iof asked Gerhard resentfully, sitting down on the steps. You're courting death. If not for your accomplishments last night, would you even be talking to me? Gerhard, noting Howl hadn't followed, sat beside Iof. Go back quickly. The Dantes is worried about the northern border. Don't provoke His Majesty, or you might lose your life. Concerned, Gerhard continued urging him. What happened in the north? Shanhaguan? Haven't the Jian slaves already rebelled internally? Ishanaring Gerhard, Iof was alarmed and asked urgently. Don't ask, it's top secret. Go back quickly. Gerhard realized he'd said too much and signaled some attendants to escort Iof away. You. Confused why Gerhard cut short, Iof felt it pointless staying. Translation provided while maintaining paragraph structure and ensuring grammatical accuracy. Hashtag chapter 145, falling off the cliff. Accompanied by the eunuch, they left the palace. The moment they stepped out of the gates, all the kneeling officers and officials in front of the palace gate turned to look at him. The guards, recognizing it as a military report, quickly let the rider through. The messenger stumbled into the hall, collapsing on the ground and holding up an envelope while shouting, Urgent military report from Gansu. Cough cough. Your Majesty, the military report. Eunuch Ishan took the letter and handed it over to Dante's Howl. The servants then carried the fallen messenger away. What does Martin think he's doing? Dante's Howl, after reading the report, initially appeared satisfied seeing that Rhett's rebels were mostly suppressed. However, reading further into the latter part, he grew furious and slammed the letter onto the table. What happened, Your Majesty? Eunuch Ishan, standing nearby, hadn't seen the contents of the letter but noticed how Howl's mood shifted from joy to anger and asked in confusion. Weston is missing. At a cliffside in Gansu, Martin and Ishingter were fighting fiercely, having annihilated all the rebel forces. Standing at the edge of the cliff, they surveyed below. General, according to interrogations, a man in black armor fell off this cliff. Another person followed after him. Based on descriptions, it might very well be Donnie. Ishingter reported the findings to Martin. Send word back to the capital and inform His Majesty of this. Leave a unit behind to search down there. Bring back a live or dead body. Martin never imagined Rhett would attack his base camp. Weston, along with over 100 men, died. My life would have been yours. If you lived, I could help you survive. Years of war had instilled a sense of loyalty in Donnie. What did you do? I'm not going to die. Weston, holding his head, exclaimed while eating the rabbit leg. Not dying. From Colby in the Imperial prison, Donnie had learned about Weston's extraordinary abilities. Knowing that Weston couldn't die was beyond Donnie's comprehension. Oh, forget it. You wouldn't understand. Weston didn't want to explain too much. While the situation was critical, it hadn't reached the point of jumping off a cliff. Out of curiosity, he had looked down and slipped accidentally when someone approached. Christophering the fall, Weston remained calm, noticing the river below. Given that he had traveled from another world, he knew he wouldn't die so easily. What surprised him most was that Donnie, the straightforward warrior, had followed him simply out of loyalty, which puzzled Weston greatly. Sir, Martin will surely worry if they can't find us. They'll send people to search for us. We should follow the river back to the base of the cliff. They had drifted quite far, making it possible they might not be found otherwise. Donnie suggested they return to the original location. Why go back? Let's just return to camp. If those guys can't find a way down, we'd be stuck waiting and starve to death. Annoyed by Donnie's simplistic thinking, Weston smacked him on the head. All right, sir, let's go. Donnie, relieved that Weston wasn't pressing further, the armor was Imperial issue, and others wouldn't have let it go so easily. Donnie walked ahead joyfully. Yes, I said I won't hold this against you. But since you did discard my armor, you owe me 10,000 taels of silver. Pay me when you have the money. Weston, watching Donnie's smiling face, still felt uneasy. As they walked, he addressed Donnie. Donnie, who was walking ahead, nearly stumbled and fell. Sir, your armor is already in shambles. Even if it were intact, 1,000 taels seems a bit steep. Christophering his years at Shanhaiguan, the court salary was insufficient, and there were few resources on the frontier. Ishan often spent his own money to support the troops and simply couldn't afford such expenses. Ishan looked at Weston with a bitter expression, hoping to negotiate. How much can you pay? Weston knew his asking price was high, but he wanted to see what Donnie could offer. I can only give you 1,000 taels, sir. Is that acceptable? Watching Weston's almost sinister smile, Donnie felt a chill but finally made a small gesture, quietly asking. As soon as Weston caught Donnie's finger, he laughed. Fine, 1,000 taels it is. If you default on this, you know the consequences. Let's go. Initially having nothing, Weston was overjoyed to suddenly gain 1,000 taels. This also counted as repayment for saving Donnie. All right. Seeing Weston's smug expression, Donnie walked behind him, hanging his head as he responded. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Sir, our men tried to descend the cliff using ropes, but it's impossible. What are you waiting for? Send men around to find the bottom of the cliff. Do I need to tell you this? Martin, seated in the camp, listened to the news about their inability to reach the cliff bottom and angrily shouted at Ishinkter. Your Majesty, none of our men know the way to the bottom of the cliff. The local villagers have been driven away by the rebels. Ishinkter knelt on the ground, equally anxious, explaining to Martin. I don't care. If we can't find them, both of us will lose our heads when we return to the capital. Martin angrily pulled Ishinkter up, emphasizing the severity of the situation. Sir, accept reality. Falling from such a height, no one could survive. The body might have even been eaten by wild animals. How do we search for it? Even Ishinkter found Martin's demands difficult to meet. Ishan had considered many methods, but none seemed feasible. What should we do? What should we do? Accepting the reality, Martin sat blankly in his chair, mumbling to himself. Sir, if we want to avoid punishment upon our return, there's only one way now. Ishinkter lifted his head from the ground and looked at Martin. Tell me. Curious about Ishinkter's plan, Martin gestured for him to come closer. The death of Administrator Alden has caused great sorrow, but the dead cannot be revived. We should focus on eliminating the rebels. When we return victorious, His Majesty will see your achievements and may not punish you for the loss of Weston. You'll remain a general of the Ming. Martin listened carefully. This seemed like the best course of action. General, should we recall the search parties? Our forces are spread thin, making it hard to overpower the rebels. You go and recall them. Once our troops are ready, we'll strike and capture those despicable cities directly. Standing by the war map, Martin, angered by the thought of the farmers responsible for Weston's death, removed the markers for the targeted cities. It made no sense to waste so many troops searching for a dead man. It was better to earn credit and save their own lives. Within half a day, all troops returned to the camp. Martin began urgently deploying strategies, aiming to crush the enemy in one decisive blow. After several hours, Weston and Donnie emerged from the cliffside, arriving at a village. Entering the village, they were confronted by a group armed with weapons and wearing rudimentary armor. Who are you? What are you doing here? The group surrounded Weston and Donnie, aiming their weapons and questioning them. Seeing these people potentially harming Administrator Alden, Donnie moved forward to intervene. Weston quickly stopped him. Don't be angry. This is my younger brother. He has a simple mind. We're refugees seeking food. We haven't eaten for a long time. Initially, Donnie had packed some leftover rabbit meat, which should have been enough for the journey. However, Weston complained of hunger throughout the trip, forcing Donnie to let him eat freely. Owing him money, Donnie had little choice. Soon, the rabbit meat was finished, and they sought food in nearby villages. They look like beggars. We're short on people right now. To be continued. Chapter 147. A mishap leads to being left behind. After a long discussion, the group observed Weston and Donnie, who were covered in dirt, looking like beggars. Luckily, Weston and Donnie didn't hear this, or they might have been infuriated. If it weren't for the excessive rain and treacherous paths in the mountains, they wouldn't have gotten so dirty. All right, take them straight to see the great king. If he finds no issues, then we'll take them in. One person stood up to end the discussion, and everyone turned their gaze towards Weston and Donnie. Under these intense gazes, Weston and Donnie exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. Go! What are you planning to do? The crowd escorted Weston and Donnie towards the village. While Weston carefully observed them, Donnie, agitated, shouted at them. Stop yapping, let's go. Let's go. Maybe you'll get food every day from now on. Booker standing to them. Weston lied, grabbing Donnie's shoulder. Red had been to many places. Not everyone could remember everything. Ah, we have some history then. But why did you become wanderers? Looking at Weston and Donnie, Rhett realized he had no memory of them, but perhaps he simply forgot. Brother Booker. After you left the village, the Imperial Army arrived, killing all your supporters, including my family. Only I and my younger brother escaped. Seeing Rhett wasn't suspicious, Weston pinched Donnie's arm, wiping tears while sobbing his story. Beside him, Donnie, unaware of Weston's intentions, played along. These bastards, rest assured, I will avenge you. Rhett promised fiercely. Thank you, Brother Booker. Seeing Rhett believed him, Weston quickly thanked him with a salute. That's enough, Brother Booker. Let's leave. We don't want to hinder your plans. Weston tried to slip away, pulling Donnie outside. Why the rush? Rhett signaled guards to stop them and smiled. Brother Booker, we're weaklings, better not to delay your important matters. Sweating under the scrutiny, Weston turned and smiled back at Rhett. You should stay here. We're planning a surprise attack on the Imperial Army. Rhett approached Weston. Don't worry, Brother Booker, your kindness to my family won't be forgotten. We'd never betray you or those government lackeys, Weston assured, recognizing Rhett's suspicious. I heard we recently raided their camp, causing heavy losses. They're still off balance. We can take advantage of this by sending troops to surround the area under cover of darkness and launch an assault from all sides while they sleep. No matter how capable they are, they won't be able to react in time. Weston studied the sand table. If he didn't offer something valuable, Rhett might doubt his worth, putting him in danger. What do you all think? Rhett nodded approvingly after hearing Weston's suggestion. Ishan recognized that Weston had some talent and turned to ask the others for their opinions. No objections, the other leaders said indifferently. They were mostly peasants who gained prominence in the rebellion and couldn't understand such complex plans. Their role was simply to lead charges in battle. Good. I still don't know your name, young brother? After everyone agreed, Rhett asked Weston. Ishan hadn't bothered to learn Weston's name until now. My name is Alden Yun, and he is Alden Aldinin. Weston quickly invented aliases, not wanting to reveal his true identity or Donnie's, fearing recognition as a Ming general. Alright, everyone will follow Alden Brothers' plan 2 days from now. Rhett declared his orders. Understood. Hold on a moment, Brother Booker. This plan doesn't seem entirely foolproof, Weston interrupted hastily. Ishan hadn't expected Rhett to adopt his suggestion outright, but now realized it could spell disaster for Martin and the Divine Machine Camp if followed through. What do you want to say, Brother Alden? Rhett, who had been pleased, now looked at Weston questioningly. I believe we should scout the area first to identify where their defenses are weakest. Only then can we strike effectively. As Weston finished speaking, Rhett's expression changed abruptly. Dantiards, seize them. Several men sprang forward, restraining Weston and Donnie. Donnie started to resist but stopped when Weston gave him a meaningful glance. Brother Booker, what are you doing? Weston asked, puzzled about what he had done wrong. What am I doing? And who are you two? Rhett drew his sword and pressed it against Weston's neck, interrogating him. We're just refugees. If you don't trust us, we'll leave immediately. Seeing the sword, Weston grew angry. You can't leave now. Tell me who you really are. I don't understand. Anyone could come up with such detailed military tactics. Do you expect me to believe you're commoners? Rhett sneered, realizing Weston was pretending ignorance. Since you figured it out, let's stop hiding. My name is Weston, and my companion is not my brother. You've likely heard of him. He's Donnie, the defender of Shanhaguan. Weston admitted their true identities to Rhett. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged glances, focusing on Donnie beside Weston. Meanwhile, Martin was changed into these clothes. Truly, Lord Alden has great fortune. To hell with fortune. We found ourselves in a village filled with Rhett's rebels, not far from here, Donnie interjected, recounting their experience. Rhett's army is near this village? Martin and Ishinkter exchanged alarmed glances upon hearing this. In this chapter, the tension builds as Weston and Donnie's identities are revealed, and they manage to evade immediate danger. Meanwhile, Martin realizes the potential threat and prepares for action, emphasizing the intricate plot dynamics and characters' interactions. Hashtag chapter 149. Subordinates backstab. Enough, what's there to say? It's already a matter of great shame. Weston quickly found a chair to sit down. Hearing Donnie recount the incident, he felt awkward and tried to interrupt but realized it was too late. What? Is your excellency hurt? Martin, upon hearing that Weston and Donnie had escaped from Rhett, was even more astonished. Ishan hurriedly approached Weston and began examining him for injuries. Quick, someone, help bandage his excellency Alden. Finally noticing some scratches on Weston's arm, Martin anxiously called for the army doctor. It's just some skin abrasions. If you hadn't seen them, they'd have healed by now. Seeing Martin overreact, Weston thought it was a bit much. Your excellency, naturally, being inside Rhett's camp, how could they let you leave? Ishinkter, who had been listening, asked his question directly after Weston spoke. Why so many words? What about you this time? Weston glanced at Donnie, questioning him. The situation back then was like this. 2 hours earlier. You're Donnie? Rhett looked dubiously at the man beside Weston. I am none other than Donnie. No change in name or identity. Donnie, unafraid of death, stared fiercely at Rhett, roaring with hostility. Looks like you are indeed Donnie. But why are you here? I distinctly remember you guarding Shan.